I am leaving. When Fui announced to the media his recent intentions to marry, GC understood that her departure was imminent. The trending news stirred a tempest online, with his fans lamenting the loss of their beloved husband to another woman, while Fui had already opened the door to his home. His features were striking, with a well-defined jaw and handsome without a hint of effeminacy, embodying the very essence of masculinity. I am hungry, Fui stated, breaking the silence. In contrast to the meticulous persona he presented to the world, GC was privy to both his alluring sensuality and his more disheveled side. For instance, he would wear the same pair of socks for days on end, deeming them clean enough for repetition. Of course, the definition of cleanliness was entirely his own. Silently, GC rose and made her way to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles for him. As she emerged with the steaming bowl, Fui had just finished his shower, clad only in his briefs, revealing his long, bare legs and a chest still glistening with droplets of water. This was his customary behavior at home, as he would put it. Comfort was paramount in his sanctuary. GC placed the bowl down and urged him, "Eat up. I have something to discuss with you." Fui paused momentarily in his towel drying, then wordlessly took a seat at the dining table. Over the years of their companionship, both had grown accustomed to this unspoken atmosphere, feeling no awkwardness in the silence. Starved, Fui swiftly devoured the generous serving of noodles. Leaning back in his chair, he glanced at the unusually quiet GC and inquired, "What is it you wish to say?" Taking a few deep breaths to quell the tumult within, GC met Fui's gaze and solemnly declared, "I am leaving." Fui instantly straightened his posture, inquiring, "What is your reason?" His clenched fists rested beneath the table at the very moment he found the courage to embrace marriage with her. She chose to abandon him and depart. It was somewhat absurd and ludicrous, he mused. GC keenly sensed his discontent, but refrained from delving deeper into it. She recited the reason she had long prepared. "I have someone I care for." They had known each other for nearly 28 years, their childhood friendship epitomizing the notion of growing up together. Yet, they could not withstand the whims of fate. During her transition to a new school, Fui began dating a girlfriend. It was said that their romance was passionate and fervent, known throughout the entire school, which offered their blessings. Years later, upon encountering Fui again, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. 3 years ago, Fui, spurred by some unseen catalyst, approached her with a proposal for a contractual relationship. Later, GC discovered the truth. His family was pressuring him into marriage, a prospect he was reluctant to accept. She could surmise the underlying reasons for his hesitance. While he claimed not to be particularly affected by his first love, his years of abstinence from romantic pursuits indica. He had been waiting for her. Fui ought to express gratitude, she thought. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, scrutinized GC, attempting to discern any trace of deceit in her expression. Yet there was none. Not a flicker of insincerity graced her countenance. Thus, just as he prepared to conclude their romantic entanglement and step into the sanctity of marriage, she had chosen another companion. "What is his name? What is family background and character? Have you acquainted yourself with his parents, friends, and surroundings?" With the first lie, the subsequent revelations were destined to be fabrications as well. "His name is temporarily inconvenient to disclose, but I can certainly share some information about him. Both of his parents are prominent figures who have treated me very well. His family background is comparable to mine. He has broken free from familial ties to venture into entrepreneurship, achieving commendable success." At this moment, Fui's heart felt more sour than a bowl of pickled fish. He feared that a hidden fishbone within could pierce his throat, leaving him in discomfort he wished to exp. But felt utterly powerless to do so. He understood GC's nature. She had met that man's parents and evidently held a genuine fondness for him, having made a lifelong commitment before introducing him to her family. GC, Fui suddenly called her by her full name. He reserved her full name for moments of genuine joy, typically addressing her with playful nicknames. GC turned to him, her gaze questioning whether there was anything left unsaid. Then he proposed, "Since we are parting ways, let us commemorate and conclude these 2.5 years of companionship with a special farewell ceremony." GC regarded him, sensing an unsettling quality in the smile that graced his lips, yet she consented. In the following 3 days, GC's feet scarcely touched the ground when they did. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling while listening to the rumblings of her hunger, GC finally comprehended the meaning behind Fu Yi's smile from 3 days prior. Ah, Min, she mused. Even as they were on the verge of parting, he still managed to stir up the flames of a breakup. Fu Yi was not at home, his whereabouts unknown. It was time to depart. GC trembled as she rose from her bed, hastily gathering her belongings. Gazing at her modest suitcase, she felt no surprise. From the moment she comprehended that Fu Yi was using her as a shield, she had no intention of lingering in that room. Consequently, she possessed very few belongings of her own. Her sister, Jin Yin, awaited her in the car parked outside the community gate. Upon entering the vehicle, Jin Yin immediately inquired, "Have you resolutely decided to sever all ties?" The hand that was fastening her seatbelt paused momentarily, but GC soon regained her composure, responding with a faint, before wearily closing her eyes. "Wake me when we arrive. I need to catch some sleep." Having been entangled with Fu Yi for several days, she had not rested adequately and was now quite fatigued. Jin Yin pursed her lips in disdain, but showed no intention of disturbing her rest as she started the car and drove away. In the airport waiting hall, Jin Yin glanced at GC. "Fleeing in disgrace? That's not like you." GC corrected her. "I am not fleeing in disgrace. I'm going to work." "That is clearly my work," Jin Yin retorted, her disdain for GC intensifying. Jin Yin and GC were twins, having lost their mother to severe hemorrhaging just a day after their birth. They were raised by their father. According to those around them, their father would take them to work and meetings until they were 3, before they had even started kindergarten. They were remarkably well-behaved, quietly observing their father as he conducted business. Perhaps it was this early exposure that made them adept at handling matters of commerce. Unlike their mischievous neighbor, Fu Yi, they were a source of peace, knowing precisely what was expected of them at each stage of life except during their rebellious phase. While others indulged in their rebellious periods, causing chaos, they perceived such behavior as a frivolous waste of time and life. The two individuals have yet to graduate from university when they assume control of their father's company. Their father is only aware that they possess a remarkable aptitude for managing the business, oblivious to the fact that they have united to establish another commercial empire in a different major city. Chapter 2. Overestimating oneself. Originally, it was Jin Yin who was supposed to go to Jingbei, but she was replaced by GC. Jin Yin had every reason to doubt her sister's abrupt departure. Just as Jin Yin was about to voice her thoughts, the announcement for boarding echoed through the terminal, compelling her to suppress the inexplicable sense of loss and remind her sister not to forget to eat and sleep on time. In contrast to GC, who appeared more like a carefree sibling, Jin Yin seemed the more mature one. In reality, GC was quite inept at managing her life, a mere layer of discernment to determine what was safe to consume, leaving the remaining 9 layers of her understanding utterly vacant. On the plane, GC repeatedly confirmed her seating arrangement, ensuring she was indeed in the right place. However, a perplexing question arose. How could Fu Yi be seated beside her? Upon seeing him, memories of the terrifying 3 days flooded GC's mind, rendering her legs weak. Gripping her handbag, she endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as she spoke. "Excuse me, could you please let me pass?" Fu Yi slightly shifted to make way for her. As GC settled into her seat, she heard his audacious whisper, laced with ambiguity. "Chasing after your husband across 1,000 miles. Can't bear to part with me." His breath brushed against her ear, provoking an uncomfortable itch. GC instinctively leaned away, coldly retorting, "You are not my husband. This seat is merely a coincidence. I did not come for you." The smile on Fu Yi's face gradually faded upon hearing her rebuttal, morphing into a smirk tinged with mockery. "GC." He called her full name, prompting her to instinctively meet his gaze. In that fleeting moment, she thought she glimpsed genuine affection in his eyes. Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion, suspecting he was merely playing the role of a passionate lover, teasing her. Over the course of their 2+ years together, such incidents had not been uncommon. GC awaited Fu Yi's next words, yet aside from uttering her name, he fell into a profound silence. GC concluded that he was indeed peculiar. Given his reticence, she refrained from approaching him with an icy demeanor, opting instead to don her eye mask and seek rest. "GC," Fu Yi called once more. On the brink of irritation from insufficient rest, GC pushed aside her eye mask to regard him, her expression one of astonishment. However, Fu Yi remained mute, teetering on the edge of self-destruction. After a brief pause, she observed the complexity in his gaze, one that eluded her comprehension. As he maintained his silence, G.C. mused silently. This individual was truly unusual. Regardless of how Fu Yi called her henceforth, G.C. chose to ignore him, even sinking deeper into slumber as he repeatedly uttered her name. Fu Yi, with a profound gaze fixed upon her tranquil sleeping face, felt an inexplicable turmoil within. The fool he had guarded for years had been quietly snatched away, and he was the last to know. G.C. slept soundly, and upon awakening, she found herself in the embrace of a hotel bed. What? She thought, bewildered. Had Fu Yi carried her down? Was she truly such a heavy sleeper? Blinking in confusion, she soon spotted Fu Yi within her field of vision. Awake? He inquired. Unlike the relaxed atmosphere of home, Fu Yi outside was wrapped tightly in layers, revealing only his hands, face, and neck. You've been asleep for an entire day, he remarked, setting down his phone and bending slightly. I'll carry you to freshen up. The food will arrive shortly. It was bewildering enough to find herself in the same hotel as Fu Yi, and now he intended to carry her to wash up? Startled, G.C. rolled to the other side, asserting, no need for you to bother, Fu Yi. I can manage myself. Without waiting for Fu Yi to say anything, she rushed into the bathroom and closed the door. Glancing at her empty hands, and then at the bathroom door, her eyes held a hint of chill. Just then, a knock echoed, and Fu Yi went to open the door. As G.C. emerged, she caught sight of the delivery person leaving after closing the door. Starving, she made her way to the dining table. Just as she was about to indulge, Fu Yi called her name again. G.C. Preoccupied with her battle against the chicken wings, G.C. merely responded with a faint indicating she was listening, hoping he would not repeat his earlier behavior of merely calling her name without further elaboration. Yet, Fu Yi indeed only called her name without additional words. However, G.C. was too engrossed in satisfying her hunger to hold it against him. Fu Yi chuckled coldly. You think too highly of yourself. G.C. pondered this. While she was undeniably beautiful, she was aware that she was not Fu Yi's type, so why would he stealthily photograph her? G.C. picked up her coat, bag, and suitcase, thanking Fu Yi as she made her way out. Thank you for today. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. As she pushed her suitcase out the door, she powered on her phone. The moment it lit up, a piece of entertainment news about Fu Yi flashed on the screen. Shock. Actor Fu travels a great distance to meet his first love and Fu Yi's prospective bride. These two trending topics occupied the first and second positions, accompanied by a candid shot of Fu Yi with his first love from behind. G.C. glanced at Fu Yi, who was gazing intently at her, as if she had committed some unforgivable crime. She thought to herself, you're busy. I'll take my leave now. From that moment, G.C. resolved to keep her distance from Fu Yi to avoid causing him any unnecessary trouble. Fu Yi? In recent days, he has set aside all his work for her. What is he so busy with? G.C. Fu Yi called to her, witnessing her explode with fury. Akin to a startled creature, her previously aloof demeanor dissipated, and Fu Yi found himself in high spirits. Such a version of her was indeed more endearing. Observing his unperturbed laughter in the face of her scolding left G.C. utterly speechless. With a dismissive remark, you're insane, she hurriedly grabbed her luggage and departed. G.C. hailed a cab and had just begun to relay her destination when Jin Yan's call came through. Yin Yan. G.C. obediently apologized. I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Today was an accident. I'm perfectly fine. Jin Yan scoffed. Had it not been for Brother Fu Yi calling to inform me that you were with him, I would have considered notifying the authorities. Do you understand? G.C. You've got some nerve. Not only did you go to Jingbei on your own, but you also took along Emperor Fu. Are you avoiding someone or indulging in a romantic getaway? Faced with Jin Yan's teasing, G.C. was perplexed. Did Fu Yi really call you to assure you of my safety? Jin Yan chuckled coldly. Otherwise, do you think you could sleep in until morning? The thought of Jin Yan calling the police sent G.C. into a state of silence. Softening her tone, she apologized. Yin Yan, I acknowledge my mistake. Today was an anomaly. It shall not recur. Jin Yan huffed. Remember what you just said. Whenever matters concerning G.C. arose, Jin Yan tended to become quite chatty. G.C. could even hear her assistant urging her from the other end. Jin Yan continued to inform her that the assistant was waiting for her at the community entrance with the keys. Chapter 3. Wait for my return. Listening silently to her sister's endless chatter, G.C. attempted several times to interject that she needed to prepare for a meeting. Yet her efforts were in vain. Having spoken at length, with everything that needed to be said now expressed, GC had informed her assistant as well. Consequently, Jean Yin decisively terminated the call. GC gazed at her phone's darkened screen and shrugged. Just then, the driver reminded her that they had arrived at their destination. Upon disembarking, she stood at the entrance of an upscale residential complex. "Miss GC, I am your special assistant, Xiao Wang." The individual approached her first, introduced himself, and handed her a set of keys. "Here are the keys to your residence." GC accepted them with gratitude and bid farewell to her assistant as she wheeled her suitcase into the complex. After a brief respite of 3 days, GC, clad in haute couture and radiating vitality, returned to her workplace. After a day filled with activity, she prepared to have lunch when the front desk called to inform her that someone with the surname Fu wished to see her. The only person GC could think of with that surname was Fu Yi. Interestingly, she had not proactively contacted or checked on Fu Yi in recent days. She wondered how he was faring with his first love. Upon opening her phone, she discovered several messages from Fu Yi sent earlier that day. The first inquired whether she had had breakfast, the second asked what she was doing, and the third, sent 10 minutes prior, wore a commanding tone. "I am outside your office. Come down. We are going to eat." Perplexed by these messages, GC pondered the situation. Hadn't they agreed to sever ties? Why did it seem he was becoming more clingy? Did Fu Yi wish to have both his past and present? After a few moments of hesitation, GC dialed Fu Yi's number. "GC," his voice came through the receiver. "Come down. I am at your office." Remaining composed, GC responded firmly. "Fu Yi, we are no longer in a relationship. Please do not contact me again." As GC feigned a desire to hang up, she was met with Fu Yi's light mockery resonating through the receiver, calling her name. "GC, let us meet. I wish to clarify matters with you." His tone bore a hint of imploring. Strangely compelled, GC agreed to the meeting. "Provide the address, and I shall come to you." Fu Yi, now a celebrated movie star with a legion of fans, was keen to avoid trending on social media. He had chosen a restaurant renowned for its discretion. Today, Fu Yi was dressed not in his usual meticulously tailored suit, but in casual attire. As he lifted his gaze from across the table, their eyes met in the air, and Fu Yi broke into a radiant smile. "Come here," he beckoned with a wave of his hand, his smile unwavering since her arrival. GC shook off her scattered thoughts and approached him. She intended to take a seat opposite him, only to find him standing up gallantly to pull out the chair beside him. GC hesitated for a moment before settling down. Judging by the timing of her arrival, Fu Yi had already placed their orders. No sooner had GC taken her seat than the waiter arrived punctually with the dishes. As she gazed at the array of her favorite foods laid out before her, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. Their contract had lasted 3 years, during which Fu Yi had been the perfect boyfriend, never engaging in flirtations with other women, remembering her physiological cycles, her culinary preferences, desserts, fruits, and a myriad of other details. At times, GC entertained the notion that Fu Yi genuinely cared for her, rather than merely indulging in her company to stave off loneliness. As he placed a piece of fish, expertly deboned, into her bowl, he inquired, "What are you thinking? You seem lost in thought." GC lowered her gaze to the fish in her bowl, grappling with her inability to comprehend Fu Yi. Did their current interaction resemble that of two people who had grown apart? Fu Yi cast a glance at GC, remaining silent as he attentively served her food. After their meal, GC propped her chin on her hands and looked at Fu Yi, her demeanor turning serious as she spoke. "If you have something to say, please do." Fu Yi took a tissue to wipe his mouth, his expression also becoming grave. At that moment, the sound of a phone ringing pierced the air. Both of them shared the same ringtone and instinctively glanced at their devices. It was Fu Yi's phone, not wanting to miss this opportunity to clarify things. He was about to decline the call when he hesitated upon seeing the caller ID. GC noticed his reluctance and immediately thought of his first love. "Why aren't you answering?" she inquired, gazing at him quizzically. After a few moments of hesitation, Fu Yi ultimately chose to reject the call. Before he could speak, the phone rang again. GC, intrigued, glanced at the screen and understood immediately. "You should answer it. It must be something important," she advised. Fu Yi paused for a moment before picking up the call. Although he did not activate the speakerphone, their proximity allowed GC to hear the anxious and panicked voice of Chu Sui on the other end. "Fu Yi, I think someone is following me. Please help me." Fu Yi turned to GC, who graciously encouraged him. "Go ahead." He then instructed Chu Sui, "Send me your address." As GC watched Fu Yi hurriedly depart, her lips pressed tightly together. Her heart ached slightly, yet this discomfort was something she could endure. GC was preoccupied, too busy to dwell on Fu Yi. Occasionally, When she found herself alone at night, thoughts of him would surface, pondering whether he was engaged in tender moments with Chu Sui. However, such feelings would be swept away by fatigue, and by the next day, she had forgotten them entirely. Half a month later, GC learned about the events surrounding Fu Yi through trending news. It turned out he had been injured and hospitalized while rescuing Chu Sui. The media extensively reported on their poignant love story. Initially, fans from both sides lamented the loss of their beloved partners, but gradually, they were moved by the enduring nature of the couple's romance and began to accept the reality of their union. In contrast to the fans' sorrow, the shippers jubilantly brandished placards, clamoring for the couple to hastily marry at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Only the detractors and obsessive fans continued to prattle on about their unworthiness. GC placed a hand on her heart, reassuring herself that they were always meant to be together. Their current situation was merely a return to rightful ownership. Perhaps due to their twin connection, Jin Yin called her via video. GC answered, instinctively smiling, but was mercilessly interrupted by Jin Yin. Stop smiling. It looks awful. The smile slowly faded, leaving her expression blank. GC inquired, are you busy with work? Busy, Jin Yin replied, as she was eating. Did you see the trending news about Fu Yi and his first love? I just saw it. GC spoke honestly to her sister. Jin Yin swallowed a piece of rib. I ordered lunch for you. It should arrive soon. Remember to eat. Just as Jin Yin finished her sentence, her assistant knocked on her office door. Upon entering, the assistant announced, President, your lunch has arrived. Thank you, she replied. The assistant placed the meal down and exited. The sisters continued their conversation, with Jin Yin doing most of the talking while GC listened. As the video call was about to conclude, Jin Yin called out her full name, GC. GC, annoyed, retorted, how impertinent. I am your elder sister. Chapter for someone is following her through the screen. Jin Yin's exasperated gaze reached GC. If you weren't my sister, would I care so much? GC found herself at a loss for words. GC. Some people never truly belong to you. Even fleeting joys are often borrowed. I do not wish to see you entangled and harmed. Jin Yin's words sent a shiver through GC, illuminating her thoughts. She vaguely began to comprehend something. As Jin Yin ended the call, she remarked, my sister is exceptional. Fu Yi is unworthy of you. GC sighed in resignation. Then who is worthy of me? No one, Jin Yin replied with utmost seriousness. In Jin Yin's heart, GC was extraordinary. No one could match her. GC chuckled softly. Do you wish for me to remain single for a lifetime? Jin Yin maintained her serious demeanor. If it pleases you, that would not be impossible. All right. I must eat now, GC interjected, ending the call. Holding her warm phone, she glanced at the lunch on her desk, a faint smile gracing her lips. Initially uncertain, she drove in circles, the car closely tailing her, confirming that they were indeed following her. Yet, she remained oblivious to their identities and their motives for stalking her. GC drove to the police station, and upon seeing the police presence, the car behind her departed. She lingered outside the station for quite some time before finally leaving. In the ensuing days, GC noticed that wherever she went, she was shadowed by someone. Despite their varied appearances and disguises, GC was certain she was being followed. Remaining passive was unwise. She needed to discern whether these pursuers were friends or foes. Before the end of her workday, GC exchanged her formal suit for a sleek black tracksuit. Her fair complexion contrasted sharply with the dark attire, accentuating her alabaster skin. She drove leisurely to the outskirts, where the absence of surveillance cameras offered a more convenient setting for their clandestine dealings. On the empty, desolate road, GC parked her vehicle and took her time exiting, carefully donning her wrist and knee guards to minimize any potential injuries during the impending altercation, a promise she had made to Jin Yin. Inside the van behind her, two bald men exchanged glances. Companion A voiced his suspicion. I can't shake the feeling that she has noticed us. Companion B swiftly smacked Companion A on the head, dismissing the thought as overly paranoid. Turn the car around. Let us go. Companion A, still bewildered, responded with a meek "oh," just as the sounds of the engine starting and a knock on the window coincided. Startled, A and B glanced outside to find GC smiling radiantly at them through the window. Her smile, undeniably beautiful, contrasted sharply with her intimidating demeanor, causing the duo to shudder in fear. It was evident she had come prepared. Drive quickly, B urged. Yet before the engine could even roar to life, a delicate hand swung open their car door, swiftly snatching the keys from their possession with a speed that was almost deafening. In a tone that brooked no argument, Laced with an authority that sent shivers down their spines, she proposed, "Shall we step outside to chat?" A and B felt a wave of despair wash over them. Though phrased as a question, her tone left no room for negotiation. Being in the outskirts with their keys now firmly in GC's grasp, the two had no option but to comply and exit the vehicle. Observing the prepared GC, they felt that the chances were slim. GC seemed oblivious to the subtlety between the two and coolly inquired, "Why are you following me?" As she spoke, she shook the car keys between her slender fingers, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Exchanging glances, A and B suddenly surged towards GC, firmly believing that two robust men could easily overpower a delicate young lady. However, reality proved otherwise. Before they could even approach her, she swiftly delivered a kick to their calves, causing them to lose their balance and crash to the ground with a thud, the sound echoing ominously along the road. Their cries reverberated, creating an unsettling atmosphere. GC looked down at the two, who were now bowing in submission, and smiled. What a pity. What a pity about what? As they struggled to comprehend. They lifted their heads, only to see GC heading towards their car. At that moment, their not-so-intelligent minds seemed to awaken. They realized what she intended to do. Ignoring the pain in their calves, they staggered toward her, stammering, We have something to say." As they turned, GC held their phones, arms crossed, and tossed out two words, "Speak up." From their mouths, she learned that they were employees of a detective agency, hired at a high price to follow her and report her every movement. "Is that all?" GC frowned. The two, anxious, insisted, "That's truly all there is. We are speaking the truth." GC pressed further. "Was the client male or female?" The two looked perplexed. "We don't know. Our boss was in contact with that person. We were merely following orders." GC unlocked their old mobile phone, surprisingly discovering that it still possessed a protective firewall. After tinkering for a few minutes, she successfully deciphered the device's password, revealing a plethora of mundane numerical user accounts. Within the contacts, she located her boss's note and opened their correspondence. Confirming their previous claims, they were solely beholden to their employer. The duo's height afforded them a clear view of GC's actions, and upon witnessing her breach the phone's defenses, astonishment filled their eyes. It appeared that this pampered young lady was not without her talents. Fortunately, they had not lied just moments prior. After perusing the contents, GC extinguished the screen and inquired, "Are you interested in changing jobs?" The salary would be 5 times your current pay. Presently, their base salary was a modest $2,200 a month, with commissions barely nudging it over $4,000. Not to mention, 5 times $2,200 was indeed a lucrative offer, especially if additional commissions were in the offing. Really? The duo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In this world, while money may not be omnipotent, the lack of it is indeed a formidable barrier. GC nodded affirmatively, of course. Eagerly, they nodded in agreement. But then posed the question, "What exactly would you have us do?" They pondered, realizing that aside from following others, they were uncertain of their capabilities. "Simply continue with your current tasks," GC replied. "Assist me in uncovering those who are investigating me." Was this a game of counterintelligence? They were spies within spies. "Will you keep your word?" A asked. "As a sign of your sincerity, could we possibly receive 2 months' salary in advance?" GC returned their phone and gestured for them to enter the vehicle. "Come with me." Chapter 5. Alleviating his loneliness, GC withdrew a sum of cash from the ATM, equivalent to 2 months' salary. The surplus would be shared between them. The two stood there, holding a bundle of freshly minted bills, momentarily stunned. It was the largest amount of money they had ever seen. The scent of the currency filled their nostrils, and as they exchanged glances, their eyes gradually glistened with emotion. "Thank you," they murmured in unison. AB introduced themselves to GC. A was Qinshan, and B was Qin Peng. They were cousins. In light of the monetary exchange, they proclaimed that their ancestors had consented to this arrangement. Before departing, they earnestly expressed their gratitude to GC. She thought, she provided the money. They were to serve her. What was there to thank her for? The two expressed their concerns about her acceptance, leaving messages to identify themselves. Once GC approved, Qinshan added her to a small group. GC sent a series of 3 question marks. Qin Peng replied, "Hee, for safety reasons, we both acquired new phones and numbers to add you," followed by their new contact details. GC responded with a nonchalant, "There was no need for that." However, the two were insistent. With a resigned shrug, she exited the chat. Just as she was about to turn off her phone and retire for the night, a video call from Fu Yi popped up. Gazing at his profile picture, her thoughts began to unwind. She had noticed on social media that Chu Sui was filming on set, meaning they were temporarily in a long-distance relationship. Was Fu Yi reaching out to her at this moment to help alleviate his loneliness? A wave of helplessness washed over her. When another video call came through from Fu Yi, she swiftly ended the call and blocked him. Less than a minute later, Fu Yi attempted to call her. Oh. And she had yet to block his number. Unable to reach her own number, Fu Yi resorted to calling her from an unfamiliar phone. After GC's unfortunate demise, she promptly set her phone to reject unfamiliar calls, finally relishing the tranquility that enveloped her. The turmoil instigated by Fu Yi had entirely dissipated her drowsiness. She harbored affection for Fu Yi, a love that blossomed during her youthful awakening. While her family and friends often remarked upon her lack of emotional intelligence, she alone was aware that her emotional acumen was finely attuned, albeit solely in relation to him. She always believed herself to be unique in Fu Yi's eyes, for he treated her with exceptional kindness. Others often mistook her for Jin Yan, yet he could effortlessly distinguish between the two of them. However, the innocence of childhood friendships could not withstand the onslaught of reality, just as she mustered the courage to integrate him into her life as plans. The news of his romantic involvement reached her ears. She concealed herself for an extended period, ultimately succumbing to his request. At that moment, she secretly thought, what if he recognizes my feelings? Yet, in the end, it was her longing that proved to be excessive. That night, GC tossed and turned, only drifting into slumber around 3 in the morning. The following day, she gazed into the mirror, noting her haggard appearance, accentuated by dark circles under her eyes, and sighed in resignation. As she opened her door, a shadow lunged towards her. GC reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading the attack and swiftly subduing the intruder. With a resounding thud, the floor trembled beneath her feet. The shadow, whom she had toppled, clutched its abdomen, emitting pained groans. It was then that GC recognized the identity of her assailant, Fu Yi, clad in a hospital gown, who ought to have been recuperating in a medical facility. Lying on the cold floor, his pallid complexion and furrowed brow betrayed his suffering as he struggled to raise his head to meet GC's gaze, weakly uttering, "CC." Just as he called out, he succumbed to unconsciousness. As GC leaned closer, she discovered that not only was he bleeding from his wounds, but his entire body was also feverishly warm. Without hesitation, she dialed 120. Her residence was in close proximity to the hospital, and the ambulance arrived promptly. Coincidentally, Fu Yi was receiving treatment at their hospital, and the attending physician was familiar with him. "Are you his?" Xing Zhou inquired. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Would it be possible for you to accompany us? We require a familiar signature." Xing Zhou's once gentle demeanor swiftly transformed into one of cold indifference. His gaze directed at GC imbued with unmistakable hostility. GC sensed this animosity. She merely cast a glance in his direction before contacting Fu Yi's assistant, her tone devoid of warmth and compassion. Whatever happened to the amiable neighborly sister? After notifying the assistant, GC proceeded to her workplace, yet as the day unfolded, an unsettling anxiety loomed over her. How was Fu Yi faring? At the hospital, following a successful resuscitation, Fu Yi regained consciousness around noon. The assistant darted about, leaving Fu Yi and Xing Zhou alone in the room. One reclined partially, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the ceiling, while the other sat at the bedside, meticulously peeling an apple, the skin remaining perfectly intact. "Are you still thinking of that little neighbor, or your first love?" Xing Zhou mused, offering small morsels of apple to Fu Yi's lips. "Would you like a bite?" Fu Yi turned his face away, silently declining. "Not eating? Then I shall partake myself." Not only did he eat, but he also recounted the events of the morning to Fu Yi. "Do you know how cold and ruthless your little neighbor was after you fainted this morning?" Upon hearing the mention of the little neighbor, Fu Yi finally reacted. He turned toward Xing Zhou, his pallid face etched with anger. "Do not speak ill of her." Witnessing his fierce protectiveness, Xing Zhou was left utterly speechless. "What do you care about others?" They remained indifferent even when they witnessed your suffering. As for Fu Yi, the little neighbor, Xing Zhou had never met him. Yet he often heard about him from Fu Yi. Even during his interactions with Chu Sui, the person he mentioned the most was not Chu Sui, but GC. At that time, he relentlessly pursued him, accusing him of being a scoundrel, leading a double life. Get lost. Fu Yi found Xing Zhou exceedingly annoying. Xing Zhou put down the fruit knife and smiled cheerfully. "I won't leave. Can you teach me, Emperor Fu?" It was only at this moment that he could poke fun at Fu Yi, and such a splendid opportunity was not to be missed. Looking at the cheeky Xing Zhou, Fu Yi's earlier irritation faded away as a radiant smile graced his face. Sensing something amiss, Xingzhou heard Fu Yi say, "The day before yesterday, my aunt asked if I knew any suitable girls for marriage and wanted me to introduce one to you. I told her." Xingzhou conceded, "Stop. Let's talk this over. I suddenly remembered that I have a consultation to attend, so I'll take my leave. Please rest well. I'll visit you again when I have the time." Watching Xingzhou flee in haste, Fu Yi scoffed, "Coward." As he laughed, the smile vanished. The room was eerily quiet, save for the sound of machines. Fu Yi's thoughts drifted far away. What was GC doing now? Why had he blocked him? Did he ever think of him? The yearning to see GC surged within him, prompting Fu Yi to pick up his phone and call GC. The cold, mechanical voice echoed back, infuriating him enough to hang up. His assistant, drenched in sweat, entered the room and cautiously called out, "Ego." Fu Yi extended his hand for the phone. The assistant unlocked it and handed it to Fu Yi. GC extracted her assistant's phone number from the confines of a secluded space and successfully connected with GC. "Hello?" GC's melodious voice resonated through the receiver, instantly alleviating Fu Yi's overwhelming pain. "CC, you have wounded me. Will you not come to see me?" The assistant widened her eyes in astonishment at Fu Yi's audacious remark. Chapter 6. You truly are remarkable. GC was taken aback by Fu Yi's immediate accusation. Gripping her phone in silence for an extended moment, she finally found her voice and solemnly reminded him, "Fu Yi, our contract has concluded. Please refrain from making such misleading statements in the future." Recalling the fabricated boyfriend she had conjured, GC added, "My boyfriend would be displeased to hear that." Fu Yi's breath hitched, and without a moment's contemplation, he retorted, "Now you are concerned about your boyfriend, yet when you were involved with me under a contract, did you ever consider how I might feel?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. He was reluctant to speak harshly to her, but he had been genuinely infuriated. Had he not treated her well? Why could she still seek companionship in other men? GC stood utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that he truly felt sorrow over her seeking another? She quickly dismissed the notion. What he had long awaited was his first love. The 2 years spent with her had merely served as a shield against his family's pressure to marry, allowing space for his first love. Casting aside the remnants of hope, GC apologized. "I did not consider this matter thoroughly. I am sorry." The flicker of light in Fu Yi's eyes extinguished in an instant. GC was not one to easily concede defeat. Apologizing to him now was not out of concern for his feelings, but rather a desire to prevent him from continuing to entangle her. Fu Yi called GC's full name with a complex tone, dismissing her with a remark, "You truly are something." She had trampled his affections underfoot as if they were mere refuse. If he were to soften his heart again in the future, he would be nothing more than a fool. GC gazed at her phone's darkened screen, lost in contemplation. What was Fu Yi really implying? His recent anger had given her the illusion that his feelings for her ran deep. Suddenly, the screen illuminated, revealing entertainment news about Fu Yi. After developing a unique sentiment towards him, he seemed to pervade her entire world. Even her entertainment news revolved around him alone. Without his presence, it felt lacking. At that moment, a trending headline flashed on the screen. How deeply must one love to risk everything and shield her from harm? Upon clicking, there were not only written accounts, but also videos for corroboration. Her thumb hovered over the screen, hesitant to proceed. Previously, she would have scoffed at such melodrama. Yet, upon seeing the youthful visage on the cover, her blood ran cold. She could no longer deceive herself. If she had resolved to sever ties, then it must be done completely. GC retrieved Fu Yi's mother's number and dialed. A bittersweet smile graced her lips. Fu Yi was about to marry, but the bride would not be her. "Auntie," GC spoke softly, a tone reserved for trusted elders. Fu Yi's mother held GC in high regard, having been ecstatic when she learned of their relationship, even dragging her husband to a temple in the countryside to pray. "You say?" she responded, her excitement palpable. Just the thought of Fu Yi's proposal made his mother's smile widen uncontrollably. After a brief moment of hesitation, GC no longer wavered and straightforwardly revealed the truth to her. "Auntie, I have broken up with Fu Yi. I wanted to inform you." "Goodbye, Auntie." Fu Yi's parents had always treated her kindly, often boasting to others, "This is my future daughter-in-law, beautiful and capable." However, no amount of affection from them could alter the reality that their son did not love her. Fu Yi's mother glanced at her caller ID and, from connection to disconnection, barely took 20 seconds. She was taken aback. They had broken up? The daughter-in-law she thought was within her grasp had flown away? Remembering the recent sensational entertainment news, Fu Yi's mother called her wayward son. Upon learning that GC had unilaterally announced their breakup to his mother, Fu Yi was infuriated and smashed his phone. As his assistant picked up the shattered device, he witnessed Fu Yi hastily remove his phone and recklessly sprint outside. Alarmed, the assistant chased after him, calling out, "Yi good. Calm down. Don't do anything foolish." Just as GC emerged from a meeting room, she learned that Fu Yi was causing a scene at the company looking for her. Puzzled, she wondered why he would seek her out after such a dramatic announcement. Surely, there would be media coverage of his public outburst. Did he not fear misunderstandings from his first love? Upon checking her phone, she confirmed her suspicions. Articles disparaging him while glorifying her were rampant. Adjusting her glasses with a composed expression, GC instructed Xiao Wang, "No matter the cost, ensure those articles are retracted." "Understood, President," Xiao Wang replied before departing to contact the media. GC then proceeded to the reception area to meet Fu Yi. He sat there, his frail figure a stark contrast to the usual vigor, while his assistant continued to chatter anxiously beside him, yet he remained indifferent, eyes closed. As GC pushed open the door, she found Fu Yi awakening with a start, his eyes wide. Before she could discern the emotions swirling within them, she noticed him donning a pitiful expression. The assistant, upon seeing her, appeared as though she had encountered a beacon of hope, exclaiming excitedly, "Miss GC, please persuade Ego. He is still injured, and running around is detrimental to his recovery." GC, with a serious demeanor, suggested, "At this moment, it would be far more effective for you to seek out Chu Sui to persuade him." The mention of this name reminded the assistant that Fu Yi had indeed sustained injuries while rescuing his first love, causing a wave of awkwardness to wash over her. Should one even speak of it? EG's actions certainly seemed rather unfaithful. He seemed to cherish Xizong deeply. It was willing to risk everything for his first love. The assistant found herself perplexed by EG's true intentions. Stealing a glance at GC, she met her clear, tranquil gaze and awkwardly managed a smile. "Miss GC, perhaps there are deeper reasons for EG's behavior." Fu Yi, with a slight curl of his lips, suddenly exclaimed, "Woof, woof, woof." GC and the assistant exchanged bewildered looks, their minds collectively echoing. Has he lost his mind? Suppressing her astonishment at his sudden canine mimicry, GC gazed at him. Their eyes locked, her expression one of utter confusion, while Fu Yi's eyes reflected only her image. She understood his stubbornness and knew he would not easily relent. So she declared, "I will accompany you to the hospital. However, you must heed my advice and take proper care of your injuries." Upon hearing her words, Fu Yi's previously ashen face brightened with a glimmer of hope. "Really?" "Indeed," GC replied with a slight nod. Upon witnessing Fu Yi's bloodied abdomen, Xingzhou scolded in disdain, "Are you out of your mind? After all these years, I still cannot comprehend Fu Yi. If one were to claim he was moving towards a new relationship, how could he simultaneously risk everything for his first love?" Chapter 7. May I come in? It is said that one cannot forget their first love, yet it seems as if there is no such thing for Fu Yi. He cast a cold glance at Xingzhou, who instinctively recoiled, surrendering with a meek, "I was wrong. I'll be quiet." Out of pity for the bloodied man, Fu Yi refrained from striking him, as he observed GC boarding the ambulance, which then slowly pulled away. Fu Yi could no longer maintain his composure and succumbed to unconsciousness. Xingzhou furtively glanced at GC, who appeared aloof, showing no signs of concern for Fu Yi's condition. Upon awakening in the hospital, Fu Yi immediately sought GC's presence. The ward was desolate, with nothing but himself and the beeping machines. His face darkened with fury, this little deceiver. Suddenly, the door to the ward swung open. Lost in thoughts of GC, the little trickster, he heard the door creak and, in a fit of irritation, bellowed, "Get out." GC, who had half entered the room, halted in her tracks and silently retreated. Just as she was about to close the door, Fu Yi called her by her nickname, CC. He quickly followed with a disjointed apology. "CC, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was yours. I thought it belonged to someone else. I was wrong. Please, come in." GC peered through the crack of the door, perceiving the sincerity in his apology. Yet, it was inopportune for her to remember that he was an exceptional actor, one who had received accolades from many esteemed figures in the industry. If he wished to perform for her, he could make her question her very existence. This suspicion, though unwarranted, unexpectedly surfaced. She pressed her lips together, silently gazing at Fu Yi from a distance. The emotionally stirred Fu Yi found himself under her unfamiliar gaze, causing his smile to gradually fade, replaced by a look of sorrow. "Do you doubt me? Do you question the authenticity of his feelings?" GC, unable to bear the weight of his distress. Was at a loss for words to offer her solace. Suddenly aware of the warmth in her hand, she recalled her purpose for coming and raised the food container, inquiring, "May I come in?" Fui replied in a subdued tone, "You need not be so cautious." He regretted his previous actions. GC approached with the food container, explaining, "Your manager is preoccupied with the news you left behind, and your assistant was just called away by Xingzhou. I borrowed Xingzhou's kitchen to prepare this soup for you." Xingzhou's unit was conveniently located next to the hospital, allowing her to utilize his kitchen to make a pot of soup for Fui. Fui silently chastised himself for his lack of resilience, realizing that this little trickster had him wrapped around her finger with just a bit of sweetness. GC presented the soup before him, to which he brazenly remarked, "I'm in pain all over." It was as if he implied that his hand ached so much that only she could alleviate his discomfort by feeding him. GC promptly placed the soup in his hands, sincerely suggesting, "We should refrain from overly intimate gestures. It wouldn't look good if we were caught." Her disapproval extinguished Fuyi's good spirits. He set the soup aside and, seizing the moment while she was distracted, drew her closer. As GC collided into his embrace, she braced herself against the edge of the bed, careful not to fully crash into him. The moment he spoke, however, GC cleverly wriggled free from his grasp to inspect his injection site. Her gaze turned frigid as she looked at Fui. The latter, met with her penetrating gaze, understood that her anger was genuine and pitifully attempted to appease her. "I was wrong." "Wrong about what?" GC asked coldly, arms crossed. Fui, bewildered, instinctively admitted his fault upon encountering her frigid stare. As for where he had erred, did it even need to be articulated? A simple acknowledgment of his mistake would suffice. Upon seeing the confusion in his eyes, GC realized he was utterly oblivious to his transgression. Rubbing her temples in frustration, she turned her gaze toward Fui, her expression now clear and composed. "Fui, do you still remember what you said back then?" Fui pressed his lips together in silence. He certainly recalled his own words. At that moment, when he heard her family was introducing her to potential suitors, he had impulsively suggested that particular course of action, leading to his current predicament where he yearned to explain but was at a loss for words. Since they had initially agreed upon this arrangement, now that they had parted ways, the most prudent course of action was to refrain from disturbing one another. Wouldn't you agree? Fui always engaged in actions that filled her with both hope and despair. He persistently sought to retain her, creating the illusion that he loved her. Yet, when he turned away, he could still shield his first love from harm. With this thought, GC's resolve hardened. She spoke. "Fui, for whom did you sustain those injuries? Go seek them out. Do not disturb me any longer. I refuse to live under scrutiny." After a brief pause, she continued, "I am not a mere tool for your amusement. She is a person with feelings capable of pain." GC truly meant what she said. She would not interfere with Fui anymore. Yet, in this age of ubiquitous connectivity, no matter how busy she became, avoiding her phone and news, she would inevitably stumble upon him at some point, gleaning updates on his life. They neither deleted friends nor blocked anyone's number, yet they remained estranged from one another. An elusive harmony. Upon hearing the word charity, she simply replied, "Go ahead." "Very well." The assistant departed to summon the makeup team to assist GC with her makeup. For some inexplicable reason, the scent of the cosmetics made her feel nauseous. The makeup artist, noticing her discomfort, inquired with concern, "Miss GC, is your stomach acting up?" Without familial oversight, GC often neglected her meals, leading to some gastric issues. The makeup artist's words dispelled her lingering doubts. "Perhaps. I'll just have some warm water." After the warm water settled in her stomach, the queasiness dissipated. GC instructed, "Please continue." Just as the makeup artist completed her work, GC could no longer suppress the nausea rising from the depths of her throat and leaned over the trash can to vomit. The makeup artist, an elderly woman, stood in stunned silence for a moment before moving closer to pat GC's back, kindly asking, "Miss GC, when did your menstrual cycle begin?" At this, GC trembled, a wave of panic coursing down her spine. It was impossible. They had always taken precautions, and for the past 2 years, there had been no mishaps. An unexpected occurrence post-breakup was unlikely. GC fought to deny it, yet the fear within her was insurmountable. What if? What if she were? What should she do? Observing the myriad of emotions crossing her face, the makeup artist chose her words carefully, advising, "Regardless of whether it's a stomach issue or something else, you ought to visit a hospital for a checkup. If you are ill, seek treatment. If not, you will find peace of mind." An hour later, GC postponed her work and went to the hospital alone for an examination. Chapter 8. You are pregnant. She is now awaiting the results. GC. The nurse is calling her name. GC numbly stands up and follows the nurse into the doctor's office. GC. The doctor calls to confirm. Yes, she responds, only then realizing the tremor in her voice. You are pregnant, the doctor announces. On her way here, GC had meticulously calculated her menstrual cycle, and it seemed almost certain. Yet, hearing it now feels like a thunderclap on a clear day. The doctor, accustomed to the many who come seeking abortions, asks matter-of-factly, do you want to keep it or not? Your data is excellent. This child can be kept. If you choose not to, it should be resolved quickly, as a later stage could pose risks to your health. Can I think about it? GC hesitantly asks, looking at the doctor. Of course. However, a prompt decision is advisable, as you are already 2 months along. Any further delay may be detrimental to your well-being. Dazed, she exits the hospital. While crossing the street, she almost steps into traffic, oblivious to the red light. A high school student grabs her arm, saying, Sister, it's a red light now. GC instinctively smiles at him and thanks him. Thank you. The student blushes, waving his hands dismissively. It's nothing, really. And, sister, if you don't want to smile, don't force it. You look lovely when you smile, but it seems like you're not truly happy right now. Not happy. Even a child can see that she is not living joyfully at the moment. But how can one find happiness? She feels as if she is ensnared in confusion. What, in your view, constitutes happiness? GC curiously inquires. The middle school student scratched his head and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, I wish I could wake up naturally without having to complete so much homework. GC was amused by his words and momentarily considered adopting a lecturing tone typical of adults. However, reflecting on her own struggles, she questioned her authority to impart wisdom to others. Sister, she thought, and her mood lightened. Though I long to wake up at my leisure and often lament the sheer volume of assignments I must tackle, I am acutely aware of the necessity to strive diligently. I cannot disappoint my mother's expectations. Suddenly, and quite unexpectedly, GC inquired, What about your father? She looked apologetically at the middle school student. However, he was not offended. Instead, he spoke with a sense of pride. My father was a firefighter, and he tragically passed away during a mission. I am the result of my mother's unwavering determination to keep me. His pride in his parents was palpable. GC gazed silently at the middle school student, whose eyes were glistening with unshed tears. Unable to contain her compassion, she gently touched the top of his head and reassured him, You will be just fine. The student turned to her, flashing a bright smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Sister, no matter what happens, you must live well. Sister, my mother is here to pick me up. I must go now. Goodbye, sister. GC watched as the child ran towards the woman on the electric bicycle, whose face bore the marks of wind and sun. Yet, as she looked at her approaching child, her gaze was tender and filled with warmth. It was the maternal love that GC had always yearned for but never received. She could have chosen to terminate the pregnancy and allow her child to live a different life, yet she did not. Her child had been raised with great care and affection. Those who find themselves in adversity do not surrender. Why would she forsake her own child? Once the decision was made, GC felt an immense sense of relief. In truth, she had long harbored the answer within her, had she not? Having resolved to keep the child, GC began her preparations. She was certain that she would not disclose the child's existence to Fu-yi. He had his first love, on the cusp of marriage, and she possessed an imaginary fiancé. So be it. Upon returning to her vehicle, GC received a call from Qingjun. Several calls had gone unanswered. Suddenly, she recalled the task she had assigned to him. Had there been any developments? Hello? GC answered. Speak. Boss. Qin Peng and I just received an order from our former employer, instructing us to ensure your capture tonight. Qingjun's words carried significant weight. Kidnap me? GC questioned, bewildered. Why? Have I offended someone? Are they intending to harm me? The former employer did not specify, but I overheard him jokingly remark during a phone call, Fu-yi is truly unfortunate to have a devoted fan like you. It was still concerning Fu-yi? Does devoted fan refer to an obsessive admirer? Over the years, she had kept an eye on Fu-yi's Weibo, and indeed, there were many deranged fans who forbade him from entering into romantic relationships. Whenever he was linked to any female celebrity, they would lead the charge in demeaning her reputation. The news of her relationship with Fu-yi was common knowledge among high society, except for the fans. Those who could recognize her as Fu-yi's girlfriend must also be connected within the industry. But why would they go to such lengths to investigate her covertly? Indeed, Qin Jun did not conceal anything. Boss, you will pretend to resist, and we will cooperate to uncover the person behind this, he suggested. GC smiled confidently, dismissing the need for such elaborate measures. Her current discontentment had presented an opportunity. How could she possibly let it go to waste? Qin Jun's chubby face was bewildered. An hour later, GC found herself seated in the office of Qin Jun and Qin Ping's former boss, where a handsome man was kneeling before her. No, rather. He was being held down by Qin Jun and Qin Ping, unable to move, his hands pressed to the ground. The man's features were undeniably attractive, though his scruffy beard and unkempt hair obscured his brows, revealing only his weary eyes that seemed disillusioned with the world. He was clad in vibrant floral shorts and a matching shirt, with his flip-flops having been sent flying to the corner during GC's assault. Dressed in a black tracksuit and sneakers, GC's hair was styled high, making her appear significantly younger than her actual age. One could easily mistake her for a high school student. With one hand propping up her chin and the other tapping rhythmically on the disheveled desk, she playfully questioned the man in the shorts. So, tell me? The man spat dismissively, exuding an air of defiance as he feigned ignorance. What do you want me to say? GC raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at him. You're raising money to save your boyfriend, aren't you? The man's expression shifted dramatically, a look of despair washing over him. What do you want from me? Don't disturb him. GC frowned, indignation etched across her face. How can you think that of me? I merely wish to help you. Qin Jun and Qin Ping nodded in agreement, with Qin Jun asserting, exactly. The boss is a wealthy and benevolent person. Qin Ping echoed. If you simply tell her who intends to harm her, she could provide you with a lifeline. The man in shorts glared furiously at Qin Peng and Qin Jun, exclaiming, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Had it not been for my pity in taking you brothers in, you would likely be toiling away on a construction site. Is this how you repay your benefactor? Bringing others to repay kindness with malice? Aware of their guilt, Qin Peng and Qin Jun remained silent, allowing the tirade to unfold. With a resounding crash, GC struck the ashtray, drawing the attention of the irate man in shorts and the two brothers. They all met her gaze, which was calm to the point of indifference, causing them to hold their breath in the solemn atmosphere. GC leisurely remarked, the wages of construction workers are several times that of their current earnings. Given their imposing stature, they would undoubtedly earn even more. Thus, it is you who have shackled their opportunities for prosperity. Qin Jun and Qin Peng exchanged astonished glances. Is that truly the case? They inquired. GC's eyes were clear and assured. The brothers turned their ire towards the man in shorts, demanding, Did you not say that the business world is fraught with peril? That earning over 4,000 is already a substantial wage? With reddened eyes, Qin Jun landed a punch on the man in shorts, his fists clenched as he struggled to contain his fury, his chest heaving. The man in shorts crumpled to the ground, clutching his split lip, a cold smirk on his face. Rising, he delivered a swift kick with his long leg, shattering the desk before him. Recalling the night they had been mercilessly beaten, Qin Jun and Qin Peng dared not retaliate, retreating with hunched shoulders. GC approached the man in his undergarments, slowly crouching down, and with an ambiguous tone remarked, Perhaps I have been overly kind-hearted. Qin Ping and Qin Jun surveyed the wreckage of the table and the shattered computer, then glanced around the disheveled room, silently thinking, Boss, kindness is hardly your forte. The man in his undergarments shared the same sentiment. He coldly regarded GC, knowing that she would inevitably need something from him. He felt no fear. I initially intended to offer you money. Since you refuse, let it be. GC stood upright and called to the Qin brothers, Let us depart. The man was acutely aware of the value of money and raised his voice, I want it. Give me the money. However, since GC was their boss, they were apprehensive that any plea for mercy might implicate them, especially as they were in dire need of funds for their elder's medical treatment. Do you not wish to know who has been meticulously tracking your schedule? Do you not desire to hear what this individual might disclose next? The man in his undergarments hastily caught up to her, his tone resolute and desperate. If you provide me with 100,000 yuan, I shall reveal the subsequent developments. He observed the phone in her hand, his complexion paling. All evidence of his dealings with that individual resided within the phone. If she could unlock his password, she would undoubtedly see its contents. GC tossed the phone back to him, saying, I shall grant you another chance. At that moment, I will inform you of when to come and seize me. Qin Jun, Qin Peng, and the man in his undergarments were bewildered. Yet, GC did not require their understanding. Tonight, you shall tell them I am too cunning and have evaded capture. I am already devising a plan to ensure my abduction. Once you bring me to the location I specify, You are to leave this city immediately. The man in shorts, Qin Peng, and Qin Jun were perplexed. Why? They wondered. With such a powerful boss backing them, why would they want to leave? GC, with a serious demeanor, expressed his concern. I worry that my sister might seek revenge on you. The trio fell silent. The man in shorts inquired, are you still hung up on Fu? As the president of the detective agency, he had access to information about Fu Yi's past with GC, yet he refrained from disclosing this to those seeking such knowledge, as it commanded a different price. GC shot him a warning glance, prompting the man in shorts to promptly silence himself. Qin Jun and the others watched GC depart, their hearts racing. Qin Peng, placing a hand on his chest, asked, do we consider this a guilty conscience? Not really. At most, we're merely accomplices. The news had been lauding the partnership between Fu Yi and his first love as a beautifully crafted match, seemingly made in heaven. Were they envious? Indeed, they had grown up together. Yet after a year apart, someone else had seized the opportunity. Were they content with that? Certainly not. Otherwise, they would not have agreed when Fu Yi proposed the idea of a contractual relationship. Unrequited feelings, after all, are best kept hidden. Fu Yi, after this incident, we must reach a definitive conclusion. GC, concerned about potential repercussions on her end, decided to video call Jin Yan. On the other side, Jin Yan was in the office, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. What significant matter warrants your personal video call? If GC was the one initiating the call, it surely indicated something important. GC took a deep breath, feeling an unusual sense of tension. Jin Yan, sensing the gravity of the situation, grew increasingly curious. Jin Yan, I am pregnant. The child belongs to Fu Yi. GC almost finished her sentence in one breath, closing her eyes in anticipation of the verdict. On the other end of the video call, Jin Yan had become utterly still. It was not a mere freeze due to a poor connection. She was genuinely dazed. No, it was not her screen that was unresponsive, but rather she herself was the one unmoving, while the fervent hopes behind her stirred restlessly. Observing her state, GC called out to her, somewhat exasperated. Jin Yan. Jin Yan stirred, and a heart-wrenching scream pierced through the microphone, reaching GC's ears. G. GC, sensing the gravity of the situation, instinctively pulled the phone away, yet she was still subjected to the onslaught of Jin Yan's shrieks. Calm down, she urged. GC shot her an angry glare. How am I to remain calm? I thought your departure was merely for work. But look at what you've dragged me into. How can I find peace? Seeing Jin Yan's inability to calm down, GC was suddenly struck by a peculiar sensation. As if someone were sharing the burden of her own anxiety and apprehension, gradually, she felt less frightened and unsettled. Wait for me. I will come find you. Jin Yan commanded her assistant to procure the earliest flight, eager to confront that wretched woman. That wretched woman appeared composed on the surface, yet deep within. She was unaware of the extent of her own fear and concern. GC held her phone, managing a helpless smile. Don't rush, no matter how urgent. The flight is tomorrow. Jin Yan, noticing GC's haggard complexion due to lack of rest, felt a surge of anger and lifted her hand as if to scold her as she once did, but now, separated by the screen. And considering GC's current condition as a pregnant woman, she refrained from striking. Thus, she resorted to scolding her verbally. And so, in the dead of night, Jin Yan consumed takeout while berating GC through the phone. She scolded her for lacking common sense, for failing to protect herself while undertaking tasks. She berated her for being infatuated with love, for choosing to endure the trials of motherhood when she could have remained a dignified singleton. Amidst Jin Yan's tirade, GC maintained a smile, listening intently. Once, Jin Yan grew weary and thirsty from her reprimands. GC would gently remind her to sip warm water to soothe her throat. Chapter 10. A first encounter in early years as Jin Yan continued her scolding. Her voice softened. Are you truly ready to keep this child? GC nodded softly, affirming her decision. Just as Jin Yan was about to speak, GC interjected. You were right about something earlier. Perplexed, Jin Yan thought. What do you mean? GC elaborated. You mentioned that I possess beauty, wealth, and a prestigious family, lacking nothing. Yet, I find myself missing one crucial element. With a playful smile, she added, how can someone who has everything else be without an heir? Wouldn't you agree? Jin Yan rolled her eyes elegantly, recognizing that her reluctance to part with that scoundrel's offspring was plainly evident. Why resort to such twisted reasoning to convince yourself? GC smirked, correcting her. No, I am using it to persuade you. Jin Yan responded. Since you've decided to keep the child, have you thought about how to explain this to the Fu family? Keeping this child presents numerous challenges. For instance, if the Fu family discovers that this child belongs to Fu Yi, they will surely intervene, compelling Fu Yi to marry your sister. But she would be utterly opposed to that. Although Fu Yi is handsome and capable, his character does not match that of your strong, beautiful, wealthy sister. GC blinked, hinting at a deeper meaning. But this child is clearly my boyfriend's. How could it possibly belong to Fu Yi? In the blink of an eye, Jin Yin comprehended the implications behind GC's words. Although the wording remained the same, the meanings diverged. When the two had not yet parted ways, they indeed shared a romantic relationship. The child was undeniably conceived during GC's time with Fu Yi, yet post-breakup, Fu Yi was no longer the same. Furthermore, the notion of boyfriend had long been subtly insinuated by Fu Yi, making it less jarring when GC eventually articulated it. Jin Yin remained apprehensive. Is this truly feasible? The child is mine. Regardless of the challenges, it must be accomplished. When Fu Yi has a child with his first love, he will scarcely think of her child. Very well, it is settled. As Jin Yin observed that she had made up her mind, hesitation seemed unwarranted. They were no longer the Ji family of the past. You may proceed. The former Ji family paled in comparison to the Fu family, yet under the stewardship of the two sisters, the Ji family had risen to a level of parity with the Fu family. Moreover, they possessed another commercial empire. Should a custody battle ensue, they would not be intimidated. GC opened her mouth to refuse, but Jin Yin preempted her. You have no right to decline this matter. You must heed my words. GC timidly replied. I haven't even shown yet. I can still work. It's not that dramatic. Jin Yin thrust her phone screen towards GC's computer. Look. These are all miscarriages resulting from overwork. GC. She understood her own body well. It was not so fragile. After a long and hectic day, she was startled to realize just how hungry she had become. She resolved to step out in search of something to eat. Unexpectedly, at the entrance of the community, she encountered the hurried figure of Chu Sui. Typically, it is either trending topics or photographs. This marks the first occasion that GC encounters Chu Sui face-to-face. Upon seeing GC, who is clad in loose, comfortable home attire, Chu Sui is momentarily taken aback, her hurried steps coming to an abrupt halt. Like GC, Chu Sui is acquainted with her. Suppressing her anxiety, she greets gently, Ms. GC. GC offers a slight nod in response, hello. After exchanging pleasantries, she intends to bypass Chu Sui and depart, but unexpectedly, Chu Sui blocks her path, her expression betraying urgency as she implores, Ms. GC. Do you know where Fu Yi is? Chu Sui grasps GC's wrist, her demeanor fraught with concern. I truly have an urgent matter to discuss with Fu Yi. Could you possibly? Perhaps GC's serious countenance was too intense, for Chu Sui releases her grip. In that instant, GC's fair wrist is left tinged with a rosy hue. Chu Sui awkwardly apologizes. I'm sorry, I didn't notice my strength in my haste. This interruption has completely extinguished GC's appetite. Watching GC's retreating figure, Chu Sui clenches her teeth and reluctantly returns to her vehicle. But why should this concern her? Upon arriving at her doorstep, GC realizes she has forgotten her keys. Had she left them behind? Staring at the closed door before her, her expression turns sour. Such lapses would never have occurred before her pregnancy. Has her intellect and memory vanished along with her condition? GC stands in silence for a protracted moment before calling the property management for assistance. While awaiting their arrival, she pulls out her phone to scroll through videos. Suddenly, a message from Qingjin appears. Boss, the former boss says that person has been replaced and someone else has been sent to capture you. We are rushing over to rescue you. Be cautious and avoid traps. Just as GC reads this message, the property management arrives in haste. Apologies, Miss GC, for the prolonged wait. The property manager immediately expressed remorse. GC nodded gently, indicating that it was of no consequence, and urged him to expedite the unlocking of the door. Are you new here? She inquired, noting the unfamiliarity of this property manager, whose face was glistening with perspiration and flushed with exertion, clearly having rushed over. Though her residence was somewhat distant from the property office, it should not have taken less than 2 minutes to arrive. Moreover, to her knowledge, the property maintained vehicles for such longer distances, rendering it unnecessary for him to arrive in such a state. The property manager revealed a row of white teeth, grinning sheepishly. Indeed, I just started working here yesterday. I have quite a few keys, so it may take a moment to locate the right one. Please bear with me. His words inadvertently exposed his true identity. While it was true that he possessed numerous keys, each set was distinctly marked for individual units. eliminating the need for a prolonged search. GC chose not to confront him, opting instead to feign engagement with her mobile device, while discreetly informing Qin Jun and the others that this individual was falsely claiming to be the property manager before her, taking money to mitigate calamities. Qin Jun and his companions were in a state of agitation. They contemplated calling her, but feared it might alert the imposter, and sending a voice message was equally perilous, as they worried it might tip off the fraudulent property manager about their intentions. Consequently, they resorted to frantically tapping out messages. Meanwhile, GC noticed the status indicating that the other party was typing. After a considerable interval, she finally received a message from Qin Jun. "Boss, keep stalling. We'll be there shortly. We're on our way now." Chapter 11. Kidnapped. Since he could not find a plausible excuse to act, she decided to turn the tables. After all, the outcome would remain unchanged. The faux property manager turned around, producing a bottle of milk he had on hand, sheepishly stating, "This is all I have." GC took over, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you so much." Suddenly, she noticed a trash can had been knocked over. Turning to investigate, she felt compelled by her current role as a property manager and walked over to right the can. After securing the lid, she gratefully remarked, "I will pay you later." No sooner had the words left her lips than GC leaned against the wall, feeling faint. The faux property manager gaped in disbelief. Was the effect of the drug so rapid? Time was of the essence, and he swiftly shouldered her, making his way toward the corridor. GC, feigning unconsciousness yet uncomfortable against his shoulder, thought to herself, "What a blunder. I can only hope the lump in my stomach holds strong." Unbeknownst to the faux property manager, GC had not consumed the glass of milk, nor had she lost consciousness. She was fully aware of their route, recognizing that their destination led to the seaside. Her conjecture proved correct. The man drove her to the coast, set her down by the roadside, made a phone call, and then departed. Before leaving, he kindly draped a thin blanket over her. Left to endure the chilly seaside breeze, GC pondered. He may be untrustworthy, but throughout the journey, he maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, never taking advantage of me, repeatedly offering apologies. Now, he even provided her with a lightweight blanket, which bore the scent of milk. Was he truly malevolent, having aided her in her predicament? Life is filled with multifaceted beings. Not long after GC pretended to be unconscious, another group arrived to escort her. She felt that such an elaborate transition was unnecessary. With surveillance cameras dotting the area, it would be far from difficult for anyone with intent to locate her or them. "Don't dawdle. Quickly get her into the vehicle," she urged. As soon as the voice fell, it met the gaze of G. Siren, whose eyes sparkled with amusement. He was astonished and bewildered. "You have awakened? Is the effect of the drug so swift?" GC slowly rose, adjusting the thin blanket draped over her shoulders, and spoke with utmost nonchalance. "Take me to meet your master." The two towering men who came to retrieve her were visibly incensed by her words. GC seemed to look down upon their profession. They exchanged glances and charged toward her. In less than a minute, the two large men lay on the ground, howling in despair. GC tightened the blanket around her. The coastal breeze was strong and somewhat chilly. She looked down at the two men, asking, "Can you take me to your master now?" The men nodded vigorously. They were merely mercenaries, and the meager payment they received did not warrant risking their lives. 2 minutes later, the men sat in front, while GC reclined behind them, her legs crossed in a manner reminiscent of a formidable figure. Throughout the journey, the two men contemplated taking action. Yet each time a thought materialized and they prepared to act, they would catch GC's ambiguous smile in the rearview mirror, leaving them speechless. This woman is truly uncanny. After approximately 10 minutes, the vehicle turned into a narrow path and came to a halt in front of a modest dwelling. GC gazed thoughtfully at the house before her. What were the intentions of the one behind this facade? To confine her? "Where is your boss?" GC inquired directly. Their role was merely to accept payment, transport her to a location, and oversee her. However, GC had brazenly shattered the unspoken rules of the underworld. They now dared not employ force against her. As GC surveyed her surroundings, she suddenly asked, "Do you have any rope?" The two men, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Is that permissible?" GC gently nodded and remarked, "When one performs, it is imperative to do so convincingly. Do refrain from employing any tricks." The gravity of her final statement was laden with warning. She was willing to partake in their charade, provided they secured their remuneration. The two men pretended to bind GC, subsequently escorting her indoors. "Is there anything to eat?" GC suddenly inquired of the two men, asserting with justification, "I am famished." It was her first encounter with such characters as De Wong and Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang rummaged through his backpack and hesitantly produced a cheap piece of bread, priced at a mere 1 yuan. "This is all we have," he admitted. "Anything that can satiate my hunger will suffice." After a day filled with turmoil, fear, and a restless night, her stomach growled with desperation. Anything to quell her hunger would be welcome. As Xiao Wang extended the bread to her, he remembered her hands and feet were bound. Just as he was about to free her, she effortlessly slipped off the ropes and reached out to accept the bread from his hand. Both De Wong and Xiao Wang were taken aback by her unexpected agility. As GC nibbled on the bread, she inquired, "What are your names?" Without hesitation, the two men introduced themselves, with the plump one declaring, "I am De Wong, and this is Xiao Wang." De Wong was notably rotund, while Xiao Wang was remarkably slender. They truly lived up to their names. "You both lack professionalism," GC concluded. "Had you been diligent, you would have warned me not to ask too many questions earlier." De Wong stroked his round face and earnestly questioned, "If we had done that, would we still be alive?" De Wong and Xiao Wang responded in unison, "We thank you." One piece of bread was insufficient to satisfy her hunger, so GC requested 2 more. After consuming those, she turned her gaze towards De Wong and Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang hurriedly covered his backpack, exclaiming, "There's none left. If we give you more, we will have no provisions for our next meal." Jai Sai, with a disdainful expression, remarked, "I merely wish to inquire if you have any water. My mouth feels a bit parched after consuming 2 loaves of bread." Xiao Wang responded, "No, water is rather heavy and ill-suited for carrying. There ought to be water in this room. Fetch me some," Jai Sai commanded imperiously. Faced with Jai Sai's authoritative demeanor, De Wong and Xiao Wang felt an urge to resist, but feared the repercussions of her wrath. Thus they reluctantly trudged off to procure water for her. Soon, a vehicle arrived, and Guangxi and his companions made their entrance. Suddenly, De Wong spoke up. Earlier, De Wong and Xiao Wang had relayed their gang's information to Jai Sai. Before long, the door swung open, and Guangxi and his associates carried the unconscious Chu Sui inside, unceremoniously discarding her onto the cold, hard floor. Guangxi quipped, "Isn't it said that celebrities are typically slender and light? Why is this woman so heavy?" He chuckled, "Ha ha ha, nowadays. Which celebrity doesn't he exaggerate their true weight and height? Do you actually believe such things?" Waving his hand dismissively, Guangxi chose not to dwell on that unpleasant topic. "How are things progressing on your end, De Wong and Xiao Wang?" Given Jai Sai's formidable presence, De Wong and Xiao Wang could only pat their chests in assurance, all the while avoiding Jai Sai's gaze. "Do you truly believe we can secure the money this time? What if something goes awry?" A voice of concern emerged. Being mere ruffians who eked out a living through extortion, they were approached by someone who requested the kidnapping of 2 individuals, offering an advance of 50,000 yuan, with a promise of 150,000 upon completion. Having never encountered such a sum before, they, in a moment of impulsiveness, agreed. Chapter 12. Do not move your hand. After the initial fervor subsided, anxiety began to creep in as they contemplated the possibility of unforeseen complications. They are mere ruffians, and the police have been summoned multiple times, yet each instance proved trivial. They would be detained for a few days and then released. They lack the audacity to cause real harm. How absurd. Let us silence such ill-fated predictions. We shall surely prevail. You must ensure the safety of these 2 women while I venture out to make contact with that individual. Guangxi, the leader among them, departed to reach out, leaving only the king and the little king alongside a few men who had arrived later. He found a secluded corner and dialed the number of that person. The line rang for an extended period before being answered. The other party bluntly inquired, "Is it done?" "Yes, everyone is here. What are our next steps? Should we just keep them confined?" Guangxi asked. "Wait for Fui to arrive. You will confront him with both women and see whom he chooses." A deep, crackling voice instructed before the call was abruptly ended. Guangxi stared at the darkened screen, the message asking when will the final payment arrive, left unsent. Inside the room, the newcomers leered at GC and Chu Sui. The king and the little king sought to rein them in, warning them not to overstep. But their caution fell on deaf ears. "Is this person also a celebrity? I don't recall ever seeing them." "Which star are we talking about?" the blonde remarked, his gaze fixated upon GC's striking features. He reached out, intent on touching her face, prompting the king and the little king to avert their eyes in discomfort. Upon hearing her words, he succumbed to a rebellious impulse, dismissing his own trepidation as he reached out defiantly, saying, "What if I do touch her?" However, Before his hand could make contact with GC, his wrist twisted at an unnatural angle, causing him excruciating pain as he clutched his wrist. Rolling on the ground in agony, the pain ignited his fury, and he opened his mouth, ready to rally everyone to confront the audacious woman, determined to teach her a lesson about the consequences of provoking him. However, all his rage and bluster came to an abrupt halt when faced with GC's icy gaze. Guangxi, hearing the commotion from within, rushed in to discover his men standing to one side, opposing the woman in the corner. Despite their overwhelming numbers and all being men, she remained utterly unperturbed. She even leisurely shifted her stance, casting a cool glance over them before finally settling her gaze on Guangxi at the entrance, calmly stating, "It would be best to keep quiet." The king and little king were left speechless. Indeed, the boss was truly formidable. Facing such a multitude, she exhibited no fear whatsoever. But was this approach viable? Clearly, it was not. Guangxi, accompanied by his men, intended to teach GC a lesson. Ultimately, they found themselves enduring the very experiences that the king and little king had previously faced. The ruffians were perplexed. What kind of woman was this? Not only was she immensely strong, but she was also an exceptional fighter. It seemed that the signs of awakening were becoming evident. GC warned them, "Do exactly as the puppeteer has instructed you, understood?" The ruffians, still aching from her prior confrontation, dared not defy her. They examined their bruises, which were painful yet bore no scars. Glancing at one another, it dawned on them that they had encountered a formidable opponent. Although they did not comprehend her motives, they certainly did not dare to resist. They merely sought to earn a little money. Their lives were not worth the gamble. Witnessing the group of men inside the room, Chu Sui was engulfed by fear, yet she had to force herself to remain composed. "Are you aware that such actions are illegal?" Of course, they were aware. "If you release me, I want to report this to the authorities. You will be left unscathed." Chijui's plan was indeed captivating. These ruffians feared GC, but showed no trepidation towards Chu Sui. Guangxi let out a cold laugh. "Do you take us for fools? You have seen our faces. Who knows if you would report us the moment you step outside?" Were it not for her bound hands, Chu Sui would have raised her hands in earnest assurance, declaring her oath. As long as she emerged alive and her reputation remained intact, everything could be negotiated. Seeing their indifference, Chu Sui pressed on. "How much are they offering you?" "I will pay you double." "No, I shall offer you triple, if only you let me go." Guangxi scoffed. "You must be quite the star, aren't you? If I were to capture your downfall on camera and sell it to the media, wouldn't that fetch me a greater sum than what you could offer?" Chijui's face turned pale. It was precisely this thought that made her consider spending money to avert disaster. Was there truly no escape from this predicament? A fleeting glance caught sight of GC huddled in the corner, and her eyes brightened. GC was the eldest daughter of the G family. Should trouble arise, she had the backing of her family to ensure her survival. Yet Chu Sui was different. Lacking the privilege and capability of GC, if misfortune befell her, she would have no second chance. With this thought, her resolve hardened. Chu Sui turned to the thugs and inquired, "Do you know who she is?" "GC, the eldest daughter of the G family, a wealthy heiress and a starlet. Do you not think that an heiress holds far greater value?" With her eyes closed, GC feigned death upon hearing those words, suddenly overwhelmed by disappointment. Disappointment in Fu Yi. His judgment was not as keen as she had hoped. Guangxi and the others glanced at GC. Despite her closed eyes, they could vaguely sense the malevolence emanating from her. The bruises on her body throbbed with pain. They turned their gazes towards Chu Sui, genuinely astonished that this woman could be so ruthless, dragging another girl into peril. Noticing their hesitation to act, Chu Sui furrowed her brow. If someone had to face criticism, she wished it would not be herself, whether it was GC or another girl. As long as it was not her, she would be content. Just as she was about to speak, a commotion broke out outside, the sound of police sirens. Guangxi and the others reacted swiftly. Guangxi seized GC, a sharp knife unexpectedly appearing in her hand. Chu Sui was also hoisted up by De Wang and Xiao Wang. With a trembling hand, Guangxi, her face contorted in despair, whispered, "Miss, forgive me. This is what will happen next." She had promised to follow the original course of events, so it was not her fault, right? Guangxi felt a wave of uncertainty. Yet GC remained expressionless, allowing her actions, perhaps indicating a lack of blame. Fui kicked the door open, witnessing the knife pressed against GC's neck. His pupils dilated, and he commanded, "Let her go." Guangxi, seeing the police flood in behind him, panicked. "Don't move. None of you move." In her flurry of anxiety, The knife unconsciously inched closer to GC's carotid artery. Fu Yi halted, his gaze fixed intently on the blade at GC's throat, urging her, "Do not move your hand." Chapter 13. A self-directed performance. Seeing GC so tense, Guangzi felt a slight relief in his heart. However, it was short-lived, as he soon found himself in tears, realizing that he had merely intended to kidnap someone without causing any fatalities. Yet, thinking of the remaining money, Guangzi resolved to carry out the rest of the act. He pointed at Chu Sui and GC and asked Fu Yi, "You can only choose one of these two. Whom do you select?" Upon seeing Fu Yi arrive, Chu Sui was overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Fu Yi, you have finally come." She was certain that Fu Yi would not abandon her. Fu Yi, however, disregarded her excitement and joy, his gaze firmly fixed on GC. Despite the sharp knife pressed against her neck, she appeared unfazed, maintaining a rather awkward posture due to Guangzi's binding, yet her eyes remained calm. It was as though she were merely an observer, detached from the fact that she was the one being kidnapped. This very gaze filled Fu Yi with unease. Fearing that Fu Yi might choose GC, Chu Sui called out urgently, "Fu Yi." At last, Fu Yi turned his attention to her, but only for a fleeting moment before his gaze returned to GC. His words were a clear threat to Guangzi. "If she loses even a single hair, you will never see the outside of a prison for the rest of your life." Upon hearing this, Guangzi, feeling utterly incompetent, dropped the knife from his hand. With the threat of the weapon gone, the police behind Fu Yi surged forward, apprehending Guangzi and his accomplices. As Guangzi was led away, he cast a glance at GC. "Woo-woo, they have indeed complied with my requests, haven't they? Will she help them reduce their sentences?" Their exchanged glances were noticed by Chu Sui, stirring an odd sensation within her. Fu Yi hurried over, reaching out to embrace GC. "CC, let me see if you're injured." GC retreated a couple of steps, rejecting his embrace and concern, and at that moment, the rope in her hand slipped away. Chu Sui suddenly cast a glance at GC's wrist, exclaiming, "You were not bound?" Realizing the peculiar looks that Guangzi and the others had cast upon her moments ago, her expression grew even more bewildered. She inquired, "Miss GC, was this entire performance orchestrated by you? Was it merely to test Fu Yi?" GC's gaze shifted between Fu Yi and Chu Sui, a hint of subtle mockery in her eyes as she candidly replied, "One could say so." Originally, she intended to use the influence of a hidden figure to gauge her standing in Fu Yi's heart, seeking a definitive reason to relinquish all hope. However, when Chu Sui stepped forward to shield her from harm, she felt that everything had lost its significance. She had assumed that the person Fu Yi cherished was a paragon of virtue, yet it turned out to be nothing more than that. Chu Sui was taken aback by GC's forthright admission, left momentarily speechless. Fu Yi attempted to clarify his stance to GC, but she hastily exited the stifling space. It was then that Fu Yi turned his gaze toward Chu Sui, his eyes icy. Under the weight of his frosty stare, Chu Sui trembled involuntarily and asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Yi regarded her with profound intensity before suddenly uttering, "I find myself regretting my actions." Chu Sui, perplexed, stammered, "Huh? What do you mean?" Fu Yi echoed her words, then scoffed, "Surely you understand why I have assisted you all these years." Chu Sui's complexion shifted dramatically. She was well aware of Fu Yi's motivations for aiding her. Could it be that she would have to rely on her own resources from now on? Fu Yi left with a grim expression after uttering those words. Xing Zhou was right. Human hearts are ultimately prone to change. Outside, Qin Zhen and his brother noticed GC emerging and approached with concern, inquiring if everything was all right. GC, maintaining a cold demeanor, walked towards the vehicle, leaving them puzzled yet still following closely behind. When Fu Yi appeared and saw GC getting into the car with two men, he hastily approached and grasped her wrist, insisting that he could explain. GC lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes devoid of emotion, calm to the point of indifference. Fu Yi's heart tightened, and without further ado, he scooped GC into his arms and headed towards his own car. The ensuing matters were left to the police. Once inside the vehicle, Fu Yi locked the doors and drove away from the scene. The journey was marked by an unsettling silence. GC was disinclined to speak, while Fu Yi wished to offer an explanation but feared provoking her emotions, thus suppressing his unease and concentrating on driving. Upon returning to the city, he headed straight to the residence they had shared. The car came to a halt in the garage, and as Fu Yi turned to look, he discovered that GC had fallen asleep unbeknownst to him. He studied her delicate features, her smooth skin, long lashes, petite and exquisite nose, and slightly dry lips. He had once tasted them. They were sweet. Reflecting on their past together, Fu Yi's gaze gradually darkened with a dangerous intensity. It is often said that couples who quarrel can reconcile. Perhaps he should put this to the test? In her dreams, GC was being chased by a serpent. She typically harbored a fear of such creatures, and in her dream, she ran desperately, but no matter how fast she tried, she could not escape. Ultimately, it even slithered down her throat. The discomfort of that foreign object lodged in her throat jolted her awake. As she opened her eyes and beheld Fu Yi sprawled upon her, GC instinctively pushed him off the bed. Sitting up, she adjusted her disheveled clothing and cast a cool glance in his direction. Let us speak plainly. Refrain from inappropriate gestures. Not only was her current physical condition ill-suited for any exertion, but even if it were, Fu Yi was unequivocally excluded from her considerations. Fu Yi groaned as he rose, perching himself on the edge of the bed, reaching out to grasp her hand, but GC deftly evaded him. She averted her gaze, her expression devoid of surprise or delight, her countenance remarkably serene. Fu Yi studied her intently, hoping to discern some flicker of emotion upon her visage, yet he found nothing. With a defeated sigh, he lamented, "The one I cherish." Fu Yi. Suddenly, GC interrupted his lamentations. It was crucial for her to relinquish this attachment and forge a new path. Observing Fu Yi's face contort in panic, she offered a faint smile. "Fu Yi, I once held affection for you, a sentiment that blossomed in the tender years of youth." Before he could fully process her words, she continued, "Now, I intend to abandon those feelings." The young man she adored was pure, innocent, and upright. He was not the flawed adult who, despite knowing his errors, refrained from rectifying them. Fu Yi opened his mouth, poised to speak, yet GC preempted him. "Are you about to claim that you have your reasons?" He nodded. But GC found it rather amusing. She bluntly replied, "Then by all means, keep your reasons to yourself. I no longer wish to know." Chapter 14. Fu Yi. You truly are remarkable. Henceforth, do not seek me out again. GC rose, evading Fu Yi's outstretched hand. I do not wish for our long-standing bond to be irrevocably severed. A single remark left Fu Yi utterly flustered, prompting him to speak anxiously. GC. Do you recall that summer vacation when I was absent from your sight? GC remembered vividly. It was during that time she had just begun to realize her affections for Fu Yi. Yet, she could never muster the courage to approach him again. Surprised that he would bring this up at such a moment, she instinctively sensed there must be a purpose behind his words and asked, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" That summer, I nearly lost my life. GC finally turned her gaze towards him, a hint of sarcasm gracing her lips. Don't tell me the one who saved you was Chu Sui. Such a melodramatic trope of life debts leading to romantic entanglements seemed far too far-fetched to occur in her reality. No, Fu Yi quickly refuted. The person who saved me was Sun Yan. GC recalled Sun Yan, her neighbor from the adjacent building, a third-generation military offspring. However, he had chosen a path contrary to his family's wishes, opting for a life of crime. Seeing GC ponder the identity of Sun Yan, Fu Yi earnestly continued. There are matters I cannot disclose to you at this moment, but my relationship with Chu Sui is not as the outside world perceives. You must trust me. GC regarded him, her expression betraying no emotion. Fu Yi's heart sank further, rather than easing, as he grasped her hand, hoping to quell his own unease with her warmth. GC remained unmoved, allowing him to hold her, her words laced with a near indifference. Fu Yi, do you understand what I truly care about? Fu Yi was perplexed. What she sought was not that silent, self-righteous devotion, masquerading as concern for her well-being. She was unwilling to be that repulsive tapeworm. Whoever wished to take on such a role could do so. In truth, over the past 2 years, I have been searching for an excuse to abandon the boy I cherished, and now, I have found it. Upon hearing this, Fu Yi's heart sank into further turmoil. He grasped GC's hand in a flurry of desperation, holding it with an almost reverential urgency. "CC, could you grant me another chance?" He implored. "I will tell you everything. The reason I protected Chu Sui is that she is Sun Yan's girlfriend. You know Sun Yan. I owe him my life. He entrusted me with the care of Chu Sui, so I." Fu Yi suddenly fell silent, belatedly realizing the impropriety of his words, regardless of whom it concerned. GC's lips curled into a heightened sneer as she took the unfinished thought from him. "So you have been protecting her as her boyfriend? All the way until now? Huh. Fu Yi, you truly are remarkable." GC felt a surge of emotion on behalf of Sun Yan. Her breath became erratic, and she began to speak indiscriminately. When she needs someone to warm her bed, do you also step in to provide warmth? GC. Fu Yi called out her full name, his tone laced with anger. Observing the tears streaming down GC's cheeks, he awkwardly reached to wipe them away. I'm sorry. CC. I didn't mean to shout at you. GC pushed his hand away, maliciously imagining that when Chu Sui was sad or missed her boyfriend Sun Yan, he would also be there to dry her tears. The more she thought about it, the more she found Fu Yi utterly repulsive, to the point of feeling nauseated. Fu Yi yearned to draw closer to her. Yet upon seeing the disgust and resistance in her eyes, he felt a suffocating pain in his heart, halting his steps. What tormented him was not her aversion, but the tears cascading from her eyes. For the first time in his life, Fu Yi witnessed her crying before him, and he was the cause of her tears. At that moment, he felt a deep sense of self-loathing, for he possessed only a silver tongue when confronting the media, yet found himself utterly incapable of explaining everything to GC. GC hastily wiped away her tears, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure before finally turning to the man who had been gazing at her intently, resolutely declaring, Fu Yi, from now on, when we meet, we shall merely be neighbors, brother and sister, and that is all we shall ever be. With her back straightened, GC stepped out of her home, inhaling the stifling air that enveloped her. The oppressive heat of a summer night clung to the remnants of the day's warmth, yet it failed to penetrate the depths of her heart. Upon learning of Fu Yi's first love during the summer, she had developed an aversion to the season. Over 2 years ago, when Fu Yi suggested they try dating, her disdain for summer had waned, and she had even begun to cherish it. Now, however, she felt indifferent to the sweltering summer once more. Behind her stood GC, a heartbroken woman free to weep and be vulnerable. In public, she was the esteemed daughter of the G family, donning a flawless fade and standing tall as she walked out of the community. Each step reminiscent of preparing for a negotiation, her head held high. Trailing behind her was Fu Yi, unable to quell his concern as he followed at a distance. Observing her feigned strength, he longed to embrace her but hesitated, recalling the look in her eyes from moments earlier, and thus maintained his distance. At the entrance of the community, Qin Jun and his brother stood by their dilapidated rental van, frequently glancing into the complex. The security guard, suspecting them to be troublemakers, kept a vigilant watch. Upon spotting GC emerge, the two rushed over, calling out "Boss." As the two security guards burst out of the security booth, they overheard the conversation and inquisitively gazed at GC, inquiring, "Miss G, do you know them?" GC nodded affirmatively. "Yes, they are here to pick me up." The guards exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the extravagance of the wealthy elite. For the sake of security, the guards instructed the Qin brothers to proceed with boarding, adding sternly, "The surveillance is recording. No false information is permitted." The Qin brothers responded obediently, "We wouldn't dare." After completing the registration, the Qin brothers escorted GC away. After a whirlwind of events, GC felt both exhausted and famished, promptly inquiring as soon as she entered the vehicle, "Is there anything to eat?" The brothers shook their heads in unison. GC suggested, "Let's find a place to dine." She sank into a deep slumber, oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. It was not until Jin Yin called her that she was roused from her dreams. "GC, I am at your doorstep," Jin Yin said through gritted teeth, gripping her phone tightly. GC assumed that Jin Yin was upset for being left waiting at the door for an extended period. However, upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find not only Jin Yin but also Fu Yi, sprawled on the staircase, disheveled and unconscious. Without hesitation, Jin Yin pushed GC inside, coldly stating, "Ignore him. Let us discuss inside." Chapter 15. Affections for another. Once inside, GC dialed Fu Yi's assistant, requesting him to come and retrieve Fu Yi. Jin Yin, with a frosty demeanor, questioned, "Are you feeling sorry for him?" Jin Yin chose not to engage with her question further, and instead pulled out her phone to show GC a video, saying, "Take a look at this." GC curiously leaned in to observe the screen of Jin Yin's phone. Last night, Fu Yi hastily recorded a high-definition video, in which he personally clarified his relationship with Chu Sui on his Weibo account, prominently pinning the post. "Chu Sui and I are not in a romantic relationship. We never were in college, and we shall not be now or in the future. My affections belong to another, who was once her, and shall forever remain so." He urged the public to refrain from spreading misleading information, threatening legal action otherwise. Within mere minutes, Weibo experienced a crash, rendering the platform unusable. Eager individuals proceeded to upload the video to other platforms such as Douyin, Kuaishou, and various browsers. Both bystanders and fans engaged in fervent discussions regarding Fu Yi's situation. His name swiftly ascended the trending charts. Fu Yi denies first love identity. Fu Yi first love is another Fu Yi in possible romantic crisis upon the release of Fu Yi's clarifying video. Both his fans and those of Chu Sui struggled to accept the revelation. Initially, Fu Yi's admirers could not fathom their idol being in a romantic relationship. When they discovered that the two were each other's first loves, a sense of resistance emerged, exacerbated by the media's tendency to embellish their relationship. Gradually, fans came to terms with this narrative, only to be confronted with Fu Yi's recent denial, which claimed that those were merely fabrications by the media. Why did he not clarify sooner when the rumors first circulated? The fans of the couple, emerging from their respective factions, found this outcome largely unacceptable, leading many to declare their intention to unfollow him. The situation has escalated, with major websites inundated with discussions about Fu Yi. Various influencers have weighed in, some even speculating that Chu Sui may serve as a decoy, shielding Fu Yi from the revelations concerning his true love. Fu Yi is not without his detractors. There are those who disdain him or wish to undermine him. In this moment, they spare no effort in tarnishing his reputation. Fu Yi's fans are ardently defending him against these criticisms, eagerly awaiting his personal rebuttal. They fundamentally refuse to believe that Fu Yi is the sort of individual who would exploit others as a shield. They fought tirelessly throughout the night. Yet the anticipated star has yet to make an appearance, rendering them a mere punchline to a solitary struggle, gradually extinguishing their fervor. Only the detractors remain, reveling in their jests. However, Fu Yi remains indifferent. After posting on Weibo, he intends to switch off his phone. Unexpectedly, Xingzhou calls him, inviting him out for a drink. One drink leads to another, and soon they find themselves at GC's place. Fu Yi, anxious about GC's potential disdain, dares not knock on the door and instead sits in the hallway until Jin Yin appears. Inside, Jin Yin leans against the bathroom door, observing GC, whose expression shifts after watching the video, and inquires, "What are your thoughts after watching?" She refers to the matter of Fu Yi's first love being linked to another. Yet, GC's attention is fixated on Fu Yi's career. Does he intend to jeopardize his success with such reckless antics? After enduring so much to reach this point, how can he possibly continue if his collaborators withdraw? Jin Yin. Indeed, it seems their concerns are misaligned. Listening to her, GC suddenly falls silent. Jin Yin is correct. Regardless of Fu Yi's actions, they no longer pertain to her. GC opens his mouth, but before he can articulate his thoughts, Jin Yin interjects. Don't tell me about the neighborly obligation to assist one another. Sun Yin is also our neighbor, yet I don't see you extending such help to him. GC gazes at Jin Yin with resignation. Her resentment towards Fu Yi is quite substantial. Jin Yin corrected her. My resentment is not directed solely at Fu Yi. Rather, I harbor disdain for all men who approach you. They are unworthy of someone as splendid as my sister. GC patted her shoulder, saying, After a long day of running around, you must be exhausted. Go rest well. I have some matters to attend to and will take my leave now. Regarding last night's kidnapping, the police should have identified the individual behind it by now. Jin Yin shrugged, replying, All right, you carry on. I truly am quite fatigued from my early arrival, so I shall retire to the guest room for a nap. After GC changed her clothes and stepped outside, she noticed Fu Yi lingering at the entrance. His assistant and agent had also arrived. The agent's expression was rather grim, with pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes, likely a result of the clarifying video Fu Yi posted last night. The agent and assistant were among the few who knew of Fu Yi's affection for GC and their past relationship. When the rumors about Fu Yi and Chu Sui were rampant, the agent had advised Fu Yi to clarify matters with the media. At that time, Fu Yi had expressed a desire to see if GC would feel jealous, but the situation had ultimately fizzled out. Ms. GC, they regarded her with respect, not only because she was the eldest daughter of the G family, but also due to her connection with Fu Yi. Suddenly, Fu Yi spoke up. Are you heading to the police station? His inquiry was more of a solicitation than a question, as he matched her pace, rendering her consent or refusal unnecessary. GC glanced at him, hesitating briefly before asking, If you say that, it won't affect your work, will it? I've seen online that you've lost quite a few followers. I wonder if your partners have withdrawn their endorsements. Fu Yi remained silent for a moment before joyfully asking her, Are you concerned about me? GC chose to remain silent. However, Fu Yi had ceased to care whether she was genuinely concerned for him. At that moment, a single utterance from her could send his spirits soaring. Yet, in the next instant, He was struck by words that shattered his heart. Could you please step back? You smell quite unpleasant. Fui had always been conscious of his image in public, and previously, GC would never have so bluntly expressed disdain towards him. He never anticipated being so openly rejected today. After becoming pregnant, GC had developed an acute sensitivity to odors. Having gone out for drinks in the early hours and neglecting personal hygiene upon his return, the scent emanating from him was undeniably overwhelming, to the point of inducing nausea in her. GC, worried that Fui might discern her discomfort, endeavored to suppress her reaction. Nevertheless, the turmoil in her stomach proved insurmountable, prompting her to finally speak up. Fui, feeling both wronged and embarrassed, gazed at GC, who, unable to contain herself any longer, dashed to the trash can and began to vomit. The sudden commotion startled Fui for a few moments, before he hurried over to support her back, inquiring, "Haven't you been eating properly lately?" GC had a bad habit of neglecting her meals, which had resulted in a mild gastric ailment. Witnessing her distress and violent retching, Fui felt a mix of compassion and anger. As GC continued to vomit, she pushed him away. Chapter 16. You make me feel sick and want to vomit. The odor emanating from Fui exacerbated her discomfort. But as she opened her mouth to speak, another wave of nausea overcame her, rendering her unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Fui, misinterpreting her push, retorted angrily, "What are you being so stubborn about at a time like this?" GC, fighting back her revulsion, turned and, amidst tears and snot, shouted, "Could you please keep your distance? Your smell makes me feel sick." Fui froze, his body tense as he maintained his supportive stance for GC, momentarily forgetting his next move. The approaching manager and assistant exchanged glances upon hearing GC's words, their faces contorting in disbelief. It must be said, the aura emanating from Fui was indeed overwhelming. As employees, they dared not voice their distaste, but only GC, the eldest daughter of the G family, had the audacity to express such sentiments, even raising her voice. Fui, feeling the sting of her words, retreated 2 meters away from GC. Gradually, GC began to feel slightly better, the nausea subsiding. She caught sight of the dejected man, his head hung low, shoulders slumped, and expression somber, and could not help but let out a soft chuckle. Hearing her laughter, Fui turned abruptly to look at her. As he beheld her smile, the rarely seen dimples appeared, prompting him to break into a foolish grin himself. The manager and assistant exchanged glances, thinking, "This clumsy giant is truly a sight to behold when he smiles." Habitually, the manager took out his phone to capture the moment. Both GC and Fui immediately noticed this, turning their gazes toward the manager. Fui recalled GC's earlier bout of nausea, realizing they needed to head to the hospital before going to the police station. Concerned about the potential exposure of her pregnancy, GC was reluctant to accompany him to the hospital. She hastily fabricated an excuse, attributing her condition to catching a chill from kicking off her blanket the previous night, suggesting that eating something would suffice. With numerous media outlets lurking for news about him, she understood the implications of being photographed entering a police station could lead to unwanted complications. Fui, with a mischievous grin, teased, "Are you worried about me?" GC swiftly denied it. "No, not at all." Fui, still smiling, leaned closer to her, but she raised her hand in refusal, saying, "Do not come near me." The smile on Fui's face gradually faded. In the next moment, GC once again doubled over, retching into the trash can. The agent observed GC's retreating figure. Lost in thought, Fui was thoroughly hurt and dared not approach any closer. Instead, he called upon the agent to assist her. Sister Wang stepped forward to gently pat GC's back. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously remarked, "Miss G, your intense vomiting seems less indicative of a gastric issue and more reminiscent of morning sickness." Sister Wang astutely sensed the tension in GC's back beneath her palm. A sudden jolt of realization struck her. Could it be true? Perhaps she had merely caught a chill yesterday. Wang admonished herself not to overthink. GC valiantly stifled the nausea rising in her throat, straightening her posture and adjusting her appearance. Although their voices were low, Fui heard every word distinctly. He recalled GC's life in the past months. After their separation of over 2 months, he was uncertain whether her cycle had remained consistent. If it had not, his gaze darkened as he focused on GC's abdomen, leading to only one possible conclusion. GC sensed Fui's awareness and, fearing further entanglement, hastily bid farewell and exited the community. The Chin brothers awaited her outside. Once in the car, GC instructed, "Let us leave quickly," casting a glance behind her. relieved that Fui and his associates had not pursued her. A deep sigh of relief escaped her lips. Observing GC's hurried departure, Fui instructed Sister Wang. Please investigate whether she has visited a hospital for a checkup. Sister Wang nodded slightly, preparing to leave, when she suddenly recalled her purpose for seeking Fui. Due to your sudden clarification yesterday, there has been considerable uproar online among netizens and fans. Many have begun to boycott your endorsements and films. How shall we address this situation? At the outset, she expressed the need for clarification, while he insisted on testing whether GC would exhibit jealousy. Now, the situation has escalated, tarnishing his own reputation. The partners unaware of his true identity have already withdrawn their collaboration, leaving only those acquainted with his background to continue. Motivated by his influential connections, Fui coldly remarked, "Let those who wish to withdraw do so. Those who remain may continue our partnership, regardless of the circumstances. We must ensure no one incurs losses. Anyone who undermines me will be dragged down with me." In GC's presence, Fui exhibits a certain cognitive restraint, driven by the fear of losing her. However, in front of others, he reveals himself as the principal capitalist lurking in the shadows. "I must pursue the investments she has made," Fui smirked. Sister Wang rolled her eyes. "Your Weibo has already lost half its followers." Fui remained silent. His brow furrowed as he pondered whether GC's sudden bout of vomiting was due to pregnancy or a stomach ailment. Regardless of the cause, it warranted serious attention. At the police station, GC learned from the officers that the individuals involved in her kidnapping were fans of Chu Sui. The case has now been brought to the authorities for investigation. One such fan, a wealthy second-generation heir, had pursued Chu Sui with cash in hand and banners declaring his affection, all to no avail. Undeterred, he persisted in his pursuit, fantasizing about winning her heart one day. This affluent heir, possessing both wealth and power, exhibited a certain arrogance. Yet, beneath his bravado lay the inexperience typical of someone born into privilege. Upon being confronted by a higher-up, he divulged everything. It was soon revealed that his actions were influenced by someone who informed him of Fui's alleged infidelity and intention to abandon Chu Sui. He was originally a fan of Chu Shuo, and upon hearing that Chu Shuo's boyfriend had betrayed her for another woman, he naturally felt indignant. He spent money to hire a detective to obtain GC's schedule and even contemplated kidnapping the two to force Fui into a choice. However, GC's attention was drawn to the person lurking in the background. Was that individual her enemy or Fui's nemesis? As GC pondered this, her phone rang. It was a call from a doctor friend at the hospital. Suddenly, GC recalled the events of that morning. Fui was no fool. He must have sent someone to investigate. What a blunder. Answering the phone, her doctor friend informed her that Fui's people were inquiring whether she had visited the obstetrics and gynecology department. GC wanted to salvage her dignity, asking, "Can you keep this under wraps?" In a state of panic upon discovering her pregnancy, she regretted not notifying the hospital earlier. Her doctor friend chuckled on the other end, stating that it was a matter of patient confidentiality and could not be disclosed. "However, I believe he still has the means to obtain your medical records. Would you like me to arrange for a fake one?" GC hesitated for a moment before declining. "No, thank you." When she first learned of her pregnancy, fear gripped her as she worried that Fui might try to take the child or prevent her from having it. The worst thought that crossed her mind was to claim the child belonged to her former fiancé. Chapter 17. You said you liked me. Now, her perspective had shifted. Jean Yin was right. She had the ability to raise the child independently. Within half a day, Fui arrived at the company to confront GC, seriously asking, "Where are your documents?" GC was bewildered. "What's wrong? Are your documents with you?" Fui pressed on. GC gradually realized his intentions, her astonishment palpable. "Do you know what you are doing?" she inquired. "If your fans find out, your career will be ruined." The advantage of conversing with an astute individual lies in the unspoken understanding that exists between them. "So, what do you suggest I do? Should I compel you to have an abortion? Or should I feign ignorance and watch you bear the child alone? And when the truth eventually surfaces, I could simply issue a public relations statement claiming I knew nothing, and observe as everyone criticizes you? It is indeed a thought to ponder. The events of the past year have been merely a misunderstanding, which implies that there is no future for him in that initial phase. Now, upon learning of her pregnancy, he feels compelled to marry her responsibly. Although his career may suffer, he would acquire a reputation for responsibility, which is far preferable to being branded a scoundrel by netizens in the future. Fui, who had been suppressing his fury over her pregnancy and the fact that she had kept it from him, was contemplating how to claim her as his own before addressing the issue later. At that moment, Her questioning ignited his frustration, twisting his handsome features. GC. Fui called out her full name, his suppressed anger and disappointment palpable. GC suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She opened her mouth, intending to say something to redeem herself, but Fui, with reddened eyes, asked, setting aside our childhood bond, we have 2.5 years of marital connection. Do you truly believe I am such a terrible person? Under the weight of Fu Yi's disappointed gaze, GC felt overwhelming remorse. No, if you were truly that dreadful, I wouldn't have liked you for so long. Her words trailed off as she noticed the surprise in Fu Yi's eyes, gradually diminishing in strength. GC felt her cheeks flush, awkwardly turning away as she hastily added, what I said earlier was just a moment of folly. Please do not take it to heart. Fu Yi wore a silly grin, and I heard you say you liked me. I took it to heart. The more he gazed at her, the more he reiterated his words, causing GC to feel increasingly embarrassed. In her flustered state, she retorted indignantly, no, I didn't say that. Fu Yi, still grinning, produced his illuminated phone, declaring, I recorded it. I have evidence. GC's immediate reaction was to snatch his phone to destroy the proof. Fu Yi, taking advantage of his height and long legs, held the phone above her reach. Despite GC's height of 172 centimeters, standing beside the 190 centimeters tall Fu, he made her feel diminutive, especially as he deliberately raised the phone out of her grasp. After several attempts to seize it, Fu Yi remained composed while GC grew weary, her cheeks flushed, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Fu Yi's throat tightened, his gaze deepening. Unable to escape, GC commanded in a mix of anger and embarrassment, let go of me. The pleasure of holding the one he cherished enveloped Fu Yi entirely. GC sensed this, inwardly cursing his insanity. How could he still smile in such a dire predicament? GC, CC, Fu Yi called her by her nickname instead of her full name, leaving her perplexed. She struggled to free herself from his embrace, but to no avail, ultimately conceding, put me down. GC, marry me. Fu Yi suddenly adopted a serious tone. GC could discern that this was different from his usual decision-making demeanor. She lowered her gaze, questioning, are you serious? Yet he lifted her chin, ensuring she could not evade his gaze, saying, GC, I am earnest when it comes to matters concerning you. GC was suddenly reminded of the content from that clarifying video he had shared. He remarked, there is another person I cherish. It was her in the past, and it will only be her now and forever. He has someone he admires. The individual he referred to as was her in the past is her now and in the future. Is that indeed her? GC pondered, yet she feared being overly sentimental. How ironic it was. Her decisions in business were always resolute, yet in matters of the heart, she found herself hesitant. Fui suddenly recalled that GC had mentioned her fiancé with whom she was discussing marriage. The thought of your fiancé ignited a spark of irritation within him. It was one thing for someone to take away the person he supported. He had yet to see whether that person was worthy or not. GC had seemingly forgotten about her fiancé, and when she unexpectedly heard him mention it, she gazed at him in confusion. Fui, however, misinterpreted her bewilderment as longing for that fiancé, which only fueled his anger. Are you planning to marry him while carrying my child? GC frowned, bewildered by his accusations. As he grew increasingly agitated, she called out to him, Fu Yi. Upon hearing her emotionless utterance of his name, he could not help but speculate about the tenderness she might have expressed when referring to her fiancé, leaving him feeling heartbroken. With a heavy heart, he responded to GC, I am here. Is marriage a serious matter? GC inquired. Fu Yi shot her an elegant eye roll, cursing under his breath. Did you not listen to what I said? That phrase, I take matters concerning you very seriously, inexplicably surfaced in GC's mind. A certain disbelief began to take shape within her, and she felt a weight in her heart. She looked at Fu Yi and earnestly stated, you must refrain from using profanity. It affects the prenatal education. Fu Yi was tormented by GC to the brink of despair, disregarding any semblance of a top-tier image, and exclaimed, you are not anyone significant to me, so why do you meddle in my affairs? GC, do you lack a heart? At this point, Fu Yi felt a pang of sadness, and to conceal it from GC, he turned his gaze elsewhere, lamenting with a sense of grievance. Do you not perceive the kindness I have shown you over the years? Yet you dare to question my feelings for you. In the eyes of the public, Fu Yi was the epitome of a refined celebrity, while his employees regarded him as a cool and formidable boss. However, GC had witnessed countless facets of him that others had not. He harbored affection for her, with all evidence leading to this conclusion. The only lingering doubt for her was the rumors surrounding his connection with Chu Sui. Why didn't you clarify your relationship with Chu Sui back then? GC struggled to move past the barrier that stood between him and Chu Sui. If he refused to explain himself to the outside world, why would he not explain to her? When this topic arose, Fu Yi felt both wronged and distressed, saying, I wanted to see if you would feel jealous. As he continued, his tone turned accusatory. You show no reaction whatsoever. It seems you are indifferent to me. GC, exasperated, could only laugh in disbelief. If you like me, why don't you say it? Am I a mind reader? How am I supposed to know what you're thinking? Chapter 18. Is it fatal to express affection? Fu Yi gazed at her with a chilling intensity. Is my affection not apparent enough? Have you ever seen me treat anyone else this well? GC, feeling guilty, retorted, I thought that was merely the nature of neighborly relations. Fu Yi was almost amused by her response. Neighborly relations? Your sister is also my neighbor. Have I ever treated her in the same manner? GC shook her head, denying it. Fu Yi remained indifferent towards other girls, even maintaining a polite distance from her sister, Jin Yan. It was precisely because there was nothing that GC felt increasingly uneasy. Hiki. Fu Yi sneered repeatedly. Unable to endure his sarcastic laughter, GC spoke up. Even so, would it kill you to say you like me? Fu Yi turned his face away, his expression becoming uncomfortable. I thought my intentions were so obvious that someone as intelligent as you would understand. GC fell silent. Before his rumors with Chu Shua spread, she had indeed believed he harbored feelings for her. However, after the scandal broke, it became common knowledge. Even though he continued to treat her well, she assumed it was merely the kindness of a neighborly older brother towards his younger sister. Ultimately, it was the gossip surrounding him and Chu Shua that changed everything. Fu Yi, I am not in your stomach. Suddenly, Fu Yi covered her mouth. Could you please refrain from bringing up such disgusting topics? GC pushed his hand away, indignantly exclaiming, You've smudged my lipstick. Upon hearing this, Fu Yi, assuming a domineering demeanor, declared, I'll gift you all the shades. If you can't use them all, you can use them for painting. Pressing his lips against the soft ones he had longed for day and night, Fu Yi let out a satisfied sigh. After the kiss, he spoke with a pitiful tone. GC, can we not quarrel? I've been feeling miserable these past few days. Initially, when he had yet to embark on a relationship with GC, he felt indifferent. After all, she was right there. However, since they began their relationship, he found it insufficient for her simply to be present. She had to be in his embrace. It is often said that time can lead one to grow weary of a person or an object. Yet for GC, he was akin to an addictive poison, a toxic allure that he could not resist. GC scoffed. Fu Yi, is this not of your own making? The root of all misunderstandings lay in the rumors that began with his association with Chu Sui. Had he taken the time to clarify his feelings for her from the outset, or had he dispelled the rumors surrounding them, the current predicament would surely have been avoided. Fu Yi, observing GC's sudden indifference, was momentarily taken aback. You should leave. Do not appear before me for a while, he uttered. Seizing the opportunity while he was stunned, GC stepped back a few paces, her expression one of utter coldness. Fu Yi could not fathom the shift in her demeanor. Just a moment prior, their rapport had seemed untroubled, yet now it had transformed entirely. GC. Fu Yi gazed at her in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Surely, you do not wish for the media to capture images of you being expelled. GC's words served as a veiled threat. Cast out from the company. Fu Yi stood in the parking lot, lost in thought. It was then that his manager called. You need to head to the airport, pronto. In a flurry of words, he was informed that not only was the marriage certificate out of reach, but even the person himself might not be seen in the immediate future. Fu Yi felt a surge of frustration. Are you even listening to me? His manager urged. If you don't hurry, you'll miss your flight. Fu Yi replied curtly. I understand. I will head there now. Upon arriving at the recording destination, Fu Yi noticed that Chu Sui was also present. This marked their first encounter since the release of the clarifying video. Fu Yi offered a slight nod from afar, a silent gesture of acknowledgement. Welcome, everyone, to the 3-day island adventure. Our rules are straightforward. We shall be divided into 2 teams to determine which group can lead a more refined existence on the island. Following the director's announcement of the rules, the guides leading the teams were introduced, along with the guests. The production team has invited 2 seasoned guides to assist the guests in navigating life on the island during the recording. There are 6 guests, meaning each guide will be responsible for 3 guests over the course of 3 days. Now, it is time to divide into teams, and a draw will determine the companions. Of the 6 guests, The first four have already drawn, leaving only Fu Yi and Chu Sui to reveal their partners. Everyone present is aware of their identities, and the attention shifts to the two of them. Fu Yi remains expressionless, known for his stoic demeanor, while Chu Sui, glancing at Fu Yi, cheerfully suggests, "Fu, you go first." While others might have advocated for a lady's first approach, Fu Yi remains indifferent to such notions of gentility, particularly in the absence of any peril for Chu Sui. Consequently, he steps forward to draw a lot, while Chu Sui takes the last remaining slip. The identities of their respective partners are soon unveiled. Fu Yi is assigned to Ma Ji's team, while Chu Sui finds herself in the other group. It is a disappointment for the director's team that they have not been placed together. The recording of the show is confidential and must not be divulged. At this juncture, it has been half a month since Fu Yi last saw GC. He misses her terribly and often finds himself video calling her. Many times, GC does not answer. When she does, she hurriedly claims to be busy before abruptly ending the call. Those around her report that it is not a matter of avoidance, but rather that she is genuinely preoccupied. Fu Yi must suppress his growing anxiety and concentrate on the filming. As he entered the expressway, he noticed a vehicle trailing closely behind him. The car matched his speed. Whenever he accelerated, it did as well, and when he decelerated, it mirrored his pace. In a moment of urgency, Fu Yi increased his speed. However, as he exited the highway and approached an intersection within the city, a dog suddenly dashed onto the road. He slammed on the brakes, but the car that had been following him collided into him from behind. With a resounding crash, the world spun in chaos as both the car and Fu Yi overturned, leaving him unconscious. At that moment, GC was working late when she received a call from Fu Yi's phone. The voice on the other end stated that Fu Yi had been in a car accident and was in critical condition at the hospital. "Are you a friend of the owner?" the caller inquired. "Please come to the hospital. He's in urgent need of assistance." Chapter 19. Are you worried about me? GC initially suspected the caller was a fraudster who had stolen Fu Yi's phone, and before they could finish speaking, she abruptly hung up. Nevertheless, the call lingered in her mind, stirring concern within her. What if it was true? What if Fu Yi was indeed in an accident and not a scammer's ruse? GC's expression hardened as she questioned, "Is what you say true?" The assistant assured her with conviction, "It is indeed real." Media outlets are reporting live from the scene. She quickly opened an app, revealing a recent report detailing Fu Yi's accident. Without a moment's hesitation, GC rushed to the hospital, inadvertently knocking over the chair behind her in her haste. Upon arrival, she encountered a doctor wheeling Fu Yi out. "Are you a family member of Fu Yi?" the doctor called out. GC approached swiftly, breathing heavily. "I am." Upon hearing that Fu Yi had suffered a head injury requiring stitches, she glanced at the bandage covering his temple, unable to discern the extent of the wound. Would he be disfigured? Would such disfigurement ruin his career? While waiting for Fu Yi to awaken, GC had already discovered the reason behind his car accident. He had been pursued by an obsessive fan, and the incident occurred as he swerved to avoid a dog crossing the road. After the accident, the fan hastily turned around and left, but fortunately, a compassionate taxi driver passing by took him to the hospital, thus preventing excessive blood loss. Once Fu Yi was safe, GC called the police and provided the information about that group of fans. Fu Yi regained consciousness over 3 hours later. At first sight of GC, his eyes lit up. "CC," he called out, realizing his voice was hoarse and parched. "CC, I want water," he pleaded with a hint of childishness. GC coldly refused, stating it was not permissible at the moment. Fu Yi insisted, "It can be done. You can use a cotton swab soaked in water." GC's demeanor remained indifferent. "Now that you are awake, your assistant will take over. I shall take my leave." "Wait." Fu Yi was not so easily inclined to let her go. "CC, do me a favor." "CC." He could only watch helplessly as GC walked away, observing Fu Yi's flushed face as he attempted to rise from the bed. GC inexplicably felt a surge of guilt and hurried over to support him. "I'll help you." Fu Yi pushed her away, stubbornly refusing with a pitiful look. "I can manage on my own." GC's hand awkwardly hovered in the air as she watched Fu Yi struggle to lift the 4-bottle, taking slow, laborious steps toward the bathroom. An odd thought crossed her mind as she envisioned him standing in the restroom, one hand holding the medicine bottle uncomfortably, the other incapacitated, helplessly commanding the door, "Come out," to relieve himself. GC was amused by a scene conjured in her mind, letting out a soft chuckle. Fu Yi, caught off guard, froze in his tracks, mistakenly believing her laughter was directed at him, his expression morphing into one of indignation. With gritted teeth, He turned to her, his gaze wounded. As if to say, is my suffering truly a source of amusement? GC suppressed her mirth and approached him, offering to hold the bottle of medicine, clarifying. I'm not laughing at your injury. Fui, still intent on voicing his thoughts, was compelled by physical necessity to stifle his anger and retreat to the restroom. Standing before the toilet, his handsome face contorted in embarrassment, he set down the medicine and stepped outside. The hospital's restrooms were equipped with hooks, and GC hung the bottle on one before exiting, kindly closing the door behind her. Fui, witnessing her swift departure, felt a surge of frustration. Did she not notice his discomfort and the need for assistance? Truly, she was rather ungrateful. Although GC had left, she remained vigilantly by the door. After a considerable wait, a sudden sound echoed from within the restroom, prompting GC to act without a moment's hesitation and push the door open. There, she found the medicine bottle that had been hanging on the hook now lying on the floor, as Fui crouched down to retrieve it. Upon hearing the door creak open, he looked up at GC with an innocent expression, explaining, I didn't T-hold it securely, it fell. The rest of his words faded under the weight of GC's icy gaze, replaced by a teasing tone. Are you worried about me? GC, holding the medicine bottle, chose to ignore him as she exited. Fui, trailing closely behind her, stubbornly pressed on with, Are you genuinely concerned for my well-being? GC merely smiled, replying, You're just hungry, aren't you? Hold on. Fui, feeling aggrieved, lamented, I'm so hungry I can barely muster the strength. I want to eat. To which she curtly replied, There is no food. GC coldly and ruthlessly shifted the topic once more. The few stalkers had been dealt with through legitimate legal means. Speaking of the followers who had been tracking him, Fui's expression grew somewhat frosty. Yet, after a brief moment of gloom, he smiled, leaning closer to GC, and said, I knew you cared about me. GC pushed him away, exclaiming, You smell terrible. Do not come so close. The word terrible immediately reminded Fui of the time he had awoken from a drunken stupor, reeking and causing her to feel nauseated. He protested, embarrassed yet dissatisfied. I want to be close. I smell good today. GC regarded him with a peculiar look, retorting, Are you certain? Fui hesitated to affirm immediately, instead lowering his head to sniff. The scent of disinfectant mingled with a faint trace of blood from his wounds. Well, he was uncertain. Please do not vomit, he implored, recalling the humiliation of their previous encounter. Just keep your distance. GC attempted to push him away, but found it futile. He was holding a thermos and a bag of food. It turned out he had brought takeout. As he spoke, he rubbed his waist. She checked herself and found everything to be normal. The doctor had simply advised her to rest well, noticing the fatigue in her eyes and her movements. Fui extended his uninjured hand to massage her back. The moment his palm touched her, GC's body stiffened, as Fui gently kneaded her. The pressure was just right, alleviating her sore back and bringing her much comfort. She looked at him, questioning, Have you practiced? Chapter 20. GC is unique. Fui responded with a soft, affirmative sound. He had previously taken on the role of a blind masseur and had undergone specialized training for it. The assistant, discerning the situation, tactfully exited to avoid interrupting the intimate moment shared between the two. Under Fui's gentle ministrations, GC felt considerably more at ease, teetering on the brink of slumber. Lie down here. Allow me to assist you, Fui suggested, patting the space beside him. GC, feeling rejuvenated, declined, insisting, You should rest well. I have work to attend to. Fui gazed intently at GC, challenging her resolve. Your child's father is hospitalized due to a car accident. Is it truly appropriate for you, as the child's mother, to simply walk away? The tenderness he had previously shown her now transformed into an accusatory tone, leaving her momentarily speechless. The earlier warmth faded as she retorted, How can you be certain this accident was merely to see someone? Fui's expression turned wounded as he regarded GC. Unable to bear his gaze, she surrendered, raising her hands in defeat. I shall refrain from further comment. After a brief hesitation, she added, In the future, do not venture out alone. It would be safer to have someone accompany you, especially in the event of encountering an overzealous fan. Fui grasped her small hand tightly, noticing how cold it felt. Why is your hand so icy? Let me warm it for you. GC, irritated, exclaimed, Are you even listening to me? Indeed, Fui replied, his large palm enveloping her tiny hand, providing warmth. I knew you were concerned about me. GC shot him an exasperated glance, turning her head away in annoyance. I merely fear that Andy will worry about you. She clarified, adamantly asserting that her concern was not for him. Upon hearing this, Fui chuckled softly. So, It is truly only my mother you wish to keep from worrying, and not yourself? GC glared at him in anger, and I said earnestly, can you not take this more seriously? Really, it's just like you to get injured and end up in the hospital at the drop of a hat. This year alone, you've been there twice. Once was when you shielded Chu Sui from a knife, and the other was this recent car accident. The thought of him risking his life for Chu Sui suddenly filled GC with rage. Does he truly believe that putting his life on the line is the only way to repay a debt of gratitude? Fui, GC called his name. Her tone grave, sincere, and cold. Fui looked at her, puzzled. What is it? Is there truly no other way to express gratitude? Must it come at the cost of your life? GC's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Suddenly, a realization struck her. The person he owed was Sun Yin, not Chu Sui. Fui stared at GC, taken aback by her unexpected mention of this matter. He could hardly believe it. How could that be possible? If he dared to express such thoughts, he would willingly return the life he owed. Hearing his words, GC felt a sense of satisfaction within. He wasn't entirely foolish. GC, Fui called her name. Fortunately, she had her back to him, concealing the warmth that crept onto her face. Little did she know, Fui caught a glimpse of the smile playing on her lips in the reflection of the shiny wall tiles. Silly girl, if you care for me, just say it. What is there to be embarrassed about? Didn't you say that one should be honest in life? After a moment of silence, she replied. You need not repeat it to me. It's different. I want to say it in front of you, Fui insisted, his expression serious. I was wrong before. I will no longer act with the assumption that you will understand. I will speak to you directly. GC turned to look at him, and he gestured for her to come closer. She approached him, and he gently grasped her wrist, pulling her closer. The fantastical scene she had envisioned failed to materialize. GC stood still, gazing at him with curiosity. Well, the usual domineering CEO tactics had proven ineffective. With a pitiful plea, he implored, GC, could you grant me a chance? GC scrutinized the depths of his eyes, clearly perceiving the mixture of anticipation and anxiety within. Fui had always been a tyrant, unafraid of anything, yet here he was, apprehensive about her refusal. This sentiment brought no satisfaction, only a pang of sorrow. Fui often remarked on her cautious concealment, yet was he not also being careful? His heart felt tender. Guests must be a genuine pair, whether about to enter into matrimony, married for several years, or divorced, they could apply. CC, is that the implication I perceive? Fui asked, somewhat agitated. GC turned away to deny it. No? Fui, excited, retorted, how can it not be? You advocate for authenticity. There must be no script. Surely you wouldn't have me participate with a fabricated actor playing alongside me. Therefore, you are still required to join. I shall set the rules. I will dictate how things unfold. GC smiled at the dejected Fui, initially out of sympathy for his plight. She had intended to offer him a 1-month trial period. Whether he could secure a permanent position depended on his subsequent performance. Since he seemed disinterested, it could be disregarded. Fui, vexed, replied, I cannot evoke emotions with another woman. If that is the case, then I shall forego this opportunity. You are an actor, GC asserted. Defining his role. I am an actor, but I possess the right to choose which roles to portray. Gazing at GC, Fui stated earnestly, there are many roles. I am not incapable of performing, but all I desire is to be your boyfriend, to become your husband, and to be the father of your children. Since his debut, the roles he has taken on have never involved emotional conflicts with others. It is not that he is unable to perform. Rather, he wishes to reserve such emotionally charged roles for GC. GC is unique. I must admit, Fui's words are quite flirtatious towards GC. Her heart races wildly, and her face grows warm. Uncomfortably, she turns her head away, intending to refuse, yet what escapes her lips is, I am willing to give you a chance. Fui initially thought she would decline, but upon listening closely, he realized, oh, she agreed? Chapter 21. Discharge. Will you come to pick me up? GC hesitated. Can I say I regret it? No, she cannot. You are a formidable woman. Your word is your bond. You cannot go back on it. Fui grinned. I recorded it. GC, infuriated, retorted. Why are you always recording everything? Suddenly realizing something, she fell silent. In the aftermath of a tumultuous ordeal, she felt dizzy and nauseous. Noticing a change in his complexion, GC recalled his concussion and quickly fetched the trash can for him. The next moment, Fui leaned over the bed and violently emptied his stomach into the trash can. The unpleasant odor permeated the air, causing GC's own stomach to churn. She barely managed to ring for help before rushing to the bathroom to vomit. After a series of chaotic events, The doctors and nurses departed, and the assistant found an excuse to leave as well. The hospital room was left with only GC and Fui. His face was pale, devoid of the vitality he had moments before. His uninjured hand stubbornly clutched GC's, apologizing for making her feel unwell as well. Ji Sigong remarked that it was of no concern when his assistant's call came through. He cast an apologetic glance towards Fu Yi, stating that he had matters to attend to at the company and would take his leave. Although Fu Yi felt a twinge of reluctance, he nodded understandingly, advising GC to take care on the road. Once GC departed, the hospital room felt desolate. The path to reclaiming love seemed arduous, and Fu Yi sighed deeply. After GC's exit, Fu Yi seized the opportunity to check his phone for updates online. Following the clarification regarding his first love, many of his fans expressed disappointment, resulting in a considerable number of unfollows. Those who remained either comprised vigilant detractors or genuine admirers of his looks and artistry. In the past, had fans learned of his accident, his Weibo would have been inundated with messages of concern and well wishes. Sister Wang, who visited Fu Yi in the hospital, conveyed the situation to him, nearly suggesting that his prospects were bleak. She expressed a sense of melancholy about it. While Fu Yi had the backing of the Fu family should his career in the entertainment industry falter, her situation was markedly different. His departure would leave her unemployed. Over the years, she had devoted herself entirely to managing Fu Yi, leaving little time to nurture other artists. Fu Yi, putting down his phone, inquired of Sister Wang whether there were any issues with the upcoming drama set to air soon. Recently, he had a historical series awaiting release. Fu Yi felt that while his moral standing regarding his first love was questionable, he had not aired elsewhere. He contemplated releasing some of the suppressed information to redirect the audience's attention, believing they might be experiencing fatigue from his current predicament. Sister Wang gazed at Fu Yi in disbelief. He appeared unfazed by any unfolding events. Yet, that was not entirely true. He could not remain composed when it came to GC. The day he learned of GC's pregnancy, he had erupted with exuberance, bouncing around like a playful monkey, his grin reminiscent of a simpleton from a wealthy household. Fu Yi was under observation in the hospital, eagerly awaiting GC's visits. When she failed to come, he would call her, video chat with her, monitor her meals, and oversee her rest. In the evenings, he would narrate stories to her through the screen, claiming it was a form of prenatal education, leaving her with no grounds for rebuttal. Amidst her busy schedule, GC found her routine unexpectedly adjusted by Fu Yi's timely video calls. That night, as usual, Fu Yi recounted a bedtime story to GC across the screen. As she began to drift into slumber, he shifted the topic to himself, asking, "CC, I will be discharged tomorrow. Will you come to pick me up?" Half asleep and in a daze, GC murmured a soft agreement. Gradually, she succumbed to sleep, enveloped by his tender farewell. In the stillness of the night, the gentle sound of her breathing resonated through the microphone, bringing a smile to Fu Yi's face. However, his rare moment of tranquility was abruptly interrupted by Xing Zhou, who sauntered into the ward in his white coat, shattering the peace. Noticing the smile at the corner of Fu Yi's lips, Xing Zhou teasingly remarked, "What's this? Out at such an hour? Are you feeling lovesick?" Concerned that Xing Zhou's voice might disturb GC's rest, Fu Yi hesitated to end the call. When he finally did, the warmth on his face was replaced by a cold demeanor. "What brings you here at this hour?" he asked. In the past, such disdain would have provoked Xing Zhou to leap to his feet in irritation, yet now he merely observed Fu Yi's conflicted expression, knowing he had something to ask. In the stillness of a long night, having someone to share it with can be quite comforting. Fu Yi remained impassive, counting down the numbers, patiently awaiting the moment when Xing Zhou would succumb to his own impatience. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Before Fu Yi could finish his count, Xing Zhou could no longer contain himself. He inquired, "Fu Yi, are we not like true brothers? The unbreakable kind, and as brothers in times of trouble. You would certainly lend a hand, would you not?" Fu Yi deftly sidestepped this entrapment, replying simply, "You must first articulate what assistance you require." Xing Zhou shot an exasperated glance at Fu Yi, yet when seeking help, one must not be overly presumptuous. Thus, he discreetly posed a question. "Do you possess any secrets to successfully woo a woman?" "None," came Fu Yi's response, and had he possessed such knowledge, he would not be in the hospital in solitude with him. Xing Zhou was incredulous. It seemed implausible. Fu Yi remained silent, prompting Xing Zhou to reflect upon his own unrequited pursuit of GC, leading him to accept Fu Yi's honesty. After all, if Fu Yi had not succeeded in winning over GC, What magical insight could he possibly possess? Contemplating further, Xingzhou shifted his line of questioning. Do you know what Jinyan enjoys eating? I do not, Fui replied, truthfully. His focus over the years had been solely on GC, with the only individual to capture his attention being Chu Sui, simply because she was Su Nian's girlfriend. Yet, Fui's concern lay more with the fact that Xingzhou seemed to be interested in Jinyan. Not to belittle you, but Jinyan does not seem to be drawn to your type, Fui candidly warned, as a lifelong brother, advising him to steer clear of Jinyan. It is widely acknowledged that Jinyan has a penchant for older brothers, and when it comes to GC, she can become quite fervent. Yet, GC herself is not without her own attachments. She merely excels at concealing her emotions, choosing not to display them outwardly. If GC were to discover that Jinyan had become entangled with the notorious playboy Xingzhou, he would likely be driven to the hospital in distress. Xingzhou, dismissing Fu Yi's warning, became quite irate when he saw that Fu Yi was not only unhelpful but also disparaging him. With indignation, he rose from his seat, muttering that if Fu Yi was unwilling to assist, he should refrain from undermining his confidence. Chapter 22. The collaborator Li Huichuan Xingzhou was resolute in his belief that his exceptional qualities would surely win over Jinyan. With unwavering confidence, he departed, not forgetting to mock Fu Yi with a taunt. If you lack the ability to pursue someone, do not obstruct me from becoming your future brother-in-law. Fu Yi let out a cold chuckle. To be frank, he was well aware of Jinyan's profound disdain for fickle-hearted individuals. The notorious flirt Xingzhou stood no chance. The following day, fully equipped, Fu Yi stood at the door of the hospital room, anxiously gazing towards the elevator. Yesterday, GC had assured him that she would come to pick her up today. However, the elevator doors opened and closed repeatedly. Yet the person he awaited was nowhere to be seen. His excitement gradually morphed into unease. Beside him, Xiao Wang cautiously ventured. Miss G is usually quite punctual. Perhaps she's caught in traffic. Fui took out his phone to call GC, but there was no answer. Had she silenced her phone and simply not heard it? Or had something unfortunate occurred? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. He contemplated leaving the hospital to search for GC. Yet he feared that they might miss each other on the way. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, the elevator dinged open. Fui abruptly looked up, and there stood GC, dressed impeccably, her hair slightly tousled. He swiftly approached her, and despite his underlying worry, his voice emerged with an uncontainable urgency. Why didn't you answer the phone? Jaisai discerned the concern woven into his hurried tone and, slightly out of breath, explained. I was just assisting an elderly gentleman with registration and payment on the first floor, which took a bit longer than anticipated. I left my phone in the car. Upon hearing this explanation, his tension eased somewhat, though his expression remained taut, as if an icy chill permeated from him, drawing curious glances from passers-by. A few even inquired whether Jaisai needed assistance. Fu Yi suppressed his emotions, but ultimately could not contain himself, stating, what you truly wish to express revolves around that last remark, doesn't it? Coming to fetch you was merely a secondary intention. The primary concern lies with your work at the company. With a deputy president in place, and given your pregnancy, why not take the time to rest? After all, there's always Jinyan. Jaisai was perpetually occupied, neglecting her own well-being due to her condition. Jaisai, he implored, having decided to keep him. You ought to treat him well. We are not financially strained, so there's no need for such relentless effort. Hearing his words, Jaisai felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Were we not operating under a similar agreement before? I have my job, juggling work, overtime, and business trips. You too have your commitments, whether on set or en route to filming. If you cannot bear to pause, what gives you the right to expect me to do so? Neither was particularly inclined towards romantic idealism. In their professional lives, they were rational and restrained. However, when together, their demeanor transformed, often leading to emotional clashes. Noticing her irritation, Fu Yi hastily clarified, I merely wish to alleviate your burden. Concerned for her well-being, he lamented her continued work during pregnancy. I am well aware of my own body. Jaisai replied, gently cradling her slightly protruding abdomen with a confident smile. My child is not so fragile. Fu Yi retorted, is life something that can be confidently controlled merely through self-assurance? On the journey home, GC's phone incessantly buzzed with messages, causing Fu Yi to feel both distressed and infuriated. She seemed busier than I, a person juggling multiple responsibilities. Were the employees beneath him merely idling away? Everything fell upon her shoulders. Suddenly, Fu Yi whimsically suggested assisting GC at her company. Me, come to your company to help you? He was not in a position to be gallivanting about. Should he encounter an unfortunate incident, his hand would be rendered useless. Such a strong reaction. Was there a hidden agenda among the staff? Fu Yi grasped GC's hand, his gaze laden with danger, casting him a sidelong glance. GC calmly replied, "Provocation will not work on me." As the vehicle came to a halt, it became evident they had arrived at Fu Yi's residence. Fu Yi felt a pang of grievance, wanting to say, "You are with child. Do not overexert yourself." GC inclined her head slightly, understanding his concern. "Rest assured, I'm merely here to hand over my duties. I shall commence my leave tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Fu Yi ceased his protests. "Very well. I shall pick you up tonight." He watched GC depart until her car vanished from sight before entering the house. Inside, Sister Wang and a distinguished male executive awaited him. "Boss," they chorused in unison. Fu Yi nodded slightly, avoiding their gaze as he proceeded to his study. Sister Wang remained stationary, while the elite gentleman followed to report on his duties. He had been hired at a considerable expense to assist in managing the Fu Corporation as the acting president. At 11:30, during a remote video conference, Fu Yi interjected. "Let us pause for a moment." The company executives were perplexed. Had the usually taciturn boss reverted to his previous sweetness? Ignoring their musings, Fu Yi retrieved his phone and initiated a video call to GC. As GC was engaged in discussions regarding a collaboration outside, she noticed a call from Fu Yi just as her meeting was nearing its conclusion. A subconscious smile graced her lips as she politely apologized to her counterpart. "Pardon me. I need to take this call." The other party signed the documents and nodded gently, indicating she could proceed. Once the video call connected, Fu Yi's keen gaze immediately caught sight of a young man clad in a sharply tailored suit across the screen. A slight tension gripped his heart as he inquired nonchalantly, "Are you negotiating a collaboration?" At that moment, GC adjusted the camera to face her, allowing her visage to enter Fu Yi's view. He chuckled, holding his phone. "I've ordered a meal for expectant mothers, and it's currently en route to your office. Please share your location. I'll arrange for a redelivery." "No, I can't," GC responded. Fu Yi persisted, urging her to send the address for the delivery person to return. He ultimately declared with a hint of authority, "This is a gesture I can extend to you, and it cannot be declined." GC gazed at him silently through the screen before ultimately conceding, "All right." Li Xiao, Li Yuechuan, is the current head of the Li family, although he still has the backing of his father. It is well known in their circle that the Li family is firmly under his control. Li Yuechuan possesses a somewhat delicate appearance, his physique leaner than that of the average man. He embodies the quintessential demeanor of a wealthy heir, silent yet imposing. However, when he smiles, his eyes curve delightfully, and the dimples on his cheeks render him a radiant youth of sunshine. Yet, this impression is merely superficial. In truth, this is not the first collaboration between the two. Li Yuechuan cast her a sidelong glance, exuding an air of familiarity. "Let us not pretend we're strangers." His gaze shifted to GC's abdomen, deepening slightly. "Are you expecting, Fu Yi?" GC gently caressed her slightly protruding belly in response. "Doesn't seem like it." Chapter 23. Fu Yi is jealous, having collaborated for many years. Both as partners and friends, Li Yuechuan understood GC well, just as she was privy to his secrets. With a look of disdain, he remarked, "If it weren't for his child, you probably wouldn't be here." GC did not entirely agree with his assertive statement, not necessarily. While she cherished loyalty, should Fu Yi falter, she would not allow herself to become infatuated to the detriment of her own well-being. She could endure discomfort alone, but she would not permit herself to be devalued. Li Yuechuan refrained from delving into the complexities of their situation and instead inquired about something else. "Is there such a thing as a maternity meal?" GC nodded gently, affirming that indeed, such meals existed. Initially unaware, she had recently discovered that Fu Yi had been ordering these for her, each day presenting a different dish, all labeled as maternity meal. The two conversed like friends. Li Yuechuan asked, "When will you offer me wedding candies? I wish to be the godfather of your child." Realistically, he would never have children of his own. Yet GC was a woman he found particularly agreeable. Becoming the godfather to her child was a notion he entertained. Wedding candies? This was something GC had yet to contemplate. Noticing a fleeting moment of deep thought cross her face, Li Yuechuan's expression shifted. "Is it that he is reluctant to give you a title?" GC shook her head. "Our situation is somewhat complicated. He is still under evaluation." Now, she realized that what she assumed to be issues were not the only concerns. She was compelled to contemplate deeper matters. Is Fu Yi truly worth it? Marriage is not as complicated as it seems. Li Yuechuan has never experienced romance, let alone the prospect of matrimony, yet he possesses a certain understanding. For instance, when one becomes overly preoccupied with the gains and losses of marriage, the sanctity of the union diminishes. The intricacies lie not within the institution of marriage itself, but rather in the hearts of those poised to embark upon this journey. Now that you have a child, the next step is to inform both families. Discuss the matter of marriage and await the arrival of the newborn. Then, you shall nurture the child as they grow, witnessing the cycle of life unfold. This is the reality many face, a life with an evident conclusion. GC, filled with frustration, murmurs, "Could you possibly be quiet?" Ever since Fu Yi became entangled in her life, she has developed a profound fear of marriage. Hearing Li Yuechuan's words, the hidden dread within her surged forth. Positioned in the restaurant facing the entrance, Li Yuechuan looked up to see Fu Yi enter. Despite his attempts to conceal himself, Li Yuechuan instinctively recognized him. The tension between the two strikingly handsome and equally capable men ignited a palpable spark. Even from a distance, Li Yuechuan could sense the wariness and jealousy radiating from Fu Yi. With a voice imbued with tenderness, he called out to GC by her nickname, CC. GC, puzzled, glanced at him, blinking in confusion. "What's the matter?" As she spotted the tall figure striding purposefully toward them. Li Yuechuan spoke with a tinge of melancholy. "I may never have a child of my own in this lifetime. Would you allow me to be the godfather of your child? I wish to be nothing more than that." Unaware of Li Yuechuan's ulterior motives, GC thought of his circumstances and nodded without hesitation. Fu Yi, with his handsome face wrapped tightly, wore a displeased expression. It seemed this man truly cherished GC, enough to accept even the child she bore with another man. Upon hearing Fu Yi's voice, GC looked up in surprise. "What brings you here?" Fu Yi lowered his gaze, noticing that her eyes were not only filled with astonishment, but also with delight, causing the flicker of irritation within him to extinguish. The gloom enveloping him dissipated significantly as he replied, "I was worried about you and came to check in." He seated himself beside GC and greeted Li Yuechuan across from them. "Have you concluded your negotiations? You must be weary. Allow me to offer you a massage." Displaying his considerate and nurturing side in front of his rival, he aimed to render Li Yuechuan speechless. Li Yuechuan promptly complimented, "Fu Yi is truly remarkable." Fu Yi felt an inexplicable oddity in the remark, though he couldn't pinpoint why. In the presence of so many onlookers, GC certainly would not permit Fu Yi to touch her waist. She swiftly intervened as he reached out, asserting, "I'm not tired." Catching a glimmer of interest in Li Yuechuan's eyes, GC recalled his sexual orientation and hesitated to let Fu Yi linger any longer. She took his hand and bid farewell to Li Yuechuan as they departed. In the car, Fu Yi remained sullen. GC furtively observed him and inquired, "Are you upset?" Her mind wandered to a certain celebrity's catchphrase, "I don't want you to feel, I want to feel." In that moment of distraction, Fu Yi perceptively noted her change in demeanor, his expression darkening further. He grasped GC's face and, with irritation, demanded, "Who were you thinking about? That man from earlier? What is your relationship with him? Do you truly intend for him to be the child's godfather?" JS cast a fleeting glance at FY, noticing the flicker of jealousy in his eyes, and suddenly entertained a thought. "Are you feeling possessive?" FY shot her a cold stare, his expression revealing his feelings more than he intended. JS found his sulky demeanor rather endearing and couldn't help but pinch his cheek. His flawless complexion felt delightful to the touch. It was no wonder he had risen to stardom in the entertainment industry. It was a pity, however. About the scar on his forehead, would it leave a lasting mark? FY, are you truly feeling jealous? JS yearned to hear him admit it aloud. FY pointed at the ear that JS had playfully tugged, speaking slowly, "Only my wife can pull on my ears. Are you assuming that role?" Aware that he was trying to tease her, JS remained unfazed. She coolly reminded him, "Don't forget, you're still under my evaluation. Don't tease me without reason." FY reclined in his chair, retorting, "Why don't you make a move on me? I'm ready for your advances." JS's gaze drifted to the scar on his forehead. "Did you change your dressing at noon today?" FY shook his head, then suddenly winced. JS recalled his concussion and gently supported his head, scolding, "Do you not realize you have a concussion? Why are you shaking your head?" Feeling the warmth of JS's concern, FY couldn't help but smile, momentarily forgetting his pain. JS's eyes lingered on his face, which appeared paler than before. He must be feeling unwell. "Are you in discomfort? Do you need to step out to vomit?" "Vomit outside." That would surely land him on the trending topics today. JS pondered this, furrowing her brow as she turned to the assistant, who had been merely a background figure. Do you have a trash bag? Chapter 24 The Power of Her Name. The assistant shook his head with utmost honesty. Miss GC, there are no trash bags. However, he promptly raised a bag containing Fu Yi's medication, but I do have this. Concerned that Fu Yi might feel nauseous, GC handed him the bag, saying, take this. If you feel unwell later, you can use it. She had never experienced a concussion and was unaware of that sensation, but she had endured the discomfort of morning sickness, which she assumed might be somewhat similar. Perhaps? Fu Yi looked at her helplessly, yet he did not rebuke her kind gesture. As GC prepared to exit the vehicle, Fu Yi spoke up. I have yet to change my dressing. He gazed at her with a look of innocent pleading. I would like you to assist me with it. Fu Yi possessed strikingly beautiful eyes that seemed to harbor a depth of emotion. When he focused on you, it instilled a captivating illusion that you were his sole focus. GC was currently engulfed in this tumultuous feeling of illusion. She lowered her gaze, instinctively attempting to evade his penetrating stare. In the next moment, her delicate chin was cradled in Fu Yi's palm, compelling her to meet the gaze of its owner. He frowned, clearly displeased, and commanded, do not hide. Fu Yi then glanced at the driver and assistant ahead. The latter, having received the unspoken cue, unfastened his seatbelt and exited the vehicle without seeking a reason. GC's heart raced, anxious about being captured by the media. However, the assistant and driver swiftly disappeared into the crowd, leaving only Fu Yi and GC within the confines of the car. GC's chin remained ensnared in Fu Yi's hand, the warmth radiating from his palm, rendering her unable to ponder further. Are you afraid of being photographed by the media? Fu Yi's voice was calm, yet GC sensed an undercurrent of danger. She sought to explain, but darkness enveloped her as Fu Yi leaned down and claimed her lips with a possessive kiss. GC instinctively attempted to resist, but Fu Yi's indistinct murmurs reached her, revealing his injury. Her struggles ceased in an instant. Seizing the moment, Fu Yi's uninjured hand cradled the back of her head, deepening the kiss. As the kiss concluded, Fu Yi buried his face in the crook of her neck, his voice low and laced with an alluring sensuality. Are you afraid of the rumors about us? GC fell silent. It was not the fear of gossip that troubled her, but rather the dread of a future devoid of hope with him. Fu Yi gazed at her, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. He had initially hoped GC would come to her own realizations, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. As the assistant and driver maintained a discreet silence in the car, Fu Yi commanded, to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He mused that he should have taken her there to obtain their marriage certificate from the beginning. However, it was not too late now. He gently ruffled her hair with his uninjured hand, admitting, I shouldn't have let you figure things out on your own before we got married. From this moment on, you need not think or do anything. Simply listen to me. His voice exuded immense reassurance, gradually dissolving GC's inner turmoil. She inquired, will you treat me well for a lifetime? Fu Yi responded with a mock expression of exasperation, you are my wife. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well? With a chuckle, he continued to clarify, the rumors from university were baseless. I did have feelings for you, but they were expressed through others. After you went abroad, I had no part in it. However, you were right in saying that I owe Su Nian, but not her. That knife has been put to rest. From now on, I shall no longer concern myself with her affairs. As for the injuries I sustained on her behalf. Upon mentioning this matter, an unusual flush adorned Fu Yi's countenance. GC regarded him with a probing gaze, inquiring what happened subsequently. Fu Yi was reluctant to divulge further. Yet he understood that withholding the truth would only burden GC with lingering doubts, preventing him from opening his heart. Faced with the choice of losing his wife or his dignity, he opted for the latter. With a resolute closure of his eyes, he proclaimed with a sense of fatalism, on that day, I was summoned by her call. She had become entangled with some unsavory individuals. And amidst the chaos of the altercation, I heard her cry your name, which momentarily distracted me, resulting in my being stabbed. GC was taken aback, contemplating the unexpected outcome of this incident. Her name possesses such formidable power. However, GC's attention swiftly shifted to another matter. Why did she suddenly shout my name in that moment? It was evident that she understood the significance of that name in Fu Yi's heart. So in such a perilous situation, what compelled her to call out like that? Fu Yi furrowed his brow, recalling her explanation that she had instinctively uttered the name that came to mind. For reasons unknown, GC found herself skeptical of this rationale. Yet you spoke of wanting to break up, and now you have another partner. Now you wish to raise my child as a single mother. Reflecting on GC's earlier words revealed numerous inconsistencies. The fictitious fiancé she conjured was, in essence, a portrayal of Fu Yi himself. At that moment, consumed by jealousy, he had failed to discern the true implications of her statements, an oversight for which he now bore regret. GC listened in silence to Fu Yi's words. Deeply aware of a poignant realization, their relationship could be characterized as a mutual pursuit. Yet what was the ultimate outcome? They were all engrossed in their own emotions, engaging in actions they believed the other would comprehend. Yet, they overlooked a crucial aspect. The other party was not them and remained unaware of the thoughts residing in each other's hearts. Ultimately, the well-intentioned path became distorted. Fu Yi, shall we marry? GC suddenly proposed as they approached the Civil Affairs Bureau, a mere 100 meters away. I refuse, Fu Yi declared loudly, drawing not only GC's attention but also that of the driver ahead and Xiao Wang. GC remained speechless, while Xiao Wang and the driver exchanged glances, pondering the unexpected turn of events. Fu Yi looked at her helplessly. The entrance to the bureau was right in front of them, rendering any change of heart futile. GC raised an eyebrow and quipped, I didn't bring my identification. Fu Yi regarded her with a bemused expression, then reached out to his assistant for the necessary documents. Xiao Wang cheerfully handed over the envelope. Miss Ji, Ego had everything prepared before he arrived. Chapter 25. Fu, the superstar, obtains the marriage certificate. Even GC, who was typically unflappable in the face of challenges, couldn't he help but gaze at Fu Yi in astonishment. When did you prepare this? She had been completely unaware. I have always been prepared, Fu Yi replied, having awaited the moment she would come to the decision to register their marriage. However, GC suddenly recalled an important detail. Her household registration was with the Ji family, and with her father absent, Nian Nian, who held a long-standing bias against him, would certainly not willingly hand it over. How did you obtain it? Did you steal it? GC's mind immediately leapt to the notion that Fu Yi had illicitly acquired the household registration book. Fu Yi donned a mask and guided her out of the car, asserting that as long as her father and sister consented to the household registration, it mattered not how he acquired it. Hurry, we are nearing the time for work. We must be the first couple to obtain a marriage certificate. GC felt an overwhelming urge to articulate her thoughts, yet upon receiving the freshly printed marriage certificate, she found herself utterly dazed, forgetting all that she wished to convey. Had she truly just entered into matrimony? There was no proposal, no flowers, no rings. Gazing at the photograph on the marriage certificate, where they both wore foolishly ecstatic smiles, she noted the complete absence of any semblance of restraint or the demeanor of a powerful woman. GC scrunched her nose in disdain, deeming their smiles rather unattractive. Fu Yi clutched the marriage certificate, grinning like a fool for an extended period. Upon hearing her remark, he seriously retorted, not unattractive. I am handsome, and you look splendid. Regardless, they were now legally wed. Chuckling to himself, Fu Yi couldn't suppress his laughter. GC found his silly laughter quite hard to bear. Yet when she caught sight of the blissful expression on his face, one that suggested he felt he had the world at his feet, she too couldn't help but smile. Marrying the one she had yearned for since her youth was indeed a delightful sensation. You look quite foolish when you smile, GC remarked succinctly. Fu Yi, who had been stifling his laughter, could no longer contain himself upon hearing her words. Noticing the red booklet in her hand, he suddenly seized it and, with a serious tone, declared, I shall keep this safe for you. Come now, we have much more to attend to. GC swiftly comprehended the implication behind Fu Yi's words. They proceeded to purchase rings with their freshly minted marriage certificate in hand. In truth, it was not a purchase. It was originally reserved by Fu Yi. The couple had a quarrel, and he had not come to retrieve it. Now that they have reconciled, and the documents have been collected, this matter has resurfaced. Fu Yi, with one hand incapacitated, stubbornly supported GC's hand with his casted arm, slowly placing the ring upon her finger under the watchful, excited gaze of the sales associate. Her owner had finally claimed it. As he beheld the custom-made ring adorning the hand of his beloved, Fu Yi's joy was palpable, a signature grin spreading across his face once more. GC, covering his face, commanded, do not smile. Fu Yi and the sales associate were momentarily taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances with GC. She huffed. You look foolish when you smile like that. Fu Yi retorted, baring his teeth. This is a smile of happiness. The sales associate nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Taking GC's hand, Fu Yi led her away, and the sales associates could no longer contain their excitement, jumping in place. Their faces flushed with exhilaration. That must be the girl the top star mentioned, the one he will always be with. right? The ring is ready, undoubtedly. The girl is so beautiful. Indeed, her skin. I just saw it up close. I'm envious. And her adorable anger when she ordered Fu Yi not to smile. After their reflections, the group exchanged glances, realizing that this significant news had yet to reach the outside world. Should they? The sales associates looked at one another, their eyes conveying a shared understanding. They are not fans of Fu Yi. At most, they merely wish to share the joyous news. However, the outside world is unaware that such indiscreet remarks could be deemed an infringement on personal privacy. Perhaps it is best to await their official announcement. One of the sales assistants suggested that the official declaration may not be far off. The others concurred, nodding in agreement before returning to their tasks. Meanwhile, GC and Fu Yi were oblivious to the happenings in the store as they passed by a flower shop. Fu Yi purchased a bouquet of her favorite flowers. With one hand injured and the other needing to hold GC's hand, he refrained from letting her carry the flowers, claiming they were too heavy and would tire her. Ultimately, the bouquet ended up in the hands of their assistant, Xiao Wang. The poor assistant, constantly bombarded with displays of affection, also had to serve as a porter. After wandering for a while, GC suddenly recalled Fu Yi's identity. She expressed her concern. What if we get photographed? That wouldn't be good. Fu Yi, with a scowl, retorted, we are husband and wife. What of it if we are seen? GC replied earnestly, I fear the media may misinterpret it and affect your career. She understood that Fu Yi genuinely cherished his profession as an actor. The subsequent actions astonished the Fu family. Utilizing their connections, Fu Yi collaborated with renowned directors and gained fame for a supporting role. He skillfully balanced acting and business, leaving the Fu family at a loss, ultimately allowing him to pursue his passion. Now, his primary occupation was acting, while his secondary role was that of a corporate magnate. Knowing she was concerned for his career, Fu Yi beamed with delight, teasingly saying, I trust that my golden sponsor, GC, will handle those pesky media outlets, won't you? GC averted her gaze from his beaming face, only to inadvertently lock eyes with the camera across the way. Both she and the paparazzo were momentarily taken aback. Before GC could react, the paparazzo, clutching a camera, dashed away. Truly, as a seasoned tabloid photographer, he possessed remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. GC, perplexed, thought, did he really just run off? It seemed she hadn't even done anything yet, pointing towards the direction the photographer had fled. She said to Fu Yi, a paparazzo just took some candid shots. Fu Yi raised an eyebrow. I am aware. Having spent years under the spotlight, he was quite attuned to the presence of cameras. However, rather than feeling vexed at being photographed with GC, he welcomed the idea, believing that more photos should be taken, albeit these images would remain solely in his private collection. Fu Yi signaled to his assistant, who promptly departed. GC could surmise his destination but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she turned to Fu Yi and inquired, where are we headed now? With a playful smile, Fu Yi replied, to the bridal chamber. The ring has been bought, the flowers are ready. The only thing left is the bridal chamber. Unfazed, GC retorted, neither of our bodies is suited for such activities. Let us skip that. Fu Yi let out a sigh filled with disappointment, lamenting, what a pity. While the bridal chamber was indeed out of the question, meeting the parents was still feasible. Standing outside the gates of the Fu family's ancestral home, GC shot piercing glances at Fu Yi, her expression laced with indignation as if she had been deceived. Indeed, Fu Yi, the top celebrity, was quite prescient. Fu Yi, sensing her ire, wore a sheepish grin as he nervously chuckled. Hey there, my wife. Just this once, please forgive me. Chapter 26. Cherished by the entire family. Oh, GC, you finally came to visit Annie. Fu Yi's mother exclaimed as she rushed out of the house. Her excitement palpable as she enveloped GC in a warm embrace, spinning them both in delight. Fu Yi watched his mother's antics with wide eyes, his hair standing on end in sheer surprise, shouting loudly, Mom, Mom, be careful, watch out for your granddaughter. Yuan Zheng, who was excitedly spinning around with GC, abruptly halted her twirling, startling Fu Yi half to death. Mom, Fu Yi exclaimed, catching GC, and turning to his father, Fu Xiao, who had just come out. You need to control Mom. At her age, she still acts like a reckless 18-year-old, nearly giving me a heart attack. Can my wife really keep up with her spinning? Fu Xiao glanced at his son's dangling arm, disdainfully remarking, useless waste, before Fu Yi could respond. Yuan Zheng shot an angry glare at Fu Xiao. If he is useless, then what does that make me, his mother? If you no longer wish to be with me, just say so. I want to cling to you. Realizing his blunder, Fu Xiao obediently fell silent. The most authoritative figure in the Fu family, old Master Fu, leaned on his cane at the door, stating, "If you all wish to cool off, don't drag my granddaughter-in-law into it. CC, come in quickly. Grandpa has prepared your favorite fruits and delicious treats for you." "Hello, Auntie, Uncle." GC greeted Yuan Zheng and Fu Xiao before walking towards old Master Fu, warmly smiling. "Hello, Grandpa." Yuan Zheng, trailing behind, discontentedly corrected GC. "CC, you should change how you address us." GC, realizing that she and Fu Yi were already married, understood she ought to call them Mom and Dad instead. She thought about the expense of a name change before calling her Mom. This was merely Fu Yi teasing Yuan Zheng. But to her surprise, Yuan Zheng pulled out a red envelope from her pocket and handed it to GC, saying, "Good daughter-in-law. Let us hear you call me Mom." GC cast a glance at Fu Yi, observing the twitching of his face, and without hesitation, she sweetly called out, "Mom." The girl she had yearned for since childhood had finally become his daughter-in-law, and hearing her tenderly address her as Mom filled Yuan Zheng with joy. As Yuan Zheng initiated the celebration, Fu Xiao and the elder Fu successively handed GC red envelopes. She obediently greeted them, revealing that she was quite cherished by the Fu family. Upon learning that the couple had already registered their marriage and even had a child, the entire family treated her as if she were a revered matriarch, showering her with fruits and snacks, fearful of any discomfort or misfortune befalling her. Fu Yi, feeling somewhat neglected, remarked, "Mom, Dad, Grandpa, I am also an invalid here. Don't you see me? Have you not gazed upon me for nearly 30 years, and yet you still cannot get enough?" Yuan Zheng disdainfully pushed Fu Yi aside, saying, "You are obstructing the air around CC, step back." Turning her attention to GC, she asked, "Are you feeling unwell or nauseous? What would you like to eat? Tell Grandpa, although his old legs cannot carry him far, he can send Fu Yi to fetch it. Dad can also help you get it." Fu Xiao, unable to compete with Yuan Zheng and the elder Fu, chimed in from behind. Watching the three fuss over GC, Fu Yi felt a tinge of envy. Yet he couldn't help but feel delighted. Jin Yin, upon seeing GC for the first time, scolded, "Have you not been eating properly? You've lost weight." She then glared at Fu Yi, "Have you not been taking good care of my sister?" GC interjected, "Why are you blaming him for this? How could he possibly ensure I eat well if I were to lose weight?" Jin Yin turned to Fu Yi. "What assurances did you give me the day I handed you the household registration book? It has been such a short while since we last met. Yet my sister has transformed so drastically." Listening to Jin Yin's words, GC found herself questioning her own existence. Has she truly slimmed down? Was she not gaining weight instead? Have I lost weight as well? GC furrowed her brow, instinctively pinching the flesh at her waist. Jin Yin lamented, "Aunt Yuan Zheng, I have grown up under your watchful eye, yet you dote on my sister while neglecting me? I am also human, and I experience fatigue, you know?" Yuan Zheng shot her a playful eye roll. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your company's hiring of an acting president. Aside from crucial decisions, you can certainly afford to ease your burdens." Although she no longer worked at the company, she still heard murmurs from within the circles about various matters. Jin Yin feigned distress, clutching her chest. "Alas, without anyone to pamper me, I must strive a little harder." Yuan Zheng raised her hand and playfully tapped her forehead, scolding with a smile, "Since you have declared that no one is pampering you, I shall instruct the kitchen to remove all your favorite dishes." Jin Yin quickly grasped Yuan Zheng's wrist, pleading, "I was wrong. Hiki, I knew Aunt Yuan Zheng favored me the most." Yuan Zheng, with a tender expression, lightly tapped her forehead, her face radiating affection. GC observed the interplay between the two, silently chuckling. Suddenly, her hand was enveloped by a large one. Turning her head, she found Fu Yi grinning at her. GC felt a bit awkward, inching closer to him and imploring, "Could you please stop smiling? It looks rather foolish." Fu Yi replied, "Is this the first time GC has called my smile foolish? Do I truly appear foolish when I smile? What are you two whispering about?" Yuan Jing's voice chimed in beside them. GC abruptly distanced herself from Fu Yi, her voice betraying a rare sense of fluster and shyness. "Nothing. Aunt, no." What did you just call me?" Yuan Zhang glared with her beautiful eyes, expressing her dissatisfaction towards GC. Realizing his mistake, GC quickly remedied the situation, "Mom." Only then did Yuan Zhang's expression brighten. At the dinner table, the elder inquired about when GC and Yuan Zheng would hold their wedding. GC instinctively glanced at Fu Yi, who had previously mentioned that she should defer to him in such matters. Fu Yi grasped her hand, signaling her to remain calm, as he intended to address the matter himself. It is too late to arrange a wedding now. I plan to wait until CC gives birth before we hold the ceremony. Fu Yi, feeling wronged, not wanting to create an unpleasant atmosphere. GC took half of the responsibility. Mom, I also bear some responsibility in this matter. I should have clarified things with him at the time. However, I truly have no intention of organizing a wedding right now. She laundered on a wedding gown beautifully, rather than hastily arrange a wedding that she might later regret for its lack of elegance. Seeing this, Yuan Zheng had no choice but to concede. They would postpone the wedding for now, but it would be imperative to hold one after the child was born. In their family, there was no tradition of neglecting a proper wedding for a daughter. That is only natural. Fu Yi concurred with Yuan Zheng's sentiment. Even though you currently have no plans for a wedding, it is only fitting for both families to share a meal together. Chapter 27. Family gathering. Yuan Zheng was already contemplating how to apologize to GC's father, although they had initially been in a romantic relationship. The predicament of an unplanned pregnancy could hardly be solely attributed to Fu Yi. It was rather presumptuous of him to purchase tickets without informing GC's father first. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zheng contemplated whether to dine at a restaurant or at home the following day. Fu Xiao interjected, suggesting that since Fu Yi is now a public figure, it would be prudent to eat at home to avoid any unsavory publicity. Fu Yi nodded in agreement, noting that with CC's condition, staying at home would be safer. The meeting of the parents would thus take place at the Fu residence. Tonight, being their wedding night, they found themselves engaged in simple conversation, lying together under the same blanket, hindered by Fu Yi's disability and CC's pregnancy. CC, Fu Yi called softly, using her nickname. CC murmured, drowsy and languid, watching his young wife stifle a yawn, her eyes misty with sleep. Fu Yi felt a profound sense of contentment within. The next day, when CC awoke, she realized it was already 10 o'clock. She had overslept. Perhaps it was due to the change in her circumstances that she felt a flutter of anxiety. Rushing to get ready, she was startled when Fu Yi entered the room, her irritation flaring as she glared at him. "Why didn't you wake me?" Understanding her underlying apprehension, Fu Yi replied, "You appeared to be sleeping so peacefully that I didn't want to disturb you. Rest assured, my mother won't hold it against you for sleeping in." "That is not the same," CC retorted, hastening her movements. "Today marks our first day as the official daughter-in-law of the Fu family." "Oh, how could I have overslept?" Despite Fu Yi's reassurances, CC could not quell her unease. The anxiety stemming from her new identity peaked as they descended the stairs. However, upon witnessing the unwavering warmth of the Fu family towards her, her worries began to dissipate. Fu Yi raised an eyebrow. "I told you not to be afraid. They won't blame you." CC remained silent, turning to assist Yuan Zheng in the kitchen. "Mother, let me help you." At the break of dawn, Yuan Zheng personally ventured to the market to procure fresh vegetables, accompanied by the household servant, demonstrating her earnestness regarding the upcoming gathering. Ji Heng had already arrived at the Shanghai airport, and Jin Yin had gone to receive him. Yuan Zheng, with damp hands, nudged her with her elbow, cautioning, "The floor is slippery, you should step outside." GC smiled helplessly, replying, "Mother, I will be careful. I wish to chat with you and hear about Fu Yi's mischievous childhood tales." Upon hearing this, Yuan Zheng was deeply touched. She glared at her ungrateful son, Fu Yi, then glanced at CC and back at him. The disparity in treatment between her son and daughter was unmistakable. After toiling in the kitchen for quite some time, Fu Yi had remained in the study, absorbed in work, not even bothering to come out for a brief conversation. Despite being the owner of the same company, GC understood her mother's sentiments and had come to provide her with companionship and alleviate her boredom. Fu Yi, with an innocent blink, protested, "Mother, there isn't an ant here. You're just busying yourself unnecessarily." Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Zheng brandished a broom and shooed him out, exclaiming, "Get out, you troublesome thing." Cast out from the kitchen, Fu Yi wore an expression of innocence. Spotting his grandfather, who was leaning on a cane, he called out, "Grandfather." The elder looked at Fu Yi with a complex expression and remarked, "It's a pity that my CC has been mistreated by you." Understanding the implication behind his grandfather's words, Fu Yi protested, "Grandfather, I am your true grandson. There will be no meal for you today." The elder, dismissing his retort, entered the kitchen to assist. As Fu Xiao descended the stairs, he noticed his son lost in thought and inquired, "Why are you sitting there daydreaming instead of helping out?" Observing the warm scene unfolding in the kitchen, Fu Yi seemed to comprehend why Yuan Zheng and his grandfather felt such frustration earlier. Click, click, click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed from behind, causing the busy family in the kitchen to turn. Fu Yi was holding a camera, capturing the moment. With a grin, he remarked, "My hands may not be suited for assistance, but I can certainly help immortalize this moment with photographs." The others raised their eyebrows, and GC jested, "Fu, the sensation, has finally discovered his true calling. There's barely enough food for you. What are you saying?" The laughter can be heard from outside. Fu Xiao chimed in merrily. "My old friend, we shall soon be in-laws. I owe you my gratitude." Ji Hong, nearing 60 yet appearing hardly past 50 due to her excellent self-care, exuded a calm maturity born of experience. Over the years, she had relaxed her fitness regimen, resulting in a slightly fuller figure. Her round face bore a resemblance to a benevolent Buddha when she smiled. "Dad, that day will never come," Fu Yi assured solemnly. Perhaps it was the pregnancy that heightened emotions. Upon hearing Ji Heng's words, GC couldn't help but embrace her, saying, "Dad, I will take good care of him. Please do not worry. That's all I need to hear," Ji Heng said, patting her daughter's shoulder, reverting to her cheerful Buddha-like demeanor. "Is the meal not ready yet? Let me lend a hand. Come on. Many hands make light work. We'll be dining in no time." Fu Xiao pulled Ji Heng into the battlefield. Gradually, relatives and friends from the Fu, Yuan, and Ji families began to arrive. Although they all knew one another, their busy lives often left little room for gatherings. Today's reunion at the Fu residence was made possible by a phone call from the elder Fu the previous night. After much bustling, a meal finally graced the table. Yet, amidst the lively atmosphere, an incongruous sound pierced through. The guests turned, taken aback by the sight of someone hastily retreating to the public restroom. Bewildered, they exchanged glances. Utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, Yuan Zheng recognized the silhouette as her son S and hurried to knock on the door. "Fu Yi, are you all right?" It was GC who, sensing the situation, stepped forward to comfort Yuan Zheng, saying, "Mom, it's likely that the concussion hasn't fully healed, and today's exertion has triggered dizziness and nausea. What shall we do? Should we call the family doctor?" Yuan Zheng transformed from a stepmother into a concerned mother at the mere hint of her child's illness. The restroom door swung open, revealing Fu Yi, pale and wan. Who reassured Yuan Zheng, "I just caught a whiff of the food and felt nauseous, but I've thrown up now. Don't worry, Mom." Chapter 28. Can morning sickness be contagious? Upon hearing that Fu Yi felt nauseous due to the food's aroma, Yuan Zheng was taken aback, thinking, "Why are you being so dramatic? Your wife experiences morning sickness," and, before she could finish, GC, who had been standing beside her, dashed into the restroom and leaned over the toilet, retching violently. Yuan Zheng and Fu Yi immediately rushed to assist her, attempting to offer comfort by patting her back. However, as Fu Yi continued, he too succumbed to the urge to vomit. Those who had heard the commotion rushed in to witness the scene, one person clutching the toilet, another leaning against the sink, both retching in unison. They exchanged incredulous looks, and someone, hesitating, finally asked, "Can morning sickness be contagious?" Another, covering their nose and mouth, replied, "The smell, it might be." Jin Yin supported GC as they exited, speaking with a hint of exasperation. "My sister is suffering from morning sickness. Brother Fu Yi, are you experiencing the same?" At that moment, Fu Yi felt utterly listless and disoriented, lacking the energy to engage in conversation. However, Yuan Zheng chimed in, echoing Jin Yin's concerns. "It's not entirely implausible. Isn't cousin E recovering from a concussion? Perhaps he has overexerted himself today, leading to this predicament. We should call the family doctor for a consultation." The speaker was a gentle and demure young lady, Yuan Zheng's adoptive daughter, who gazed at Fu Yi with concern. "Shall I take a look at Cousin E? If it is serious and we delay, it could worsen the situation. What do you think, Cousin E?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Fong joined in the agreement. "Indeed, Mayanan is currently studying under a physician, and whenever I have any ailment, I consult her. Fu Yi, you should let an examine you." Noticing the many gazes directed at her, Liangnan felt a surge of confidence. She walked boldly towards Fu Yi, her demeanor radiating warmth. "Cousin E, allow me to check on you." Fu Yi leaned closer to GC, firmly holding her hand and coolly rejecting Liang and An's offer. "No need, I am fine. Everyone, let us proceed to dinner." Old Master Fu also called out, urging everyone to gather for the meal before it cooled. The group shifted their focus away from Liang and An's intentions to examine Fu Yi, laughing and making their way to the dining table. Liang observed the couple seated side by side, her expression darkening. Her hands, hanging at her sides, clenched into fists. Yuan Fong leaned closer to Liang. Whispering a warning, maintain your composure. Liang Inan instinctively revealed a gentle smile as she approached the gathering. At the dining table, the Ji and Fu families, who shared a close relationship, were seated together. Ji Nian sat beside GC, leaning in to whisper, "Sister, that woman Liang Inan harbors ill intentions." GC, perceptive and astute, sensed the hostility that Liang Inan could not entirely conceal. "Be cautious of her, sister. She possesses medical knowledge," Ji Nian warned GC. "What secretive conversation are you having?" Fui interjected, only to receive a disdainful glance from Ji Nian, who muttered under her breath about his troublesome romantic entanglements. The surrounding noise drowned out her words, and Fu Yi, unable to catch her meaning, deduced that her sentiments were less than favorable. He chose to disregard her further and serve GC some of her favorite dishes, having just recovered from a bout of nausea. GC found herself enjoying the meal heartily. As the lively dinner drew to a close, the group engaged in casual conversation. Such gatherings were a rarity, and the predominant topic was everyone's recent experiences. It was unclear who first broached the subject of marriage, but Yuan Fong suddenly shifted the discussion to Fu Yi and Liang Inan. "Oh, I once imagined Fu Yi marrying our Inan. I was hoping to strengthen our family ties," she remarked. At this statement, the entire living room fell silent, and disapproving glances were cast towards Yuan Fong. Previously, playful banter regarding Fu Yi and Inan had been innocent, especially before GC became the daughter-in-law of the Fu family. Now, however, with GC already fulfilling that role, such teasing felt decidedly inappropriate, even if it was uttered in jest. Only Yuan Fong took delight in teasing Fu Yi and Liang Inan, while numerous relatives from the Ji and Fu families engaged in jesting about GC and Fu Yi. In contrast to GC's feigned bewilderment and the collective awkwardness, Yuan Zheng chose not to join her sister Yuan Fong in the banter. "This jest has been made since our childhood. If you are not weary of it." "I certainly am. Please refrain from making such jokes in the future." Fu Yi's aunt nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. Although Inan is not your biological child and shares no blood relation with Xiao Yi, she is still connected through marriage, and we cannot engage in incestuous unions." Yuan Fong retorted with dissatisfaction. "My Inan excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is currently a medical student and is no less than GC. Why can't Fu Yi marry my Inan?" Liang Inan grasped Yuan Fong's hand, her pale face feigning a smile as she said, "Mom, please stop. It's my fault for not being good enough to make Cousin Yi fall for me." The crowd fell silent, fully aware of how Fu Yi regarded Liang Inan as they had watched them grow up together. The implications of the jest hung in the air, unacknowledged. "Inan, do not belittle yourself. You are exceptional. It's just unfortunate." Yuan Fong's statement trailed off, yet her meaningful gaze settled on Fu Yi, the implication clear. Yuan Zheng stood before Fu Yi, a smile gracing her lips, as she pondered whether her sister intended to suggest that Fu Yi was blind to Liang and An's virtues. Yuan Fong countered, "You said that yourself. I did not imply such. But my Inan is indeed the best. My Inan can manage the household and raise children after marriage. Can she?" Yuan Fong pointed at GC, her voice unable to suppress her indignation. Over the years, she had clandestinely suggested a union between their families countless times, yet Yuan Zheng remained resolute, insisting on having a solitary daughter as her daughter-in-law. With arms crossed, Yuan Zheng nodded in agreement. "My CC is capable both in the drawing room and the kitchen. If she wishes to manage the household and nurture her children, she may. If she desires to venture out and earn a living, she is free to do so. As long as it pleases her, I shall provide my unwavering support." As if to emphasize her point, Yuan Zheng gestured towards the members of the Fu family behind her, who all nodded in affirmation. When an individual reaches a certain pinnacle of success, they inspire admiration from others. GC was indeed the kind of extraordinary person they looked up to. Yuan Fong mumbled in dissatisfaction, believing it disgraceful for a woman to marry and not remain at home, exposing herself to public scrutiny. Upon hearing her sister's remarks, Yuan Zheng was both amused and incensed. "I have yet to voice any objections regarding my own daughter-in-law. By what authority do you presume to instruct her?" Just as Yuan Fong was about to respond, Yuan Zheng coldly interrupted her. "Do not speak on behalf of an aunt. My CC requires no such guidance. In your heart, your Liang Inan may be the best, but in mine, my CC holds that title as well." Fifth sister, refrain from repeating those words. Uttering them too often will render them a mere jest. Faced with her younger sister's retort, Yuan Fong could no longer endure the situation and dragged Liang Anin away from the Fu residence. Once they departed, I felt the atmosphere become significantly more refreshing. Fu Yizhen clapped her hands in front of her, commenting on the air. Suddenly recalling that she was Yuan Zheng's sister, she awkwardly apologized. Sister-in-law, my apologies. I spoke without thinking. Chapter 29, A Matter to Confess. Yuan Zheng, with remarkable composure, responded, it's nothing. Each gathering inevitably brought up this topic, and she understood her friend's intentions all too well. There was a part of her that yearned to voice her frustrations. As both women embarked on the journey of marriage and motherhood, Yuan Fong began to secretly compete with Yuan Zheng. Over time, as Yuan Zheng prospered in her marriage to the Fu family, the Liang family faced decline. Each encounter with Yuan Zheng prompted Yuan Fong to broach the subject of their unions. However, as both eventually bore sons, the conversation lost its momentum. Later, when Yuan Fong adopted Liang Anin, the topic resurfaced, yet amidst kinship, the relatives merely exchanged smiles without engaging further. Yuan Zheng's mother, the very person at the center of this discussion, either chuckled lightly or firmly told Yuan Fong to refrain from involving the children in emotional matters, allowing them to navigate their own relationships. Her refusal was resolute. Let us set aside that topic and discuss the wedding of CC and Fu Yi, Yuan Zheng suggested, steering the conversation towards the marriage of GC and Fu Yi. The guests, already uninterested in Yuan Fong's affairs, readily followed her lead. Fu Yi took GC by the hand and addressed the gathering. You all continue your conversation. I need to speak with CC for a moment. We understand your affection for your wife. Do carry on, came the light-hearted laughter from the crowd. GC, feeling awkward, followed Fu Yi away from the group and up the stairs. Once they were back in their room, GC looked at Fu Yi with curiosity. What is it that you need? Fu Yi pointed to his arm, indicating pain. GC gasped. Did you hurt yourself today? Fearing that the injury might worsen, she reached for her phone to call the family doctor. But as her hands were momentarily empty, Fu Yi snatched the phone away. GC gazed at him in confusion. What are you doing? I yearn to engage with you, yet circumstances do not permit it. Fu Yi took away the phone, pulling her onto the bed. Let us lie here for a while. It has been ages since we have quietly rested together. GC's thoughts lingered on his hand. Your hand. Fu Yi placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he teased. I was merely jesting. GC, irritated, playfully punched him, albeit lightly. Suddenly, Fu Yi let out a dramatic wail. CC, you are attempting to murder your husband. Without hesitation, GC delivered another punch, targeting the same spot as before. This time, it was considerably harder, causing Fu Yi to emit a muffled groan. GC unabashedly mocked. Now, that is true murder of a husband. Fu Yi raised his hands in surrender. I concede. CC, please do not strike me again. The two frolicked in the room until Ji Nian appeared. Sister, Grandpa Fu and Dad are looking for you in the study. As they emerged, Ji Nian's gaze thoroughly scanned GC, her eyes nearly vocalizing a warning to take it easy. In the study, GC and Fu Yi entered to find Fu grandfather, Fu Xiao, and Ji Heng awaiting them. CC, come here. Fu grandfather beckoned from behind the desk. GC approached, greeting, Grandpa. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a share transfer agreement resting on the table. Fu grandfather lifted the document, asserting with authority, sign this. GC's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Is this the share transfer agreement of the Fu family? Fu grandfather nodded. This is being bequeathed to you from the Fu family, your rightful share as a daughter-in-law. Please sign it. GC gazed at Fu Yi, who returned her glance with a warm smile, a gesture of kindness from the elder that was impossible to refuse. Accept the gift bestowed by your grandfather. GC turned her attention to the others, who were all observing her intently. Ji Heng spoke up, take it. You have the Fu family's support, and Fu Yi has ours as well. This is a startup fund for your little family, fair and just. Overcome with emotion, GC embraced Ji Heng, murmuring, thank you, Dad. Both Ji Heng and Fu Xiao responded in unison. They exchanged a glance, and Ji Heng shot an indignant glare at Fu Xiao. My daughter is addressing me. You have no right to respond. Fu Xiao, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, retorted defiantly, why should I not respond? She is now my daughter-in-law, and I am her father too. Ji Heng raised her hand in protest, asserting, she is calling me Dad. You cannot respond. Why can't I respond? I am also her father now. She calls me Dad, so I am entitled to reply. Ji Nian stepped forward to intervene before the two fathers could escalate their quarrel. Dad, Uncle, let us remain calm. We are discussing my sister's affairs. The elderly Fu patriarch interjected sharply. You two, over 100 years combined, should be more discerning than little Nian. The two fathers exchanged awkward glances, neither willing to concede, and turned their heads away. The elder gestured for GC to sign. Child, please sign. His gaze fell upon GC's abdomen as he continued. The wedding will be held after you give birth. The shares are a safeguard provided by the Fu family for their daughter-in-law. GC signed her name on the contract. The news of their marriage certificate was then conveyed to their families, marking a new chapter ahead. In due course, the news that GC had become the legitimate daughter-in-law of the Fu family spread swiftly throughout high society. With the marriage certificate secured, the next matter of discussion was where they would reside. In the past, the parents of both the Fu and Ji families would not concern themselves with their living arrangements. However, given that GC was now expecting, their parents were apprehensive about the couple living independently. Yuan Zheng's gaze fell upon Fu Yi's hand, filled with concern. How can you care for CC when you are injured? Fu Yi looked at his own hand, a stubborn glint in his eyes as he replied, I can manage. Then you must take good care of my CC. If she appears even slightly emaciated or haggard, I shall not hesitate to reprimand you. When faced with the choice of either muddling the waters or allowing the children to nurture their bond, Yuan Zheng opted for the latter. On the way home, Fu Yi, feeling a sense of trepidation, confided in GC, CC, there is something I wish to confess. Immediately alert upon hearing his words, GC, who had been feeling uneasy since getting into the car, raised her head, striving to suppress the tremor in her voice as she feigned nonchalance. What is it? Fu Yi found her anxious yet composed demeanor amusing, which eased his own worries. It was not a matter that would cross any boundaries. Concerned that GC might frighten herself if he delayed, Fu Yi hastily revealed, I would like to discuss the possibility of setting our wedding photo shoot in our marital home. What do you think? Upon hearing the term marital home, GC's thoughts turned to his uncommunicated intentions regarding advancing their relationship, which had led to her misunderstanding. She regarded him with a cool gaze. When did you prepare the marital home? Fu Yi felt the piercing gaze upon him, sending a chill through his spine, and quickly sought to clarify. He was preparing for life after graduation. GC suddenly recalled a conversation from their sophomore year when Fu Yi had asked her where she would like to have their marital home should they wed. At that time, filled with dreams of a future with him, she shared her vision. The location mattered little. What was essential was the abundance of rooms. One for her father, one for her sister, and accommodations for his parents as well, though they might not reside with them. It was imperative that they have a space should they visit. Chapter 30, Secrets Yet to be Revealed. There would also be a room for their future children and, importantly, a personal dressing room for her, adorned with her favorite beautiful garments alongside his. The study would boast shelves filled with countless books she cherished. Whether they were read or not held little significance. What mattered was the act of collection. Upon hearing of his new girlfriend, the fantasies she once harbored had been neatly tucked away. That place remained her clandestine sanctuary, one that he would never know of. Yuan Ti possibly. GC was too agitated to articulate her thoughts further. Fu Yi chuckled, ruffling her hair, and said, let us save the tears for later. His words left GC in a quandary, neither laughing nor crying, and in frustration, she raised her hand to swat at him. Yet, her hand was captured by a larger one. Fu Yi held her hand gently, his gaze tender. GC felt a rush of shyness under his look, diverting her eyes to the window, only to realize they were entering a high-end, highly confidential community. Upon seeing this neighborhood, GC was momentarily taken aback. This was a delightful surprise. Fu Yi delicately toyed with her fingers before speaking slowly. When I first heard you speak of the future, I was troubled for quite some time. I contemplated purchasing land to construct a villa, envisioning a grand abode of my own. However, upon reflection, I realized that you were so serene. Wouldn't it be even more tranquil to reside in a less populated area? After much effort, I discovered this exquisite community, renowned for both its breathtaking scenery and privacy. I believe you will greatly appreciate it. Hence, I resolved that our marital home would be here. Do you still find it pleasing as you gaze upon it now? Fu Yi looked at GC with hopeful anticipation. Seeing the unease and tension flickering in his eyes, GC secretly delighted in his vulnerability, maintaining a facade of seriousness. She replied, it is indeed quite agreeable. In truth, it was far more than agreeable. She genuinely adored it. The residents here were either affluent or aristocratic, and mere wealth alone would not suffice to secure a place. Connections were equally crucial. The car came to a halt in front of a standalone villa, and shortly thereafter, the villa door opened slowly, allowing the vehicle to proceed into the garage. "Sir, we have arrived," the driver announced. It was then that GC noticed the driver was not the usual portly chauffeur of Fu Yi, but rather a man who appeared to be a retired soldier. Fu Yi introduced him. "This is Wu Ming. He was once a special police officer but had to retire due to an injury sustained in the line of duty. He is now my personal driver." "Hello," GC responded, filled with admiration upon hearing Fu Yi's introduction. "Madam," Wu Ming addressed her with utmost respect, his tone earnest. The way he referred to her as madam brought a smile to Fu Yi's face, clearly pleased. "Not bad, he shows promise," he remarked. Wu Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile, a slight shift from his normally stoic demeanor. When dreams manifest before one's eyes, GC is overwhelmed with excitement and emotion. What else could I possibly be unaware of? This individual has secretly prepared a marital home, a ring. Everything is in place, and she has only just come to realize it. Fu Yi's expression suddenly stiffens, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. GC, on the verge of tears, suddenly catches sight of his expression and stifles her emotions, dangerously inquiring, "Is there anything else you are concealing from me?" Fu Yi smiles and shakes his head, revealing only the preparations for the ring and the marital abode. "That is all." Then what did that expression mean? GC's demeanor grows perilous, showing no inclination to let him off the hook. "Fu Yi, let me state this clearly. I desire honesty between spouses. If I ever discover that you have withheld the truth, I will leave without granting you a chance to plead for my return." They had previously faced misunderstandings due to a lack of transparency, and GC refuses to endure the torment of self-deception or the anguish of self-inflicted suffering again. Fu Yi chuckles softly, gently patting her shoulder, assuring her that there is indeed nothing being hidden from her. Seeing his unwavering certainty, GC chooses to trust him. The villa is expansive and well-maintained, and GC notices that each individual possesses a distinct aura, each bearing some flaw, suggesting they belong to a specialized group akin to Wu Ming. After enduring a prolonged encounter with relatives and traversing the road, GC's resilient body begins to tire. Stifling a yawn, she turns to Fu Yi and says, "Please handle the arrangements for tomorrow's recording. I shall take my leave to rest now." Fu Yi, feeling a pang of concern for her, gently took her hand and led her to the third floor, entering the bedroom. He playfully remarked, "Our bedroom is here. Don't take a wrong turn." Upon seeing the bed, GC felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity and collapsed onto it, a rare daze enveloping her. "I understand now. You may go about your business," she murmured. Fu Yi tenderly tucked her in, observing as she swiftly drifted into slumber, fully aware of her exhaustion. His heart aching with empathy, he leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her forehead, whispering, "Rest well, my dear." He tiptoed out of the bedroom, where he encountered a man in his 40s or 50s, wearing sunglasses, Bai Yuan, the butler of the villa. "Sir, with the recording scheduled for tomorrow, should we remove some personnel?" Bai Yuan expressed concern that the villa's employees might inadvertently be seen by netizens, potentially casting a negative light on Fu Yi. "There's no need for that. Just tell them to focus on their duties. They needn't worry about anything else," Fu Yi replied. After all, hiring a group of special unemployed individuals to assist him was nothing to be ashamed of. Bai Yuan felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing this. "Thank you, sir. I will inform them immediately." He hurried away to relay the message to the staff. Fu Yi lingered in place for a moment before making his way to the study. GC awoke to find it was already midnight. The room felt unfamiliar. Even the scent was foreign. It took her a while to remember that this was the marital abode she shared with Fu Yi, the one he had prepared for her. "Where's Fu Yi?" "Starving." GC had no time to change her clothes as she stepped out of the room. She encountered Fu Yi at the doorway and, with a bright smile, called out, "Fu Yi, you're awake? Are you hungry? Bai Yuan has already prepared a meal for you." Fu Yi took GC's hand as they descended the staircase, teasingly remarking, "After such a long slumber, you must be well rested now. It's time to work overtime tonight." GC nodded in agreement, acknowledging that there was a mountain of work awaiting her. "Indeed, we must tackle it shortly," she replied. "Sir, madam, dinner is ready," Bai Yuan said respectfully. Fu Yi then introduced Bai Yuan to GC, explaining, "This is Bai Yuan, who is in a situation similar to Wu Ming's. He serves as the housekeeper. Should you require assistance in my absence, feel free to approach him or any member of the household." "Uncle Bai," GC addressed him, opting for a term of endearment rather than using his name directly. As they dined, Bai Yuan excused himself. While enjoying her meal, GC inquired of Fu Yi, "Do all the staff in this villa consist of retirees?" Fu Yi gently nodded, affirming her observation. There were many matters he found unsuitable to discuss, and GC refrained from probing further, trusting that Fu Yi would not engage in any actions that might tarnish his integrity. Once they had satisfied their appetites, GC, adopting the persona of a resolute businesswoman, declared, "I must attend to my work now." Chapter 31. Unwavering commitment. Fu Yi reached out to stop her, saying, "Why the haste? After a hearty meal, one ought to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion." GC gazed incredulously at the darkened exterior. "Is it truly so late? You wish to venture out in such darkness?" Fu Yi insisted on taking her for a walk, reassuring her, "What is there to fear? There are streetlights." GC, though unafraid, found the notion unnecessary, replying, "I shall not go. Have you ceased to love me? Are you unwilling even to accompany me for a stroll?" Fu Yi feigned a sense of grievance, adopting a playful demeanor that left GC momentarily speechless. "All right, I shall accompany you," she finally relented. With a fleeting expression of grievance dissipating from his face, Fu Yi broke into a smile. "Shall we go?" he suggested, observing his eager demeanor. GC found herself compelled to accompany him on a stroll, a leisurely way to digest their meal. The villa community exuded an ambience reminiscent of antiquity. As the lights illuminated the surroundings, an enchanting tranquility enveloped the scene, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful. GC's reluctance vanished upon witnessing the picturesque landscape, and she turned to glance at the man beside her. Beneath his long eyelashes, a pair of captivating eyes gazed ahead, the corners slightly lifted, mirroring the gentle upward curve of his lips, which reflected his cheerful disposition. With a prominent and straight nose, GC found herself inopportunely recalling how he would deliberately nuzzle her with it when they kissed, jesting that she ought to cut his nose whenever she felt displeased. Fu Yi was undeniably handsome, a charm that retained a masculine vigor. "Am I handsome?" he suddenly inquired, turning his head with a smile playing on his lips. GC corrected him, "Not handsome, you are good-looking." Fu Yi, displaying a childish obstinacy, countered that good-looking was not a term befitting a grown man. GC, with an innocent expression, retorted, "But you are indeed good-looking. I am a man. You must describe me as handsome, not good-looking." "Good-looking is a term for women," he insisted. Thus, the two engaged in a playful dispute over the semantics of good-looking versus handsome, neither willing to concede. "CC, from now on, we will live here." Fu Yi leaned closer to GC, his warm breath brushing against her face, evoking a delightful tickle. "Could you please keep your distance?" She responded involuntarily, her tone laced with a hint of coyness. "When was the last time you shaved? Your stubble is tickling my face from this distance." Fu Yi, perplexed, retorted, "That's impossible. I shaved just today." "Haha. I was merely teasing you," GC remarked, gazing at the contemplative Fu Yi. Realizing he had been deceived, Fu Yi extended his long arm, pulling GC into his embrace, only to forget his injuries, which caused him to wince in pain. Concerned yet speechless, GC pushed him away gently, admonishing, "Be careful." "Are you all right?" Fu Yi, clutching his aching hand, playfully insisted, "I'm in distress. It hurts greatly, and only a kiss can remedy it." GC showed no inclination to indulge him, replying, "Oh, then suffer through it." Fu Yi feigned being wounded, retorting, "This way, you might lose me, your top-tier celebrity." GC, unfazed, declared, "I am a formidable female executive. Why have I not seen you trying to curry favor with me? Perhaps if I were pleased, I might grant you abundant resources." Not one to back down, GC stood her ground. Upon hearing this, Fu Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling a rocket. "CC, let us engage in a role-playing game. You are the powerful executive who holds life and death in her hands, and I am merely an emerging star." GC interrupted his whimsical musings. "Stop. Fu Yi, we are both mature adults. Must we indulge in such childish games?" Suddenly, Fu Yi's shoulders slumped. His gaze filled with sorrow as he looked at GC. "Do you think I am childish?" Just as GC was about to deny it, Fu Yi turned and walked away. GC was taken aback, wondering, could he truly be angry? "Fu Yi," she called out. Yet, Fu Yi did not pause. He vanished around the corner. Panic surged within GC as she hurried to catch up. Fu Yi. She ran so swiftly that she nearly collided with someone at the turn. "I'm sorry," she apologized. As GC opened her mouth to apologize, her gaze searched the vast expanse for Fu Yi's figure, paying little heed to the silhouette she had inadvertently collided with. It's all right. A gentle voice emerged beside her. GC instantly lifted her head, meeting Fu Yi's warm, smiling eyes. For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt a pang of grievance, her eyes welling with tears. You deceived me, she uttered, her voice trembling. Upon seeing her tears, Fu Yi hurriedly apologized, wiping the corners of her eyes. CC, please don't cry. I was merely trying to give you a surprise. Look over there at the plaza. Instinctively, GC followed his direction, and in the next moment, the open square was adorned with fireworks. She was about to protest that fireworks were prohibited within the city, but quickly realized something was amiss. These fireworks erupted silently, their beauty overwhelming. Fui explained beside her, these are silent fireworks just developed by a friend of mine. He asked me to endorse them, and I thought of you. Wishing to create a surprise. The fireworks, though soundless, were breathtakingly real. Residents who had yet to retire for the night emerged to witness the spectacle, and the once tranquil community square was suddenly abuzz with excitement. GC anxiously clutched Fu Yi's arm, concerned for his safety. Is your identity all right? She fretted, worried about the potential frenzy of fans. Fu Yi ruffled her hair reassuringly. There's no need to worry, just focus on the surprise I prepared for you. More surprises? GC had thought the fireworks were the extent of it, until the final display revealed words that left her astonished. Her name appeared in brilliant lights. GC, always together, Fu Yi. A simple phrase, yet it moved GC to tears. Fu Yi gently wiped away her tears and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, I initially wished to express holding your hand and growing old together, but then I reconsidered. The child will eventually carve out their own path in life. Thus, I opted for this four-character phrase. GC couldn't help but chuckle through her teary eyes and inquired, does your child know? Fu Yi silenced her with a shushing gesture, cautioning her to refrain from speaking lest the child overhear. Unbeknownst to them, the fireworks had long since ceased, yet the crowd remained. GC spotted several collaborators amidst the throng, each accompanied by their spouses or children, though separated by distance. They chose not to intrude upon one another, merely exchanging faint smiles or nods before returning to their families. After work hours, they were simply ordinary individuals basking in their success. Yet, even these successful ordinary folks are not devoid of human emotions and desires. Having navigated the business realm for many years, GC had encountered a multitude of individuals. She had witnessed harmonious couples whose families and careers flourished, as well as those who abandoned their spouses and children. Initially, they appeared well, but within a few years, their enterprises faltered. In such times, regret proved futile. Having seen enough, she firmly believed in the principle of cause and effect. It was merely a matter of timing. Fu Yi, we must cherish our bond. GC reflected wistfully. If one day you grow weary of me, please feel free to tell me directly. Although it would break my heart, I would not cling to you against your will. Fu Yi tightened his grip on GC's hand, causing her to wince. Noticing her frown, he asked, does it hurt? GC withdrew her hand, raising her reddened palm in response. What do you think? Fu Yi smirked, it should hurt. What have I done to you that would warrant such unfounded thoughts? Jai-Sai glared at him, bringing up old matters. You once had rumors surrounding you. Yet you offer no explanation. Chapter 32. Let us think together. Fu Yi smiled charmingly. Are you still jealous? His smile remained unchanged. I grant you the right to be jealous. In the past, you kept things hidden. There is no need for such secrecy anymore. Jai-Sai's heart fluttered. She had to admit that Fu Yi's words resonated deeply with her. Previously, she had concealed matters from him, leading to significant misunderstandings between them. Although they had resolved those issues now, the time lost felt rather prolonged. It seemed that a romantic relationship required much more adjustment. After wasting so much time, it was now late at night, and they agreed to postpone work until the following day, despite having gone to bed late. Both of their biological clocks awakened at the break of dawn. Upon opening their eyes and meeting each other's gaze, they smiled and exchanged morning greetings. Good morning. It was unclear who initiated the morning kiss, but when they parted, Jai-Sai humorously remarked, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Fu Yi, in a cheerful mood, responded as he got out of bed, what a coincidence, I haven't brushed mine either. Let us stink together. Jai-Sai chased after him, playfully scolding, you stink. Your whole family stinks. Realizing she had included herself in the insult, Jai-Sai grew even more irritated and chose to ignore Fu Yi during their morning routine. It appeared that Fu Yi was oblivious to her annoyance as he playfully leaned closer to her. Wife, I only have one hand. I can't squeeze the toothpaste. Seeing him struggle, Jai-Sai approached him with a stern face to assist. Wife, I only have one hand. I can't wash my face either. As GC observed him, she noticed that one of his hands was remarkably clumsy, rendering him incapable of washing properly. With a frown, she stepped forward to assist him, fueled by irritation. She applied quite a bit of pressure, and before long, Fu Yi's impeccably clean face, almost devoid of pores, was tinged red from her vigorous prodding. Remarkably, Fu Yi displayed no signs of discomfort. In fact, he seemed to derive some enjoyment from it. GC's anger dissipated in an instant. With a hint of concern, she inquired, "Does it hurt?" Fu Yi chuckled heartily. "Your husband has tough skin and robust flesh. It's nothing." GC responded with a hint of exasperation. Such a smooth talker. Her concern had been in vain. With a playful smile, Fu Yi pressed a kiss on one side of her cheek, leaving an audible peck. Instantly, GC's cheeks flushed crimson. Strangely, she had remained unfazed during a kiss on the lips. Yet this simple peck rendered her blushing with embarrassment. "Dear, your face is so red," Fu Yi teased, eager to continue his playful banter. Just then, Bai Yuan knocked on their door. Sensing her tension, Fu Yi joked, "Just treat the recording device as a collaborator. Don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself." GC remained silent. He seemed to see right through her. "Is everything really all right?" she asked uncertainly. "Should I change my clothes?" Bai Yuan was entertaining the director's team. As the crew manipulated their equipment, they heard commotion in the hallway and looked up to see a striking couple descending the stairs. The men recognized the man immediately as Fu, the recently fallen star. Despite the scandal, his popularity remained intact. Even in controversy, he still attracted attention. Moreover, he was the designated choice of the investors. Before their arrival, they were only aware that the male lead was the renowned Fu, without any knowledge of his companion's identity. Now, even upon witnessing her in person, they remain oblivious to who she is. GC has gained considerable fame in the business circle, yet no one dares to reveal her photograph. To those in the entertainment industry, she appears to be akin to a fledgling newcomer, merely riding on Fu Yi's coattails for her debut. Such notions are held by those unfamiliar with GC. The director and producers, having encountered her, are aware of her true status. Were it not for her financial investment, the filming of this variety show would likely be postponed indefinitely. As Fu, the celebrated star, rose to greet them, he respectfully addressed GC. "Miss GC." She nodded gently, standing silently beside Fu Yi. Fu Yi, glancing at the equipment, inquired, "Are we ready to begin filming?" A staff member from the director's team nodded slightly, indicating that filming commenced the moment they entered the premises. Even their recent entrance had been captured on camera. Fu Yi nodded in acknowledgement and introduced GC to everyone. "This is GC, my wife." The term wife uttered by Fu Yi carried a tender affection that resonated with GC. Meeting his gaze, she found herself captured by his smiling eyes. Feeling a wave of discomfort, she turned away only to find herself facing a camera. A shiver ran through her, and anxiety began to rise. Her fingers clenched tightly, but the warmth from Fu Yi's hand gradually steadied her. Reassuring herself that the camera was merely capturing her face, she reminded herself that her appearance was commendable, and it was the camera that would appear diminished in comparison. Unaware of GC's inner thoughts, Fu Yi led her towards the dining table, whereby Yuan had already prepared breakfast for the two of them. It is seafood porridge, a dish that GC cherishes dearly. However, today, as she approached the dining table, a subtle discomfort gripped her stomach. As she settled down, the aroma of seafood wafted into her nostrils, and she could no longer contain her nausea, covering her mouth and hastily retreating to the restroom. Fu Yi's expression shifted, and he hurried after her, followed closely by a photographer. In the restroom, GC clung to the toilet, retching until the world spun around her. Fu Yi, arriving shortly after, promptly shut the restroom door, leaving the photographer outside, capturing only the door itself. He gently supported her back, asking if she felt unwell and if she needed to see a doctor. As GC heaved, tears of distress streamed down her face, and Fu Yi's voice only added to her irritation. Fu Yi felt wronged but remained silent. Meanwhile, outside, Bai Yuan knocked on the door, holding a cup of warm water. "Sir, madam." GC, clutching her empty stomach, managed to rise. Having squatted for too long, her legs had gone numb, and she nearly stumbled. Fu Yi, quick to react, steadied her. This time, GC did not recoil from his touch, and Fu Yi broke into a smile. GC shot him an exasperated glance before opening the restroom door. Bai Yuan timely offered the warm water, saying, "Madam, rinse your mouth." GC accepted it gratefully, sipping half a cup, feeling her troubled stomach gradually ease. Bai Yuan remarked, I forgot that the seafood porridge is too rich for pregnant women. I will prepare another batch for you right away. GC contemplated declining but, recalling the overwhelming seafood scent from earlier, acquiesced, thanking him. Just moments ago, they had been taken aback by Fu Yi's candid announcement of their marriage. Now, hearing of GC's pregnancy seemed less shocking. Chapter 33. Father shares the burden of morning sickness with the wedding completed. Pregnancy and childbirth are hardly unusual. However, the question remains, will the recently recorded video be aired? He himself is unperturbed, yet his concern lies with GC. The director's team has not taken Fu Yi's words too seriously, as they view him merely as a top-tier celebrity. The true source of anxiety is GC, who is an investor. They dare not edit recklessly around her. She tentatively tasted a spoonful and found the flavor delightful. With another bite, she discovered it to be quite to her liking. Addressing the bustling Bai Yuan in the kitchen, she remarked, "Uncle Bai, I can manage the seafood porridge now. No need to prepare anything else." In the next moment, Fu Yi, seated beside her, abruptly stood up, his towering figure resembling a moving mountain, and dashed toward the restroom. Almost instantly, the sound of retching echoed from within. GC, Bai Yuan, who had just finished preparing another batch of porridge. Several onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, an eerie awkwardness permeating the atmosphere. The director inquired, "Has Fu, the top-tier celebrity, been drinking?" GC felt a twinge of discomfort. He had been in a car accident the previous week, sustaining a concussion. Surely, he has not fully recovered? The director's team recalled the report from a week prior and voiced their concerns. Is it still not better after such a long time? Should we take him to the hospital? GC's worry deepened, and she resolved to take Fu Yi for a medical checkup after breakfast. Coincidentally, her own prenatal examination was approaching, so they could attend to both matters together. When Fu Yi emerged, his complexion was even paler than that of GC. The expectant mother. GC stepped forward to support him, suggesting that she accompany him to the hospital to ensure there were no lingering effects. Fu Yi's initial reaction was one of refusal, a hesitant no, "I don't think so." However, it seemed that he had improved somewhat. GC, with an icy demeanor, decisively declared the matter settled, asserting that this was her decision and there would be no room for negotiation. This time, there were no unforeseen complications, and they quietly finished their breakfast. An hour later, GC led a reluctant yet resigned Fu Yi to the hospital. One who does not utilize connections is a fool. GC would never compromise her own interests. She guided Fu Yi directly to Xingzhou's office. Xingzhou had just concluded a lengthy 4-hour surgery. Upon seeing them enter together, accompanied by a camera crew, he quickly masked his fatigue and quipped, "Are we here for a shakedown?" GC had no intention of jesting. She stated their purpose directly. "He has been experiencing intermittent nausea. I suspect his concussion from last week has not yet healed." While playful banter was one thing, matters of life and death were taken seriously by Xingzhou. His expression turned grave as he replied, "Follow me." GC firmly grasped Fu Yi's hand and followed. After a thorough examination, it was revealed that Fu Yi's concussion had long since healed, and even the scar on his forehead was beginning to mend. Aside from his arm requiring more time to recover, his body showed no signs of concern. "Is he truly all right?" GC inquired anxiously once more. "He is fine," Xingzhou casually reassured her, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor. As for the occasional nausea and vomiting, could it perhaps be morning sickness? Haraha. Xingzhou found his own joke amusing, chuckling at the thought. As he chuckled, Xingzhou noticed that the expressions of the two parties involved were somewhat askew. His heart raced, and his gaze darted towards Fu Yi's abdomen, dismissing the thought. Men cannot become pregnant. He had just examined his own health, which was robust. He often felt nauseated by certain scents, sometimes only succumbing to the urge to vomit after experiencing a bout of nausea. Could there be a possibility? Perhaps it was the mother who was pregnant, with the father also experiencing a share of the morning sickness? After posing this question, Fu Yi found his conjecture rather absurd. Unable to contain his laughter, Xingzhou, upon hearing Fu Yi's words, did not refute them. Instead, he nodded earnestly, affirming that such a scenario does exist in medical practice. Fu Yi, encouraged by this, turned to GC with a broad smile. "This is quite good. I can help you shoulder some of it." Xingzhou, sensing the implications, interrupted their heartfelt exchange, inquiring, "Are you suggesting that she is pregnant?" He gave Fu Yi a thumbs up, complimenting him. With no issues found during Fu Yi's examination, the two bid farewell to Xingzhou and proceeded to the obstetrics and gynecology department for further checks. Following the routine examinations, when they reached the ultrasound section, the doctor's demeanor shifted from relaxed to tense, causing GC to feel uneasy as well. "What's wrong?" she inquired, her voice betraying a hint of tremor. The doctor, manipulating the instrument, asked, "Is there a history of twins in your family?" Furrowing his brow, the doctor stood up abruptly, saying, "Please wait a moment." Upon noticing the male doctor, GC hastily pulled down her clothing to cover her exposed abdomen, her face flushing with embarrassment. The female doctor reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Dr. Zhong is an experienced obstetrician in our department. I am still gaining experience, and I brought him in to confirm a particular matter." Though it was merely a matter of exposing her abdomen, the situation was undeniably awkward for GC, who could only manage a polite yet embarrassed smile. After 2 minutes, Dr. Zhong spoke. "All right, you may rise now. Please wait outside. You will receive the ultrasound results shortly." "Thank you." GC exhaled in relief. Outside, Fui approached her immediately upon her exit, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" "We will only know in a moment," GC replied, harboring an elusive suspicion in her heart, though she was not entirely certain and would have to wait for the outcome. Fuyi's heart raced at her words. It was not joy that stirred within him, but worry. Heaven knew how anxious he felt witnessing the doctor emerge with a grave expression, only to lead another middle-aged physician inside. "GC." The doctor called her name while holding the ultrasound report. They both turned in unison, responding simultaneously. Dr. Zhang, clutching the report, walked towards his office and gestured for them to come over. The most dreaded moment for anyone entering the hospital is the revelation of test results. If the outcome is favorable, it is a cause for jubilant celebration. If not, at this moment, both were in a state of unease. They nervously stepped into the doctor's office, and Fu Yi cautiously asked, "Is the baby all right?" Chapter 34. Confirmation of twins. Dr. Zhong scrutinized the data on the ultrasound report, and a subtle smile graced his otherwise meticulous face. "The baby is fine." Upon hearing this, both of them breathed a significant sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, a cryptic statement from Dr. Zhong once again raised their anxiety. They looked at him with bated breath, eagerly awaiting his next words. "The ultrasound revealed that you are expecting twins," Dr. Zhong concluded. Twins? Although deep down she had her suspicions, upon hearing the doctor's announcement, GC was still overwhelmed with excitement. After the doctor's lengthy instructions, they were finally allowed to leave. Fu Yi, suddenly filled with emotion, eagerly opened the ultrasound report, gazing at the 2 small black dots on the image. In that moment, a wondrous bond of bloodlines intertwined, and it was then that he truly realized he was about to become a father. He turned to GC, grinning widely. "CC, these are our children." GC responded with a raised brow. "Why are you always acting foolish?" She warned him, "Don't let your fans' fantasies be shattered." Fu Yi's fans would likely never have imagined his endearing clumsiness in private. His expression shifted, regaining the composed elegance he was known for in public. Yet, not for long, as his faade crumbled, revealing a goofy smile once more. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Let us hurry and share this news with our families." GC replied with a sigh, while the accompanying photographer looked on, bewildered. Fu Yi, brimming with enthusiasm, snapped a picture of the ultrasound report and sent it to the family group chat. The loving family responded, "Fu Yi, image." The first to react was Jin Yan. Jin Yan? Everyone responded with question marks. And only upon clicking did they learn of GC's twin pregnancy. After the initial joy, concern set in. Carrying twins was twice the hardship, especially for Ji Hung, who recalled the events of his wife's delivery day and immediately video called Fu Yi. "Fu Yi, is it confirmed that it's twins?" Ji Hung asked gravely. "Yes." Fu Yi replied, somewhat confused, but still truthfully affirmed, "Yes, it's definitely twins." Fu Yi was filled with an array of perplexing questions. Why? Gazing at the abruptly ended video call, he felt a sense of bewilderment. What had happened to his father? Perhaps it was a memory of his mother that triggered this confusion, as GC explained. Suddenly, Fu Yi comprehended the grim reality. GC's mother had succumbed to complications during childbirth, passing away the following day due to excessive bleeding. He instinctively embraced GC tightly, urging her, "CC, you and the child must take care of yourselves." The director's team observed these figures, usually seen only in sensational news, with excitement illuminating their faces. GC inquired whether they were willing to appear on camera. Those who preferred not to could be pixelated or edited out, while those who agreed would be featured. Apart from the elderly patriarch and Fu Xiao, Fu Yi's mother was eager to participate. The old man, brimming with enthusiasm, clasped GC's hand and expressed, "CC, on behalf of the Fu family ancestors, I thank you. You have shattered the long-standing curse of our family's single-child lineage." The old man's statement held truth. Tracing back through several generations of the Fu family, it was evident that regardless of gender, only one child had been born each generation. In Fu Yi's father's era, he endeavored to break this cycle, but Fu Yi's mother was unable to bear more children. In his quest, he sought other women, yet, apart from Fu Yi, none bore him offspring. The elderly patriarch, overcome with emotion, announced on the spot his intention to allocate additional shares to her. GC, however, was taken aback to find that her situation had garnered her greater favor from her in-laws. Yet, despite this affection, her decision to have children was for her own sake, not for the sake of shares in the Fu family. Thus, she declined the old man's generous offer. The patriarch, somewhat displeased, exhibited a childish sulk that could not easily be appeased. GC, playfully entwining her arm with his, gently coaxed, "I am content with what I have. If grandfather truly wishes to give, he may well leave it to the children." Yet, old Master Fu remains discontented. Humph. He intends to bestow it upon GC, this great benefactor, and he has reserved a portion for the children as well. "Grandfather, I am aware of your affection for me, but I too feel a pang of concern for you. Do you not accept my care for you?" The old man's ire subsided within, though his visage still bore an expression of displeasure. "You do not accept my affection for you either." In due course, the resolute grandson took the reins, and the Fu group ascended to unprecedented heights, leaving him devoid of any worries about life. If one were to ponder his greatest regret at such an age, it might be the inability to grow old alongside his beloved wife, witnessing their children and grandchildren flourish. However, with the arrival of a great-grandson, soon to have 4 generations under one roof, he found himself immeasurably happier than many others. Contemplating this, the old man's anger dissipated. Yet he could not help but view Fu Xiao with disfavor. With a resounding thud, his cane struck Fu Xiao. "You, leave my sight. Do not influence my great-grandson negatively." A bewildered Fu Xiao was thrust out of his son's home, utterly perplexed. Yuan Zheng disregarded Fu Xiao's pleas, bidding farewell to her son and daughter-in-law. "You two take care. Dad, let us depart." They had merely come for a visit, and lingering further would render the younger ones uncomfortable. "Goodbye, grandmother." "Goodbye, mother." After seeing off Yuan Zheng and the reluctant old Master Fu, GC and Fu Yi exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smiles. Their daily lives were simple: eating, sleeping, and attending to their respective work upon waking, each respecting the other's space, occasionally sharing a knowing look. After several days of routine filming, the director's team announced it was time to set off to the first filming location, the romantically renowned Man City. Before their departure, Fu Yi went to the hospital to have his cast removed. Aside from the restrictions on lifting heavy objects and avoiding impact, he was no different from an ordinary person. The day prior to their journey, the production team was still confirming GC's physical condition to ensure she could endure the long trek. Before filming commenced, they were unaware that GC was pregnant. No, it should be said they did not anticipate that Fu Yi's partner was her, nor did they consider the presence of a pregnant woman on their filming expedition. "I am perfectly fine," she assured. Aside from occasional fatigue and sporadic morning sickness, she bore no other symptoms. Perhaps it was due to the early stage of her pregnancy, as the child was still too small to cause significant discomfort. To ensure the safety of both GC and her unborn child, Fu Yi summoned Xingzhou to assist. Chapter 35. The first meeting, Xingzhou genuinely wished to lend a hand, but his time was constrained. However, he introduced Fu Yi to a junior sister from the same department. The junior sister, Jing Imo, was renowned for her gynecological expertise and possessed remarkable skills in traditional Chinese medicine. Time was of the essence, and they met in the airport waiting area. Jing Imo was tall, with shoulder-length hair, a round face, and delicate features, exuding a warm and approachable aura. Fu Yi, Jing Imo, GC, they introduced themselves. After the introductions, Jing Imo turned her gaze to GC, smiling as she said, "It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I have seen your interviews on the finance channel. You are even more beautiful in person than on television." GC felt a positive impression of Jing Imo. "Thank you. I appreciate your assistance on this trip. Traveling with sponsorship is quite delightful," Jing Imo replied with a smile, revealing a pair of deep dimples on her cheeks. "We should board the plane now," Fu Yi interjected, interrupting their newfound camaraderie. On the aircraft, they encountered 2 other pairs. Zheng Ying, an esteemed actress who had retreated from the limelight, for many years. With a gentle and exquisite appearance, her husband, Luo Hanyu, is both a singer and an actor, exuding an undeniable charisma. The couple, married for a decade and blessed with a son, has been separated for a year. Upon their reunion, an awkward tension envelopes them. Lee Chung, a director renowned for his current hit television series, finds himself amidst this complex emotional landscape. His wife, Rong Ji, a celebrated composer, is currently embroiled in divorce proceedings. To place their marriage under the scrutiny of the public eye requires immense courage, a decision they have made after much contemplation. The romantic city of Manching does not disappoint. The moment they arrive, one can feel the enchanting atmosphere permeating the air. The novelty of their surroundings brightens their spirits considerably, even bringing a smile to the usually stoic Rong Ji. Is this considered a sponsored trip? Wang Ying inquires with a playful tone. Rong Ji nods in agreement, affirming, indeed. GC glances at Fu Yi and quietly asks, are you feeling nauseous? From the moment they disembarked, Fu Yi's complexion has grown increasingly pallid, leading GC to suspect he may be on the verge of sickness. Her inquiry, though innocent, triggers a reaction upon hearing the word vomit. Fu Yi can no longer suppress his nausea and rushes to a nearby trash can, violently expelling the contents of his stomach. Li Chung, who has previously collaborated with Fu Yi, observes the scene and muses, is Fu Yi suffering from motion sickness? The incident of Fu Yi's car accident has been the subject of public discourse, and upon hearing GC's explanation, Li Chung expresses sympathy. Gazing at Fu Yi with compassion, how unfortunate. One can't help but wish to reveal the truth behind Fu Yi's struggles to Li Qing. The director's team has secured a hotel as a temporary filming location, where they will engage in games to determine their accommodations. Ahem. Due to budget constraints, we have only reserved 3 rooms. Among those present, aside from the newlyweds Fu and Ms. GC, the other 2 couples are either divorced or in the cooling-off period of their separation. With only 3 rooms available, GC and Fu Yi can share one. But the divorced Zheng Ying and Luo Hanyu, as well as the couple in the cooling-off period, Rong Ji and Li Chung, cannot share a room. Of course, should they choose to do so, it is entirely their decision. The 3 ladies stepped forward, exchanging glances, quietly awaiting the director's cue. All right, I shall begin the countdown now. Rock, paper, scissors. As the director's voice faded, the 3 participants made their moves. GC was the first to be eliminated, with Zheng Ying and Rong Ji emerging victorious together. GC, somewhat incredulous, found herself out of the game right at the start. Observing her dazed expression, Zheng Ying and Rong Ji couldn't help but chuckle. Zheng Ying remarked, GC, your luck at the outset isn't particularly favorable. After a fierce competition between the 2, Rong Ji ultimately triumphed. She declared, Fu, the top star, and Ms. GC will undoubtedly share a room. As for the remaining 2 rooms, I shall share with Sister Zheng Ying. Li Qing, you can stay with your brother. Is that agreeable to you? Luo Hanyu and Li Qing had no objections. Upon entering the room, Fu Yi immediately embraced GC, showering her with affection. GC gently pushed him away, whispering, Stop it, there are cameras recording us. Fu Yi, however, paid little heed to the cameras. He had been yearning to kiss her throughout the journey, and he felt quite pent up, having indulged enough. Fu Yi finally expressed his contentment. Darling, my hand hurts, he said, gingerly moving his arm, which had been treated with ointment, feigning a pitiful demeanor. GC took out her phone and, maintaining her tone, said, I'll call Jing Imo to show you. Fu Yi seized her phone, placed a hand over his chest, and feigned sorrow, saying, Can't you just soothe me a bit? Like saying, I'll blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore. GC twitched her lips. Do you think you're a 3-year-old? So much theatrics. Fu Yi shamelessly retorted, I can be your 3-year-old husband right now. GC, with a serious expression, warned, Don't forget we're filming. Fu Yi grasped GC's hand playfully, casting a helpless glance her way. Don't feel burdened. Just think of this as a trip. GC pondered, You have a point. GC was led into a room where the director awaited. Miss GC, the director greeted as he stood. GC nodded lightly. Hello, director. The director, straightforward and without preamble, stated, We have a task for you and Fu Yi to undertake together, but first, there's a little test of mutual understanding. GC had no objections, inquiring, What do you need me to do? She received a whiteboard with the question, When did you first meet Fu Yi? What were your feelings at that time? GC looked at the director, somewhat troubled. The director asked, Is it inconvenient? GC shook her head. No, It's just that I'm uncertain how to articulate it. The director, suppressing his curiosity, sincerely suggested. Let us simplify it. The first meeting I recall was at my sister's 2.5-year birthday. My first impression was that she was a very beautiful older sister. At that moment, I called him sister. Reflecting on the look of disdain that adorned the proud young lad's face when addressed thus, the director chuckled along with GC. GC stifled a cough, covering her mouth, and continued. Later, everyone corrected me, saying he was my brother. Yet, stubbornly, I insisted on calling him sister. This incited his jealousy, and on multiple occasions, he placed toads in my backpack. Chapter 36. When have I ever deceived you? The director, intrigued, inquired whether Fu Dinglu had been so mischievous as a child. The Fu Dinglu on screen exuded an air of dignity and elegance, embodying the persona of a noble prince. It was the first time GC had revealed a different facet of Fu Dinglu's childhood, reminiscent of the young boys from their neighboring households. GC smiled. Her teeth concealed. That's the second question. Your whiteboard only bears one inquiry. The director's team felt a discomfort akin to being scratched by a cat's paw. Yet they could not contend with GC, as they had indeed posed only a single question. As GC exited, she encountered Fu Yi, who had just emerged from the opposite door. Curiosity piqued. He asked, what did the director's team inquire about? GC waved him over, and Fu Yi, unperturbed, approached her. She linked her arm with his and mischievously remarked, the director's team forbids me from disclosing anything. Fu Yi replied, just tell me quietly. Leaning down slightly, he drew closer to her ear and whispered, if you tell me in secret, the director's team will never know. GC scanned the vicinity for cameras, instinctively lowering her voice. There are cameras recording. They will see us. Fu Yi continued to entice her, assuring her that they would not. If they were to inquire, we would simply state that it is a little secret between spouses. They would not press further. GC, somewhat skeptical, questioned, is it truly permissible to act in such a manner? Fu Yi nodded with unwavering resolve. When have I ever deceived you? GC gestured for him to draw closer, their bodies instinctively aligning in an intimate posture. In a secluded corner, just out of the camera's reach, Fu Yi leaned down and placed a fleeting kiss upon GC's lips, a mere brush before retreating. Startled, GC glanced around anxiously, playfully glaring at him. What are you doing? There are cameras everywhere. Fu Yi stood tall and unapologetic, declaring, so what if we are seen? It is perfectly legitimate. GC bit her lip in frustration, her glare directed at him, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. Fu Yi grinned foolishly, unabashedly uttering sweet nothings. Wife, I miss you. GC swatted away his arm resting on her waist, retorting without mercy, you've been gone for less than 10 minutes. Yet I miss you all the same. I said I miss you. Do you miss me? Fu Yi transformed into a confectionery delight, his words dripping with sweetness. GC raised her hand, signaling him to keep his distance. Obediently, Fu Yi halted, his tall figure resembling that of a loyal dog. Have you succumbed to your theatrics? Or have you been swapped with another? Can you not return to your senses? Each time she heard Fu Yi's syrupy declarations, GC felt as if he had been replaced. Concerned about his theatrical tendencies, she warned, if you do not return to normalcy, I shall cease my participation. Seizing the moment while her guard was down, Fu Yi wrapped his arms around her waist, nuzzling his chin against her hair. This is not mere theatrics. It is genuine emotion. After a moment of realization, she understood his meaning. GC wrapped her arms around his neck, leaned closer, and softly blew into his ear. Relishing the rigidity of Fu Yi before she gently spoke, the director asked me when we first met and how it felt. Fu Yi abruptly straightened his posture, his expression stiffening considerably. Oh, you're still here? Zhang Ying appeared behind them, and after speaking, she maneuvered past them down the stairs. Following her were Luo Hanyu, Rongji, and Li Cheng. After exchanging greetings, they proceeded down the stairs in succession. In the lobby, the production team awaited their arrival. Once seated, the director, holding a whiteboard, smiled and said, although you are here on a leisure trip, to prevent it from becoming too monotonous and lacking in engagement, we will assign you tasks to complete along the way. The director pointed to a box that obscured its contents, explaining, these contain the tasks we have prepared for you. Shortly, you will need to reach in and select one. Prior to your adventures, we gathered some of your interactions, the director continued cheerfully, holding up the whiteboard, which will serve as a test of your rapport. Rather than immediately revealing the answers, the director playfully tossed the questions back to the guests for them to decide. The guests exchanged glances, none willing to cooperate with the production team's intentions. The self-directed director cleared his throat and said, "Come on, you are all professionals. Can't you play along a bit?" "No," the guests replied in unison, refusing to assist the director. The director, at the opportune moment, contorted his face. Li Chung, possessing a rather lively disposition, took the initiative to guide the discussion, suggesting that it commence with me. The director adeptly unveiled the whiteboard, presenting the inquiries to all present. The director's team posed the question, "Is your harmony with your partner satisfactory? When was your most recent instance?" The guests reacted with surprise. Are they daring enough to ask this? Aren't they afraid of being banned? The audience in post-production murmured, weren't they on the brink of divorce? How can there still be harmony? Surely, there must be discord within the marriage. Luo Hanyu, speaking in a Cantonese-inflected Mandarin, voiced the curiosity that lingered in everyone's minds. Are you two indeed facing divorce? Is it permissible even during the cooling-off period? Cheng Ying also inquired, does this not signify marital discord? Li Qing, awkwardly rubbing his forehead, replied, that is merely sensationalism from the media. In truth, our relationship remains quite strong. As he spoke, he glanced at Rongji, who averted her gaze, her expression a blend of embarrassment and complexity. The director's team quickly sensed a potential source of intrigue, directing several cameras towards Li Chung and Rongji. Rongji nodded, indicating there were no issues. Having been married for several years, they had only announced their marriage certificate on Weibo, without holding a wedding, which Rongji considered to be her greatest regret thus far. GC, curious, asked Rongji why they had not held a wedding, noting that given their financial means, it would not be overly burdensome. Fu Yi observed GC's earnest demeanor and reflected inwardly, realizing that planning a wedding ought to be prioritized. Li Chung turned to Rongji, questioning with intrigue. When I initially asked you about having a wedding, did you not express that it would be too troublesome? Chapter 37. The definition of happiness. Rongji's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, and beside her, Zheng Ying timely offered a tissue. Rongji accepted it with gratitude, gently wiping the shimmering corners of her eyes. Her voice slightly choked as she recounted. When we first married, you were not the renowned director you are today. Your part-time earnings barely sufficed. When you asked me if I desired a wedding, my heart ached for you, and I did not want you to be overwhelmed. So I hastily concocted an excuse to decline. Unfortunately, what I viewed as compassion was perceived by him as a mere inconvenience. Until later, and even now, with wealth at their disposal, he has never broached the subject again. Li Chung appeared at a loss, believing that she genuinely disliked the fuss of a wedding. Rongji merely smiled, refraining from responding. This topic carried a tinge of melancholy, making the production crew rather uncomfortable, prompting a swift shift to another guest. Who's next? Zhang Ying raised her hand first. I suppose it's my turn. The production crew, skeptical, stirred the pot. Is it just children? Does Lord Luo not count? The production crew quickly pivoted to Luo Hanyu. Now, it's Lord Luo's turn. The question posed to Luo Hanyu was piercing. During the course of your marriage, have you ever been unfaithful? This inquiry struck a nerve, as tabloids had reported on a night spent at his ex-girlfriend's residence. Luo Hanyu maintained a composed facade. Yet Zheng Ying's expression grew increasingly intricate. The production crew immediately turned the camera to Zheng Ying, unabashedly pressing, Teacher Zheng, are you privy to the details? Everyone's gaze shifted to Luo Hanyu, eager to discern his fidelity to his marriage. Luo Hanyu did not meet the camera's gaze. Instead, with a serious expression on his handsome face, he looked at Zheng Ying and earnestly declared, I have never been unfaithful. Not even once. Zheng Ying maintained a flawless smile. Yet GC keenly noticed a fleeting moment of self-mockery deep within her eyes. They were indeed a pair with a story. The other two couples had already shared their revelations, leaving only GC and Fu Yi. All eyes turned towards them, eager for their gossip. When the spotlight of gossip fell upon oneself, one might wish to evade it, yet savoring the tales of others was a delightful indulgence. Fu Yi raised his hand, saying, Let us start with me. The production team unveiled his whiteboard, revealing the question, When did you realize you liked GC? This inquiry was even more scandalous than those posed to the other guests. After all, GC was not part of the entertainment circle. Her name had never been heard before. Curiosity about how their relationship began was palpable. She teased Fu Yi, Did you fall for me when I just entered junior high? You wouldn't have a penchant for young girls, would you? At her words, Fu Yi's mouth twitched in disbelief. He pointed at her forehead, exasperatedly defending himself. If I were a creep, would I wait for you to grow up? You're overthinking it. GC retorted, How would anyone know? I'm not inside your mind. Her sentence trailed off as Fui covered her mouth, warning her, don't say such disgusting things. Did this sound familiar? They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Under the lemon tree, the two of them savored the bittersweet flavor of their playful banter. Ahem. The production team interrupted their affectionate exchange, revealing GC's whiteboard. When did you first meet Fui, and what were your feelings at that time? Both Rongji and Xing wore expressions of surprise. Zhang Ying inquired, do you really have memories from as early as 2.5 years old? GC, with an air of bashful amusement, explained. That encounter left a lasting impression on me. Xing Ying, with a curious glint in her eye, pressed, what was so memorable? The beleaguered director's team exchanged bewildered glances, wondering, when did we say that? They were utterly perplexed, as they were unaware of any such declaration. Just a moment ago, GC's gaze was innocently earnest, devoid of any hint of deception. The director's team, in a state of confusion, silently questioned one another, who had made such a statement. Their attempt at synchronized understanding was rendered futile, as the questions posed were markedly disparate, lacking any semblance of coherence. Nevertheless, the director's team, undeterred by the guests' unspoken thoughts, proceeded to the next round of the game, announcing that the guests were now to select the tasks they would undertake. Xing Ying, eyeing a seemingly innocuous cardboard box, hesitantly asked the director, there are no living creatures in there, right? She feared that reaching inside might yield something alive. Rongji and GC, who had followed closely behind, also glanced at the director, relieved if it were merely inanimate, yet apprehensive about the prospect of something alive. Under the scrutiny of the guests, the director's team felt an overwhelming pressure. Striving to maintain composure, their response was somewhat helpless. This was prepared by the props team. I have no knowledge of its contents. Luo Hanyu stepped forward, gently pushing Zhang Ying aside, declaring, allow me to test the waters first. Zhang Ying did not contest the initiative, her gaze following Luo Hanyu's hand as it moved toward the box. As he reached inside, a flutter of trepidation coursed through him. Ultimately, he encountered something soft and fuzzy. It's soft. Is it a living creature? A pet, perhaps? The director blinked, cryptically replying, I can't say for certain. You must take it out to find out. Luo Hanyu silently cursed the unreliable director as he retrieved an object he had touched, a fluffy little hamster. Perhaps disturbed by the commotion, it was now angrily nibbling at Luo Hanyu's thumb. Indeed, it was a living creature. Chungying reached out to take the little fellow, playing with it and glancing at the untrustworthy director. Director, are all these creatures alive? You aren't suggesting we keep them, are you? Fu Yi, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness, plunged his hand into the cardboard box and swiftly pulled out a turtle. Li Qing, on the other hand, encountered a slippery loach, which escaped his grasp several times. Once the director's team observed that everyone had made their selections, they hastily proceeded to the next item. This will be your upcoming task. Please come forward to collect your respective task cards, and you may set off. The task cards depicted the animals each participant had chosen. Upon returning to their room, GC opened her task card, which indicated that within 3 days and 2 nights, they were to complete 3 assignments. 1. Find the most romantic couple in the city and take a photo with them. 2. Seek out the food that they believe brings the most happiness. 3. Perform the most romantic act they can conceive. The requirements on the card were not particularly easy nor particularly difficult. The challenge lay in the subjective nature of romance and happiness, as each individual held a different definition of these concepts. Chapter 38. Recognized how does one define happiness? As GC and her companion organized the items they needed to take along, they stepped outside. At the entrance, they encountered Li Cheng and Rongji, whose faces bore expressions of distress, with Rongji's eyes reddened. Had they quarreled? The first thought that crossed GC's mind. Upon noticing them, Rongji raised a smile and greeted them. Are you two preparing to head out as well? GC nodded gently, beginning to inquire about their mission. What is your task? GC. Fu Yi held GC's hand, bidding farewell to Li Cheng and Rongji, and departed. Although they bore a mission, their minds were not preoccupied with it, but rather with the prospect of leisure. Fu Yi lamented that he had not taken GC out for a proper outing in all these years, silently resolving to ensure that this time would be a delightful experience for her. Before their departure, Fu Yi prepared a simple itinerary, allowing them to navigate without aimless wandering. He took the lead while GC simply followed his lead. CC, would you like to take some photos? Fu Yi suddenly asked, inspired by a whim. GC, feeling a bit shy, replied, No, I don't photograph well. Fu Yi took out his phone, planted a kiss on her cheek, and simultaneously captured the moment with a click. GC's face flushed crimson. In a public setting, could he not be a bit more discreet? Fu-yi turned off the phone screen, smiling as he reassured her. With a mask on, no one will recognize us. In the next moment, two young girls passing by halted in their tracks, glancing curiously at them. Fu-yi felt a pang of anxiety and tightened his grip on GC's hand. She too noticed, her heart skipping a beat. They feigned calmness as they walked away, only to realize that the two girls had noticed the photographer trailing behind them and decided to follow. GC leaned closer to Fu-yi and whispered, "I think you've been recognized." Though they were fully disguised, their inherent charisma made them stand out effortlessly. Fu-yi, holding GC's hand with poise, walked calmly forward, urging her not to panic. Remain composed and do not reveal any weaknesses. GC, if you are not anxious about your fans, then why should I feel flustered? Thus, Fu-yi led GC on a leisurely stroll, with the two young ladies trailing behind them the entire way. It was only when the pair prepared to depart that the two girls mustered the courage to approach and inquire, "Are you Fu, the top celebrity?" Fu-yi denied it, stating he was not. However, as soon as he spoke, the girls recognized him. On the verge of squealing with excitement, Fu-yi gestured for silence. They obediently covered their mouths, their eyes brimming with exhilaration, scanning their surroundings until they were assured no one had noticed them, allowing them to relax. The two girls eagerly retrieved pins, exclaiming, "Fu, we are your devoted fans. We adore all the characters you've portrayed. Could you please sign for us?" Fu-yi gently released GC's hand, his gaze softening as he took the pin. In the midst of his signing, one of the girls asked, "Fu, is this your girlfriend?" Throughout their journey, they had observed Fu-yi's careful demeanor towards GC, often eliciting laughter from her, his attitude remarkably gentle. The other fan pointed tentatively at the photographer following them and asked, "Are you filming a new drama?" The presence of only one camera, distinct from the usual production crews they had encountered, prompted this question. Upon hearing this, the two girls widened their eyes in astonishment. They had come across news about Fu-yi. However, as devoted fans of his work, they had little interest in his private life and had not paid much attention. Yet, it was impossible to ignore the chatter surrounding him. A gossip influencer had mentioned that he was using his early career to shield his genuine girlfriend from public scrutiny. They are not fans of Chu Sui, yet they recognize that this person is not Chu Sui. Could it be that what the prominent figure said is true? Using Chu Sui as a shield to protect his legitimate girlfriend? Is she the childhood sweetheart you have always cherished? The excitement of the fans has somewhat diminished. There are rumors online suggesting that Chu Sui is merely a decoy to divert the fans' attention. Is that true? The fans inquired. After posing the question, they felt it was too abrupt, entirely inappropriate for them to ask, and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked." The two young girls, upon hearing this, embraced each other and spun around in excitement. GC and Fu-yi exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with mirth. Once the excitement subsided, the two young girls solemnly declared, "We believe in your character. You must find happiness." A childhood romance, a plot only found in novels. The top-tier celebrity they admired embodies such a narrative. Coincidentally, Fu-yi's two fans are also authors of web novels. Fu-yi sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." After receiving their autographs, the two young girls tentatively asked, "May we take a photo?" This question was directed at GC, as she is Fu-yi's wife, and they felt it necessary to show her respect. GC, with a gentle smile, nodded and stepped aside to create space for them to take their photo. Fu-yi intended to expedite the process, yet the two young girls excitedly turned to GC and asked, "Can we take a photo with you?" Fu-yi, "Aren't they my fans?" GC, uncertain, pointed to herself, her eyes widening slightly. "Me? Take a photo together?" The young girl nodded enthusiastically, affirming her agreement. "I'm not a star," explained GC, "but you are a beauty." One of the little girls replied with utmost conviction. GC chuckled, "You haven't even seen my face. How can you determine that I'm beautiful?" "Just a feeling," the young fan responded with a light-hearted tone. Fu-yi, possessively wrapping his arm around GC's waist, chimed in with a smile. Together, the two little girls handed their phones to the photographer, expressing their gratitude. They then swiftly ran to GC's side, raising their hands in a peace sign while gazing at the camera. The reluctant photographer, tasked with capturing the moment, thought to himself, fortunately, his camera was mounted, otherwise, he would have found it challenging to juggle multiple roles. Once the photographs were taken, Fu-yi turned to the two young fans before leaving, saying, "Our variety show hasn't aired yet, Before he could finish his sentence, the two girls, excitedly checking their phones and occasionally stealing glances at GC, flashed him an okay gesture, assuring him, "We will keep it a secret. We won't let it slip." Fui felt a pang of neglect. After all, they were his fans. As they watched Fuyi's car drive away, the two girls jumped up and down in place several times, barely managing to contain their excitement. Although they couldn't see her face due to the mask, her unique aura suggested she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Oh, how perfectly matched they seemed together. As for sharing their encounter with their idol, apologies, but their idol was not as important as their own treasures. In the car on the other side, Fuyi held GC in his arms and, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, "They are clearly my fans. Why do they seem to have become yours?" The confined space of the vehicle felt intimate as GC removed her mask, revealing her exquisite visage. Fuyi cradled her face, planting a gentle kiss upon her lips, causing GC to blush. She playfully glared at him, her eyes conveying a harmless warning. "Be discreet." "All right," Fuyi replied, amusement lacing his voice. And his previously elevated spirit subsided. He was elated. He had granted his fans autographs and photo opportunities. However, these occurrences remained unverified by him. And due to the family's intention to promote their film, his news was deliberately suppressed. After the conclusion of the variety show filming, both entered a bustling phase of their lives. In this film, he portrayed the role of a father, engaging in a poignant familial scene alongside GC. The narrative provoked contemplation, and their performances were commendable. While Fuyi's fan base had diminished, his drama fans remained loyal, and his latest work achieved remarkable ratings. GC had just secured a business deal with Li Yuechuan, and while out together, they unexpectedly encountered Fuyi, who had just emerged from a promotional event. The two parties met, with GC accompanied by Li Yuechuan and Fuyi in the company of his former romantic interest, Chu Sui. Media personnel trailed closely behind them. Following the kidnapping incident, it was GC's first encounter with Chu Sui. GC appeared indifferent, while Chu Sui seemed somewhat awkward. Although GC had not instigated the earlier events, she had orchestrated the aftermath, making her connection to it undeniable. GC gently nodded and inquired, "Are you finished?" As GC and Fuyi prepared to depart, Chu Sui suddenly interjected, "Miss G, do you not remember me?" Upon their reunion, GC remained composed and unyielding, while Chu Sui struggled to maintain her poise. For reasons unknown, the sight of GC's calm demeanor in the face of adversity incensed her greatly. She yearned to witness GC's transformation of expression. GC was taken aback by Chu Sui's initiative to engage her in conversation, regarding her with mild astonishment. The glimmer of provocation and envy in Chu Sui's gaze left her perplexed. Aside from the previous incident involving the abduction case, their paths had not crossed, nor had she unwittingly provoked her. What was the source of this animosity? "I remember you," GC remarked, officially complimenting. "Your acting skills are commendable. I hope we can collaborate in the future." Chu Sui's talent was undeniable. A collaboration would undoubtedly yield fruitful rewards. Yet, GC held high standards, meticulously investigating the background of any artist she considered working with. If she were to collaborate with Chu Sui, her secrets would inevitably be laid bare, exposing her to the harsh light of scrutiny. Perhaps such matters could be discussed at a later time. She tactfully declined GC's proposal, much to the chagrin of her agent, who was beside himself with frustration. "Oh, Chu Sui, why must you act so high and mighty at this moment? What if Miss G feels slighted and decides to blacklist you?" He fretted. "No, we must buy some fruit and apologize to her." As she listened to her agent's incessant complaints, Chu Sui could not help but recall GC's clear and untroubled gaze, convinced that she would not care for such gestures. Yet, unable to resist her agent's insistence, she found herself compelled to apologize. However, upon arriving at GC's residence, they were informed by a housekeeper that our young lady is currently residing with her fiancé and is not at this location. The agent, with a smile plastered on his face, inquired about the new address. But the housekeeper merely shook her head, indicating it was inconvenient to disclose. The dejected agent and Chu Sui left in a state of dismay. Chu Sui restrained the panicked agent, coldly refusing, "I will not go." Just as the agent was about to lecture her, Chu Sui added, "She is not that kind of person. She would never stoop to such behavior." The agent scoffed, articulating his concerns. "Indeed, she is not that sort of individual. Yet that does not deter those eager to please her from pressuring you." Chu Sui was momentarily taken aback. How could she have overlooked this, given GC's standing? She would not engage in anything inappropriate, but those wishing to curry favor with her would be inclined to act at the slightest hint of opportunity. Surely, the situation could not be that dire? She clung to a glimmer of hope. The agent's cold laughter spoke volumes without words, and in the days that followed, Chu Sui faced significant pressure from her peers. Unbeknownst to GC, after departing with Fu Yi, she anxiously inquired, "There were so many media present just now. It won't affect your work, will it?" After issuing commands, Fu Yi locked his phone, enveloping GC in his embrace to share warmth. "I have missed you." Since the conclusion of the variety show, he had been darting from place to place, while she was preoccupied with her job. They could only steal moments to converse over the phone, never having the chance to meet in person. Chapter 40. Do you believe in me? He was acutely aware that anything she expressed was often a veiled contradiction. He preferred to gauge her feelings directly. Her warmth would reveal whether she had been thinking of him. As their lips met, Fu Yi rested his chin on GC's delicate shoulder, sensing her heartbeat and chuckling. "I know you have missed me." Whether it was from having forgotten to breathe or from embarrassment, GC's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, rendering her all the more captivating. Fu Yi gazed, his heart stirred once more. Yet, mere emotions are insufficient without action. As the two regained their composure, the vehicle had already come to a halt at their doorstep. Throughout the journey, Wu Ming had been lost in contemplation, leaving only by Yuan standing at the entrance. A gentle smile gracing his lips, suggesting a rather pleasant mood. GC's already rosy complexion deepened further in hue. She playfully shot a glare at Fu Yi, exclaiming, "How am I supposed to face Wu Ming and Uncle by now?" "CC, please do not overexert yourself," Fu Yi remarked. Concern etched upon his face as he observed her gaunt features. The Ji family's enterprise was well managed under Ji Nian's stewardship, and another thriving commercial empire had a proxy president at the helm, rendering her relentless toils unnecessary. Yet, GC found it impossible to remain idle. "Perhaps I am simply destined to be a busybody," she mused. GC's restlessness stemmed not from a lack of activity, but from her apprehension of encountering the rumors surrounding him, which would undoubtedly cause her distress. Thus, she preferred to immerse herself in busyness, diverting her attention from his affairs, enabling her to endure the time apart from him in relative peace. Fu Yi, with a possessive embrace, proclaimed, "I refuse to entertain this notion. I have set aside my work, and you shall accompany me." GC regarded him with a curious expression, questioning, "Do you truly require company? Shouldn't the one needing companionship be me, the expectant mother?" Fu Yi, unyielding, interjected, "To be candid, I, as a soon-to-be father, feel quite vulnerable and deeply crave the presence of you, my soon-to-be mother." GC was momentarily taken aback, reflecting, "One might mistakenly believe that it is he who is with child." Understanding that Fu Yi had fabricated this excuse to keep her engaged, she did not decline. However, a lingering worry crossed her mind. Will this interfere with your career? Fu Yi regarded GC with earnestness, assuring her that she need never worry about hindering his career. GC remained silent for a considerable time before gradually breaking into a smile. Fu Yi had spent 2 tranquil days at home with GC when the serenity was shattered by a phone call from Chu Sui. At that moment, Fu Yi was in the bathroom, taking a cold shower, while the phone by the bedside began to ring. GC glanced at the screen and noticed the name Chu Sui, feeling a sudden pang of anxiety. Just then, Fu Yi emerged, hearing the ringing. As he toweled off his hair, he inquired, "Who is calling? Please answer it for me." Upon hearing the name Chu Sui, Fu Yi's movements paused, and his brow furrowed. Chu Sui rarely contacted him, and when she did, it usually meant she needed assistance. He cast a quick glance at GC and perceptibly noticed her unease. He hastily added, "We don't typically communicate." GC scoffed lightly. "Didn't you just say you don't keep in touch? Why the sudden rush to explain? Is this a case of not a single silver tail hidden here?" Fu Yi discarded the damp towel he held and knelt before her, grasping her hand with sincerity. "We truly don't communicate often. You must trust me." Just as he spoke, the call from Chu Sui ended, only to ring again almost immediately. GC tilted her chin slightly and said, "You should answer the call." Though a twinge of jealousy stirred within her, she understood that Fu Yi was not the type to be indecisive. Moreover, this person was Su Nian's girlfriend. Fu Yi resolved to answer the call and clarify matters in front of GC. However, as he picked up the phone, a sharp, anguished cry from Chu Sui echoed through the line. The telephone lacked a speakerphone, yet the cries from the other end reached GC's ears. For she was so near to Fu Yi, something had gone awry. The two exchanged a solemn glance, their hearts heavy with concern. Fu Yi barely had the chance to utter a word before the call was abruptly disconnected. He abandoned the idea of calling Chu Sui and instead dialed her agent. However, the line was busy, and he could not get through. "Do not worry. I shall seek out someone who knows her whereabouts," Fu Yi stated while observing Chu Sui's assistant. GC silently regarded him. Her intention to reassure him that she was not worried lingered on her lips. After all, she was merely an inconsequential person. Yet, witnessing Fu Yi's anxious attempts to reach someone, her words became lodged in her throat, and her eyes unexpectedly grew moist. Memories of the days when he had been rumored to be involved with Chu Sui, without offering any explanations, flooded her mind. She had borne countless injustices alone. Humans, by nature, are forgetful beings. A mere hint of sweetness can make them overlook past grievances. However, some grievances remain unspoken, yet even a fleeting thought evokes an emotional response. With a composed expression, Fu Yi exited the bedroom, while GC opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. After all, Sun Yin had once saved his life, and he had vowed to protect Chu Sui. Aware that his urgency stemmed from a promise, her heart still ached to see her husband, the father of their child, agitated over another woman. Time seemed both fleeting and interminable until Fu Yi finally managed to reach Chu Sui's agent. Upon learning that she had been involved in an accident on her way to the set, but was now en route to the hospital and was unharmed, he ended the call. Turning around, he found GC sitting dazedly on the bed, gazing out the window. Although they were merely a single door apart, he suddenly felt an immense distance separating them. A wave of panic surged from the depths of his heart. Almost instinctively, he hurried inside and grasped her hand, allowing his restless heart to find solace. Noticing her cool touch, he furrowed his brow in concern, gently rubbing her hands to warm them, while muttering in discontent, "Why are your hands so cold?" Fu Yi did not believe her explanation. She had been seated here for quite some time, and there was little opportunity for her to come into contact with cold water. At this moment, GC felt flustered and was reluctant to see him, so she expressed, "I want to eat the cake from Jinji." Jinji was a half-hour drive from their location. Upon hearing this, Fu Yi stood up and declared, "I will go buy it for you." GC softly acknowledged with a nonchalant not offering her usual reminders to drive safely. Standing by the window, she watched as Fu Yi drove away, placing her hand over her heart and taking a deep breath. It was impossible to remain indifferent. Alongside him, the trending search regarding visiting Chusho at the hospital emerged. "Boss, should we suppress this trending topic?" His assistant inquired cautiously over the phone. "No need to bother," GC replied, hearing her own words. Understood, the assistant complied, without objection. Outside, the sound of Fu Yi's car echoed. GC lifted her gaze towards the entrance, and soon, Fu Yi's figure appeared at the threshold. Chapter 41. Not enough understanding in a moment of unspoken connection. As Fu Yi was changing his shoes, he lifted his head and their eyes met. He broke into a wide smile and rushed towards her, exclaiming, "Wife." As he approached, GC caught a whiff of the antiseptic scent clinging to him, causing her stomach to churn uncomfortably. She was carrying twins, but perhaps due to Fu Yi's assistance in alleviating her morning sickness, as the months progressed, GC no longer experienced the nauseous feeling. However, at that moment, a waft of disinfectant accompanied Fu Yi as he approached, causing her stomach to churn. She quickly raised her hand to stop him. "Don't come any closer." Fu Yi halted abruptly, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Is your stomach bothering you?" GC remained silent, her expression betraying her reluctance to allow him near. Fu Yi gazed at her with a hint of hurt in his eyes. She then queried, "Do you have something to say?" As Fu Yi attempted to draw nearer, GC suddenly leaned over the trash can and retched. Fu Yi froze, his gaze filled with worry as he called out, "Bai Yuan, Bai Yuan." Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Yuan rushed in, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Fu Yi standing helplessly a short distance from his wife. He quickly approached to support her back. After she had emptied her stomach, GC felt somewhat relieved. She sipped from a glass of warm water several times before slowly speaking, "Uncle Bai, I'm fine now." Bai Yuan took the trash can outside, leaving GC and Fu Yi alone in the living room. Fu Yi looked at GC, torn between wanting to comfort her and fearing it might upset her stomach again. He stood there, asking, "Do you feel better?" GC turned her gaze elsewhere and asked in a calm tone, "Is Chu Sui all right?" Fu Yi's eyes flickered. He was about to explain when GC preemptively cut him off. "There's no need to deny it. You've been gone for quite a while. You still carry the scent of disinfectant. Most importantly, You haven't cleaned yourself properly, and now there are reports online about your visit to the hospital for Chu Sui. GC gazed at the somber expression of Fu Yi and managed a faint smile. Let us take a moment apart to regain our composure, she suggested. Her heart was troubled, and she wished to avoid his presence. Fu Yi stepped forward and embraced her, immediately offering an apology. I am sorry. I should not have met with Chu Sui without informing you, especially since the media caught wind of it. I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. Her anger did not stem from his secret meeting with Chu Sui, but rather from the fact that he had the opportunity to inform her beforehand, yet chose not to. Indeed, she had hoped to push him away for her own peace of mind, and her desire for Jinji's cake was merely an excuse. However, he had left her in the lurch, silently choosing to meet another woman. Not bothered, she scoffed. She was not so magnanimous. She was uncomfortable, yet pretended otherwise, which was not the true GC. Gently laying her on the bed, Fu Yi spoke. You are unwell. Take care of yourself. I will take my leave. Less than 10 minutes after entering, Fu Yi stepped out again, this time speeding directly to the company. The acting CEO was taken aback at his sudden appearance. Boss, is there something you need? Fu Yi cut to the chase. Where's the legal team? Busy, I suppose, the acting CEO replied uncertainly. Does the boss require them? Have them come at once. Fu Yi's tone was icy, causing the acting CEO to feel a chill run down his spine as he hastily dialed the phone. Shortly thereafter, Fu Group's legal team assembled in the conference room. GC smiled brightly, sensing that someone intended to stir up trouble. Although she understood that Fu Yi had no actual ties to the rumored partner, she still felt a wave of disgust wash over her. The truth is, this repugnant scheme has proven quite successful. Do you need my assistance? Jin Yen, concerned for her pregnancy, felt that making a fuss would be unwise, and thus offered her help. No need. I shall handle this myself. GC gently declined Jin Yen's kind offer. In response, Jin Yen could only urge her to maintain her composure and not jeopardize her health over irrelevant matters. This statement almost explicitly named Fu Yi. GC smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. After ending the video call, Jin Yen rolled her eyes in disdain. Rest assured, indeed. Little did she know, from the moment GC fell for Fu Yi, she had already lost. However, since GC claimed she could manage the situation, Jin Yen decided to wait. If GC struggled to resolve it, she would step in to assist. GC logged into WeChat and opened the group chat with the Qin brothers. GC, help me investigate something. GC, look into whether Fu Yi's visit to the hospital to see Chu Sui is connected to the individual behind the previous kidnapping incident. After bringing the Qin brothers into her fold, GC financed the establishment of a studio for them, allowing them to return to their original line of work. She specifically hired someone to train them, and now the brothers had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although they still appeared somewhat foolish on the surface, their intellect had sharpened considerably. After all, a detective lacking in skill could easily be led astray. Qinjun, we've been investigating. Qinpeng, we're starting to uncover some leads. GC felt a sense of relief. The training expenses were not in vain. GC, who is it? Qinping, we've traced it back to a major fan of your husband. Fu Yi's major fan? Soon, Qinping sent GC a screenshot, displaying the major fan's Weibo post, accompanied by the note. It's this major fan. Qinjun added. It will take some time to ascertain whether this prominent figure is indeed the one causing the stir. GC inquired, wasn't your former boss a minor hacker? Perhaps you could pay him to handle this matter. Qinjun replied, I contacted him, but that prominent figure is exceedingly cautious. His computer defenses are fortified, and he is too inexperienced to manage it. After a brief silence, GC asked, do you know anyone with formidable computer skills? Qinjun responded, I do not. Qinpeng interjected, boss, your connections are extensive. Surely you must know some tech expert? Suddenly, a youthful visage flashed through GC's mind. She informed Qinjun's brother that she would take care of the matter, exited the chat window, and scrolled through her contacts. At the very bottom, she found an ID named So Fragrant Together With You. Upon clicking the profile, she was surprised to see a notification at the top. The other party is typing. GC thought. She had a matter to discuss with him, and he had arrived. As she observed the stream of notifications, she patiently awaited his inquiry. 1 minute passed, then 2. As 5 minutes approached, the other party was still typing, and GC decided she could wait no longer. She proactively sent a red banknote emoji accompanied by a Let's Be Friends sticker. It seemed the other party had been lingering in the chat, for just as her sticker was sent, 3 messages appeared from him. GC then shared the account of the prominent figure provided by Qin Jun, directly stating her purpose: assist me in breaching this individual's defenses. Chapter 42. How to Sue the Wife. I would like to be with you, certainly. The swiftness of the response took GC by surprise. However, she refrained from asking further and proceeded to transfer funds to him. After the money was sent, GC urged him to act with greater haste. I do not require money, he said. GC replied, there are matters that money cannot resolve, which may lead to complications. GC then inquired, what is it that you seek? He added, as long as it does not contravene the law. GC permitted him to rephrase his request. Senior brother. GC raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Is there truly someone you cannot locate? Anyone who has utilized an identification card can be traced. GC consented. Very well, but I cannot guarantee that I will be able to assist you in finding them. If the other party had failed to locate the individual, her confidence was less than 10%. The other party expressed that it was of no consequence, as long as an effort was made to search. GC asked, what are the details of that individual? Soon after, a document was sent over. Before GC could open it, the other party added, this person's defenses are quite formidable, and it will require some time. The document contained both information and a photograph of the individual. Yu Wanton. The name sounded somewhat familiar, but she could not recall where she had encountered it. Just as GC was pondering this, a call from her assistant interrupted her train of thought. What is it? GC inquired, puzzled. All news articles regarding Mr. Fu have been retracted online. The legal team of the Fu Group has issued a cease and desist letter. The latest update states that all media outlets that reported on Mr. Fu are being sued. The media under the Fu Group was actively broadcasting live coverage. Upon ending the call with her assistant, GC did not need to open an application. Trending topics appeared one after another, easily accessible with a mere click. GC selected one and delved into it, revealing a scene of police apprehending suspects. She recognized the media outlet as belonging to the Liang family, managed by Liang Su, the brother of Liang Anan. A different live-streaming lens was employed, featuring several prominent media outlets. The police arrived, rendering those who had been hurling insults from behind the scenes momentarily subdued. Some viewers expressed their exhilaration, asserting that it was time to address those who espoused the notion of free speech while carelessly spewing vitriol online. Others criticized the legal team of the Fu Group for making a mountain out of a molehill, arguing that once one becomes a public figure, one ought not to be overly concerned with such trivialities. The two factions clashed vehemently on the live stream, with some comments veering into quite unpleasant territory. GC, upon witnessing the vitriolic remarks circulating online, furrowed his brow and placed a call to the legal department of the company. The line was promptly answered. President, came the response. GC inquired, have you observed the actions of the Fu Group? Indeed, came the reply. In the entertainment industry, no online news is overlooked. Do you have any instructions? Engage the cyber police to address those accounts that are overflowing with venomous rhetoric. Understood, I will take care of it immediately. Before long, those individuals who had been hiding behind private accounts and unleashing harsh insults online discovered that their accounts had been marked with a red flag. They were unable to send out messages. Many of those who had been so audacious online were, in reality, cowards. And the very individuals who had boisterously claimed that no one could rein them in now found themselves silenced, retreating into their shells at the sight of their accounts being banned and receiving fines from the cyber police. With the absence of such toxic accounts, the comments section became much cleaner. In short order, news of the cyber police's intervention spread among netizens. Upon learning of the police's involvement, many proclaimed that it was high time to cleanse the online space of those who thrived on chaos. Observing the uniformity of positive discourse online, GC's spirits lifted considerably. Reflecting on the promise made to her senior, she forwarded the document to the Qin brothers and instructed, investigate this individual. Perhaps due to excessive screen time, her eyes felt fatigued, prompting GC to set her phone aside and rub her temples. A knock resounded as Uncle Bai called from the door, Madam. It's time for dinner. Only then did GC realize that evening had arrived. I will be there shortly, she replied, picking up her phone to open Fu Yi's profile. After a prolonged hesitation, she ultimately refrained from sending him a message. In the office of the Fu Group, the acting president observed the icy demeanor of Fu Yi, who radiated an aura of coldness. Out of respect and caution, he held his breath. From his years of experience alongside the president, he surmised that there must have been a disagreement with his girlfriend. No, now it should be referred to as his wife. Although the specifics remained unclear, it was evident that someone needed to intervene to ease the tension. The president might also require a graceful exit from this predicament. With that thought, the acting president contemplated discreetly stepping out to make a phone call for assistance. However, just as he moved, Fu Yi's piercing gaze swiftly turned towards him, cold and scrutinizing. "Where do you think you're going?" Clearing his throat, the acting president coughed lightly into his hand, his eyes darting about as he sought a solution. "I was just going to make a call to my girlfriend," reassuring her not to worry. The truth was, he had no girlfriend. It was merely a pretext to help the president find a way out. Upon hearing this, Fu Yi glanced at the phone resting on his desk, still darkened. Just as the acting president felt a momentary sense of relief, he heard Fu Yi inquire, "What should one do to appease an unhappy wife?" "How would I know? I've never been in a relationship," the acting president muttered internally, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor as he suggested, "Perhaps buy her something she likes and give it to her?" "What do you cherish?" In Fu Yi's mind, he recalled the last time he accompanied GC on a shopping excursion, where she had set her eyes on a lovely dress. He intended to purchase it for her, only to be met with her refusal. The reason for her rejection was her inability to wear it at that moment. Subsequently, she took his hand and led him away. Fu Yi sought out the boutique, yet he was unable to find the dress. Upon inquiry, he learned that it had already been sold. "Is there another one of the same design?" he persistently asked. The shop assistant regretfully informed him, "I'm sorry, sir, but this is a unique piece. Can you contact the designer?" "I wish to discuss a new design for GC," he replied. As the assistant hesitated, the store manager appeared. "What is the matter?" The manager, a plump and fair woman, approached with curiosity. The assistant relayed Fu Yi's request to her. Turning around, the manager was taken aback by Fu Yi's appearance, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Fu, the trending star?" Fu Yi nodded gently. "I am Fu Yi." He reiterated his intentions. The manager, being his admirer, was even more captivated upon learning that he was preparing a surprise for his wife, and she shared every detail without reservation. After obtaining the designer's contact information, Fu Yi expressed his gratitude and departed. As he drove away, the manager exuberantly spun in place, her rounded figure undeterred by her rapid movements. Witnessing the manager's fervor, the usually indifferent assistant covered her face, unable to bear the sight. "Did you see? That is my idol. Isn't he handsome?" the manager excitedly inquired, pulling the assistant closer. Chapter 43. The baby moved. Although the assistant was not an avid fan, she could not deny that Fu Yi appeared even more striking in person than on television. Gaining the approval of the store clerk, the manager excitedly retrieved his phone to share the news of Fu Yi's visit to his establishment online. Fu Yi's fans, drawn by curiosity, flocked to the store, purchasing numerous garments. Even internet celebrities arrived to check in, significantly increasing foot traffic for the manager's shop. However, these were mere afterthoughts. Once Fu Yi entered the car, he instructed his assistant to contact the designer. "I am Qin Yu, the representative of the Fu Group. Is this Nai, the one associated with the Dark River theme?" "This is Nai. Who is this?" Nai, just waking up, spoke with a drowsy and somewhat impatient tone. As the words Fu Group registered in her mind, she became alert and inquired, slightly uncertain, "Fu Group? Indeed. When would you be available? Our president wishes to meet with you." Once assured that it was not a scam, Nai leaped up in excitement, eagerly affirming her availability at any time. After confirming a meeting time, Qin Yu hung up the phone and turned to Fu Yi, saying, "President, it is arranged." The scene was so enchanting that Fu Yi could not resist capturing it on his phone. While the eyes can perceive everything, some moments may fade away. Photographs, however, forever preserve those feelings, allowing one to recall the emotions experienced at that time whenever they are revisited. After taking several shots, he was noticed by GC, who glanced over. Upon seeing her face captured, GC turned and walked away. Fu Yi silently followed her inside as they ascended the stairs. Wu Ming and Uncle Bai exchanged glances, deeply sighing. Upstairs, GC sat at her computer, attending to business matters, while Fu Yi entered the bathroom for a shower, emerging with damp hair. Had it been before yesterday, GC would undoubtedly have urged him to dry his hair or taken the initiative to do so herself upon seeing it damp. Yet at this moment, she chose to feign ignorance, silently tapping away at her keyboard. Fu Yi, seated beside her, stole a glance in her direction, only to be met with indifference. He leaned closer, still disregarded, and thus resorted to pretending to search for his charger. After several attempts to assert his presence, all of which were met with dismissal. Fu Yi had no choice but to seek out the hairdryer himself. Once his hair was dry, he found Ji-si already nestled in bed. He approached quietly, casting a glance her way. "Wife? Si, darling?" After calling her several times and confirming that she was genuinely asleep and not merely pretending, he gently pulled back the covers and cautiously slid into bed beside her. After several moments of ensuring she remained undisturbed, he grew bolder, inching closer to her while remaining vigilant for any signs of awakening. At last, she was nestled in his embrace. Watching the petite figure continue to slumber peacefully in his arms, Fu Yi felt a wave of contentment as he nuzzled her hair. "Please don't be angry anymore," he murmured softly before drifting off himself. The following day, Ji-si awoke to the warmth of Fu Yi's honeyed chest. Gradually retreating a bit, she met his smiling gaze. "Good morning," she greeted, only for him to lean in, seeking a morning kiss. Ji-si pushed him away, her expression cool. "We are still in a disagreement. A morning kiss is inappropriate." Fu Yi looked crestfallen, yet Ji-si was the first to rise. Suddenly, she gasped in pain, prompting Fu Yi to anxiously inquire, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Ji-si cradled her protruding belly in astonishment, gazing at Fu Yi as she remarked, "The baby just moved." Fu Yi was astonished. The child stirred. As he spoke, his large palm rested upon Ji-si's abdomen, curious about the protrusion beneath. However, after a prolonged moment, the belly remained still, and disappointment washed over him. Why wasn't it moving? Ji-si also caressed her belly and replied, "Perhaps it is still too early." Fu Yi abruptly froze, locking eyes with Ji-si, both reflecting a shared curiosity and excitement for the nascent life. "I can feel him moving." After a while, Fu Yi said, his voice trembling, "How wondrous." Due to the miraculous nature of the child's movement, the couple set aside the unresolved conflicts of the previous day and spent the morning discussing this delightful revelation. It was not until Bai Yuan came to summon them for breakfast that they reluctantly concluded their conversation. At the dining table, Ji-si inquired, "Have you thought of a name for the child?" Fu Yi honestly shook his head no. Ji-si's previously buoyant mood was dashed by his response. Fu Yi, perceptive of her change, cautiously asked, "Are you upset, Si?" Ji-si denied it, saying no. Yet, Fu Yi immediately discerned her irritation and earnestly stated, "You are upset. I can sense it." Ji-si silently consumed her breakfast. Fu Yi shifted his chair closer to her and whispered, "I just thought of some nicknames for the child." Finally, Ji-si gave him a glance, awaiting his next words. With utmost seriousness, Fu Yi declared, "One can be called Little Petty, and the other Little Angry. What do you think?" Having nearly finished her meal, Ji-si coldly set down her chopsticks, rising without a word and leaving Fu Yi with a frosty silhouette. Fu Yi awkwardly touched his nose and hurriedly chased after her, admitting his mistake. "From this day forth, I shall diligently name the children." With a resounding bang, the bedroom door closed before him, severing his words. Standing at the threshold, Fu Yi gazed silently at the sky, lamenting his own tongue. Ji-si emerged after changing her clothes, finding that Fu Yi had already vanished from the household. Uncle Bai dutifully reported, "Madam, the sir has just stepped out." Ji-si mused that he must be busy with work. "Are you heading out, madam?" Uncle Bai inquired. "Yes, I have matters to attend to. Qin Zhen and the others have uncovered some leads." "Very well. The sir has left Wu Ming behind. I shall have him escort you." Uncle Bai called Wu Ming, who was resting in his room. In the studio, Ji-si met with Qin Zhen and his brother. They did not rush to report their findings, but instead informed Ji-si that a visitor had arrived at the studio. "Boss, he claims to be the hacker you were searching for, here to share the results with you." "I shall meet him." In the reception room, a figure stood by the window. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned his head. A delicate, ageless doll-like face came into Ji-si's view. She smiled slightly. "Lu Shixiao. Long time no see." Lu Fuxing was a senior Ji-si had met during her exchange program, 2 years her senior. His computer skills were legendary at school, earning him many admirers. Lu Fuxing's gaze fell upon her abdomen, his expression one of surprise. "You're married?" Chapter 44. The elder faints. I had already sent the email before coming. Lu Fuxing gestured for her to check her inbox. Jai-sai did not rush to check. Instead, she inquired, "Senior brother, what brings you here?" It was evident that she was quite anxious about that individual. Otherwise, he would not have appeared in this place. Lu Fuxing, feeling helpless, recognized that his junior sister was feigning ignorance. Jai-sai rarely laughed aloud, but now she did, saying, "Senior brother, if you cannot locate her, it will be even more challenging for me. It requires time." Lu Fuxing was well aware that half of his purpose for coming was for other reasons. Does your studio still require personnel? My senior brother might need my assistance with a job. My demands are modest. As long as I have a place to stay and food to eat, that suffices, he stated earnestly. Jisai's expression turned grave. What has transpired? I was ousted after rejecting the inheritance. Lu Fuxing reluctantly revealed his predicament. My bank card has been frozen, and my identification has been confiscated. Upon hearing this, Jisai displayed a look of disdain. You are an adult. Why engage in such childish behavior? If you were to inherit the family fortune, you would possess more resources to search for her, rather than wandering the streets as you are now. From a young age, Jisai understood that without the foundation laid by her father, the shrewd merchants of the business world would not extend her even a modicum of respect. She would not be like some individuals who hypocritically proclaim their independence while enjoying the privileges bestowed by their families. She deemed Lu Fuxing's decision to sever ties with his family rather unwise, yet recognized that everyone must forge their own path, and thus refrained from further comment. Very well. As compensation, do not refuse when I call upon you for assistance, she stated, embodying the essence of a merchant, where profit reigns supreme. Of course, Lu Fuxing responded, fully understanding the implications. Boss. They both addressed her with utmost respect. GC gently nodded and opened the documents on the table. Clearly recorded within were the details that linked the release of news regarding Fu Yi and Chu Sui to the kidnapping orchestrated by Liang Anan. Liang Anan. GC opened her email, realizing that Fu Yi's ardent fan was none other than Liang Anan. The thought of Liang Anan, who sweetly referred to her as sister-in-law during every encounter, left GC somewhat taken aback. As she scrolled down, she stumbled upon screenshots of Liang Anan's private diary, filled with declarations of love for Fu Yi and curses directed towards her and Chu Sui. GC comprehended the situation. Liang Anan harbored feelings for Fu Yi, a passion so intense that she resorted to using venomous words to curse any woman who had shared intimacy with him. The unsettling prose sent a chill down GC's spine, revealing the dark depths of the quiet girl's heart. For the first time, GC grasped the essence of the saying one cannot judge a book by its cover. From the entries in the private diary, it was evident that Liang Anan was oblivious to the falsehood of the relationship between Chu Sui and Fu Yi, making her curses even more severe. Naturally, she too had her share of grievances. The last entry suggested that she seemed to be plotting something sinister. As for what that might entail, GC suspected it was something malevolent. Boss, do we need to take action? Qingjin inquired. Not for now, GC replied, furrowing her brow. Keep an eye on her for the time being. Notify me of any unusual developments. Understood. The two brothers nodded solemnly. Upon further inquiry, they learned that the old man had collapsed while out for a walk and was currently in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. GC hurriedly called Fu Yi. Just after Fu Yi ended a call with his father, he received GC's call and reassured her, you should head directly to the airport. We will meet there. The two individuals arrived at the Merchant Sea Hospital, where the elderly gentleman had already emerged, albeit without any severe ailments. However, he remained in the intensive care unit under surveillance and was not yet permitted to leave. Mother, what did the doctor say? The elder's health was monitored biannually, and he was in better condition than many of his contemporaries. The physician remarked that he had suddenly experienced a stimulus that caused him to lose consciousness. Yuan Zheng relayed the doctor's exact words to Fu Yi. Could it be that he fainted due to the harsh criticisms from netizens online? Fu Yi speculated with skepticism. Yuan Zheng shot him an incredulous glance. After all, what great storms had the elder not weathered over the years? Would mere words from online commenters truly affect him? As the mother and son pondered what might have caused the elder's fainting spell, GC received a call from Qingjun. What is it? Boss. There seems to be an issue with Liang Anan. Qingjun's voice lowered instinctively. She went to the Fu residence shortly after leaving. GC was taken aback. Liang Anan had visited the Fu household, and the elder had suddenly fallen ill. Could her presence have triggered this incident? GC promptly called the butler of the Fu family to confirm that Liang Anan had indeed been there to see the elder. After hanging up, GC glanced at Fu Yi and Yuan Zheng, hesitating to speak. Fu Yi noticed and inquired, Cici, do you have something to say? Liang Anan went to see grandfather? Yuan Zheng's attention was instantly captivated by the mention of Liang Anan. Yes, that's what the servant indicated. GC furrowed her brow, puzzled over what Liang Anan could have said to the elder that might have led to his collapse. We'll find out once the elder regains consciousness, Yuan Zheng remarked. Her brow knitted in concern. Fu Yi expressed no objections and led GC away from the hospital. On the way back, Fui inquired of GC. Do you have something left unsaid? Indeed, GC harbored words she wished to express, yet she was uncertain whether he would believe her. She had an unsettling feeling that the old man's coma was somehow intertwined with Liang Anin's affection for Fui. You see, Fui remarked, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Didn't we agree that we would not conceal anything from one another? What happened to our promise of honesty? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, GC revealed to him the screenshots she had obtained from Lu Fuxing. Take a look for yourself. Fui accepted the phone, and after a few minutes, his countenance darkened, brimming with an impending storm. GC cast a glance at him and softly explained, do you remember the kidnapping incident? I have been investigating the individuals behind it. My inquiry led me to your devoted fan, who, it turns out, is none other than Liang Anin herself. It took Fui half an hour to peruse all the screenshots. Upon closing the phone, he embraced GC tightly, murmuring, it is my fault. It was he who had attracted this troublesome infatuation, enduring a barrage of malicious words directed at her. Previously, the vitriol was aimed solely at GC, but now it extended to their child. GC, recognizing that this matter bore no relation to him, refrained from directing her ire his way. It is not your fault. Your excellence is not to blame. The fault lies with those who admire you yet lack integrity and are extreme in their sentiments. Allow me to handle this. A glint of icy resolve ignited in Fui's eyes. Chapter 45. I would give my life for you. There is no rush. We shall wait until grandfather awakens to discuss this. Liang Anin appeared at the ancestral residence, where the old man had been discovered in a state of unconsciousness following her departure. However, it remained uncertain whether his condition was indeed linked to her. Approaching her now could very well result in unexpected repercussions. Logically speaking, Liang Anin, having meticulously schemed for so long and orchestrated numerous clandestine affairs, would not leave behind such overt evidence. She arrived at the Fu residence around 10 o'clock in the morning and departed shortly after 10. During those brief moments, she was in the company of the elderly patriarch. The distance from the surveillance cameras rendered their conversation inaudible, yet it was evident that Liang Anin was the one speaking, with the elder occasionally glancing her way. After her departure, the old man suddenly clutched his chest and soon fell unresponsive. Moments later, the butler arrived, sensing something amiss, leading to a flurry of urgent medical attention. What could Liang Anin have said to provoke such a reaction in the elder? In the evening, Yuan Zheng called to inform them that the old man had regained consciousness, albeit in a highly agitated state, particularly towards Fu Xiao, whom he reprimanded fiercely. The two hurried to the hospital, only to find Fu Xiao blocked at the door of the ward. Dad, why are you standing here? Fui inquired, puzzled. Upon seeing them, Fu Xiao looked as though he had found salvation. Please go in and persuade grandfather. The doctor mentioned that he should not be agitated given his current condition. Fui furrowed his brow. Have you angered grandfather again? Fu Xiao sighed. Grandfather has never been pleased to see me. Without hesitation, Fui retorted. Isn't this all you're doing? Despite being chastised by his son, Fu Xiao remained unperturbed and urged him, quickly, go in and talk to your grandfather. Fui led GC into the room. The old man lay half reclined on the hospital bed, eyes closed in feigned slumber. Yuan Zheng sat beside him, peeling an apple, seemingly unfazed by their entrance. Grandfather. Fui realized that the elder was not truly asleep. Indeed, the old gentleman opened his weary eyes and murmured, You have arrived. Grandfather, how are you? Does your chest still ache? GC stepped forward, while Yuan Zheng yielded her position and quietly exited the room, her head bowed. Both GC and Fui sensed something amiss in Yuan Zheng's demeanor. Mother, what troubles you? GC inquired just as Yuan Zheng was about to leave the ward. The door closed behind her, severing the line of sight between GC and Fui. Both were acutely aware that Yuan Zheng was not being entirely forthright. They turned their gaze towards the old gentleman, their eyes filled with curiosity. Fui asked about the elder's health, to which the old man feebly gestured, indicating he had not yet succumbed to his ailments. The two exchanged glances, astonished by his flippant remark. They wished to inquire further about what had transpired, but hesitated, concerned that bringing it up might agitate him. Grandfather, please rest well. We shall visit you again tomorrow. Dressed in a white coat, her expression serene, she epitomized the essence of a white angel. Liang Anin had just seen off a wealthy young patient who had been clinging to her, and upon turning, she encountered GC and the fully equipped Fui. Since their paths had crossed, GC greeted her with openness. Liang Anin's smile deepened considerably. Her demeanor relaxed as she called out, "Cousin E, cousin-in-law, is something troubling you?" Her composure left GC with newfound respect for her. Had it not been for her online diary, who would have fathomed her deep-seated resentment towards them? "We are here to visit the old gentleman," GC stated. Her gaze fixed intently on Liang Ainan's facial expressions, mindful that the elder had recently collapsed and had only just been revived. Collapsed? Is he currently hospitalized? Liang Ainan was taken aback, her astonishment appearing genuine. It was uncertain whether her acting was exceptionally convincing or if she truly remained oblivious to the old gentleman's fainting incident. Fu Yi suddenly interjected, stating that the butler had mentioned she visited the ancestral home today, and it was only after her departure that the old man collapsed. Surprisingly, Liang Ainan candidly acknowledged having conversed with the elder, affirming, "I did visit the ancestral home and spoke with my grandfather. However, he was perfectly fine when I left. Do you suspect I did something to him?" Her expression reflected hurt as she questioned, "Am I perceived as a malicious woman by my cousin and his wife?" GC remarked, "Had I not seen your diaries, I too would find it hard to believe that the serene and lovely you harbors such dark thoughts." Fu Yi chose not to respond to her statement and instead embraced GC, saying, "We have matters to attend to, so we shall not disturb your work." Liang Ainan called out to them, earnestly explaining, "The old gentleman's fainting was not my intention." It appeared as though the incident was unrelated to her. Yet the connection could not be entirely dismissed. As she watched GC and Fu Yi drive away, a strong sense of derision lingered in Liang Ainan's eyes. She remained rooted to the spot for an extended period, until fatigue set in her legs. Finally, she dialed the number of the wealthy suitor pursuing her. "I could consider being your girlfriend, but you must first assist me with a task." "Certainly, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend." "I would give you my life," came the response, but all that reached her ears was her willingness to be his girlfriend. "I do not require your life." The next day, the old gentleman insisted on being discharged from the hospital. Despite the efforts of Yuan Zheng, Fu Yi, and GC to dissuade him, he remained resolute. Fu Xiao wished to intervene, but was at a loss since the old man refused to see him, leaving him quite vexed. Ultimately, the old gentleman's persistence prevailed. Even the doctors were unable to change his mind, and he was discharged with the family doctor in tow. Upon returning home, the old man unilaterally declared his intention to expel Fu Xiao from the family tree. Fu Xiao stared in shock at his father, his voice sharp with disbelief. "Father, what did you just say? Please repeat that." The old man, maintaining his composure, reiterated, "I said I want to remove you from the family tree." There was no hint of jest in his demeanor as he ordered the butler to retrieve the family genealogy. The butler understood the gravity of such an action and hesitated, casting a pleading glance towards Yuan Zheng. In this household, only Yuan Zheng, as the daughter-in-law, had the influence to sway the old man, for he harbored a sense of guilt towards her regarding Fu Xiao. He often heeded her words. The shock of Fu Xiao's potential expulsion from the family tree left not only him, but also Fu Yi, Yuan Zheng, and GC in disbelief. "Grandfather, what has transpired?" Fu Yi inquired, his brow furrowed. GC looked at the old man in confusion, pondering what could have incited such fury leading to Fu Xiao's disownment. In contrast to the young couple's bewilderment, Yuan Zheng understood the source of the old man's ire. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Father, there is no need for such drastic measures." Chapter 46. The crisis of midlife marriage. The old gentleman remained impassive, not responding to Yuan Zheng's remark. He cast an angry glance at the butler and exclaimed, "Are my commands now rendered meaningless?" The butler, feigning haste, ascended the stairs, though his pace was far from swift. The elder, witnessing this, erupted in fury and commanded, "Fetch it to me at once." He then began to cough violently, clutching his chest, appearing exceedingly distressed. The family doctor stepped forward to assist him in regaining his composure, casting a furious glance at Yuan Zheng and the others, stating, "Do not further agitate the patient. He cannot withstand such provocation." The butler, sensing the urgency, hurried upstairs to retrieve the requested items. Fu Xiao, with a grim expression, observed the elder gradually regaining his composure and remarked, "Father, if you intend to expel me from the Fu family, then provide me with a reason." Yuan Zheng, with an icy gaze, interjected, "Can you refrain from meddling while father is unwell?" Fu Xiao, seething with indignation, retorted, "I deserve to know why he wishes to remove me from the family lineage. Do you comprehend what being ousted from the family tree signifies? It means I am no longer a member of the Fu family, stripped of all privileges therein. At his age, such disgrace is intolerable." Suddenly, A heavy ashtray was hurled at Fu Xiao, striking him on the forehead with a resounding crash, instantly causing a large bump to form. Fu Xiao clutched his injured forehead in disbelief, staring incredulously at the elder. This was the first time in many years that the elder had resorted to striking him, a reminder of an incident from over a decade ago when he had misbehaved. Observing the elder's fury and Fu Xiao's rapidly swelling forehead, all present were taken aback in shock. The elder man's countenance was grave as he remarked, had it not been for Yuan Zhang's intervention back in the day, which of your sordid deeds would not have warranted your expulsion? For years, I had presumed you had settled down, living harmoniously with Fu Yi's mother. Yet I am now confronted with the shocking realization. Cough, cough. The elder, visibly agitated, struggled with a fit of coughs, his discomfort palpable. Grandfather and Yuan Zhang, sensing something amiss, began to adjust the situation. Together with Fu Xiao, they escorted him, after which Fu Xiao seemed to vanish from the tabloids, leading us to believe all was well. But was it truly so? Had matters merely shifted from the overt to the covert? Fu Yi's piercing gaze fixated on Fu Xiao, coldly inquiring, "Have you betrayed my mother once more?" One could only assume that where there is one instance, there may be another, especially considering Fu Xiao's prior transgressions. Fu Xiao protested, "No, I have not." The elder smirked coldly, "Not so? Where then did the child come from?" His words detonated like a bomb, leaving those present shaken to their core. "He had fathered a child outside of our family." Fu Yi pointed at himself, questioning the elder. The elder, with his eyes closed, gave a chilling nod, "Yes." The Fu family's lineage was singularly important, yet the prospect of Fu Xiao having an illegitimate child left the elder unfulfilled. He understood that once this revelation surfaced, the seemingly perfect yet utterly flawed family would shatter. In that moment, however, the elder felt a strange sense of relief. For all these years, he had relied on his grandson to support Yuan Zhang, who had been shouldering the weight of this fractured family. The foundation of maintaining a faade of harmony was contingent upon Fu Xiao not having a second child. Now that he has welcomed another into the world, he can no longer muster the courage to keep her. Upon discovering he has a child outside his marriage, Fu Xiao's initial reaction was one of joy. Completely disregarding the swelling on his forehead, he astutely perceived the underlying danger in the old man's tone and, belatedly, recalled the threat of being expelled from the family tree. His expression stiffened, and he awkwardly took a few steps back, muttering that it was merely talk. The butler retrieved the family register, and the atmosphere grew tense. The old man took the register from the butler's hands and began to flip through its pages. Suddenly, Fu Xiao stepped forward to obstruct him, inquiring, "Father, are you serious?" The old man scrutinized Fu Xiao, noting that his son's exceptional looks, combined with his status, attracted no shortage of admirers. Perhaps there were many vying for his affection, leading him to lose sight of himself. Yet, marrying Yuan Zhang was a proposal he had initiated, even assuring her parents that he would treat her well. However, once their child entered elementary school, his true nature emerged, and he lost all pretense of concealment. Had he not later recognized Fu Yi's unsettling emotions and resorted to threatening him with concerns for Fu Yi's health, he would not have tempered his demeanor. Nevertheless, while he appeared to have subdued his temperament in public, he still harbored unresolved feelings in private. Feeling the old man's penetrating gaze, Fu Xiao sought to retreat. But the old man asked, "Do you remember what you promised me over a decade ago?" The passage of time rendered Fu Xiao contemplative, and it took him a while to recall. Back then, the old man had threatened to expel him from the family register as well, at a time when Fu Xiao merely relished the privileges of the Fu family without wielding any real power. He clearly understood that apart from Yuan Zhang, who genuinely cared for him, everyone else surrounding him was merely interested in the Fu family's influence. Fearing the loss of everything, he vowed that should he betray Yuan Zhang again, he would voluntarily sever ties with his lineage. Yet, he felt deeply wronged. Since that incident, he had not committed any acts of betrayal against Yuan Zhang. "Father, I truly did not betray Yuan Zhang," Fu Xiao pleaded in his defense. His words held sincerity. Initially, he had feigned indifference to allay Yuan Zhang and the old man's suspicions, but as time passed, he genuinely wished to break free, though he found himself powerless. In a bid to maintain his dignity as a man, such thoughts had long since faded. Yuan Zhang gazed at Fu Xiao and retorted, "Is that so?" Fu Xiao nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes." Suddenly, Yuan Zhang's expression contorted with rage as she unleashed a formidable inquiry. "You claimed you did not seek solace elsewhere. So why have I spent these years feeling like a living widow?" The attendees were taken aback by her words. They had witnessed the affection between Fu Xiao and Yuan Zheng over the years, never suspecting that behind closed doors, they led a life akin to that of a widow. This revelation could indeed explain why Fu Xiao had fathered a child outside their union. Chapter 47. She shall not enter the Fu family's door in the face of Yuan Zheng's accusation and the collective misunderstanding. Fu Xiao, who had long concealed his physical condition, desperately sought to explain but found himself at a loss for words. The old man looked at Fu Xiao with disappointment. How he had once aspired for his son to achieve greatness, only to learn that these years had been nothing more than a performance for their benefit, filled him with profound disillusionment. He opened the family ledger, locating Fu Xiao's name, as the butler timely presented him with a pen. He no longer dared to provoke the old gentleman's health. Whatever he wished to do, he would comply wholeheartedly. As he unscrewed the cap of his pen, preparing to strike out Fu Xiao's name, Yuan Zheng, steadying her emotions, intervened. Father, let him remain in the Fu family. As long as you ensure that his share is passed to my son, I will consent to divorce him. It would be unjust for you otherwise. The old gentleman was well aware of how Yuan Zheng had treated Fu Xiao over the years. In a multitude of words, it condensed into a single statement. Father, all these years were my own volition. This outcome is my own fortune, and I accept it. However, my son should not bear the consequences of his indiscretions. A mother is indeed formidable. She would never allow the illegitimate child to claim what rightfully belonged to Fu Yi. Yuan Zheng never willingly displayed weakness unless she truly could not bear the repercussions or required assistance. Observing her restrained yet reddened eyes, the old gentleman acquiesced. Very well. I shall take your side and facilitate your divorce. Everything he possesses will be transferred to Fu Yi. The old gentleman cast a cold glare at him. Do you believe I am wronging you? Fu Xiao nodded. The old gentleman, exasperated, chuckled. Then how do you explain Yuan Zheng's years of living as a widow? Fu Xiao found himself at a loss for words. His health was failing. How could he communicate this to the old gentleman? Seeing Fu Xiao rendered speechless, the old gentleman suddenly felt a pang of regret. Regret for having prevented Yuan Zheng from divorcing all those years ago, squandering precious youthful moments. Steward, call the head of the Civil Affairs Bureau and instruct him to bring the bureau to our home. Fearing further distress to the old gentleman, the steward dialed the Civil Affairs Bureau head without hesitation. The head of the bureau was a former soldier trained by the old gentleman. Subsequently, the elder gentleman sustained an injury in the line of duty, necessitating his withdrawal to inherit the Fu family legacy. The soldier, too, found himself incapacitated due to an injury and sought employment at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The elder's decision was resolute and unyielding. No one dared to speak on behalf of Fu Xiao. Ji Cai suddenly realized that the elder had not disclosed the identity of the illegitimate child. Grandfather, who is he? Fu Yi pondered the same question. He cast a cold gaze at Fu Xiao and declared, as long as I am here, she shall never cross the threshold of the Fu family. Fu Xiao felt discontent, insisting, but he is my child, our child of the Fu family. The repeated mention of the child from outside stirred memories of the elder's past grievances towards Fu Yi, igniting his fury. The elder compelled himself to remain calm, recognizing that dwelling on many matters was of little consequence now and would only serve to exacerbate tensions. He closed his eyes and instructed Yuan Zheng. Please go upstairs and retrieve your documents with him. Fu Xiao turned to Yuan Zheng, his eyes filled with uncertainty. He was acutely aware of the kindness she had shown him over the years, reflecting upon his previous folly. For all this time, he genuinely envisioned a lifelong partnership with Yuan Zheng and had never contemplated divorce. He had forgotten the joy he felt upon hearing of the child and looked at Yuan Zheng with pleading eyes. Ah Zheng, I have truly wished to spend my life with you. Please, let us not divorce. I have not strayed during these years. To convince Yuan Zheng of his sincerity, Fu Xiao raised his hand and fervently swore, I swear to the heavens, if I lie, may I be struck by lightning and meet a bitter end. In the early days of their marriage, such vows had proven remarkably effective. The young Yuan Zheng silenced him before he could finish his words, covering his mouth. At this moment, the over 50 Yuan Zheng looked at him with a mocking gaze, showing no intention to intervene as he swore fervently. Fu Xiao, realizing the gravity of the situation too late, felt a surge of panic and reached out to grasp Yuan Zheng, who deftly evaded him and ascended the stairs. GC hastened after him, leaving only the 3 members of the Fu family, the awaiting family doctor, and the housekeeper in the living room. The elder patriarch regarded Fu Yi with a sorrowful gaze. Recounting past events, it turned out that when Fu Xiao had an affair, Yuan Zheng had once sought a divorce. She had always been a woman intolerant of any flaws. Later, noticing Fu Yi's deteriorating condition, she was frightened and took him to see a psychologist. Fu Yi's situation was dire, marked by rebellion, depression, and suicidal tendencies. A mother inevitably falters when faced with the pain of her own flesh and blood. She was heartbroken over her husband's reckless abandon but could not forsake her son. She relinquished her plans for divorce and reconciled with Fu Xiao. Do you remember? When you first chose to board at school, your mother secretly consulted numerous psychologists. As time passed, Yuanzheng appeared to function like a normal person. He believed that she and Fu Xiao had set aside their grievances and truly reconciled. Little did he know that all these years, Yuanzheng had lived as a widow in her own home. A normal man, who shares a bed with his wife every night. Allowing her to live as a widow must either be incapable or has found someone outside to fulfill his physical needs. Clearly, everyone assumed Fu Xiao belonged to the latter category. It was only recently that Fu Yi learned of Yuanzheng's clandestine visits to a psychologist. Despite Fu Xiao's infidelity, Fu Yi chose to evade the truth and wallowed in self-destruction, compelling the most affected mother to sacrifice herself to save him. He is unfilial. He is not a good son. Had a clean break been made from the outset, Yuanzheng would have long since discovered her own happiness, spared from the ruin wrought by her wayward son. The sound of a vehicle approached, and a servant entered to announce the arrival of officials from the Civil Affairs Bureau. The elder commanded them to enter and, casting a glance at Fu Yi, inquired, "You will support your mother's decision, will you not?" Fu Yi offered a bitter smile. After all, Yuanzheng had sacrificed so much for him. He had no right to impede her choice. "I have no objections," he stated. Fu Xiao appeared poised to voice his thoughts, but the officials had already entered. Chief Luo Cheng greeted the elder, reverting to his customary address. The elder wearily waved his hand. "I summoned you today to assist with a matter. Please help my daughter-in-law and my unfilial son obtain a divorce certificate." On the way, Luo Cheng had speculated about the elder's intentions, even entertaining the absurd notion that he might be seeking a second marriage. Chapter 48. Mother, I wish to live with you. Luo Cheng had considered all individuals except for Yuanzheng and Fu Xiao. Their love story had been the talk of high society for years. A model couple revered by many. Were they truly to divorce? Luo Cheng recalled, rather inappropriately, a saying circulating among netizens: "If they divorce, I shall no longer believe in love." Had it not been for the divorce certificate he had personally arranged, Luo Cheng would have found it hard to believe that a couple, celebrated for over a decade, would part ways. Nevertheless, this was not his concern. He was merely the facilitator. GC stepped forward to take her hand. "Mother, lean on my shoulder." Yuanzheng, with a resigned nod, smiled in relief. "Mother is fine. I am well." At times, she found herself succumbing to self-hypnosis, convincing herself that it was acceptable to be a little foolish, a little confused, and that continuing her life with him could be quite agreeable. However, the old man revealed that he had an illegitimate son who had now grown into adulthood. The self-induced trance could no longer persist. The son had matured and even started a family of his own. She reminded herself that it was time for everything to come to an end. Observing the liberated smile of Yuanzheng, GC understood that she felt no sorrow and did not require her shoulder to lean on. Fu Yi belonged to the Fu family, to the old man. Fu Xiao was merely his nominal father. The old man, as compensation to Yuanzheng, was publicly distributed among Fu Yi, GC, and the child she carried. Since the child was still small, Fu Yi and GC would manage the affairs until the child reached adulthood at 18. Yuanzheng and Fu Xiao had already divorced. Despite having a son, there was no reason for her to remain in the Fu household. After settling all matters, Yuanzheng packed a few belongings and departed from the Fu family. GC chased after her, earnestly stating, "Mom, come stay with us. We have a vacant room." Yuanzheng extended her slender fingers to gently poke GC's round cheek, exclaiming with a hint of helplessness, "Oh, CC, mother is not as distressed as you may think. Do not worry about me." GC replied, "Mom, when it comes to divorce, one cannot simply dismiss concern." She continued, "You must treat Fu Yi well." Yuanzheng contemplated Fu Yi as Fu Xiao's son. Although she had raised him and understood that he was not the type to act recklessly, she could not help but caution. "If Fu Yi dares to wrong you in any way, just tell mother, and I'll take care of him." Fu Yi, who had been following closely behind, found himself speechless, his mouth twitching in disbelief. "Mom, am I really just someone you picked up?" Yuanzheng scoffed coldly. "You are something I salvaged from a garbage bin. When I found you, You were shivering, and the nurse jested that you might not survive. Fu Yi wore a face of utter embarrassment and called out defiantly, Mom. Seeing Yuan Zheng still able to jest about Fu Yi's childhood made GC somewhat relieved. It seemed there was nothing amiss. Although Fu Xiao treated her well, perhaps due to their shared femininity, she felt a deeper empathy with Yuan Zheng. As for Fu Xiao, she now harbored only the respect of a junior towards a senior, the warmth of familiarity having faded away. Mom, come stay with us, Fu Yi urged, echoing GC's earlier invitation. Yet, Yuan Zheng remained resolute in her refusal. I have a house outside. I do not wish to intrude upon your youthful lives. Besides, I have made plans with my friends for a trip. Despite the recent upheaval, she could not renege on prior commitments. Unable to sway Yuan Zheng, the two acquiesced. We'll drive you there, Fu Yi and GC said in unison. This time, Yuan Zheng accepted, getting into Fu Yi's car and providing an address. Upon hearing the location, Fu Yi and GC exchanged incredulous glances. The address was within their shared community. Mom, when did you purchase a house in our neighborhood? You concealed that quite well, Fu Yi remarked. Yuan Zheng rolled her eyes at her son. I found out about your marriage plans. She contemplated that if her son were to wed, living together would be inconvenient. Hence her decision to buy a property nearby. The assets she had accumulated over the years in the Fu household were sufficient to acquire a standalone villa here. Fu Xiao, having chased after them, watched helplessly as Yuan Zheng entered Fu Yi's car, the family of three completely ignoring his presence as they departed. For someone who had never known regret, a fleeting sense of remorse washed over Fu Xiao at that moment. Meanwhile, the butler, accompanied by servants, began to retrieve Yuan Zheng's belongings, as instructed by the old master, to be delivered to her villa. They worked swiftly to pack everything, hoping to catch up with the young master's vehicle. Seeing the items in the hands of the servants, Fu Xiao instinctively intervened, believing they were to be discarded. They must not be thrown away, he insisted. The butler, Mr. Wu, clarified, they are not being discarded. They are to be delivered to the lady. At that moment, the driver brought the car around, and everyone began loading the items. Fu Xiao squeezed into the vehicle, facing the bewildered expressions of those around him. With remarkable audacity, he declared, I am going to see my son. The butler and the servants could only remain silent. Fu Xiao's desire to see Fu Yi left them without objection. As Fu Yi and his family entered the neighborhood, Fu Xiao's vehicle followed closely behind. Upon exiting their car, Fu Yi and the others were taken aback by the sight of the delivery truck belonging to the Fu family. Soon after, the butler alighted from the vehicle, offering a gentle explanation. The old master has sent us to deliver the lady's belongings. Yuan Zheng frowned at the mention of the old master, recalling the items left behind at the Fu household. Didn't you say they were to be discarded? She asked. Upon hearing the reference to the old master, Yuan Zheng hesitated no longer. She opened the door to allow them to bring the items inside. In the delivery truck, Fu Xiao observed Yuan Zheng discreetly. She sensed a fervent gaze upon her, but chose to disregard it, guiding her son and daughter-in-law into the house. The house, though modest in size, is adorned in warm hues, with photographs of Fu Yi and GC gracing the walls, both solo shots and portraits together. It exudes a cozy ambience that instantly captivates GC. With delight, she exclaims, Mom, I adore this place. May I stay with you? Yuan Zheng casts a fleeting glance at her son, whose expression darkens, yet she nods in acquiescence under his watchful gaze. All right then, I would be overjoyed. As she speaks, she hands GC the key to the front door, saying, Here, the key to the main entrance. The study and other doors are equipped with your fingerprints. My birthday is the code, but you may also use your own fingerprints to gain access. Hearing this, GC and Fu Yi are profoundly moved. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Zheng has quietly undertaken what she believes to be beneficial for them both. In Chapter 49, titled You Have a Double Chin, GC reflects on her emotional fluctuations, likely due to her pregnancy, feeling touched by Yuan Zheng's selfless contributions. She ponders the merits that would justify such sacrifices on her behalf. Embracing Yuan Zheng, she expresses her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mom. Fu Yi, unaccustomed to uttering such sentimental words to his mother, steps forward, opening his arms to embrace both women, offering silent comfort. The resilient Yuan Zheng, moved by her younger kin, finds her eyes welling with tears. She sniffs lightly, pushes them away, and teasingly scolds. It's all your fault. You've made me cry for no reason. Despite the initially poignant atmosphere, GC can't help but chuckle at this. Wiping away the moisture from her eyes, Yuan Zheng, with an air of mystery, invites, You may ascend the stairs to see. There are even greater surprises awaiting you. GC eagerly led Fu Yi upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they discovered it was entirely adorned as a children's room filled with toys. As the gender remained unknown, the room was yet to be fully decorated. Ascending to the third floor, it was evident that this space was reserved for them. The decor was tailored to GC's preferences, interspersed with subtle hints of youthful femininity, clearly influenced by Yuan Zhang's secret contributions. GC felt a wave of joy, while Fu Yi, following suit, experienced a mix of happiness tinged with jealousy. Do you not appreciate the wedding home I prepared for you? His tone dripping with envy. GC playfully inquired, are you feeling jealous? Fu Yi wrapped his arms around her, the prominent curve of her belly positioned between them, revealing his slight vexation. He bluntly asked, am I not allowed to be jealous? GC's lips curled slightly. You can certainly be jealous of my mother. Fu Yi stubbornly sought to ascertain whether she favored the surprises prepared by Yuan Zhang or the wedding home he had arranged. GC lifted her gaze to him. Yet all she could see was his chin. It seems you have developed a double chin, she remarked in astonishment. In truth, she preferred Yuan Zhang's space, as it was cozier and more intimate, while Fu Yi's was rather vast, often feeling empty when few were present, lacking a sense of security. With this comparison, she realized her own double standards. Looking at her with a hint of grievance, he said, that took me a long time to prepare. I know, GC responded, enthusiastically wrapping her arms around his neck. Ever since her pregnancy hampered her ability to wear high heels, she found herself significantly shorter than him, unable to reach his face without standing on tiptoe. Fu Yi felt a twinge of jealousy, yet he stooped down, allowing her to draw closer to him effortlessly. Upon meeting Fu Yi's gaze, GC earnestly remarked, I never said I dislike our marital home. Fu Yi, still feeling somewhat aggrieved, responded, but you prefer this place. It's different. You are you, and my mother is my mother. Both are equally significant to me. GC posed a pressing question she had encountered online. For instance, if my mother and I fell into the water, who would you save first? With a gentle yet firm embrace around GC's waist, Fu Yi effortlessly lifted her. Startled by his sudden action, GC instinctively clung to his neck. It is not merely about whether this person can provide a sense of security. Rather, the sensation of emptiness is inherently uncomfortable. Fu Yi, towering in stature, knelt before GC, aligning his gaze with hers. Possessing remarkable foresight, upon learning she was expecting a son, she enrolled in swimming classes. After giving birth and completing her confinement period, she pursued swimming lessons and even participated in several competitions. Listening attentively to Yuan Zhang's earnest explanation, GC felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Fu Yi, with a hint of exasperation, interjected, Mom, we are discussing a different topic. It merely coincidentally touched upon this without any ulterior motive. Yuan Zhang, feeling awkward, responded, oh, is that so? GC nodded vigorously. Relaying Fu Yi's stubborn comments to Yuan Zhang, he inquired about which I prefer more, the marital home or my mother's place. And that S when I mentioned the scenario of us falling into the water. Yuan Zhang shot an incredulous look at her son, clearly disapproving of his childishness. Haven't you outgrown that? Are you truly envious of such trivial matters? Do your fans know about this? At this remark, Yuan Zhang's eyes lit up as a new thought crossed her mind. Half a year ago, an old friend from the television station approached her, inquiring if she could assist in recording a family variety show titled Mothers-in-Law and Moms. At that time, she could hardly claim the role of a mother-in-law. Given that her son was yet to marry, she could only play the role of a neighborly aunt. With this thought in mind, Yuan Zhang eagerly approached a couple of young individuals, her smile bearing an unsettling quality. Upon catching sight of Yuan Zhang's disconcerting grin, the two youngsters shivered, particularly Fu Yi, who reacted with notable alarm. Whenever Yuan Zhang wore that smile during their childhood, it signaled that mischief was afoot. Mom, what are you up to? He asked protectively, positioning himself in front of GC with a wary demeanor. Yuan Zhang, well-preserved yet adorned with crow's feet when she smiled, remained unfazed. With a deepening smile, she queried Fu Yi, do you still remember your godmother, Yuan Dan? Fu Yi certainly remembered. She was an old friend of Yuan Zhang's, who, in her youth, would often entice him with bags of lollipops, insisting he call her godmother. Although he had never been particularly fond of lollipops, GC had a penchant for them. With his mother refusing to buy him any, he had no choice but to refer to her as godmother to procure lollipops for GC. What is going on? Why the sudden mention of Yuan Dan? he questioned, suspicion creeping into his tone. It was unusual for anyone to bring up a person without reason, especially given the peculiar expression Yuanzheng wore when mentioning Yuandan. Now that I have an opportunity, and your godmother requires my assistance, how about we participate together? Yuanzheng proposed, her gaze fixed on GC. In her mind, she believed that if GC agreed, Fu Yi would have no grounds for dissent. Chapter 50. Fu Yi's unveiling. Yuanzheng, hands on her hips, declared with confidence, "What great storms have I not witnessed? Am I to fear the online critics? How laughable." Cici expressed her concern about being a burden to Fu Yi. "I fear I may be a hindrance to Fu Yi." Yuanzheng turned her gaze toward Fu Yi, glaring at him in anger. "Are you worried about being encumbered by Cici?" Fu Yi, with a sense of helplessness, replied, "Mom, participating in a variety show is not as effortless as it seems. At times, I have to go out. Cici's pregnancy is progressing, and I worry." The mention of children invigorated Yuanzheng. GC, initially indifferent, felt a surge of emotion upon hearing the prospect of documenting the child's growth. Fu Yi, hearing this, offered, "I could be the photographer, capturing the moments for you." GC frowned. "That is not the same. His documentation would be one-dimensional. I desire a comprehensive account." The more they discussed, the more GC felt the weight of her emotions, her eyes beginning to redden. Witnessing her tears, Yuanzheng and Fu Yi were at a loss, scrambling to comfort her. "Cici, I do not intend it that way. I am merely concerned for your well-being amidst the intense filming schedule." Yuanzheng pushed Fu Yi aside, shooting him a glare before turning to soothe GC. "Do not feel wronged, dear. I will take charge. We shall proceed with the filming. Fu Yi will not participate. It is irrelevant to the essence of the show, which centers on the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law." GC rarely cried, but when she did, her eyes would redden and her nose would flush, rendering her even more endearing. This appearance made Fu Yi's gaze more intense, as if he were ready to embrace her. After sending her son away, Yuanzheng contacted her longtime friend Yuandan, directly inquiring if she needed a substitute guest. Yuandan nodded emphatically, indicating that she did. Nodding in realization that it was a phone call, she spoke, aware that the other party could not see her gesture. "You are needed. When would be a convenient time? We need to sign a contract. Rest assured, although you are a substitute, your salary will be on par with others. There will be no favoritism." With a hand pressed against her startled chest, she glared at him. "Why are you lurking behind me? Are you eavesdropping?" Fu Yi frowned slightly, gazing at Yuanzheng. "Mother, are you serious?" Yuanzheng returned his frown. "Do I appear to be capriciously jesting?" Fu Yi's brow furrowed deeply. However, Cici's current situation was not conducive to participating in a variety show. Yuanzheng did not hastily refute his concerns, but instead inquired, "When do you intend to introduce Cici to your fans?" The media had captured them together, speculating on their relationship, yet they dared not publish anything hastily. His fans were only aware of his childhood sweetheart. The extent of their relationship remained ambiguous. Yuanzheng believed that they should have informed his fans as soon as they obtained their marriage license, providing them with clarity. It was safer to announce it themselves rather than let others disclose it. However, Fu Yi had not taken that step, leaving them unable to find a proper moment to reveal his marriage to GC. The fact that she was Fu Yi's mother should not pose a significant obstacle, and as long as she behaved appropriately, his adoring fans would likely accept her. GC, who participated in the recording alongside her, would naturally be embraced by his fans as Fu Yi's wife. Yuanzheng was confident that Cici's admirable qualities would endear her to the audience. Listening to Yuanzheng's analysis, Fu Yi fell into contemplative silence. He initially intended to utilize the media to announce to the world that he had found a lifelong partner in his childhood friend. However, he overlooked the potential repercussions of such a revelation. What if someone exposed their relationship during this time? Would fans accept the vitriol directed at her? Or worse, what if obsessive fans rejected her and resorted to harmful actions against GC? He recalled a renowned singer who boldly proclaimed his marriage, only for his fervent fans to stalk him home and tragically murder his wife, resulting in a double loss of life. The world was left in shock when this incident came to light, prompting many artists to opt for clandestine marriages and parenthood. Yet, if he continuously missed the opportunity to introduce GC to the public, and it were to be revealed suddenly, what extreme reactions might fans exhibit? Observing his son lost in thought, Yuanzheng realized he had absorbed this weighty matter. He gently placed a hand on his shoulder and advised, "Reflect on how to support CC better." Returning to the bedroom, he beheld GC peacefully asleep, her serene visage so beautiful that he felt reluctant to disturb her. Recalling Yuan Zheng's earlier analysis, he remembered how Fu Yi had taken numerous photographs of the tranquil GC. He crouched down, delicately grasping GC's hand resting on the edge of the bed, entwining their fingers against her abdomen, and captured several images. Logging onto Weibo, he located a picture of their intertwined hands, showcasing her slightly rounded belly. He affixed 2 adorably expressive emojis and captioned it, "Delighted to help you bear some of the morning sickness." The moment he sent it, he felt a gentle squeeze. GC had awakened. Noticing Fu Yi engrossed in his phone, her bleary gaze fell upon their joined hands, and she sleepily inquired, "Are you secretly taking pictures of me?" Fu Yi raised an eyebrow and smiled radiantly, denying, "How could I possibly have taken a clandestine photograph?" GC, who had just begun to relax, heard him add, "I took it quite openly." GC chuckled, "You certainly weren't saying that back then." He claimed she thought too highly of herself, refusing to acknowledge that he had indeed taken the picture secretly. Just as GC was about to respond, Fu Yi's phone rang. "I need to take this call," he said. Chapter 51. Have you been kidnapped? The caller was his agent, Sister Wang. Not long after Fu Yi's recent Weibo post, fans had already taken notice, causing his account to explode with activity. It wasn't at a breaking point, but it was certainly sluggish. As soon as Fu Yi answered, she immediately inquired, "Your account hasn't been hacked, has it? If you're kidnapped, cough 3 times, and I will call the police." The two were quite close, and GC overheard Sister Wang's words. With a teasing glance, she silently asked, "Have you been kidnapped?" In response to GC's jest, Fu Yi coughed discreetly, then instructed in a serious tone that his team remain vigilant about online developments, ensuring that any negative news regarding her would be promptly addressed. Sister Wang replied, "Understood. It's confirmed that your account hasn't been stolen. It was indeed you who posted." However, she was baffled, as it was previously decided to wait until the dating show aired before making an official announcement. Fu Yi shared his plans with Sister Wang, stating that everything was in place. This sudden turn of events had caught her off guard. "My mother wants to bring CC onto the show," he informed her, adding, "Please keep a close watch on online activity and notify me immediately of any developments." After hanging up the phone with Sister Wang, Fu Yi dialed by Yuan's number, seeking a few individuals to discreetly protect his wife. While certain events may not necessarily transpire, he preferred to prepare for any eventuality. GC found Fu Yi's actions somewhat exaggerated, yet recalling the previous incident of being followed, she fell silent. Upon noticing GC frowning, Fu Yi stepped closer and embraced her, teasingly remarking, "My dear CC, with your combat prowess, you surely have nothing to fear, right?" GC undoubtedly had faith in her abilities, yet at that moment, her physical condition made her less confident in her strength. "Having someone protect you discreetly is quite commendable," she responded. As the spouse of a public figure, she was bound to attract external scrutiny. "I should have treated Fu Yi better from the start. If worst comes to worst, I can always support him." Yuan Zheng expressed her willingness to film, arriving that very day with the contract rather than waiting until the following morning. Yuan Zheng raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Are you that eager?" Yuan Dan, well connected in the entertainment industry after decades of work, knew many prominent figures. However, those entrenched in the industry often harbored unspeakable backgrounds. Some feared the repercussions of their pasts, while others prioritized their careers for various reasons. Consequently, despite Yuan Dan's extensive network, few dared to accept her variety show, especially one devoid of scripted personas or fabricated plots. Taking a breath, Yuan Dan settled down, drinking a generous glass of water Yuan Zheng had poured for her, her gaze scanning the room. "They're resting upstairs." Yuan Zheng perused the contract brought by Yuan Dan, voicing her primary concern. "I have but one request. Do not deliberately edit my dear CC's videos." Yuan Dan rolled her eyes at her old friend, responding, "Not for CC, but for Fu Yi." Yuan Zheng nodded with great enthusiasm, stating that if there was a need for someone to attract attention, then Fu Yi would be the ideal choice. He is tough and resilient. Having navigated the entertainment industry, he can certainly withstand challenges, Yuan Dan quipped, calling her response that of a true mother. She reassured, "Rest assured, I am not one who deliberately edits for the sake of gaining popularity." Yuan Dan affirmed that it did not matter whether it was her godson, goddaughter-in-law, or other guests. Having been in the industry for many years, she possesses her own authenticity and perspective, which is the reason for her continued presence at the television station. Yuan Zheng undoubtedly trusted Yuan Dan's character, Yet her concern for Ji-si made her overly meticulous. Observing Yuan Zheng sign her name, Yuan Dan jested. You have never been this thorough with your own son. Fu Yi had always been mischievous. Apart from his grandfather, few could manage him. He was clever enough to extricate himself from the trouble he often stirred up, rarely requiring his parents to intervene. Yuan Dan reminisced about Fu Yi's childhood, playfully reminding him of how she frequently bought candies. Yuan Zheng certainly recalled those moments, recalling their occasional supermarket outings where Yuan Dan would delight in selecting sweets. She had teased her, cautioning her not to ruin her teeth. Yuan Dan had laughed mysteriously, leaving her curious for quite some time. Now, seeing her wear that familiar knowing smile again, she inquired, "What's going on? Do you have a secret?" Yuan Dan leaned in conspiratorially, grinning as she revealed, "It's for my godson to pursue his childhood sweetheart." Yuan Zheng was left astonished, wondering what gossip she was unaware of, adding that her goddaughter-in-law had a fondness for candies in her youth. In her childhood, GC had a fondness for sweets, a fact known to Yuan Zheng. What connection does this have with Yuan Dan's penchant for purchasing candies? I had been urging him to call me godmother, but he never did. Eventually, I resorted to using candies to entice him, and suddenly he called out. It was only later that I discovered you were too stringent with his allowance. Once it was spent, he would use the phrase "godmother took my candies" to charm Xiao Qingmei. Yuan Dan leaned closer to Yuan Zheng, discreetly divulging what she had secretly observed, that Cici's younger sister desired the same treats, yet was denied. This was a privilege solely reserved for Cici. No worries. I recorded it all. I will preserve it and play it on repeat during their wedding, showcasing how Xiaoyi uniquely cherished Cici. Yuan Zheng glared at her. Why are you telling me this only now? You should have informed me sooner. He had missed out on many significant moments with his son. Alas, what a pity. After all these years, the video was likely no longer on Yuan Dan's phone. Yuan Dan waved her hand dismissively, refusing to budge. What's the rush? I'll discuss it when I see my godson and goddaughter-in-law. In the upstairs bedroom, GC awoke to find Fu Yi's honey-colored chest before her. She pushed him lightly, rousing him from his slumber, and he instinctively tightened his embrace around GC. With her nose and mouth nearly pressed against his chest, GC struggled to breathe. She pushed him away with force. Are you trying to suffocate me so you can be without a wife? A muffled chuckle resonated from above, vibrating through his chest, clarifying GC's vision. Fu Yi lowered his lips slightly, kissing the crown of GC's head. Wife. GC pushed him away, sitting up in bed to glance out the window, observing that it was already evening. GC anxiously remarked, I may suffer from insomnia tonight. Chapter 52, A Few of Your Choice. Fu Yi silently rose from the bed and retrieved a thin coat for her to wear, acknowledging the slight chill in the air. GC sensed the coolness on her exposed skin and, aware that illness could be troublesome for a pregnant woman, obediently donned the garment. Fu Yi then turned and entered the bathroom, the sound of running water echoing before it faded away. When he emerged once more, he held a damp towel in hand. He approached GC, gently and without hesitation, tenderly washing her face. Feeling his gentleness, GC teased, Are you being so tender because you're worried about removing my layer of faux skin? Fu Yi set aside the towel, leaned down, and bestowed upon her a deep kiss. As they parted, he smiled with satisfaction and declared, confirmed, it's the real deal. A sweetness enveloped GC's heart, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. Yet, a hint of confusion lingered. During the 2.5 years they shared many intimate moments. Yet she had never perceived him as so charming. Upon seeing GC lost in thought, Fu Yi embraced her once more, planting kisses upon her. When they finally separated, GC could not help but voice her curiosity. Why didn't I see you being so audacious during those 2 years? Moreover, it all began in such a reserved manner. He had been cautious, fearing he might frighten her away. Now, with a playful rub of his prominent nose against hers, Fu Yi boldly declared, I fear nothing. You truly belong to me now. After all, she was already on his household registration. There was no concern of her leaving him. Who could fathom the extent of his restraint during those 2 years? Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to 3 days of madness after she proposed a breakup. During those 3 days, he spent his time with a sense of finality, mercilessly toying with her feelings. This thought left Fu Yi feeling somewhat stifled. It had been several months since they had engaged in anything intimate. GC was completely unaware of Fu Yi's inner turmoil. Observing his infuriating demeanor, she feigned anger. Are you implying that I belong to you, and that I needn't bother with any effort? Fu Yi corrected her, You have always been my concern. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door interrupted their standoff. Fu Yi planted a firm kiss on GC's lips and said, "Don't be angry. It must be Mom looking for us." As they opened the door, Yuan Dan and Yuan Zheng stood at the threshold, their faces illuminated with smiles. In professional settings, GC was unyieldingly composed, oblivious to the concept of embarrassment. However, in her personal life, particularly when faced with the playful teasing of elders, she became quite bashful. "Mom." Aunt Yuan Dan, GC greeted them, discreetly pinching the soft flesh at Fu Yi's waist with her hands behind her back. Unaware of his transgression, Fu Yi struggled to maintain a composed expression, nearly failing to suppress his discomfort. Fortunately, he managed to turn and offer GC a charming smile. GC released her grip, believing she had successfully concealed their little antics from the two inquisitive elders, yet both Yuan Dan and Yuan Zheng had observed their playful exchange. Yuan Dan candidly remarked, "I suddenly feel like discussing sweet romance." Yuan Zheng interrupted her musings, "Let us not. Men will only hinder your ability to earn. I have already divorced. I'm still waiting for you to support me." Yuan Dan shot her an exasperated glance. "No, you also hinder my progress in making money." The much-maligned Yuan Zheng felt disinclined to engage in conversation and turned her attention to GC and Fu Yi, urging them to change their clothes as Aunt Yuan Dan had expressed a desire to treat them to a meal. Yuan Dan, incredulous, inquired, "When did I say that?" Yuan Zheng, with an air of fabrication, retorted, "You just mentioned it moments ago." GC and Fu Yi shared a glance with Yuan Dan, their eyes brimming with anticipation, for it had been quite some time since they had dined together. In the presence of the younger generation, Yuan Dan, reluctant to appear diminished, conceded, "Oh dear. My memory fails me so easily." The four set off to the restaurant where Yuan Zheng had invested, to maintain her stature in front of the younger ones. Yuan Dan seized the opportunity to reserve a private room while Fu Yi and GC were changing. Upon seeing the elegantly attired Yuan Zheng, Yuan Dan, in a fit of rage, grasped her by the neck and exclaimed, "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Yuan Zheng feigned disappointment, replying, "Haven't you always urged me to escape my troubles? Now that I have, shouldn't you host a celebration?" Yuan Dan, upon reflection, found her reasoning sound. With a sweeping gesture, she declared, "We must celebrate. Not only will I treat, but I shall also introduce you to a plethora of handsome gentlemen. Choose as you please. As many as you desire. I shall cover the expenses." Once attired and fully equipped, GC and Fu Yi exchanged glances, each harboring a singular thought. Adults certainly know how to indulge. The group discreetly ventured out, feasting heartily. Afterward, Yuan Dan proposed they explore the sights, emphasizing the word scenery. She made it clear that this was an affair from which they were excluded. Fu Yi, with an infuriating smirk, remarked that it's an activity for the unattached. "CC and I shall abstain." Yuan Dan, feeling quite irked, regretted inviting this little brat to dinner. In a huff, she pulled Yuan Zheng along. They found themselves in a bustling marketplace, alive with activity, where one could shop or admire the nightscape. Having slept excessively during the day and now well fed, GC was invigorated and resolved to stroll and take in the evening scenery. The two meandered about, pausing frequently, surrounded by advertisements and posters of Fu Yi. Alongside these displays, young girls and boys posed for photos together. As GC listened to their discussions about Fu Yi, his shows, and their admiration for him, she gently caressed her protruding belly, feeling a swell of pride. Gazing at Fu Yi's advertisement, GC suddenly, in a playful mood, exclaimed, "Brother, he is so handsome. Shall we take a picture with him?" A nearby pair of fans, overhearing GC's words, looked at them with astonishment, as if they had discovered kindred spirits, and excitedly remarked, "You have great taste. Brother Fu Yi is amazing." GC turned to the actual Fu Yi beside her, her eyes sparkling with agreement as she chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Fu Yi is truly remarkable." The young fan, more thrilled than upon encountering her idol, affirmed, "Yes. He is absolutely wonderful." The girl, treating GC as one of her own, eagerly shared her knowledge, exclaiming that he portrayed Wang Chen, the very character she revered, along with the role of Bo Jiuxiao. Suddenly, with an air of mystery, the little fan asked GC, "Do you know the most important thing?" GC, intrigued by her inquiry, prompted her to continue. The fan then excitedly divulged that Fu Yi had a childhood sweetheart, and they were married with children. Jingxi was taken aback. Hadn't Fu Yi made an official announcement? How could the fan club be unaware? A young fan, noticing her astonished expression, solemnly replied. I originally learned this news from my sister. My brother has even participated in a romantic reality show. Everyone knows about his marriage. But please don't mention the reality show until he officially announces it. Only those two fans were privy to the filming of the romantic show. Curiously, Jingxi inquired, aren't you opposed to your brother marrying and starting a family? Chapter 53. How old is your sister? Several young girls in traditional Hanfu, who had been observing them, approached with puzzled expressions, questioning Jingxi, why would we be opposed? I trust my brother. He is such a wonderful person. The girl he chooses must be equally remarkable. Flattered by their praise, Jingxi blinked, her eyes sparkling as she probed. But he concealed his marriage and family from you. Aren't you upset? The young girl shook her head with clarity. My brother is nearly 30. It's perfectly normal for him to marry. What is there to be upset about? Another girl chimed in with fervor. Exactly. Those fans who react with anger or opposition upon learning about his marriage and family are so extreme. It's as if they believe that my brother should remain single and unattached, as if he exists solely for them. The inability to distinguish between reality and fantasy is truly frustrating. Others nodded in agreement, echoing their sentiments. Jingxi observed the astute young fans with a mixture of emotions. Encountering such aware fans for the first time was quite endearing. Surely, you are not among those who oppose your brother's marriage, are you? Suddenly, a young lady in traditional Hanfu inquired. Jingxi shook her head vigorously, asserting, no, I distinctly separate the realms of the three-dimensional and the two-dimensional. A group of girls and young men encircling her relaxed their expressions upon hearing this. One young man remarked, as long as you are not the type of fan opposed to our brother's marriage, we shall remain good companions. The brother, who had been marginalized, finally managed to squeeze in, grasping Jingxi's hand tightly and whispering, let us not become separated. It turned out that a multitude of people had gathered to take photographs, unwittingly enclosing Jingxi in the center. Fu Yi, concerned about being recognized by fans, subtly diminished his presence and stepped back, only to be inadvertently pushed out by enthusiastic admirers. When Fu Yi's voice emerged, the surrounding fans felt an uncanny familiarity with it. They had not paid much attention before. But now, upon scrutinizing Fu Yi closely, they noticed that despite his complete disguise, his physique bore a striking resemblance to their brother. Noticing their dazed expressions, Jingxi felt a surge of anxiety. The consequences of being recognized could be troublesome. Before she could concoct an excuse, Fu Yi inadvertently locked eyes with a male fan. The fan questioned, can one recognize a person merely by a glance? Others may not have known, but this male fan, who had supported Fu Yi for many years, immediately recognized him upon their gaze meeting, nearly bursting into an excited scream. Having interacted with fans for years, Fu Yi swiftly discerned that this fan had identified him. He raised his slender index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The others soon also recognized Fu Yi, all brimming with excitement. My wife is pregnant. Please keep this discreet, he gently stated while wrapping his arm around Jingxi's waist. The fans, their faces flushed with excitement, clutched tightly to their companions and nodded vigorously. Fu Yi then announced, those who wish for an autograph or a photograph may form a line and follow me, but let us keep this discreet. The crowd responded with silent nods. The fans, exhibiting remarkable orderliness, split into pairs, with Fu Yi leading Jingxi by the hand as they walked ahead, the others trailing behind. Their expressions reflected both the thrill of encountering their idol and a respectful desire not to intrude. Fu Yi guided them to a relatively spacious corner of the square, where fewer people gathered. Observing the well-behaved fans, he spoke gently, please line up. As they queued for autographs, the fans' gazes were unwaveringly fixed on Jingxi. While they harbored no objections to their brother's marriage, they were nonetheless eager to glimpse the appearance of his partner. Jingxi, feeling stifled by her mask, removed it, revealing an exceptionally beautiful face. She exhibited minimal signs of morning sickness, capable of eating and drinking well. The sharp contours of her face softened, giving her a cherubic appearance that belied her true age. A look of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the fans. So, this is what our brother's wife looks like, they mused. Yet, she appeared quite youthful. Surely, our brother wouldn't marry someone underage, would he? If it were to be revealed that he wed a minor, the backlash would be severe. The fans, now anxious, pondered what excuses they could concoct to defend their brother should such a scandal arise. A bold fan ventured to inquire of Fu Yi, brother, how old is she? Observing the worried expressions of the fans, as if they believed he had committed an unspeakable act, Fu Yi's lips twitched beneath his mask. Jingxi, having overheard the question from a distance, approached them and clarified, "She is 3 years younger than your brother. Not underage, indeed." Upon hearing this, the fans felt reassured. As long as she was not a tender minor, everything was acceptable. "Sister, you are so beautiful. May I take a photo with you?" A round-faced young girl in traditional Han attire, holding her phone, inquired with a nervous glint in her eyes. "Is it all right? Can I?" The fans who had already obtained Fu Yi's autograph and photo eagerly pressed on with their questions. "I want one too," lamented those waiting in line. Their eyes fixed on GC. Overwhelmed by the fervent gaze of the enthusiastic fans, GC felt the weight of expectation. She pointed to Fu Yi, saying, "He is your brother." Fans who had already secured Fu Yi's autograph and photo, as well as those who had not, had all seemingly defected. Expressing their desire to take a picture with GC instead, GC repeatedly waved her hands, retreating behind Fu Yi, insisting, "I am not an artist, and a photo with me would serve no purpose. You should seek a photo with your brother." The young fans insisted, "We not only want a photo with our brother, but also with you, sister." Unable to resist their enthusiasm, they ultimately gathered for a group photo. The fans also clamored for GC's Weibo account. Before leaving, satisfied, they wished for their continued happiness together. To be honest, GC was touched. Clinging to Fu Yi's arm, she sniffled, "Fu Yi, your fans are truly wonderful." Fu Yi gently pinched GC's chubby cheek and remarked, "They are no longer just my fans." He knew that everyone would come to adore GC. However, he considered this merely a statement. GC doubted that those adorable fans would actually find her Weibo account. Yet, GC was mistaken. On her way home, feeling drowsy, she was startled by the incessant vibrations of her phone. Upon checking, she discovered a flurry of notifications from Weibo. Her Weibo account primarily features work-related content and lacks verification. Yet her subordinates do follow her. However, the dynamic between superiors and subordinates is characterized by the notion that one doesn't appear before you unless necessary. Typically, communication occurs through WeChat workgroups, rendering Weibo virtually irrelevant. Consequently, although she has followers, they resemble mere zombie followers. Not only did her follower count suddenly increase by over 10, but many also commented beneath her posts, introducing themselves. In Chapter 54, "Darling, I Need You," GC gazes at Fu Yi, who smiles with amusement, and remarks, "Your fans are quite impressive." With so many people Fu Yi follows, their ability to locate her Weibo in such a brief span is almost hacker-like. Fu Yi snatches her phone away, playfully asserting, "The person you should be focusing on right now is me." GC, feeling slightly disdainful, pushes away his handsome face, admitting that she has grown weary of looking at him. Upon hearing this, Fu Yi's expression darkens, his eyes glinting with a dangerous allure as he warns her to carefully choose her words. Confident in her position, GC is unperturbed by his threat, teasingly retorting that she has grown tired of his visage. Fu Yi leans closer, his gaze intense. "Are you certain?" His eyes, captivating and reminiscent of a sky filled with brilliant stars, draw one in irresistibly. GC, momentarily dazed, shakes her head in uncertainty. Realizing she has been ensnared by his charm, she angrily strikes him, accusing, "You are cunning, using your beauty to deceive." Fu Yi captures her small hand and kisses it, justifying his actions, "I possess beauty, while you do not." GC, upon hearing this, is infuriated, interpreting it as a suggestion that she has aged and lost her allure. She turned her gaze towards the window, choosing to ignore him. Fu Yi, belatedly realizing his misstep, quickly offered an apology to placate her. Ignoring her protests, he swept her into a princess carry, the sturdy embrace instilling within her a profound sense of security, causing her earlier ire to dissipate inexplicably. Anger had arisen without cause and vanished just as mysteriously. Perhaps it was due to her pregnancy. She had never behaved so irrationally before. "Where you are, I shall be also," Fu Yi boldly pursued GC. Fu Yi Lingchen had left by 5 o'clock that morning, as he had an advertisement to shoot. Yuan Zheng appeared quite fatigued, yet her face bore a smile, making her seem well. She greeted cheerfully, "Good morning, CC. "Good morning, Mom. Have you eaten? Uncle Bai has prepared breakfast, and it's time to eat." The two families lived nearby, so Fu Yi had summoned her over to cook. Ostensibly, she was performing household chores, but in reality, she was safeguarding GC. Yuan Zheng stifled a heavy yawn and waved her hand dismissively, "No need. I chatted with your godmother Yuan Dan until the early hours last night. I'm quite tired now. You eat first. I shall take a nap." GC nodded in understanding. I have nothing prepared. Mom, you should rest for a while. In the time it took to speak, she had already yawned several times, her eyes brimming with tears. Yuan Zheng had conversed extensively with Yuan Dan late into the night and was genuinely exhausted, so she entered the bedroom without further hesitation. So soon? It's only been a little over 3 hours since he left, GC gasped in Fu Yi's arms. Upon hearing this, she raised her delicate brow and teased, Shall I accompany you to work instead? Fu Yi felt a stirring in his heart, yet upon considering her condition, he shook his head. I indeed wish to, but perhaps it is best to refrain. She is a twin, and her belly is larger than the average. Her constant hustle is concerning. GC, in her moment of feigned petulance, questioned, Am I so unbearable to you? Fu Yi, in exasperation, replied, You know that is not my intention. Be obedient and rest at home. I shall go out and earn a living for you and the child. GC had not intended to provoke him, but his persistent reluctance ignited her ire. I see that you do indeed feel this way. You are simply weary of me. She lamented, her earlier pretense of sorrow now genuinely felt. Fu Yi, with patience, attempted to soothe her, yet his efforts proved futile. In desperation, he captured her murmuring lips with his own, silencing her grievances. GC, taken aback by his sudden affection, felt a surge of anger, yet as the air thinned, her strength to be indignant swiftly waned. As Fu Yi released her, shifting from a crouched to a seated position, GC perched herself across his lap. He embraced her tightly, his brow furrowed in frustration. Have I spoiled you too much? Is that why you are so prone to unreasonable outbursts? How many times must I assure you that I do not find you wanting? My concern lies solely with your health. In that moment, GC dared not continue her previous antics. She settled obediently on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, nuzzling affectionately. I promise I shall no longer act out. In her current state of pregnancy, she felt a sense of invulnerability, reflecting on how his mere suggestion of separation had once confined her to bed for 3 days. What if, after the child's birth, he meticulously calculated the toll it would take on her? No, this cannot be, Fu Yi suddenly asserted, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. GC gazed at him in confusion. Fu Yi remarked, You're still being unreasonable, aren't you? I'm being unreasonable. And you get upset. What am I to do? I'm not like you. You are an exceptional actor, while I am not. He gently kissed her plump lips and playfully said, Just act a little so that I know you need me. Upon hearing him call her brother, GC felt her heart racing and exaggeratedly exclaimed, Oh, brother, I am so moved. The moment Fu Yi heard her address him as brother, a shadow of darkness crept into the depths of his amused eyes. GC, not receiving the expected teasing, looked up only to meet his dark gaze, sending a shiver through her entire body. She was well acquainted with that look. In the past, she would have welcomed it, being an adult herself. But now, carrying two within her, she felt apprehensive. In her haste to escape his embrace, she nearly collided with the edge of the table. Quick as lightning, Fu Yi blocked her path and said with irritation, I'm not going to eat you. Why the rush? GC, feeling embarrassed, obediently admitted her fault. I was wrong. At that moment, it was best not to provoke him. This was a lesson learned from experience. Fu Yi wrapped his arms around GC from beneath her armpits and lifted her effortlessly. Suddenly airborne, GC instinctively clung to his neck, her legs wrapping around his waist. As Fu Yi moved, she became acutely aware of the suggestive nature of their position, her face paling in response. Fu Yi, intrigued by her reaction, leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly, Wife, I need you right now. GC wished to struggle, yet the height unnerved her. Clinging tightly to Fu Yi with both hands and legs, she protested, No, I can't. It's not convenient for me right now. Fu Yi urged her to regain her composure. You need to be clear-headed. I'm carrying 2 bodies here. Chapter 55. Just kiss me. The doctor advised against any physical activity, cautioning against recklessness. Do you understand? Fu Yi, are you even listening to me? As they ascended the stairs, GC enumerated several reasons for her restrictions, yet Fu Yi remained silent, cradling her in his arms. She protested, kicking and striking him, her voice rising in exasperation. Fu Yi, you pervert. Can you refrain from immediately thinking about those inappropriate matters? With a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, he innocently replied, Where did your mind wander to? I merely require your company for a brief nap. GC halted her struggles, disbelief etched across her face. Is this what you meant by needing me? Fu Yi gazed at her with feigned innocence, tossing the question back to her. If not, Then what did you think? GC stammered, I thought. She was flustered. She had assumed he was of a certain nature. Delighted by her flustered expression, Fu Yi feigned enlightenment. CC, you didn't just misinterpret my intentions, did you? GC burst into laughter. Suddenly, Fu Yi's laughter echoed, causing GC to bury her face in his trembling chest. As if hoping to conceal her earlier embarrassment, Fu Yi laughed so heartily that tears of mirth welled in the corners of his eyes, yet he could not contain himself. He remarked, it seems pervert is a term that better describes you, doesn't it? What on earth is going through that little head of yours? GC, flustered by his laughter, blurted out a fierce warning, no laughing. Perhaps due to the elevated volume, her throat suddenly felt quite uncomfortable. Fu Yi swiftly grasped the warm water that was resting on the bedside table and brought it to her lips. After a sip, her throat felt considerably better. Fu Yi glared at her with irritation, stating, even in anger, one must not inflict harm upon oneself. GC raised her face, her expression laden with grievance. It's not just you. You were the one who laughed at me first. Fu Yi conceded. Fine, I shall pamper the little wife I have married. I was in the wrong. From now on, I shall never jest with you again. His apology was sincere. If he were to tease her again, her consent would be imperative. GC, in her frustration, playfully struck his shoulder with her fist. Though she was a martial artist, her current state of pregnancy rendered her less agile than before. Nevertheless, her strength was still far from that of a fragile woman. Fu Yi shielded his shoulder, exclaiming, that hurts. Alarmed, GC pushed aside his clothing to inspect the injury. It was a rare sight to witness her so concerned for him, allowing her to examine his wound. Just then, the bedroom door was thrust open from the outside. They turned to see Yuan Zheng standing at the threshold, glaring furiously at Fu Yi. Fu Yi. Following that, a thunderous roar echoed, causing the roof to tremble. Yuan Zheng strode forward with an imposing presence, and upon seeing her, GC promptly descended from Fu Yi's side. Yuan Zheng twisted Fu Yi's ear, scolding, you little rascal. Do you not realize the gravity of CC's current condition? You must exercise restraint. Sensing that Yuan Zheng was about to utter some harsh words, Fu Yi hastily interjected, Mother, you've misunderstood. It's not as you think. Yuan Zheng was furiously scolding him, while GC stood beside her, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Mother, you have misunderstood. It is not as you think. Not so? Yuan Zheng's gaze shifted to GC, her attire perfectly draped upon her figure. Fu Yi, with a hint of helplessness, clarified. I merely intended to accompany her for some rest. There are no ulterior motives. Having been pulled from her cocoon by Uncle Bai, Yuan Zheng was skeptical. CC, is what he said true? GC earnestly nodded. Yes, he woke up very early today to shoot an advertisement and hasn't had enough sleep. And just now? Yuan Zheng's inquiry lingered unspoken, but GC understood her unvoiced thoughts and awkwardly explained. Just now, I accidentally struck his shoulder. He complained of pain, so I went to check on him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zheng displayed no sympathy. Rather, she expressed disdain. If a girl's single punch leaves you incapacitated, you are truly inept. Do not dare to tell others you are my son. I would find it embarrassing. As Fu Yi and GC exchanged glances while watching her depart, they burst into laughter, their eyes crinkling with mirth. The truth of his need for rest was undeniable. GC raised her hand to tenderly smooth the furrows on his brow. Do not frown. Leaning closer, Fu Yi teased, are you concerned for me? You are the father of my child. If not you, who else would I be concerned about? She retorted. Yet she herself furrowed her brow despite her earlier promise not to. Fu Yi reached out, gently placing his fingers on her forehead. Do not frown. Is your concern for me solely because I am the father of your child? GC shot him an incredulous glance. If it were not for you, how could we have a child? The tender words resonated deeply within Fu Yi's heart, prompting him to embrace GC tightly, affectionately calling her by her nickname, CC. GC gently spoke, go to sleep. I will keep you company for a while. Fu Yi, genuinely fatigued, thought GC had rested enough to avoid drowsiness. However, as she lay nestled in the crook of his arm, inhaling his comforting scent, sleepiness overcame her. Fu Yi, still awake, found amusement in the fact that she succumbed to slumber before him. He playfully tapped her delicate nose, a smile filled with tenderness gracing his lips as he pulled her closer, eventually drifting off to sleep himself. They both slumbered until midday. Having only nibbled on a piece of bread in the morning, Fu Yi awoke with a rumbling stomach. The moment he stirred, GC followed suit. Their movements were perfectly synchronized as their gazes instinctively sought one another. Upon locking eyes, they exchanged a smile and rose together. Fu-yi entered the bathroom and emerged with a damp towel in hand. GC declined, expressing her desire for a smaller towel. They entered the bathroom one after the other. GC attended to her needs while Fu-yi splashed cold water on his handsome face, droplets clinging to his skin. As GC finished, he promptly assisted her in washing her face. Standing there, her voice muffled beneath the cloth, she remarked, "Why have I never seen this considerate side of you before?" Fu-yi raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "Are you sure?" If he hadn't been there to assist her, she likely wouldn't have had the opportunity to rise at all. GC lowered her head, feeling a bit sheepish. Fu-yi gently pinched her chin, which had begun to show the softness of youth, and placed a few light kisses on her lips before releasing her. GC gave him a playful glare, exclaiming, "Could you refrain from kissing me so frequently?" Fu-yi, utterly bemused, replied, "You are my beloved wife. Who else would I kiss?" Upon considering the possibility of him kissing another, GC swiftly altered her words, suggesting, "Then you might as well kiss me." Fu-yi chuckled, amused by her playful remark, and responded, "From now on, be more conscious of this." Chapter 56. The showdown between mother-in-law and mother. They were engaged in setting up the filming equipment. Uncle Bai wore a serious expression as he observed them. In the entertainment industry, Fu-yi was a well-known figure. Upon his arrival, greetings erupted. "Brother E, hello." "Brother E, good day." Those who had greeted him were curious about GC. With her natural beauty and a hint of baby fat, she appeared significantly younger than her actual age. One could say she resembled a minor. Prior to their arrival, Yuan Dan had shared their profiles, indicating that GC was merely 3 years younger than Brother E. "My dear CC is my wife," he claimed, eliciting a more intimate tone, while the latter statement sounded rather formal. The contrast between the two was immediately apparent. In the industry, everyone referred to him as Brother E, and soon, some began to call her Sister E. The crowd collectively echoed, "Sister E." Given their previous appearance on a dating reality show, GC faced the cameras, both those rolling and those not, with confidence, greeting everyone with poise. After exchanging pleasantries, the crew resumed their work on the equipment. "Sir or madam, lunch is ready. Shall we eat now?" Since her pregnancy, GC experienced bouts of hunger easily, and upon hearing the mention of food, she eagerly nodded, "Let's eat now." Uncle Bai inclined his head slightly, turning towards the kitchen, and soon returned with the meal. The two had shared a similar diet since childhood. However, ever since GC became pregnant, her palate has leaned towards more robust flavors, while Fu-yi still prefers the original tastes. As a result, Uncle Bai has had to lead Auntie in preparing double portions of dishes. The aroma of the delectable food fills the air, and GC feels an overwhelming sense of happiness. As the meal satisfies her appetite, she expresses her contentment. "Uncle Bai, today's dishes are exquisite. The rice is perfectly timed as well." Uncle Bai smiles. "As long as Madam enjoys her meal, that is all that matters." Halfway through the meal, Yuan Dan arrives with a camera in hand, approaching the dining table. GC, caught off guard while eating, appears somewhat dazed. "Aunt Yuan, are we starting filming today? Didn't you say it was to begin tomorrow?" Yuan Dan, with a cheerful demeanor, explains, "That was merely for external communication. In truth, we aim to capture the most authentic moments of our guests by conducting surprise visits." GC glances down at her attire, noting her somewhat pastel pink maternity outfit. She feels fortunate that she hastily grabbed this instead of the drab yellow maternity dress. "Aunt Yuan's filming skills are exceptional. She will not make you look unflattering. Relax and do not place too much pressure on yourself. If you find it difficult to relieve stress, just take it out on Fu-yi. Lying in wait." Fu-yi retorts defiantly, "You could always smash Annie's camera. I'll cover the costs." Yuan Dan shoots him a disapproving glance. "Thank you, but no." Fu-yi grins, "And he taught me well." Yuan Dan forces a laugh. "Heavens, I will not take the blame for this. This rascal has become even more outrageous than in his childhood. Back then, it was merely talk. He cherished his pocket money. Now that he has ample funds, he can easily acquire replicas, and it is certainly more than just idle chatter." During their banter, GC had already finished her meal. After Uncle Bai cleared the table, she turned to Yuan Dan and inquired, "Auntie, are there any important matters I should be aware of?" Beneath her calm exterior, she felt a physiological tension, akin to the nervousness a student experiences in the presence of a teacher. Yuan Dan shook her head, assuring her that there was no need for excessive caution. "Just be yourself," she advised. GC felt a mix of confusion and anticipation. She rarely had the opportunity to see herself and was eager to discover how she would appear on camera. The crew set up downstairs before proceeding to the second and third floors. GC nervously glanced at Fu-yi, as she was particularly protective of her personal space and privacy. Fu-yi offered her a reassuring glance, silently conveying his trust. With his support, GC felt her anxiety diminish. Fu-yi accompanied GC upstairs, closely following the crew. The crew members, feeling the pressure of being watched, made several mistakes during the installation. After taking a deep breath, one of the technicians turned to Fu-yi with a distressed expression. "Brother E, can you please not follow us? I promise I won't mess anything up." Fu-yi firmly shook his head. "No, you must continue. Finish the setup and then you may leave." The technician, under immense pressure, hurriedly completed the installation of the camera and then quickly exited. Once the crew had departed, Fu-yi inspected the camera to ensure everything was functioning properly before leading GC back downstairs. They both carried shopping bags filled with groceries, and upon closer inspection, GC exclaimed in delight, "Mom, are you going to cook tonight?" Yuan-jung smiled and nodded, explaining that they had moved into their new home the previous night, and, due to the late hour and the invitation from her godmother, had not had the opportunity to cook. This evening presents a splendid opportunity to indulge everyone with a home-cooked meal, infusing the new residence with a touch of warmth and conviviality. Fu-yi and GC exchanged glances, bemused, for Uncle Bai had long commandeered the kitchen, rendering any notion of domestic warmth somewhat redundant. However, seeing Yuan-jung's delight, they refrained from voicing any objections. Yuan-jung's culinary skills were exceptional, though Fu-yi had only managed to grasp half of her expertise. GC leaned closer to Fu-yi, remarking that it was quite challenging for mothers to cook, urging him to learn diligently tonight. Fu-yi playfully pinched her cheek, responding earnestly, "As you command, my dear CC." Since GC had gained some weight, he took pleasure in pinching her soft cheeks, only to feel a twinge of frustration at how easily they turned red. He claimed to be assisting, but in truth, he was ensuring that nothing inappropriate found its way into the dishes. Rolling up his sleeves, Fu-yi announced, "Mother, I shall assist you." Yuan-jung shot her son a knowing glance, unceremoniously exposing his ulterior motives. "Your offer of help is but a guise. Your true intention is to learn my secrets." "I assent it." "Very well," she continued, donning an apron with a hint of disdain. "If you were a bit more earnest, you wouldn't be struggling to master even half of my techniques at this stage. Has your intellect been inherited from your father?" With a casual mention of Fu Xiao, her expression shifted as she recalled the elder patriarch. "Ah, your grandfather will also be joining us this evening." Due to the foolishness of Fu Xiao in his youth, the elder Fu had always felt a sense of guilt towards her, treating her with greater kindness than his own son. With her parents having passed away several years prior, she had long regarded the elder Fu as a father figure. Although she had divorced Fu Xiao, she had no intention of severing ties with the elder patriarch. Thus, for the significant occasion of moving into a new home, she called the old man to come over. Chapter 57. I am her ex-husband. Upon hearing Yuan-jung voluntarily mention Fu Xiao, Fu-yi, who was washing vegetables, momentarily stiffened. With his back turned to Yuan-jung, she remained unaware of the panic and guilt etched upon his face. She continued, "Whatever happens between you and your father is our own affair. Do not overthink it. The priority is for you to live well with Cece. I know you are a competent actor, and at times, you must engage in intimate scenes with certain actresses. However, I trust that you possess a moral compass deep within you that will prevent you from crossing any boundaries. My only wish for you is to never wrong Cece. Should there come a day when your feelings for her wane, have the courage to be honest with her and allow her the opportunity for a new beginning. A girl's time is exceedingly precious." Jai-sai, who had watched Fu-yi grow since childhood, clearly harbored deep feelings for him and held a unique place in his heart. This was the reason she had devoted herself to uniting them over the years. Due to Fu Xiao's betrayal, she had relinquished her expectations of love and harbored hostility towards a select few men. Yet, she understood that children are children. Their experiences are independent of Fu Xiao. Life is theirs to navigate, and even if they encounter pitfalls, it is through their own journeys that they will discern what those pitfalls entail. She held no authority to make decisions on their behalf. Listening to Yuan-jung advocate for Jai-sai, Fu-yi felt a swell of emotion for Jai-sai, while also lamenting for Yuan-jung. How tragic it was that in her most beautiful years, she encountered a scoundrel like Fu Xiao, only to spend the latter half of her life in a state of mourning. Now, she even fretted over the possibility of her son betraying his wife. "Mother, You truly are a worrywart, are you not? First, you concerned yourself with him, then with Jai-sai, and soon, you may find yourself fretting over his children. Teased by her son, Yuan-jung raised her hand as if to swat him, but upon seeing her own damp hand and contemplating the fragility of his attire, she redirected her intention and pinched his cheek instead. Fu-yi protested, "Mom, I'm already an adult. Please don't keep pinching my face." Yuan-jung chuckled in exasperation, replying, "No matter how grown you are, I will always be your mother, and you remain my little boy. Besides, you yourself have become quite addicted to pinching Cece's cheeks." Though she spoke softly, Fu-yi caught her words and beamed with pride. "That's my wife." Yuan-jung retorted with conviction, "And you are my son." Fu-yi, in a childish rebuttal, insisted, "I'm grown now." She countered, "Regardless, you will always be my son." Frustrated, Yuan-jung attempted to pinch his cheek again, but this time Fu-yi was prepared, evading her grasp with ease. His height was an undeniable advantage. As long as he stood tall, he could easily avoid her attempts. Fu-yi's lips twitched slightly. "Mom, this is rather childish of you." Yuan-jung shot him an elegant eye roll, her hands deftly preparing the ingredients. "I've always been this way," she replied, as Fu-yi watched his mother's back. A myriad of thoughts danced on the tip of his tongue, yet remained unspoken. In front of GC, he felt at ease, able to embrace his youthful and carefree side without restraint. However, he found it challenging to express his innermost feelings to his mother. Yuan-jung, as a mother, possessed an intuitive understanding of her child. She could tell his intentions merely by the way he positioned himself, and upon catching the glimpse of his hesitance, she recognized his desire to speak, yet he remained bound by his reservations. Exasperated, she remarked, "You're making me want to hit you." With that, she raised her hand, poised to strike. "I merely wish to convey that I have inherited your deep affection and my grandfather's sense of responsibility. I would never engage in acts of betrayal against Cece, so you need not worry." A multitude of unsaid sentiments lingered on the tip of my tongue, ultimately coalescing into this singular declaration. Fu-yi harbored disdain for his inability to articulate his thoughts to his mother. He found himself at a loss for words. Yuan-jung, incensed by his mention of infatuation, disregarded the expensive bespoke shirt he wore and struck him with a resounding clap. Fu-yi winced, instinctively hunching his shoulders, on the verge of tears. "Mother." Fu-yi nodded, affirming, "Yes, I understand." If Yuan-jung were to be infatuated with Fu Xiao, he would be the first to object. As a son, he could not critique Fu Xiao's actions, yet as a man, he could not support them either. Yuan-jung articulated a profound truth. If one does not like, does not love, does not wish to endure a relationship, one should speak candidly. If parting is feasible, then part. If not, endure the circumstances. At least the other party is aware. Even a rogue should be brazen in his misdeeds, earning a modicum of respect. To carry on recklessly while bound by marriage is nothing short of disgraceful. The mother and son busied themselves in the kitchen, when suddenly the outside commotion drew their attention. Peering out, they realized it was the arrival of the esteemed elder Fu. Yuan-jung cheerfully called out, "Old gentleman." The elder, pleased to see that Yuan-jung had not grown distant following her divorce from Fu Xiao, smiled broadly, the wrinkles on his face deepening with joy. He pointed to several large boxes being carried in by the staff and remarked, "What is a new house without firecrackers? I purchased these pollution-free firecrackers at a premium." Endorsed by Fu-yi, Yuan-jung was elated, exclaiming, "That is splendid. Please, take a seat. I shall begin preparing the meal right away. It will be ready shortly." "Wonderful. You carry on. I have Cece to keep me company." The old gentleman waved his hand, signaling Yuan-jung to hasten along, while he took Cece's hand and said, "Cece, let us take a stroll outside." Upon hearing her grandfather's words, GC joyfully replied, "Sure." Observing the bustling atmosphere of the villa, imbued with the festive spirit of the new year, GC felt a surge of happiness within her. She had already called Jin Yin and Ji Hung, inviting them to join the gathering after work. As GC linked arms with her grandfather to step outside, Fu-yi emerged and remarked, "Grandfather, if you tell me you need pollution-free firecrackers, I can get you some, completely free of charge." The old gentleman retorted with indignation, "Do you take me for someone who cannot afford to buy them?" GC chimed in, "Indeed, grandfather is not the type to take advantage of others." Yes, you both are quite affluent." Fu-yi waved his hand dismissively. "Now, let us proceed with our walk, but do be cautious." As he spoke, He cast a meaningful glance at the several men stationed at the door. GC supported her grandfather as they turned to leave, only to encounter a shadowy figure lurking at the entrance. It was Fu Xiao, who had followed them uninvited. Fu Yi frowned. "Father, what brings you here?" Fu Xiao cheerfully replied, "Isn't it your new home celebration? I thought I would come and add to the liveliness." Fu Yi bluntly stated, "This is my mother's house. It is her prerogative to invite whom she pleases." He refrained from saying more, firmly believing that Fu Xiao was not on the guest list. "After all, I am still her ex-husband. We shared decades of marital life together. She would not turn me away." The old gentleman shot a glance at his foolish son before leading GC away. Upon stepping outside, he quietly said to GC, "This is a matter pertaining to your parents. How they choose to handle it is their own affair. You and Fu Yi should refrain from intervening." GC, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded in acknowledgment. "Grandfather, shall I show you around this neighborhood? It is truly wonderful." The old man smiled appreciatively, and the grandfather and granddaughter leisurely strolled through the area. Chapter 58. The beauty should take center stage within Yuan Zheng's residence. She was certainly no paragon of virtue. As for her parents' affairs, they were to manage them independently. His role was to appear only when they required his presence. GC, the old man, and Fu Yi soon parted ways, leaving only Fu Xiao and Yuan Zheng in the room. Yuan Zheng maintained a serene demeanor, devoid of any sorrow regarding the prospect of divorce. Fu Xiao, initially confident in her inability to live without him, wore a stiff expression as he remarked, "You've already invited my father. My presence is inconsequential." Yuan Zheng raised an eyebrow and disdainfully replied, "The difference is monumental. Without you, I could savor another meal. Your presence merely diminishes my appetite. That is implausible. Have you not always loved me?" Fu Xiao, disbelieving her assertion of indifference, flashed a self-assured smile. Convinced of his own charm, "Over the years, you have not strayed. I refuse to believe you no longer harbor affection for me. I understand that you are concerned about the existence of an illegitimate child, but I have given everything to Fu Yi. You need not worry that he will usurp anything from you. Do not be upset. We have traversed the better part of our lives. Let us seek an opportunity to remarry and live harmoniously." Yuan Zheng removed her gloves and solemnly corrected Fu Xiao, saying, "First, my loyalty over the years does not stem from lingering love for you. Second, it is beneath your dignity to shame our child, yet I will not follow suit. For I am not like you." Fu Xiao repeatedly denied, "It's impossible." Fu Yi wrapped his arm around her shoulder and offered a gentle smile, saying, "You have me. CC, and soon you will meet son Sunday." Yuan Zheng wiped away the moisture at the corners of her eyes and nodded with a smile. "For the sake of my son, I won't chase you away today. However, I do not wish to hear any more about the turmoil between us." When it came to her feelings for Fu Xiao, Yuan Zheng genuinely felt a strong aversion. If she were to confront him in various ways, Fu Xiao might still muster the courage to remain. But upon observing her expressionless demeanor and calm assertion that she would not dismiss him for Fu Yi's sake, he suddenly found himself lacking the courage to stay any longer. "I just remembered I have matters to attend to. You all enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave." Fu Xiao hastily made his exit, leaving in a hurry. Yuan Zheng and Fu Yi exchanged glances, both aware that this was merely Fu Xiao's excuse. Presently, he held the title of general manager at the Fu Group and had no pressing matters to attend to. GC approached the kitchen, prompting Fu Yi to shoo her away. "Stay back. The kitchen is wet, and the floor is slippery." GC observed the water stains on the tiles and obediently refrained from advancing, standing at the doorway to watch. As she witnessed his adeptness in chopping vegetables, she took out her phone to capture the moment. Just as she opened the camera, Fu Yi glanced over and flashed a charming smile. GC eagerly recorded the scene. Yuan Zheng, the head chef, noticed that GC was only filming Fu Yi and playfully inquired, "CC, do you only see his good looks?" In response, GC turned the camera towards Yuan Zheng and cheekily replied, "A beauty as exquisite as mom should be saved for the grand finale." Upon hearing this, Yuan Zheng's eyes sparkled with overflowing happiness. "CC's words resonated deeply with me." Seeing Yuan Zheng's joy brought a sense of relief to Ji Simong, who continued recording with ease, occasionally capturing photographs. At that moment, Jin Yin, who was in the living room discussing business with the elder, interjected with a hint of jealousy, "You're favoring others. You used to take so many pictures of me." GC merely preferred not to be photographed herself, yet she enjoyed capturing others. The individual she photographed most frequently was Jin Yin, be it for collaborations, work, dining, or even sleeping. a myriad of moments. Witnessing her now photograph someone else indeed stirred a pang of jealousy within Jin Yen. GC turned the camera towards her, asking, "Is it all right now?" Jin Yen, feeling aggrieved, replied, "If I say it's not okay, will you delete it?" Before GC could respond, Fu Yi appeared before the lens, proudly presenting the stir-fried dish he had just prepared, exuding charm. The camera struggled to contain his handsomeness. GC momentarily forgot her previous thoughts, the lens instinctively following him. As he approached Jin Yen, Fu Yi offered her the plate of stir-fried green peppers and pork, unperturbed by Jin Yen's previous complaints. Before Jin Yen could react, he turned and retreated back to the kitchen. Jin Yen, staring at the dish in her hands, indignantly reported to GC, "Sister, look how he bullies me." GC corrected her, "He has a title, brother-in-law." Seeing her sister still engaged with Fu Yi, Jin Yen felt even more wronged, exclaiming, "Sister, you're turning away from me. You don't love me anymore." GC covered her mouth, chuckling, "I just recorded your little duel." Jin Yen, holding the plate of stir-fried green peppers and pork, turned and walked towards the dining table. Upon hearing this, GC couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter growing more exuberant. "I have numerous videos and photos of your brawls. Would you like me to send them all to you?" She had a penchant for storage, preserving every captured moment in a certain cloud space. The more she captured, the more she stored. Jin Yen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously, urging, "Yes, send them to me." "Never mind, let me handle it," GC replied. "You shouldn't be playing with your phone for too long while pregnant." Before GC could voice her thoughts, Jin Yen had already made the decision for her. GC was taken aback. She had just tucked her phone into her belly pocket. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner prepared by Yuan Zheng and Fu Yi before gradually dispersing. After standing for about a minute, he noticed she hadn't turned a page in quite some time, merely staring blankly at the documents. He approached her, yet she remained oblivious. Fu Yi took the file from her hands, perplexed, and asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" GC suddenly jolted awake, her eyes widening as she looked up at him. Fu Yi observed the weariness and confusion in her eyes, as if she had just been roused from slumber. Chapter 59. The variety show commences. Anger erupts, sleeping with her eyes wide open. This was Fu Yi's first encounter with such a phenomenon. GC, still groggy, gazed at Fu Yi's handsome visage and, mistaking her surroundings for a dream, grinned foolishly, a smile one would not typically see from her when fully awake. "Handsome, you look so familiar. You resemble my husband." She continued, "Do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you consider me? I possess beauty and exceptional skills. You would not be disappointed if you chose to be with me." Listening to GC's bold declarations, Fu Yi's lips twitched involuntarily. He leaned in slightly, knowingly asking, "In which area do you excel? First, please inform me of your strengths so that I may decide whether to follow you." Once these words escaped her lips, GC felt an awakening of sorts. As Fu Yi drew near, the warmth of his breath brushed against her face, further rousing her senses. The drowsiness that had enveloped her moments before, nearly lulling her into a state of stupor, dissipated, for she would not have been so dazed as to utter teasing words directed at Fu Yi otherwise. Barely half a minute had passed since she lay upon the bed, and she fell into slumber almost instantly, leaving Fu Yi standing by the window, in a state of helplessness. Such an insufferable little woman. Despite the frustration gnawing at him, his actions as he tucked her under the covers remained tender. In her dream-laden state, GC caught the scent of his proximity and instinctively grasped his hand, using it as a pillow beneath her cheek, contentedly nuzzling against it before drifting back into sleep. Fortunately for him, he had no pressing matters to attend to, so he reclined beside her. Before he could pull her into his embrace, GC, still lost in her dreams, rolled into his arms, seeking the most comfortable position to continue her slumber. For a moment, Fu Yi remained frozen, hesitant to move, harboring doubts about whether she was feigning sleep. Lowering his gaze to her closed eyelids, he discerned no signs of pretense. She was indeed in a deep slumber. With a resigned click of his tongue, Fu Yi wrapped his arms around her and ensured they were both snugly covered. He nuzzled his chin into her hair, his mind gradually drifting into emptiness. Thoughts of the conversation he had with the elder not long ago weighed heavily on him. A soft murmur escaped GC's lips, and he suddenly realized he had been holding her too tightly, causing her discomfort. He loosened his grip, allowing her to breathe and resume her peaceful sleep. As he gazed upon her serene visage, drowsiness crept upon him as well. The following day, GC awoke, instinctively reaching for the space beside her. only to find it empty and cool to the touch. She blinked her eyes open, revealing a mixture of confusion and sharpness from her recent awakening. The photographer, originally intending to capture her countenance upon waking, found himself momentarily entranced by the sharpness glimmering in GC's eyes through the screen. Stifling a yawn that threatened to escape, he tightened the blanket around him and coldly demanded, "What are you doing here when there is already a camera in the room?" She possessed a strong sense of territoriality and did not believe that Fu-Yi had allowed this photographer entry. The photographer, holding his camera, stammered an explanation. The director wants to capture the most authentic waking moment. Aware that interrupting someone is rather impolite, GC was consumed by fury at the intrusion into her domain and sharply interjected, "Leave." The photographer, bewildered and indignant, stood at the door. "I've been kicked out," he remarked. "What a bother. Is it such a crime to want to debut relying on the identity of brother E.'s wife? Mind your temper, or I might just step outside and speak ill of you." Upon hearing his complaints, the other photographers exchanged glances, muttering, "This colleague lacks discernment." Inside, once the photographer departed, GC rose with a frosty expression. She felt fortunate that she had not slept in the nude the previous night. Otherwise, she would have been exposed to another man's gaze today. Throughout her morning routine, her demeanor remained grim. As she exited her bedroom, she noticed the photographer squatting at the door and chose to step past him down the stairs. The cameraman had been assigned to her by Yuan Dan for the shoot. Despite his disdain for GC's early morning temper, he dutifully followed her, capturing each moment, for this was his job regardless of her disposition. Just as GC descended the stairs, Bai Yuan approached, announcing, "Madam, you are awake. I have prepared warm millet porridge for you." GC smiled in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, Uncle Bai. Madam, there is no need for such formality." Uncle Bai had already turned and entered the kitchen, his voice echoing from within. GC seated herself at the dining table, her curiosity piqued as she scanned her surroundings. She only noticed the staff hidden away in the corners, failing to spot Fu-Yi and Yuan Zheng. Puzzled, she inquired of Uncle Bai, who emerged with a bowl of millet porridge, "Where are Fu-Yi and Mother?" The accompanying cameraman silently scoffed, thinking, "Is this even a question? You are merely a decorative presence in the household, devoid of any necessity for involvement. They are not performing for you." Bai Yuan dutifully reported the whereabouts of Fu-Yi and Yuan Zheng. "Sir is in the study for a meeting. The old lady has gone out for a run." GC nodded in acknowledgement, casting a fleeting glance at the overly dramatic cameraman, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. She instructed Bai Yuan, "Uncle Bai, please disinfect our room. Furthermore, unless I give specific orders, no strangers are to be allowed entry into my quarters." Uncle Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. "Has someone entered Madam's room? Who?" As he posed this question to GC, his piercing gaze fell upon the cameraman. Prior to the shoot, he had repeatedly cautioned against entering the bedroom. How could this person have done so? The cameraman, feeling guilty, lowered his head, but soon raised it again, meeting Bai Yuan's gaze with defiance. It was the director's directive. The director, Yuan Dan, was also the planner of this variety show. As long as he did not confront Yuan Dan, his words would remain unchallenged. Bai Yuan glanced at GC, who revealed a fleeting glimmer of coldness in her eyes before giving a slight nod. Without hesitation, Bai Yuan seized the cameraman by the shoulder, and the two robust men advanced to restrain him. The cameraman, whose hands were restrained, was momentarily taken aback and then angrily questioned GC. "What do you mean by that? Shouldn't I be the one asking you?" Feeling guilty, the cameraman lowered his head, insisting that the director had instructed him to enter and film. GC, uninterested in further discourse, directly initiated a video call to Yuan Dan. The program was in the midst of filming, and Yuan Dan, seated at the central control, was preoccupied. However, upon seeing GC's call, she hesitated not a moment and answered, "CC, what is the matter?" As soon as the call connected, GC pressed the speakerphone button, allowing Yuan Dan's gentle voice to reach the ears of the present crew members. To maintain an air of mystery, the technician who came yesterday to install the equipment was not from the same group as today's visitors, and thus they were unaware of the close relationship between Yuan Dan and GC. Consequently, when they heard Yuan Dan's familiar and tender tone inquiring about GC's predicament, they looked at her in disbelief. Was this woman relying not only on Igu but also on the director's connections? Regardless of the crew's bewildered thoughts, GC wasted no time. Glancing at the name tag before her, she relayed the cameraman's words to Yuan Dan, "Andy, Zhao Junmei said it was you who permitted him to enter my room to film me? Chapter 60. Who sent you here? Yuan Dan immediately erupted with a curse. Nonsense. There are cameras installed in your room. There is no need for anyone to enter and film. It was over. The restrained cameraman, hearing Yuan Dan's words, could only think of that one phrase. Yuan Dan, realizing too late that someone was causing trouble under her name, quickly became flustered. CC, please do not misunderstand. I did not authorize anyone to do this. Jai-Sai's eyes sparkled with a playful smile. And I certainly knew that Aunt Yuan Dan was not the kind of person to behave in such a manner. It was sufficient to clarify the matter. And I have other matters to attend to, so I shall hang up now. Upon ending the call, a chill radiated from Jai-Sai. Her demeanor transformed from that of a gentle lamb to one exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. At that moment, Bai Yuan, who had disassembled the device, discovered the hidden camera deep within the apparatus. He smashed the miniature camera onto the ground and stomped on it several times, forcefully obliterating it. With a stern expression, he declared, "Madam, this individual's identity is suspicious." Meanwhile, Yuan Dan, seated at the main console, instructed to have Jai-Sai's footage displayed. Upon seeing the apprehended man, who appeared unfamiliar to her, she coldly inquired of the assistant director beside her, "Who is this person?" She recognized everyone on her team. Yet this individual was a complete stranger. The assistant director, equally perplexed, responded, "Director, please remain calm. I will investigate." On Jai-Sai's side, she turned her piercing gaze towards Zhao Junmei, whose face was drained of color, and demanded, "Who sent you?" "Fang Yi's fan," Zhao Junmei replied. The only name that came to Jai-Sai's mind was Liang Anan, the fervent supporter. "Uncle Bai, call the police." Jai-Sai commanded without any hesitation. Zhao Junmei immediately protested, "No, you cannot call the police. The photos I took today have already been uploaded to the cloud. If you take me in, my friends will ensure you face the consequences." This threat proved effective. Bai Yuan hesitated to make the call. Zhao Junmei smirked, confident that as long as she was an artist, she would care about her reputation. Even if she had connections, it mattered not. She still succumbed to his intimidation, obediently paying to cover her tracks. Zhao Junmei's triumph lasted barely half a minute before GC, still clutching her phone, raised her head and coldly instructed Uncle Bai, "Call the police. Accuse him of intimidation, defamation of my character, infringement of my portrait rights." A litany of charges erupted from GC's lips, leaving Zhao Junmei momentarily stunned. It was only after GC had finished enumerating the offenses that he realized he was in possession of her photographs and videos. "You can't do this. I have your..." He bellowed in a frenzy. In response, GC lifted the tablet from the table and turned it toward him. "Are these the photos you mentioned?" The screen displayed numerous images, none of which were GC's, but rather those of various other male and female celebrities. The document was extensive, occupying a considerable amount of space. These were the very materials she had recently procured with Lu Fuxing's assistance. Zhao Junmei, witnessing her effortless acquisition of his own images and videos, was incredulous. "How did you obtain these?" Uncle Bai waved his hand dismissively, and Zhao Junmei was escorted away. With such a plethora of compromising photographs and videos in his possession, along with substantial records of financial transfers in the account statements, it was evident that his previous extortion had been successful. A prison sentence loomed over him. The police arrived shortly thereafter, their astonishment palpable upon realizing that the complainant was GC. In the realm of commerce, both the Fu Group and the G family were leaders in tax contributions. Their monthly and annual payments figures that others could only aspire to. As public servants, even if one were initially unfamiliar with the contemporary group, prolonged exposure to the industry would make it nearly impossible to remain unaware. "Miss GC?" Despite their shock, their respect was genuine. "How may we assist you?" After sitting for a prolonged period, GC felt somewhat fatigued and pointed to Uncle Bai, saying, "You should consult Uncle Bai. He will handle the subsequent matters. As for evidence, the cameras inside the room have captured everything." "Understood. We shall ensure that this matter is handled appropriately." Once the police courteously escorted Zhao Junmei away, the staff in the living room remained in a state of astonishment. What exactly is GC's identity? Why are the police treating her with such deference? In this digital age, if he were a public figure, finding information about him would be a simple task. Everyone collectively took out their phones and opened a browser to search for the name GC. Soon, a series of profiles appeared. GC, the eldest daughter of the G family. Without delving into the subsequent descriptions, One could not help but associate her with the business magnate, GC. The G family is known for its dual pearls. GC, the eldest daughter, possesses extraordinary commercial acumen and remarkable capabilities, making her a well-known titan in the business world. Jean Yin, the second daughter, is equally competent as her sister and is known as the smiling tiger, able to bring you to your knees with a mere smile. Although there is information available, no photographs have been disclosed, leaving them uncertain if the person before them is indeed the one described in the profiles. Turning their gaze back to the woman seated at the table, her slightly protruding pregnant belly and the gentle curve of her lips revealed the blessings bestowed upon her by fate. She radiated a soft, warm glow, stirring a complex array of emotions within them. If she were indeed the individual depicted in the browser, then they should focus on their work. Engaging in frivolities would result in consequences akin to Zhao Jumei's fate, ending up behind bars. Footsteps echoed from upstairs, and GC lifted her head to see Fu Yi descending. She slightly pouted her moist lips and took the initiative to speak. You heard the commotion just now, didn't you? Fu Yi approached her, embracing her and playfully nibbling at her, exclaiming, I know with CC's capabilities, she can handle everything. So I refrained from interrupting her enthusiasm. GC tightened her grip on his shirt, pulling him closer. Caught off guard, Fu Yi leaned in closer to her. Under his astonished gaze, she planted a playful kiss on his lips and released him, her eyes curving with satisfaction akin to a cat that has successfully caught a fish. This is your punishment. The joy in her voice indicated her good spirits. However, it remained uncertain whether it could be shared with others. As the photographers pondered this dilemma with furrowed brows, Fu Yi and GC remained oblivious. Just as they mentioned Yuan Zheng, she appeared at the door. Spotting Fu Yi standing empty-handed by the table, she called out, Fu Yi, come help me. Fu Yi stepped forward to take the shopping bag from her hands, lifting it, only to find it unexpectedly heavy. His lips twitched in surprise. What on earth is in here? It's so heavy. Yuan Zheng, catching her breath, looked at him disdainfully and remarked, have you been feeling a bit weak lately? Fu Yi, taken aback, confidently showcased his physique, concluding with, do I look weak to you? Yuan Zheng turned to GC to vent, all show and no substance. Chapter 61. Specifically targeting her, Yuan Zheng preferred not to focus too much on Fu Yi, firmly pushing him aside as she engaged GC in a discussion about what to eat for lunch and dinner. The dishes mentioned were all GC's favorites, leaving Fu Yi feeling neglected. He sulked, saying, Mom, I am your son. You can't be biased. There should be dishes that I love to eat. Yuan Zheng raised an eyebrow, remarking on her age, suggesting that if she didn't wish to eat what I prepared, she should make it herself. I have not bound your hands and feet. Before Fu Yi could utter another word, Yuan Zheng disdainfully pushed him away, insisting he keep his distance so as not to hinder her conversation with CC. Fu Yi refrained from further interruptions, choosing instead to sit beside GC, holding her hand, silently accompanying her as they listened to the discussion between GC and Yuan Zheng regarding various culinary methods. Though Fu Yi was not particularly driven by gastronomic desires, he found himself growing hungry as he listened to their dialogue. The staff of the program fared even worse. Having eaten only noodle soup that morning, they were now salivating and their stomachs grumbling at the conversation. When Yuan Zheng began to prepare lunch, Fu Yi entered the kitchen to assist. Hearing the commotion, GC hastily covered her tablet and glanced at the newcomer. Although she quickly turned off the screen, Li Yuan caught a glimpse of entertainment news related to Fu Yi flashing across it. Her gaze fell upon GC's slightly protruding abdomen. Recalling the advice her friend had given her prior to this visit, Li Yuan dismissed it, thinking her friend was overreacting. Once the child was born, it would be her responsibility. GC keenly sensed the host's condescension directed at her from across the table. She nodded slightly, exuding an unspoken authority, prompting the question, please. Ask. Li Yuan took a seat, opened her notebook, and noted the questions provided by the director, which were rather basic and lacked significant conflict. She resolved to proceed with her own inquiries. Miss G, you must be aware that Fu Yi has a considerable fanbase, correct? GC nodded in acknowledgement. Are you also aware that many female celebrities aspire to gain Fu Yi's favor? GC did not overlook the malice lurking in Li Yuan's gaze, and she found it utterly perplexing why the latter would choose such a foolish moment to pose these inquiries. A sudden wave of ennui washed over GC. Throughout the filming, she had donned the dual roles of both GC's mother and Fu Yi's mother. It became abundantly clear to GC that Li Yuan was deliberately targeting her. Leaning back, with no trace of anger upon her visage. She cast a sidelong glance at the name tag adorning Li Yuan's chest, her voice laced with an unusual curiosity. Li Yuan? Have I offended you in any way? At that moment, she still employed formal address, appearing entirely unperturbed. This only emboldened Li Yuan, while Yuan Dan, witnessing the questions posed were not even those she had prepared, turned a shade of green with fury. She urgently called out through her earpiece, instructing the camera crew to subtly remind Li Yuan. The crew member approached and whispered to Li Yuan, "The director is looking for you. Please check your messages." GC reiterated her earlier question. "Do we have a grudge?" The formality in her tone belied the icy scorn simmering just beneath the surface. A cold scoff escaped GC's lips, just as a video call from the acting president came through. The acting president rarely sought her out, and when he did, it was invariably for matters of grave importance. His jaw was clenched, and his typically stern eyes now glinted with a formidable intensity akin to GC's own. "President, we are under attack. Someone has breached the company's defenses and stolen a significant amount of our collaborative materials and pending directives." The thought of the losses incurred within a mere minute sent both physical and psychological waves of pain coursing through the acting president. A chill enveloped GC's gaze. When did this transpire? At 11:19. The acting president candidly admitted that the intruder had stolen data in less than a minute, leaving the company's computers in a state of paralysis. Technicians were desperately attempting to recover the systems, but their efforts proved futile. The assailant was a remarkably skilled hacker, capable of dismantling her fabricated defenses and breaching the true security measures in a mere 60 seconds. Indeed, an impressive adversary. A figure unexpectedly surfaced in GC's mind. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the acting president's side. "Damn. This person is outrageous. This is a provocation." She resolved to demonstrate her capabilities. As GC listened to the cacophony of screams emanating from the other end, a chill flickered in her gaze. What had transpired? On the screen appeared a chubby little yellow figure dancing, accompanied by the words, "You're so weak." The sight of this animated graphic dissipated GC's stern expression, replaced by unabashed delight. "Acting president? President? Why are you laughing? The losses are monumental, and you can still find humor in this? Is this the world of the wealthy that I fail to comprehend?" Upon witnessing the animation and its accompanying text, GC was nearly certain of the hacker's identity. It was a false alarm. There is no need for concern. "Everything will be restored shortly," she assured. The acting president, momentarily taken aback, displayed an uncharacteristic look of astonishment. Through the phone screen, he observed the animated graphic vanish, reverting to the activity he had been engaged in prior to the incident. In the next moment, the acting president frantically moved his phone away, and GC heard a thud, reminiscent of a phone striking the floor. Just then, GC discerned a part of the situation. With a leisurely smile, he jested, "I never anticipated that the agent was also a person of sentiment." The acting president switched the camera to audio, and an awkward cough was heard, while an unseen expression of embarrassment took hold as they redirected the conversation. "President, are we simply dismissing the recent hacker attack?" Chapter 62. T-Words and T-Talks. "Have we inquired with the technical team regarding any potential losses post-recovery?" GC smiled lightly. "That must be the case." The acting president observed the disconnected call, her expression suggesting she had stumbled upon some significant gossip. From the president's tone, it seemed she was acquainted with the hacker. This was fortuitous. Henceforth, he would no longer fret over the company being visited by national defense officials, trembling in fear of losses or the threat of being dismissed by the boss. With this thought, the acting president cheerfully opened an unspeakable website, delving into content that even paying readers could not access. Suddenly, a little yellow figure with a wiggling bottom popped up on the screen, adorned with the phrase, "Be a positive and uplifting light being." Undeterred, she clicked on it, only to be met with a 404 error page. The acting president sighed, feeling aggrieved. Was it too much to ask for this one small hobby? Oh, the injustice. She felt wronged, yet remained silent. As GC ended the video call with the acting president, the smile that graced his lips vanished upon seeing Li Yuan seated across from him. A woman who prioritized her emotions within her work seemed utterly unattainable. Li Yuan was taken aback by her own words, her expression darkening instantaneously. Her lips moved slightly as she noticed Fu Yi standing behind GC. All her resentment dissipated, replaced solely by a sense of grievance. Listening to the insipid remarks, GC turned and instantly understood upon seeing Fu Yi beside her. She stifled a laugh, wrapping her arms around Fu Yi's neck, pulling him closer. And under Li Yuan's fiery gaze, she mimicked her tone. Brother, please don't be angry. I merely taught a host who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth a lesson. You won't blame me, will you? Li Yuan's expression soured upon hearing GC imitate her speech. This woman indeed possessed a certain skill, but to think she could enlist the help of Fu, the top star? Such a notion was absurd. The next moment, Li Yuan's expression shattered. Before her stood Fu, known for his politeness and distance, now allowing GC to cling to him affectionately. His gentle gaze suddenly turned icy, like a sharp blade piercing through her heart without mercy. Li Yuan opened her mouth, only to find herself rendered speechless. GC playfully pinched Fu Yi's cheek, jealousy lacing her voice as she asked, "Is she beautiful?" At this, Li Yuan's complexion altered drastically as she proclaimed her identity. I am the director of the television station. Fu Yi, being an artist, could not afford to offend the station's director. Otherwise, he would be courting disaster. Upon hearing her reveal her identity, GC and Fu Yi exchanged a knowing glance. Comprehending why she was fearlessly targeting GC, with a faint smile, GC gave her a thumbs up, acknowledging the significance of being the television station's director. Li Yuan felt a surge of pride. She knew that no one was immune to the influence of her powerful backer. Before the corners of her mouth could fully lift in triumph, Li Yuan heard GC remark, "The upright director of the television station has beneath him someone like you, whose lack of intellect tarnishes his reputation. If he were to step down one day, it would undoubtedly be due to employees like you who hinder his progress." Li Yuan was taken aback by GC's acquaintance with the television director, only to suddenly hear Fu Yi ask GC, "Would you like to have some fun?" GC shook his head in refusal, asserting, "He is he, and this host is merely a host. The two are unrelated." Fu Yi appeared visibly disappointed, causing Li Yuan's heart to race and her body to chill. They brazenly discussed how to bring down the director of a television station in front of everyone. Exuding such audacity, wasn't Fu Yi a rather successful artist? GC had relied on him to ascend. Wait, a man had just referred to her as president. Could it be that GC truly held a significant position? As Li Yuan hesitated between apologizing or boldly departing, GC turned to her, a serene smile gracing her face, her eyes seemingly imbued with frost. "Miss Li Yuan, you must also be among those who admire Fu Yi, right?" Unexpectedly, GC's sudden inquiry caused Li Yuan's cheeks to flush, making her quickly forget her previous thoughts. She lowered her gaze to evade GC's piercing stare and hastily denied, "No, not at all," perhaps sensing that her swift denial only aroused suspicion. She lifted her head once more to meet GC's gaze, declaring earnestly, "Fu Yi, being such an illustrious figure, undoubtedly has many admirers, including his fans." She felt confident in her assertion, growing even more self-assured, especially considering that many fans had unfollowed him after his sudden announcement of marriage, their disappointment palpable. In response, did Miss GC have nothing to say? Observing the excitement in GC's eyes, he felt a wave of disappointment rise within him. He wished to protect her. Yet it seemed GC did not require such protection. After soothing the large dog, Fu Yi, GC smiled at Li Yuan, causing her to unconsciously lower her guard, only to suddenly deliver a striking blow. Does Miss Li Yuan count among those disillusioned fans? GC glanced toward the kitchen, where Yuan Zheng's dishes were nearly ready. Not wanting to delay their meal, she inquired further, "Have you taken a good look at his current state?" Li Yuan was not naive. She certainly noticed the gentle smile gracing Fu Yi's face, his gaze fixed on GC, radiating tenderness and indulgence, utterly devoid of pretense. He was different from the Fu Yi she encountered outside, as if the Fu Yi within these walls was more authentic, while the one seen in public merely performed his duties. Those who believed he was unhappy and pressured into marriage thought he belonged solely to them. GC let out a light laugh, drawing Li Yuan's attention to the sight of Fu Yi playfully toying with her hair, occasionally leaning in to tickle her ear. It was both childlike and tender. Li Yuan had been captivated by his looks since Fu Yi's debut, then enamored by his acting skills, and eventually lost track of the reasons for her affection, only to feel a pang of discomfort upon learning about his first love. However, this discomfort vanished when she discovered that his first love had chosen to break up due to going abroad. A voice within her reassured her that it was merely a matter of circumstance, devoid of genuine sentiment, until he stepped forward to clarify that the news was fabricated. She had always believed that his affections lay with his childhood sweetheart. At that moment, witnessing Fu Yi's kindness towards GC, she felt a pang of jealousy, a jealousy that surpassed even the sting of hearing news about his first love. GC did not overlook the captivating expressions on Li Yuan's face, feeling a deep discomfort within her. Chapter 63, Fu. The top star in Doubt ISNT had said that those in the entertainment industry are the best at acting. How is it possible for someone like Li Yuan to be so oblivious to concealing her true thoughts? Is she truly as she appears? A mere cog in the societal machine, having navigated through countless struggles over the years? She is undeniably different from the working individuals GC knows. Recalling the delightful employees at her own company, GC felt a wave of relief that none resembled the dim-witted Li Yuan. Otherwise, the fate of her business empire would be in jeopardy. Miss Li Yuan, she remarked, after saying so much. I have but one sentiment to express. True happiness lies in distinguishing the boundaries between reality and fantasy. It is acceptable to have idols and to strive towards them as goals, yet one must not lose oneself in the process, becoming unable to discern reality. She had encountered numerous fans of Fu Yi. They admired him and loved him, but their passion never clouded their judgment to the point of considering him their own. They were the first to support him, regardless of his actions, maintaining a clear distinction between the realms of fantasy and reality, occasionally indulging in fervor for Fu Yi while remaining rational for themselves. One must ask, which idol would not cherish such devoted fans? GC's words struck Li Yuan like a jolt, causing her to instinctively meet GC's gaze. Within those eyes lay a profound compassion directed towards her. In mere seconds, Li Yuan averted her gaze, unable to withstand the weight of that look. The compassion in GC's eyes made her feel as though the darkness she desperately concealed was being laid bare beneath the sunlight. Li Yuan harbored suspicions that GC was merely putting on a show, perhaps secretly mocking her. Little did she realize the trials and tribulations GC had endured to reach her current state. Her gaze remained fixated on her idol, as if GC encompassed her entire world. Fearing that her presence might provoke an impulsive outburst, Li Yuan clutched her notebook and fled in disarray. GC observed Li Yuan's hasty retreat, her brow furrowed in concern. What troubles plagued her? Fu Yi noticed her unwavering stare at the doorway, his expression growing increasingly grave. Could it be that Li Yuan was genuinely troubled? Uncertainty gnawed at GC's mind as she pondered another matter, her tone becoming somewhat irritable. Fu Yi, innocently caught in the crossfire, felt aggrieved. What had he done wrong? Was it a fault to attract too much attention? GC opened her WeChat, her eyes landing on the sole star-marked account at the top of her list. The username was simply a number, and the avatar depicted a minion. She gazed at it for an extended moment, yet lacked the courage to click through. Surely, she must have been thriving all these years. Fu Yi, noticing her distraction, leaned closer and discovered that the contact occupying the top position in her address book was not himself, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. He yearned to inquire about this individual, feeling a pang of inadequacy for not being a star-marked contact himself. However, observing GC's dazed expression, his questions evaporated, leaving behind a faint sense of bewilderment. Could this person be someone she once harbored feelings for? Fu Yi called out to her, CC, with a sense of resignation. He intended to ask her what was amiss, only to be met with her inquiry. What are you two dawdling about? Dinner is ready. Yuan Zheng emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand, immediately recognizing her son as the little rascal who was always mooching food. GC suppressed her inner thoughts, rising with a smile. Yes, Mom, didn't you say he won't be having any, so we won't feed him? Fu Yi, who was helping her to her feet, exclaimed in protest, claiming they were wronging him. GC exchanged a glance with Yuan Zheng, then playfully tapped Fu Yi on the shoulder. All right, enough of the act. It's too contrived, it's tarnishing your reputation as an actor. Fu Yi's lips curled into a smirk. If I weren't acting, could I find President Ji to support me? What can you do? GC retorted without hesitation. Fu Yi glanced at Yuan Zheng, who was bustling about in the kitchen, then leaned closer to GC, whispering softly into her ear. Noticing her earlobes gradually reddening, he nodded with a gentle smile. I possess many skills. Would you care to find out, CC? CC, don't you have a prenatal checkup scheduled this afternoon? Yuan Zheng emerged from the kitchen, observing her son and daughter-in-law in hushed conversation, feeling a sense of silence enveloping her. She ought to be outside the door, not inside, right? GC abruptly pushed Fu Yi aside, unable to meet Yuan Zheng's gaze. Her eyes flitting about nervously as she stammered, yes, I have an appointment with the doctor this afternoon. Yuan Zheng nodded slightly, instructing Fu Yi to serve the rice. Will you accompany CC this afternoon? Fu Yi's voice resonated from the kitchen. Mom, I have an event to attend this afternoon. You should accompany CC. That event could be postponed. Yet GC insisted that once commitments are made, one must uphold their integrity. It's a matter of character, not status. Thus, Fu Yi chose not to postpone it. He resolved to leave early and, once finished, head to the hospital to pick up GC. Yuan Zheng frowned. You won't accompany CC for her checkup? Do you wish for the children to call me daddy? GC spoke on behalf of Fu Yi. He had an event that I did not allow him to attend. Yuan Zheng was irked, asserting that no matter how grand the event, it could be postponed. At this moment, he did not need such activities to earn a living for you. After all, your child should be more important than any event. GC, feeling touched, clutched Yuan Zheng's arm and playfully swayed, saying, I understand that mother is concerned for my well-being, but this matter transcends monetary concerns. It pertains to a person's integrity. Mother, it is my insistence that he does not push it. Please do not make things difficult for him. Yuan Zheng sighed in resignation. Oh dear, truly, I cannot continue to indulge him in this manner. Certain matters require his participation to foster a sense of responsibility. GC nodded vigorously. Mother, I understand. I am hungry. May I have my meal now? Observing her carefree demeanor, Yuan Zheng helplessly tapped her forehead. Sit still. It will be ready shortly. With that, she placed her hands on her hips and turned to shout into the kitchen. Did you drop the rice in the sink? Why is it taking so long? Fu Yi emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of rice, his handsome face reflecting a sense of helplessness. I merely feared interrupting your conversation. Just as Yuan Zheng was about to speak, GC, having sneakily taken a bite, garbled, Mother, I want to eat. Yuan Zheng's attention instantly shifted to her, disapproving of Fu Yi's slow serving, which left GC hungry. Fu Yi thought at this moment, speaking less and doing more is indeed the wisest choice. However, he soon discovered that his beloved chicken wings had all been claimed by GC. Reluctantly, he raised a finger and said, Mother, may I have just one? He did not wish for more, just a single piece would suffice. The outcome was none at all, for Yuan Zheng remarked, one won't satisfy your hunger. It would be better to give it to CC. Next time, I'll prepare more and ensure you have an extra. Fu Yi exclaimed, Am I not your biological son? Why must you treat me thus? At that moment, GC, engrossed in her battle with chicken wings, glanced up at Fu Yi. Upon seeing the expression of existential doubt upon his face, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Perhaps it was the joy that led to misfortune. A grain of rice lodged in her throat, causing her to cough incessantly. Both Yuan Zheng and Fu Yi were startled. Are you still uncomfortable? Do you need to see a doctor? GC instinctively coughed for a while until she finally expelled the troublesome grain. Gazing at the tiny morsel that had tormented her, GC blinked her eyes, reddened from the coughing, and suddenly declared, Let us name the child grain of rice. Chapter 64. My daughter is truly beautiful. Fu Yi and Yuan Zheng turned their attention to the grain, both feeling uneasy. Upon noticing their reaction, GC chuckled and quickly reassured them, I was just joking. Fu Yi and Yuan Zheng exhaled in relief. If such a name were truly given, every time they called their child, they would be reminded of the grain that had been expelled from GC's nose. The child, upon learning the origin of the name, would hardly be pleased. Shortly after lunch concluded, Fu Yi departed for the event. The doctor would commence work at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, allowing GC to indulge in a midday nap before heading out. Yuan Zheng urged, You should go take a nap first. We will set out shortly after. All right, GC acquiesced without hesitation. Upon returning to her room, she once again opened her WeChat contacts, gazing at the avatars of those listed. Several times she considered tapping on one, only to hesitate. Once, she had felt such disappointment towards her. Surely, she would not be inclined to engage now, would she? Yet, there she was. In her indecision, drowsiness washed over her, and she gradually succumbed to sleep. She dreamt of a sumptuous pork knuckle, but before she could savor it, she was stirred awake by Yuan Zheng's voice. Upon seeing Yuan Zheng, GC involuntarily expressed her grievance. Mom, you woke me up just as I was about to eat the knuckle. At the mention of food, GC's mouth watered. This exquisite dish was specially designed for her by Fu Yi, with both its design and color resonating deeply with her tastes. He had become her personal designer. Clad in peacock blue, she radiated a luminous beauty. Yuan Zheng, observing her daughter, beamed and remarked, My daughter is truly stunning. GC, feeling a touch bashful, smiled and replied, "You are beautiful too, Mom. After all, how could someone like Fu Yi have a daughter of lesser beauty?" Yuan Zheng did not refute this, chuckling as she picked up the document bag from the edge of the bed. "Let us go?" GC followed her mother to the shoe cabinet, where a row of shoes awaited her selection, and her fear of choice resurfaced. After trying on a pair, she smiled brightly. "Thank you, Mom." Yuan Zheng, suddenly inspired, suggested, "How about we go shopping after the checkup?" GC readily agreed. That sounds wonderful. Since they were expecting twins, the examination was thorough and quite time-consuming. By the time they exited the hospital, it was nearing 4 o'clock. Yuan Zheng, noticing GC's weary expression, felt reluctant to continue shopping. However, GC protested, "But we haven't gone shopping yet." Yuan Zheng wished to spare her daughter from unnecessary exertion, concerned that it might lead to discomfort in her legs later in the evening. GC, in a playful manner, expressed, "I've always been consumed by work, with little opportunity to indulge in shopping. Please, Mother, accompany me just this once." Were GC to adopt a more obstinate stance, Yuan Zheng could certainly match her fortitude. However, upon seeing her daughter's endearing demeanor, she found herself acquiescing. "Very well. I shall accompany you on your shopping excursion." GC beamed with delight, linking her arm with Yuan Zheng's, her steps noticeably lighter with joy. Upon exiting the hospital, they found themselves facing a grand shopping mall, and they decided to commence their outing there. As they crossed the street, an ever-watchful security officer, appearing to be an ordinary passerby, discreetly positioned himself to safeguard GC and Yuan Zheng, ensuring their safety as they traversed the road. Just after they had crossed, Fu Yi's call came through. GC answered, and Fu Yi informed her that his business had concluded, yet he was entangled with his partners and would join them later. GC acknowledged this, hung up, and once more linked her arm with Yuan Zheng's. "Mother, let us go shopping." When it comes to shopping, especially for affluent women, the process is one of decisiveness and zeal, with purchases made without hesitation. After a thorough exploration, they returned with their hearts and arms full of treasures. Though fatigue soon set in, once back in the car, GC reclined comfortably, exhaling a sigh of relief. Shopping is truly exhausting. Yuan Zheng, with a smile, lifted her daughter's legs, offering, "Allow me to massage your legs. Otherwise, you may find discomfort later." With a playful glare, Yuan Zheng remarked, "Do you no longer regard me as your mother?" "Of course I do," GC replied. In her heart, Yuan Zheng had always been her mother, providing the maternal love that GC had long yearned for. Yuan Zheng, without any preamble, placed her leg upon Yuxi's injured one, and said, "Do not be so formal, treat me as your mother." Just as Yuxi was about to speak, Yuan Zheng's hand suddenly pressed on a specific spot on her foot, eliciting an involuntary gasp of comfort from her. Raising an eyebrow, Yuan Zheng inquired, "Is this position comfortable?" Yuxi nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, it is quite comfortable." The moment that pressure was applied, all discomfort from her legs seemed to dissipate entirely. Reflecting on Fu Yi's adept massage skills, Yuxi curiously asked Yuan Zheng, "Mother, Fu Yi's technique is remarkable as well. Did he perhaps learn it from you?" Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she continued, "I once thought he was impressive, but now I realize that the truly remarkable one is you." Yuan Zheng, indeed, possessed genuine talent and knowledge, far surpassing Yuxi, who only excelled in her work while lacking in other skills. Suddenly, a pang of worry struck Yuxi. Would the children appreciate a mother who was inept in various matters? A sudden screech of brakes interrupted their thoughts, prompting both Yuxi and Yuan Zheng to glance at Wu Ming. "What happened?" Yuan Zheng inquired. The photographer in the passenger seat, sensing Wu Ming's grave demeanor, explained, "It seems we have hit someone." Before they could exit the vehicle to assess the situation, a group of men armed with iron rods emerged from the roadside. Yuxi and Yuan Zheng's hearts raced as they realized the gravity of the situation. Before they could react, the car windows were shattered from the outside, clearly indicating that these individuals had come prepared. Exchanging a tense glance, both women understood the seriousness of their predicament. Yuan Zheng swiftly grasped the wooden pipe that had been thrust into the vehicle, turning to the astonished Yuxi and commanded, "Stay in the car and do not come out." After giving her final admonitions to GC, she opened the shattered door of the car, pushing it aside with a flourish. The stunned man with the yellow hair stumbled back a few steps and fell to the ground. The ensuing scene of Yuan Zheng wreaking havoc left GC with a newfound perception of her capabilities. Yuan Zheng stepped out of the vehicle, her stiletto heels clicking as she engaged fiercely with the group of unruly men, delivering punches and kicks imbued with lethal intent. How formidable Yuan Zheng truly was. The individuals tasked with safeguarding GC, along with Wu Ming, rushed to assist Yuan Zheng as she fought against the disorderly thugs. Those trained in combat knew precisely where to strike to inflict pain that would leave their opponents incapacitated, and it didn't take long for the thugs to be vanquished. Chapter 65. The incident with Yuan Zheng. As GC observed the skirmish from within the car, she began to relax, only to suddenly feel a chill at her neck. Unbeknownst to her, someone had stealthily approached from behind, intending to use her as leverage. Yuan Zheng, panting and poised to boast about her prowess to GC, turned around only to be met by the sight of a red-haired assailant brandishing a fruit knife, pressed menacingly against her delicate throat, causing her heart to race in terror. Yuan Zheng opened her mouth to call out to GC, warning her not to turn around, lest the sharp blade harm her. Yet, she feared that her voice might cause the assailant to tremble and inadvertently injure GC. Thus, she inhaled deeply, signaling with her eyes. Amidst the focus on GC and the red-haired thug, no one noticed a green-haired man, trembling as he rose from the ground, retrieving the fallen fruit knife of his comrade and lunging it toward Yuan Zheng's back. GC caught sight of this and, disregarding her own peril, shouted in fear, "Mom, be careful behind you." In tandem with GC's warning, a sickening sound of flesh being pierced resonated. Upon seeing the vivid crimson blood, the green-haired assailant panicked, hastily withdrawing the knife partially from its wound. As Yuan Zheng was confronted by Wu Ming, he swiftly kicked down the green-haired assailant, the knife still partially sheathed. The blade served as a barrier, slowing the flow of blood. GC, having dealt with the red-haired individual who had threatened him with a knife, solemnly instructed Wu Ming to head to the hospital. Their vehicle, having suffered a shattered window, was rendered inoperable, prompting the group to board a security car. GC commanded Wu Ming to remain there and await the arrival of the police to manage the aftermath. As he watched the vehicle depart, Wu Ming dialed Fu Yi. The tranquil gaze of Fu Yi turned frosty upon learning of the incident involving GC and Yuan Zheng. After ending the call with Wu Ming, Fu Yi contacted GC, but it was Wu Ming who answered. She explained, "Madam has left her phone behind. Sir may reach the head of security instead." Upon acquiring the name of the hospital from the head of security, Fu Yi instructed the chauffeur to proceed directly to the facility and also placed a call to Xingzhou. Xingzhou, who was accompanying his new girlfriend in selecting a birthday gift, was taken aback by Fu Yi's call. Feeling lonely? Looking for a chat or a drink? Their encounters had dwindled since Fu Yi's discharge from the hospital. Fu Yi, content in her life, would not typically seek out someone as wayward and unanchored as Xingzhou, making the call unexpectedly surprising. With a grave tone, Fu Yi inquired, "Are you at the hospital?" Hearing the seriousness in her voice, Xingzhou straightened his demeanor. "No." "What's wrong?" "My mother is in trouble." Without uttering a word to his girlfriend, Xingzhou hastily departed. At the hospital, Yuan Zheng was wheeled into the operating room. GC stood anxiously outside the corridor, fixated on the crimson text above, his heart racing with unease. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway. GC turned her gaze and saw Fu Yi had also arrived at the hospital. Upon seeing GC's pale face, streaked with tears, Fu Yi felt a suffocating pang of sympathy. "Everything will be fine. Don't worry, it will be all right," he reassured GC while simultaneously comforting himself. GC seemed to have found her anchor, clutching at Fu Yi's clothing, her fear manifesting in uncontrollable sobs, gasping for breath. "Fu Yi, mother bled so much. So much blood." Her hands were stained with Yuan Zheng's blood, and as she grasped him, her blood marked his pristine white suit, creating a haunting sight. Fu Yi held her tightly, continuously soothing her, yet he realized it was in vain. GC trembled all over, her complexion growing increasingly pale. And with quivering lips she murmured, "Fu Yi, I think I feel unwell." Just then, a security guard suddenly screamed, "Madam, you are bleeding." Fu Yi swiftly turned to see blood staining her lower back. Suppressing his own tremors, he called for a doctor. He stood at the doorway, fixated on the glaring words in emergency above him, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Xingzhou hurried over, witnessing his friend's distress, offering a few words of comfort before entering the emergency room. Time ticked by, and after Wu Ming had dealt with the aftermath at the scene, he too arrived at the hospital, yet neither GC nor Yuan Zheng had emerged. Fu Yi reassured himself that the absence of news from the doctors was the best news possible. Wu Ming stated, "Sir, we have identified the mastermind." "Who?" Fu Yi's attention was instantly diverted. Just as Wu Ming was about to reveal the identity of the individual, the lights above the emergency room extinguished, and the door swung open, revealing 2 stretchers being wheeled out by the doctors. Fu Yi's heart remained heavy, for he still awaited GC's fate. Xing Zhou arranged for GC and Yuan Zheng to share the same hospital room. After escorting them to the ward, he busied himself with other matters, stepping in to cover for a doctor attending to a girl with a fever. Yuan Zheng, still under the influence of anesthesia, slept soundly. In contrast, GC seemed restless. Her brow furrowed as if lost in a troubling dream, her lips moving silently. Fu Yi leaned closer, catching fragmented words that revealed her concerns. "Mom, be careful behind you." A pang of sorrow struck him, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He whispered gently into GC's ear, "Mom is safe now. Do not worry. Rest well. When you awaken, you will see the lively Lady Yuan Zheng." Whether it was the comfort of his words or not, GC gradually relaxed. Yet she clung to his hand with a grip that prevented him from leaving. Listening to the soft breaths of the 2 most significant women in his life, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of the machines, Fu Yi felt a sense of revival. Wu Ming quietly entered, whispering something into his ear, to which Fu Yi nodded subtly. Wu Ming then exited, treading lightly. Fu Yi leaned down to place a tender kiss on GC's forehead, softly saying, "I must step out to attend to some matters." As he spoke, he gently pried her hand from his, tucked the covers around her, and slipped out of the room. As the door to the ward closed, the warmth in his expression vanished, replaced by a sharp, icy glare. Wu Ming spoke up, "Ding Zhongwang wishes to see you." Shortly after the gangsters were apprehended by the police, it did not take long for them to divulge that the mastermind behind GC's abduction was Ding Hui. Their orders were to instill fear in GC, ideally leading her to a miscarriage. Chapter 66, Scandal with Mother. The ruffians had not anticipated that another formidable woman was present in the vehicle, who swiftly subdued them all. Among the group, only the green-haired one bore a grudge against women due to a previous betrayal, feeling humiliated by being defeated by a woman. In a moment of rage, he picked up a fruit knife discarded by a companion and, taking advantage of Yuan Zheng's distraction, stabbed her. After summoning Ding Hui, the police arrived and took him away. Within just a few hours, Ding Zhongwang had made several trips to the police station. With Wu Ming's prior words, the officers dared not release Ding Hui. Upon learning from the police who had issued the orders that he could not be bailed out, Ding Zhongwang proceeded to the hospital. "Where is he?" he inquired. "In the director's office," Wu Ming replied candidly. Originally, Ding Zhongwang had intended to find Fu Yi at the hospital, but upon arrival, he felt that approaching him directly would be undignified, so he opted to seek the director's assistance in locating him instead. The Fu group had extensive dealings, particularly in the construction industry, while the Ding family hailed from real estate and had recently approached them. Ding Zhongwang had no boundaries when it came to his son's affairs, yet he demanded impeccable property management. This was the reason he had maintained stability even amidst sudden wealth. Fu Yi never blurred the lines between personal and professional matters. But now, with both of his beloved women embroiled in the troubles caused by Ding Hui, he found it difficult to remain composed. Wu Ming nodded and turned to personally call the acting president to relay this directive. Upon receiving a call from Wu Ming, Qin Yu promptly issued directives, instructing all parties involved, those who had already signed contracts and those preparing to do so, to cease all cooperation, even if it meant incurring penalty fees. Meanwhile, Ding Zhongguang, who was enjoying a position of authority in the hospital, received a call from his assistant that left him incredulous. "What did you say? All orders from the Fu group have defaulted?" The assistant, having verified the substantial penalties added to their account multiple times, confirmed, "Indeed, boss. The representatives of the Fu group have stated they would rather pay double the penalty than continue our collaboration." "Boss, what should we do?" the assistant inquired. Aware that despite the real estate business performing better than its competitors, it could not compare to the Fu group. Ding Zhongguang, dismissing thoughts of Ding Hui, hurriedly left, declaring, "I will personally visit the Fu group. When it comes to the comparison of life and death concerning his son, the latter must take a back seat." Ding Zhongguang was acutely aware that his current sense of dominance was built upon wealth. Without money, he would not only find it difficult to secure his son's release, but would also have to bow and scrape if he were to face incarceration. Once Ding Zhongguang departed, the dean summoned a cleaning lady to tidy up the office, instructing her to ensure it was spotless before he began his rounds. He strode purposefully, inquiring about the state of health, How are you feeling? Does it still hurt? GC clutched her lower abdomen, her eyes filled with anxiety, experiencing a slight discomfort reminiscent of the onset of menstruation. Is the child all right? She pondered, guilt-ridden. I'm sorry. I've caused discomfort to the baby. I am not a good mother. Fu-Yi gently pinched her cheek, observing the pallor of her face transform into a hint of color, reassuring her. It is not your fault. How is your mother? GC asked, glancing towards the still unconscious Yuanzheng. No worries, the heart remains unscathed. Do not fret. Fu-Yi meticulously tucked in the corners of her blanket and inquired what she desired to eat. I shall prepare it for you. The last time he was hospitalized, GC had cooked for him. This time, he would return the favor and cook for GC. In the midst of her slumber, she dreamt of golden, succulent chicken legs, which stirred her appetite, ultimately rousing her from her dreams. Upon waking, she eagerly expressed her cravings. Hearing Yuan Zheng's words, GC and Fu-Yi were overjoyed, exclaiming, Mother, you are awake. Over the years, Yuan Zheng had diligently maintained her fitness, yet age had inevitably taken its toll, leaving her body considerably weakened. Fortunately, her heart was unharmed, and with proper care, her health would surely improve. After 3 days in the hospital, Yuan Zheng's condition gradually improved, allowing her to rise and move within her room. GC, who had been admonished by the doctor to remain in bed, watched with envy as Yuan Zheng walked about. Though envious, she dared not jest about her child and dutifully lay still. During their 3-day hospitalization, several significant events transpired outside. Firstly, the Ding family's real estate business seemed to be beset by misfortune, encountering numerous problems. Secondly, the recording of mother-in-law and mother had been temporarily halted. Thirdly, rumors swirled that Fu-Yi was involved in an extramarital affair, allegedly taking a third party to the hospital for an abortion. The media sensationalized the story, complete with photographs and videos that stirred great commotion. In order to allow her to rest peacefully during her pregnancy, Fu-Yi confiscated all of GC's tools, leaving her with only the hospital's wall-mounted television and the financial books he had brought as means of alleviating her boredom. One day, when Yuan Zheng was taken for a checkup, GC found herself alone and, having just finished her physical book, succumbed to curiosity and turned on the television. By chance, the news being broadcast was the scandalous report of Fu-Yi's alleged infidelity. Curiosity piqued, GC continued to read, only to find herself both amused and infuriated. Who was this woman, revealing only half of her face? Did others not recognize her, nor she them? Yuan Zheng and Fu-Yi likely never anticipated that rumors would swirl about their relationship with their son, or rather, with his mother. Just as she was musing over this peculiarity, someone suddenly pointed at her and inquired, Are you Fu-Yi's lover? Huh, Yuan Zheng replied, utterly bewildered. Although she maintained a commendable appearance, she was well aware that she belonged to an entirely different world. A woman, masked and with a righteous air, admonished her, Fu, the top-tier celebrity, is married with children. Being a mistress is disgraceful. You should withdraw. With a head full of questions, Yuan Zheng sought the truth. The media had the audacity to label her as the homewrecker of Fu-Yi's family. Were those people blind? Could they not discern the familial resemblance between her and Fu-Yi? Grabbing the woman's arm, she demanded, Compare my face to Fu-Yi's photo. Yuan Zheng's gaze exuded an undeniable authority, compelling the woman to comply. As the woman pulled up a recent photograph of Fu-Yi on her phone, Yuan Zheng pointed to her own face and asked, Do you see anything now? The unfolding scene captured the attention of passers-by, who drew closer to peer at the woman's phone. Inside was Fu-Yi's latest frontal image, and upon comparison with Yuan Zheng's features, an uncanny resemblance emerged, almost as if they were mother and son. Are you Fu's mother? Someone inquired. With a huff, Yuan Zheng asserted, I am his mother. After uttering this declaration, she stormed away, indifferent to the thoughts of the onlookers. Upon returning to the hospital room, she recounted the incident to GC, concluding with, The media today truly lacks any sense of restraint. The truth remains undiscovered, yet a mere photograph incites unfounded speculation. Is there truly no consequence for such reckless conjectures? Chapter 67. Is there another in Qingmei's heart? Mother, please do not be upset. This matter will be handled appropriately by Fu-Yi. In this age, the media, in pursuit of viewership, fabricates narratives without any moral restraint. As this issue garners fervent discussion among the public, an unexpected video surfaced, revealing Yuan Zheng and GC shopping together. In the footage, GC is depicted in a flattering light, while Yuan Zheng is partially visible, nonetheless. Her visage aligns with the media's portrayal of the woman entangled with Fu Yi. The video distinctly identifies both individuals, a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law shopping together, returning with an abundance of goods. This revelation clarified Yuan Zheng's identity. Simultaneously, a video circulated online, leading to the apprehension of the slanderous newspaper, with its editor-in-chief facing legal action. While netizens lament the absurdity of the situation, another celebrity's secret marriage and childbirth story eclipsed the scandal surrounding Fu Yi, causing its fervor to diminish. GC stifled a giggle. Fu Yi approached the door just in time to overhear Yuan Zheng's words. He pushed the door open and remarked, "That might be a bit challenging." Yuan Zheng responded with a curious, "I haven't had my fill of fun yet," Fu Yi asserted confidently. Yuan Zheng raised her hand to strike him, but he deftly evaded, cautioning, "Mother, be mindful of your injury. Don't let it burst open." Yuan Zheng glanced at GC, expressing her disdain. "CC, let us disregard this arrogant fool." In a childlike manner, Yuan Zheng tugged GC along to discuss other matters, completely ignoring Fu Yi. GC gazed at Fu Yi's aggrieved, yet helpless expression, stifling a smile as she engaged in conversation with Yuan Zheng, feigning ignorance of his presence. However, as Yuan Zheng grew weary in the hospital room, she decided to take her leave. Fu Yi cautiously embraced GC, lamenting, "CC, you just ignored me. I feel so sad." "Well, since you were ignored, it is what it is," GC replied dismissively. Fu Yi clung to her, playfully insisting, "You can't do that. I'm feeling quite fragile at the moment. I need your kisses to revive me." Suddenly, GC caught a whiff of a faint scent of perfume on him, and her smiling eyes dimmed as she inquired, "What were you up to before coming to the hospital?" Suppressing her displeasure, she shook her head, saying, "It's nothing." Noticing the chill in her tone, Fu Yi furrowed his brow and cupped her face with his hands, asking, "What's wrong? Didn't you say we shouldn't hide things from each other?" GC looked into his anxious eyes and felt a sudden weariness with her own tendency to suspect him. "I was pondering about the media's next gossip. First it was you and Mom. Next who will it be with?" GC half-jokingly expressed her thoughts. Fu Yi pressed his forehead against hers, a smile playing on his lips as he reassured her, "Whoever it may be, just know that I will never betray you. Everything else is mere illusion." For reasons unknown, GC suddenly asked, "What if one day I catch you sharing a bed with another woman?" "You need not lift a finger. I would condemn myself," Fu Yi replied, feeling utterly repulsed at the mere thought of sharing a bed with anyone other than GC. GC chuckled softly, jesting, "I trust you." Initially, the Fu group withdrew all collaborations, prompting several partner companies to follow suit. It was only then that Ding Zhongguang began to panic and made a special visit to the Fu group. Under orders, Qin Yu preferred to remain idle in the office than to meet with Ding Zhongguang. After inquiring around, Ding Zhongguang learned from a friend that his son had gotten involved with the heir of the Fu group. Further investigation revealed that the artist he had always looked down upon was indeed the heir of the Fu family. Without hesitation, Ding Zhongguang paid a hefty sum to bail out Ding Hehui and took him to the Fu residence to apologize. However, the elder refused to meet with Ding Zhongguang, citing his current detachment from affairs. Left with no alternative, Ding Zhongguang discovered that Fu Yi was at the hospital accompanying GC during her pregnancy. He brought gifts and arrived at the hospital. Unlike his previous haughty demeanor, he now adopted a more humble attitude, yet he was still blocked by security. Coincidentally, GC, suffering from back pain, had just taken a few steps when she heard a commotion outside. Upon opening the door, she saw Ding Zhongguang and his son, Ding Hehui, arguing with the security staff. Curious, she inquired, "What is going on?" Recently, GC had been out of the loop and was unaware of the situation. When she learned they were looking for Fu Yi, she nodded slightly without further concern and turned to go back inside. However, Ding Hehui called out to her, "You are Fu Yi's wife? Did they know each other?" Ding Hehui had the face of a charming young man, and his smile was quite captivating to others. Yet, accustomed to Fu Yi's extraordinary looks, GC felt indifferent when he smiled at her. Oh, there was a feeling disgust. It seemed that apart from Fu Yi, she had no interest in other men. "You may not know me, but I certainly know you." Ding Hehui wore a gentle smile. Yet, GC could not overlook the malice lurking in his eyes directed towards her. Typically, she disregarded those who held ill intentions, but it seemed as though Ding Hehui had made it his mission to confront her. Ignoring Ding Zhongguang's warnings, he coldly inquired, "What of your ascent to prominence through your child? So what if Fu Yi publicly acknowledges you as his childhood sweetheart? His affections belong to another." GC was taken aback, questioning the sanity of this individual. Noticing her silence, Ding Hui became increasingly convinced of the validity of his assertions, rendering her speechless. His demeanor growing more frigid. Do you not know? The one Fu Yi truly loves is An, the daughter of his aunt. She is his genuine childhood sweetheart. You are merely fortunate, having married him due to the child you carry. His heart still belongs to An. Anyone would surely be unsettled by the disparagement of their child as a derogatory term intentionally misspelled. GC's anger surged, causing her entire body to tremble. Yet, she recognized the fragility of her child and forced herself to maintain steady breaths. With a steely gaze fixed upon Ding Hui, she coldly commanded the security personnel. His words are too foul. Please assist in silencing him. I shall cover the medical expenses. The security personnel complied, with one remaining to guard GC while another covered Ding Hui's mouth and dragged him into an empty hospital room. Ding Zhongwang attempted to intervene, but another individual stepped forward to block his path, stating, Sir, Our Lady has not yet permitted you to leave. Chapter 68, Ms. Yuan Zheng's high school classmate Ding Zhongwang was deeply concerned about Ding Hui, who had been dragged into the hospital room. He furrowed his brow and quietly pleaded with GC. Hui did not intend to utter those words. I implore you to overlook his minor transgressions and grant him mercy. Were it not for her current physical condition, she would have taken matters into her own hands, rendering the security unnecessary. Mr. Ding has come to see Fu Yi today, undoubtedly with something of great significance in mind. GC, pointing to her own face, inquired coolly, Mr. Ding, do you recognize this visage? The affairs of the Ji family were being handled by Jin Yan, yet her appearance closely resembled that of Jin Yan, making it impossible for Ding Zhongwang not to have seen her before. The only reason he could dismiss her was that he recognized her, but understood that the Ji family was not under her dominion. Hence he felt no need to show her any respect. Ding Zhongwang certainly recognized GC's countenance, yet he was utterly unperturbed. The Ji family was under the management of the second Miss Jin Yan, and the fact that the eldest Miss Ji lacked actual power was widely known within their circle. It was nearly impossible not to be aware of this. Moreover, he had no business dealings with the Ji family, thus he saw no reason to curry favor with her. GC, perceiving his thoughts through his expression, maintained a neutral demeanor. She spoke with an air of indifference, regardless of how others perceive us. My status as Fu Yi's wife is irrefutable. I am indeed a part of the Fu group. At this moment, Ding Zhongwang remained unconvinced until GC added, if I were to whisper a word to Fu Yi, your family, and your son. Ding Zhongwang was taken aback, realizing the gravity of her statement. He began to regret ever believing Ding Hui's claims before his visit, acknowledging the poor state of their relationship. Regardless of how they are intertwined, the relationship between the Ji family and the Fu family through their marriage is subtly evident, irrespective of GC's favored status. From where exactly did Ding Hui ascertain that Fu Yi's affections lay elsewhere? The young nobleman does not appear to be as formidable as one might presume. GC's words are laden with profound implications. While Ding Zhongwang was lost in contemplation, the security personnel dragged Ding Hui away. As a veteran, the security officer understood precisely where to strike to induce unbearable pain that could not be easily diagnosed. Although Ding Hui seemed unscathed, he was secretly writhing in agony. Meeting GC's gaze, he bared his teeth in a grimace, yearning to speak further. However, Ding Zhongwang seized him, inadvertently tugging at his sensitive area, causing him to gasp in pain. Startled, Ding Zhongwang inquired, what is wrong? Let me see. Observing Ding Hui's expression, which conveyed no hint of pretense, Ding Zhongwang began to peel away his clothing, yet found no visible wounds. Ding Hui, in disbelief, exclaimed, how can there be no injuries? Father, that person struck me with such force. We must alert the authorities and apprehend them. Ding Zhongwang suspected he was merely acting, perhaps attempting to frame GC, and in a fit of anger, slapped him. Unexpectedly, Ding Hui let out a yelp, leaping into a cha-cha dance, his movements exacerbating his agony, leaving him grimacing uncontrollably. Realizing that Ding Hui was genuinely in distress, Ding Zhongwang hastily took him to seek medical attention, not even bidding farewell to GC. Just as they departed, Fu Yi emerged from the elevator on the opposite side. Noticing GC standing at the entrance, her pallid face turned away in a mix of anger and concern. He hurried over to support her, saying, did I not instruct you to rest in bed? The security personnel bowed their heads in shame, relaying to Fu Yi the recent disturbance caused by the Ding family. Fu Yi's demeanor grew frigid, a tempest of anger brewing within him. You merely stood by as the lady was insulted? I summoned you to safeguard her, not to witness her being wronged. The security personnel, obedient, were met with Jisai tugging at Fu Yi's hand, imploring, do not chastise them. They have already dealt with that individual. Yet, they could not ascertain the extent of the injuries inflicted. Fu Yi sneered, such is a skill they all possess, hardly worthy of pride. Jisai remained silent to avoid implicating the security personnel further. She shared her suspicions with Fu Yi. I suspect Ding Hehui is merely a pawn. Someone else is orchestrating events behind him. She recounted Ding Hehui's earlier remarks to Fu Yi. Society is stratified. Families like the Dings are not of equal standing with the Fu or Ji families. Often, without meticulous inquiry, one may be misled by those with ulterior motives, becoming a mere tool in their schemes. I will handle this matter. You must rest and nurture the child. You cannot endure further stress, understand? With wealth comes influence. Fu Yi engaged a private investigator to delve into Ding Hehui's social connections, swiftly acquiring the necessary information. Upon reviewing the list of acquaintances, he stumbled upon the name Liang Enen. Memories of his grandfather's words surfaced. Liang Enen was the illegitimate daughter of Fu Xiao. This was, of course, a closely guarded secret, with Fu Xiao conducting his own discreet inquiries that had yet to yield results. Liang Enen was undoubtedly a figure of concern. Fu Yi promptly contacted the private investigator once more, instructing, please investigate the Liang family, specifically this Liang Enen. He originally only knew that Liang Enen was a child picked up by his fifth aunt, raised by her for many years, and had always attempted to connect him with her. Yuan Fong should be unaware of the relationship between him and Liang Enen, otherwise, she would not have been so eager to facilitate their interactions. Through the door, he could not discern what the two were discussing, but they appeared to be enjoying a delightful conversation. May I inquire if Ms. Yuan Zheng resides in this hospital room? Just as Fu Yi was about to push the door open, a gentleman's melodious voice suddenly resonated behind him. Turning around, he saw a refined man dressed in a gray suit, adorned with silver-framed glasses, holding a bouquet of gardenias. Fu Yi could almost ascertain that this was Ms. Yuan Zheng's favorite flower. Even his father, Fu Xiao, might not be aware of her fondness for it. I am Song Feng, a high school classmate of Ms. Yuan Zheng. He introduced himself. Although Fu Yi had not heard of Song Feng, he was familiar with an esteemed academic of the same name from the Academy of Sciences. He extended his hand. Mr. Song, a pleasure to meet you. His gaze shifted, noting that Song Feng was now one of the Academy's most esteemed scholars, unlikely to be without protection. Acknowledging his recognition, Song Feng felt compelled to explain, they were cornered by me. May I meet Ms. Yuan Zheng? Fu Yi did not miss the fleeting nostalgia in Song Feng's eyes. A subtle thought arose within him, yet he revealed nothing externally. I shall inquire with my mother, he said. Song Feng slightly nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Chapter 69. Reluctant to part ways, Fu Yi entered the hospital room and informed Yuan Zheng that someone was looking for her. Confused, she asked, who is seeking me? During her days in the hospital, Yuan Dan visited several times. However, with her variety show now in production, she lacked the time to remain by her side, leaving shortly after each visit. Apart from Yuan Dan, she could not think of anyone else who might come to see her. Fu Yi remarked coolly, there is someone named Song, claiming to be your high school classmate. Yuan Zheng was initially taken aback, but soon, her face lit up with joy as she rushed outside. Observing this scene, GC was curious about the nature of the relationship that could elicit such a youthful exuberance from Yuan Zheng, who seemed to leap up without a care for her image. Fu Yi thought, damn, a male high school classmate. Before GC could finish her thought, Yuan Zheng burst through the door, her face beaming, accompanied by the gentlemanly and cultured Song Feng. Yuan Zheng eagerly introduced Song Feng to GC and Fu Yi, saying, Fu Yi, CC, this is my mother's high school classmate, who was once a studious genius lacking in charm, but has achieved even more since then. Now working at the Academy of Sciences. Song Feng offered a warm smile and extended his hand towards GC. I am Song Feng. Mr. Song, greetings. It is an honor, GC replied graciously, shaking his hand. Anyone who pays attention to current affairs would recognize Song Feng. Although GC had not specifically followed his work, her family member Ji Heng, who was keenly aware of national matters, made it nearly impossible for her to be unaware of him. Song Feng appeared surprised. You know me? He had assumed that most young people were preoccupied with celebrity culture, rarely paying attention to national issues. GC, looking petite, seemed like a girl captivated by pop stars, yet she had surprised him by recognizing him. With a slight smile, GC remarked, "I have seen you on television. Meeting you in person is delightful. You are even more handsome than on screen." He possessed a refined and steady charm, radiating approachability. Yuan Zheng grasped Song Feng's hand firmly, declaring, "You have both seen each other. I still have matters to discuss with Song Feng. We shall take our leave." Without waiting for Fu Yi and GC to respond, she energetically pulled Song Feng out of the hospital room. Once they departed, GC's curiosity could no longer be contained. "Fu Yi, did you notice something peculiar in Mr. Song's gaze towards my mother?" Fu Yi encircled her waist, which had lost its slenderness, and, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, "The individual you should be concerned about is none other than your husband, rather than your mother-in-law." GC suppressed her curiosity and regarded him. "What troubles you?" With a hint of grievance, Fu Yi replied, "I felt nauseous again this morning. You aren't experiencing any discomfort, are you?" Ever since GC became pregnant, he often found himself feeling queasy. After consulting a physician, he was reassured that such symptoms were entirely normal. In truth, he felt fortunate that these pregnancy-like symptoms had befallen him, as it offered GC a degree of relief. This morning's nausea, despite Yuan Zheng's indulgence, the stinky tofu she had purchased barely made it to GC's lips, leaving only 2 pieces behind. Though he lamented that it was insufficient, it was still better than nothing. In the initial moments of tasting, she felt a bit nauseated, yet this sensation dissipated, as it typically did, allowing her to relish the food without guilt. Was the feeling of nausea merely transferred? GC, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered her gaze, assuring herself, "I'm fine." Upon hearing her declaration of well-being, Fu Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. "That's good." Suddenly, Fu Yi called GC's name with an air of seriousness. Confused, she looked at him, and he proposed, "Shall we choose a name for the child?" GC was left speechless. Was he so grave in addressing her merely to discuss selecting a name for their offspring? "All right, let's choose a name." GC nodded and inquired, "Do you have a name in mind?" Fu Yi shook his head innocently. "No, I was hoping to discuss it with you." The mention of the child's name made GC adopt a serious demeanor. The significance of a name in a child's life cannot be underestimated. We must approach this with utmost seriousness. "Fu Yi, do we not need a comprehensive naming guide?" Observing her earnest and meticulous attitude, Fu Yi chuckled softly. "You look utterly enchanting when you're serious." GC shot him an exasperated glance. "I am being serious." She then averted her gaze. Retrieving Fu Yi's phone and opening a web browser, she resolved to leave the naming task to Fu Yi's fans, selecting from their suggestions for the child's name. Fu Yi watched her actions, momentarily speechless, finally voicing, "What happened to your commitment to seriousness?" GC smiled sheepishly. "Isn't it true that many hands make light work?" She had thought the name Mi Li was rather charming, but it was not acceptable to them, thus necessitating a new choice. Fu Yi took the phone from her, stating, "We shall discuss this later. I have something important to tell you." He regarded GC with a solemn expression. For reasons unknown, GC felt her heart race uneasily. Staring at him in a daze, furrowing her brow, she remarked, "Isn't that a great opportunity? A renowned director, a grand production, combined with your exceptional acting skills. A splendid combination." Fu Yi, with a hint of reluctance, confessed, "I cannot bear the thought of being apart from you." GC responded with confusion, "Are you unwell, or am I?" Fu Yi's stern expression faltered as he let out a chuckle. "I'm lovesick," he confessed. "Even before we parted, I fell ill with longing." GC remained silent. But her stillness did not deter Fu Yi from continuing his banter. "If it weren't for the 2 little ones in your belly, I would take you wherever I go." GC felt compelled to correct him. "No, if it weren't for these 2, we might have remained unchanged until the end of our contract." She called out. And Fu Yi responded, Yes. Did you never consider explaining things to me back then?" He had ample opportunities to clarify the misunderstanding, yet he allowed it to linger unaddressed. To outsiders, it seemed like the past had faded, but only she understood that the knot remained, unspoken yet persistent. "Or were you so certain I wouldn't leave you that it didn't matter whether you explained or not?" Fu Yi gently pinched GC's cheek. "Haven't we already discussed this? Why are you still clinging to it?" "It's not that I'm clinging," she replied, pointing to her heart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It feels like it hasn't truly passed." His heart ached for her. "I'm sorry," he said sincerely. GC pushed him away in dissatisfaction. "You always say sorry right away. Have you done something wrong?" She stubbornly sought to understand why he never clarified the rumors regarding their relationship with others. Chapter 70. Those events from that year you know. During the exchange student year, I did come to your school to find you. Huh, you came to find me? GC was taken aback, utterly unaware of this revelation. Fu Yi gently covered her beautiful eyes, concealing the disappointment that lay within, yet his voice betrayed his desolation. I saw you standing alongside a man. Those around me are gossiping about you, claiming you are living together, a match made in heaven, merely awaiting an official announcement. The youthful emotions surged within, careful yet anxious. As the flames of jealousy threatened to consume him, he lacked the courage to seek confirmation. GC was utterly astonished. When had she ever stood with a man? In her heart, there had been someone during her exchange year, a boy who had confessed his feelings. Yet, she had not accepted any of them. Not only had she not acquiesced, but no male had even approached her. Are you certain the person you saw was me? GC asked, disbelief evident in her voice. Seeing her denial, Fu Yi gritted his teeth in frustration. My eyesight is impeccable. GC raised her hand to quell his anger, insisting, but I am quite certain that during my exchange year, there were no boys around me. If we are to mention boys, it would only be my senior. Yet, he did not harbor feelings for me. Wait a moment. If her senior liked someone else, could it mean that the man Fu Yi saw was actually her? GC felt anger rise within her at Fu Yi's misunderstanding, as he didn't even have the courage to inquire further. Yet, she soon realized she herself lacked the courage to ask. In truth, they were equally matched in their hesitations. Neither could cast stones at the other. However, the pressing issue was not this, but rather why he would not offer an explanation. Fu Yi, in a state of despair, believed the fundamental reason lay not with Sun Yin, but with his conviction that there was no longer any need for clarification. In that year of desolation, I drifted aimlessly through life until I encountered Sister Wang, a once prominent manager now betrayed and fallen from grace by her own artist. It was an aimless foray into the entertainment industry that nearly led to my disgrace at the hands of an unseemly individual. At that time, Sister Wang remarked, "You are no longer merely a hollow beauty." It was this incident that illuminated the harsh truth. Without a solid background, navigating the entertainment realm was an insurmountable challenge. I took charge of the Fu Group, swiftly fulfilling my grandfather's demands, and emerged as the liberated president of artists. No one dared to utter the term hidden rules in relation to me anymore. Thus, your reluctance to explain stems not from Sun Yin, but from your belief that I am involved with another man. There is no need for clarification, is there? Fu Yi declared with a mix of conviction and a hint of unease. After all, you seem indifferent. Even if we were to become a couple, your indifference would persist. GC, exasperated, pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Will it kill you to provide an explanation? Fu Yi seized her delicate hand, furrowing his brow. And what about you? How do you account for your relationship with that man? GC shrugged. She is a woman. Fu Yi was clearly skeptical, prompting GC to add, she has always favored a more androgynous style. Fu Yi, still doubtful, questioned, really? Are you not deceiving me? GC nodded vigorously, though a flicker of guilt crossed her face. Fu Yi immediately sensed her discomfort, gritting his teeth. You are not speaking the truth. GC, feeling wronged, replied, I am not lying. However, I was thoroughly annoyed by the constant confessions from boys in the past 6 months. So, I let her dress like a boy to escort me and tell others she was my boyfriend. Ever since I had a boyfriend, no other boys have dared to disturb me. I have found a sense of ease, allowing my thoughts to settle as I immerse myself in learning, paying little heed to the outside world. Fu Yi hesitated for a moment, yet he could not suppress the question that lingered in his mind. The whispers at school suggested that you two were cohabiting. Fu Yi knew GC well. She was not one to readily offer herself to another. If they were indeed living together, it was evident that profound love was involved. GC, taken aback, retorted, the dormitory's restroom assigned by the school was clogged. Upon learning this, my senior invited me to live with her. Eventually, the restroom was repaired. Yet I preferred the solitude of my own room, so I continued renting my senior's space. Is there a problem with that? GC further clarified, you know, I've always approached daily life with a sense of nonchalance. My senior is a bit of a neat freak, and she could no longer stand it. So she took good care of me. Perhaps it was her boyfriend's charm that led to this misunderstanding. GC rarely spoke of the matters concerning her senior and the senior brother. Had Fu Yi not mentioned that he sought her out, she would not have divulged the events of that year. In truth, another incident had also transpired that year, involving the senior brother and the senior sister. Fu Yi, I never imagined the truth would unfold in such a manner. Unable to contain himself, Fu Yi embraced GC tightly, murmuring, "Thank goodness you did not stray too far. GC, to be honest, I nearly did. We are quite evenly matched. Let us not revisit the past." It was fraught with pitfalls. The jealousy was all in vain. Fu Yi feared that if neither of them spoke, misunderstandings would once again arise. GC also considered this, nodding vigorously as she pointed to her protruding belly. Once, it was just one person. Now, it was different. There were three. Fu Yi's large hand rested on her abdomen, feeling the rhythmic thumps beneath his palm. He was both astonished and elated. The child was moving. They were kicking. A smile graced GC's lips. Perhaps they understood that they would not see their father for a long time and had come out to greet him. Fu Yi joyfully placed both hands on GC's belly, tracing the bulges, speaking to them in a cheerful tone. He uttered phrases like "remember to think of daddy and don't trouble mommy," regardless of whether the little ones inside could comprehend. GC smiled silently, watching him, as she opened her phone to record the moment of Fu Yi's excitement at becoming a father. Occasionally, from her updates, he learned of her participation in academic conferences, busy yet fulfilling. "Miss G," Jing Mo greeted, in a formal manner. GC responded with an equally formal nod, "Miss Jing." The two exchanged a glance, each bearing a hint of a smile. Chapter 71. Xing Zhou and Jinyan. Fu Yi entered the car, shutting the door with a cold remark, "Let us go." He feared that any further delay would make it difficult for him to leave. Since realizing his feelings for GC, his greatest aspiration had been to stay at home with her, relishing their time together without going anywhere. Fu Yi shot her a disdainful glance, refusing to respond. However, Wang Jie was provoked by his gaze. "Are you looking down on me for being single? You said it yourself," he retorted, denying it like a rogue. Wang Jie sighed, realizing that he only acted like a childish fool in front of GC. Forget it. She chose not to dwell on the matter, instead sharing the details of his work progress with him. After joining the crew, Fu Yi was set to direct an action film, characterized by extensive martial arts sequences, with shooting locations deep within the mountains, making the filming process particularly arduous and time-consuming. However, Sister Wang received the latest news that the investors had not only engaged professional martial arts instructors, but also etiquette coaches. Prior to the commencement of filming, everyone was required to practice both their demeanor and martial arts skills, in hopes of ensuring a smooth production process. Fu Yi listened quietly, and when Sister Wang had nearly finished speaking, he suddenly inquired, "Is CE Entertainment involved in this production?" Sister Wang, taken aback, responded, "CE Entertainment? Oh." I quickly realized that it is a subsidiary under GC's management, shaking her head. "No, this time it's a change of G family." Fu Yi nodded in understanding and fell silent. Sister Wang questioned, "Why the sudden inquiry?" Fu Yi merely shook his head, signaling for silence as he intended to read the script. Sister Wang remarked, "Don't think I didn't notice you using the script to shield your phone while secretly viewing photos and videos of GC. GC had been cooped up at home for 2 days, nearly going stir-crazy and yearning to step outside for a breath of fresh air. But Jing Mo had denied her request, stating, "It's not suitable for you to move around much right now. What if I use a wheelchair? You can push me outside." When she finally allowed herself a moment of rest amidst the busyness, she found her body stiffening. With an indifferent expression, Jing Mo replied, "There's no wheelchair at home." GC's eyes lit up. "That's simple enough." With that, she pulled out her phone to call Xing Zhou. Just as she was about to dial, Jin Yan's call came through, compelling GC to answer it first. "Yin Yan," in the languid tone of Jin Yan. There lingered a hint of schadenfreude. Was there not a disciplined approach to nurturing? A rhetorical inquiry, for she was well aware. GC's thoughts swirled, and she expressed a modest wish she sought Jin Yan's assistance in fulfilling. Without even inquiring what the wish entailed, Jin Yan outright rejected her, offering no aid. GC softened her tone, resorting to a charming plea. "Nian, I am utterly bored to death. I need..." "Sister, I am equally overwhelmed with tasks. I am abroad." Jin Yan interrupted GC, her tone imbued with even more grievance than GC's. GC perked up immediately. "How did you suddenly end up abroad?" "Evading debts." Jin Yan succinctly provided this 2-word explanation before hanging up. GC was left in bewilderment. "So what, pray tell, is the significance of this phone call from you, dear Jin Yan?" In the next moment, a call from Xing Zhou interrupted her thoughts. Perplexed, GC answered, Without any preamble, Xing Zhou asked her in a serious tone, "GC, do you know where Jin Yan has gone?" In 57 seconds, while others remained oblivious, she was privy to the truth. In their childhood, They had once experienced a kidnapping, from which they had cleverly escaped the clutches of their captors. It was during this time that their father enrolled them in martial arts classes. Jean Yin had always possessed a keen sensitivity to numbers. Following the abduction, she had taken a set of numbers and annotated their meanings. If her deductions were correct, the two characters Jean Yin had left for her symbolized secrecy and peril. Secrecy? Did it pertain to Xingzhou? And what kind of danger lurked? Was she herself in jeopardy? GC's heart raced wildly, concerned for Jean Yin's well-being. GC made a hasty decision to end her call with Xingzhou and redialed Jean Yin's number. The phone rang, yet no one answered. After 2 attempts, anxiety gripped GC. Ignoring Jing Mo's admonitions, she leaped from her bed and hurried to the study. She powered on her computer, her slender fingers danced across the keyboard, conjuring a series of shadows. At last, a red dot appeared on the screen, coinciding with Jean Yin finally answering her phone. Jean Yin, observing the man approaching her, steadied her nerves, contemplating a deception against GC. Yet, GC's words escaped her lips first. Don't try to fool me. You know my computer skills. Jean Yin hesitated, acknowledging her sister's keen sensitivity. With a hint of resignation, she replied, I'm just hiding from debts. As she watched the 2 red dots draw closer on the screen, GC's voice turned cold. Hiding from Xingzhou? Jean Yin licked the wound at the corner of her mouth, offering a helpless smile. Sister, those around Fu Yi are truly, deeply concealed. Suddenly, the call ended with a beep. GC felt as frantic as an ant on a hot stove, unable to reach Jean Yin again. She watched helplessly as Jean Yin's number faded to gray. Panic surged within her. Something had happened to Jean Yin. At that moment, a call from Xingzhou came through. GC answered immediately. Are you with Yin Yin? It was less a question and more a statement of certainty. Unlike the carefree demeanor GC had previously observed, Xingzhou's voice now exuded a calm steadiness tinged with a hint of coldness. Yes. Don't worry, she will be fine. Before GC could respond, he ended the call. GC stared at her screen, witnessing the red dot of Xingzhou extinguish. How had these two become entangled? And what did Jean Yin's words imply? Could it be that Xingzhou possessed 2 distinct facades? Disturbed by Jean Yin and Xingzhou, GC found herself burdened with heavy thoughts, abandoning any intention of seeking solace outside. Outside, Jing Mo knocked on the door, stating, Miss G, it is unwise for you to overexert yourself at this time. Suddenly, GC recalled that Jing Mo had been introduced to Fu Yi by Xingzhou. Perhaps she possessed some knowledge regarding him. GC shut her computer and rose to leave. Jing Mo, believing she was still engaged in work, wore a stern expression as she admonished her. It is not suitable for you to work right now. If you wish to continue, you must wait a while longer. GC abruptly inquired, Jing Mo, what kind of person do you think Xingzhou is? Jing Mo looked at GC in confusion, unable to comprehend her sudden shift toward discussing Xingzhou. GC pressed on. Is he truly as good as he appears? Is he really the frivolous playboy he seems to be? Jing Mo blinked, slightly bewildered, and replied, hasn't he always been a playboy? Chapter 72. The hatred of Ding Hui faced with Jing Mo's assertive counter-question. GC found herself momentarily at a loss for words. From Jing Mo's demeanor, it seemed that Xingzhou had consistently embodied the archetype of a playboy, with no indication of any other identity. Yet, Jean Yin's words hinted that Xingzhou possessed a different persona. Jing Mo unexpectedly produced a wheelchair from somewhere, prompting GC to glance between the wheelchair and her. Puzzled, as she recalled that there had been no mention of a wheelchair at home. Where did this wheelchair come from? She asked. Jing Mo pointed to a figure standing upright at the corner, Mr. Wu Ming, and stated, Mr. Wu Ming brought it. Madam, Wu Ming respectfully addressed her, his gaze darting away when meeting Jing Mo's eyes, his bronze complexion tinged with a hint of pink. GC arched an eyebrow and smiled gently. Oh. Seated in her wheelchair, GC's gaze was fixed on Wu Ming at the corner, and she inquired of Jing Mo, do you have a boyfriend? GC astutely observed that Wu Ming's demeanor had relaxed somewhat. Not only did her eyes brighten, but a smile also graced her lips. GC realized that Wu Ming harbored feelings for Jing Mo. Uncertain about any stipulations Jing Mo might have regarding such matters, she tentatively asked, shall I introduce someone to you? Taking advantage of GC's inability to see, Jing Mo rolled her eyes dramatically, replying that she had no time. GC, puzzled, countered, don't you have time now? Jing Mo pushed her into the bedroom, exclaiming in exasperation, a normal person wouldn't date a doctor. The profession of a doctor is regarded as sacred by patients and the general populace alike, yet only they understand the exhaustion that accompanies it, often foregoing rest during peak periods. Take her senior, Xingzhou, for instance. His first love was a girl outside the circle. When work became overwhelming, he neglected her, leading to an unilaterally initiated breakup. The very next day, a wealthy heir brought her to the hospital, where the examination revealed a month of pregnancy with signs of miscarriage. Subsequently, the ex-girlfriend hastily married the affluent heir due to the unexpected pregnancy, leaving her senior to discover the betrayal. This experience transformed him, causing him to indulge in fleeting romances, though whether he became entangled in them was beyond her comprehension. Given her senior's experience, GC held no illusions regarding romantic relationships. At such a young age, why was she so cynical about love? Had she suffered heartbreak? The wheelchair halted at the bedside, and GC stood to recline on the bed, gazing at Jing Mo with curiosity. Jing Mo's lips twitched. Had Miss G become so idle that she had taken to playing matchmaker? GC understood the underlying meaning of her words and chuckled. Aren't you a bit too idle? Had it not been for that unexpected incident that disturbed her pregnancy, she would likely be able to stroll outside and enjoy herself. Now, however, she could only remain cooped up at home, feeling almost foolish from the confinement. GC's heart leaped with joy. Really? As long as you promise to maintain a cheerful disposition, heed my advice, and refrain from unnecessary worries. Jing Mo's words seemed to paint an overly optimistic picture, yet GC felt she could endure a little longer. This time, the charges against him included indecency, incitement, and embezzlement of substantial public funds. Due to his numerous transgressions, the Ding family attracted unwelcome scrutiny from higher authorities. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Ding Hahui, under the guise of Xiao Ding, had misappropriated public funds from Ding Corporation's real estate for a pharmaceutical company that had yet to go public. Following this lead, the authorities traced the pharmaceutical equipment back to counterfeit products, raising suspicions of fraud. Ding Zhongwang, who had risen from humble beginnings and understood the hardships involved, had not forgotten his roots and earned a commendable reputation in real estate. However, no matter how successful his career was, he found himself hindered by the actions of others. Indeed, his son's misdeeds had tarnished his once thriving business, leaving Ding Zhongwang in a state of despair that landed him in the hospital. While hospitalized, he wished to discuss matters with GC, only to discover she had already been discharged. Ding Zhongwang was under investigation, but his background remained unblemished, having paid substantial taxes. As long as he was willing to rectify the discrepancies caused by his son's actions, the charges would only pertain to Ding Hahui, leaving Ding Zhongwang and Ding Corporation unscathed. After careful consideration, Ding Zhongwang ultimately chose to prioritize Ding Corporation over his own flesh and blood, abandoning his son Ding Hahui. Father, are you truly willing to abandon me in favor of the Ding family estate? I am your own flesh and blood. Ding Hahui cannot trust Ding Zhongwang's choices. Over the years, Ding Zhongwang has showered him with unconditional affection. Yet, his lawyer has informed him that his charges are immutable. However, if Ding Zhongwang is willing to relinquish his claim to the Ding estate, there remains a glimmer of hope for his freedom. With an air of confidence, he steps into the courtroom, only to be met with the presiding judge declaring the charges valid. He has been forsaken by Ding Zhongwang. Ding Zhongwang gazes upon his distraught son, and with a heavy heart, closes his eyes in despair. It is all his fault, in losing his mother. He has overly indulged his son, allowing him to develop a misguided character. Hahui, strive to reform yourself during this time, and work towards your early release. Your father will be waiting for you outside, Ding Zhongwang implores. After uttering these words, he can no longer withstand the fiery gaze of Ding Hahui, filled with rage and despair, and he stumbles away. Ding Hahui watches as Ding Zhongwang's figure bends under the weight of sorrow, his heart aching with anguish. How has it come to this? He was once a favored child of destiny. But everything spiraled out of control after he met GC. The mere thought of her name ignites a burning hatred within him, and he silently vows to seek revenge upon his release. Ding Hahui and Ding Zhongwang are not the only ones suffering. The Liang family endures even greater misfortunes. Following the trail of Ding Hahui, investigators discover that a medical equipment factory is registered under the name of Liang's daughter-in-law, Yuan Fong. If there is indeed nothing amiss, the act of forgery and trafficking would be a grave matter. The Liang family has been embroiled in corruption since their ancestors' time. Many years later, despite their intentions to reform, the path of righteousness has proven difficult, leaving them unable to sustain their dependence, thus compelling them to clandestinely continue their former ways. Following the lead of Yuan Fong, the investigation led to the Liang family. On that day, Yuan Fong was taken away while she was at home playing mahjong with her friends. The news of her being taken for questioning swiftly spread among her companions. Despite having married into the Liang family for many years and bearing the title of a daughter-in-law, she had little say within the family. To be apprehended on charges of selling counterfeit goods was utterly shocking. "Officers, surely there has been a mistake? I have never engaged in any illegal activities." The police presented her with the evidence they had gathered. Every document, from the company registration to the legal identification numbers, bore her name. There was no error. Yuan Fong was incredulous, exclaiming, "How can this be? Could my information have been leaked? Has someone else registered under my name? I have never registered a company." Chapter 73. Fu Xiao leads them home. The police exchanged glances, sensing her sincerity. Liang and Un, this individual, and her name had come up in their investigation. Who was she? She was the adopted daughter of the registrant. If she was indeed the adopted daughter, she would certainly have access to Yuan Fong's personal information, thus explaining how Yuan Fong could be the registrant without knowledge of the medical equipment company. However, starting a company required the presence of the involved parties and various signatures. Could it be that these parties were entirely unaware? The officers inquired, and Yuan Fong genuinely recalled nothing. It was only when the police mentioned Liang and in that a flicker of recognition crossed her face. The officer, maintaining a serious expression, asked, "Have you remembered something? The registration of a company to produce counterfeit goods is a grave matter. Should these counterfeit machines infiltrate hospitals and result in loss of life, the registrant would face imprisonment. Even the most audacious individuals, such as Yuan Fong, would not dare to triflingly gamble with human lives, especially when the repercussions fall squarely upon their shoulders." Fearing for her life, she informed the police about Liang Enin's demands for her to sign a multitude of documents, unaware that Liang Enin had ensnared her in such a significant predicament. Subsequently, Liang Enin was taken by the police for interrogation at the hospital. As investigations unfolded, they traced back to her mentor, and with further scrutiny, the trail led to high-ranking officials within the hospital. The Liang family and these officials were indeed entangled in a scandal that shocked the entire nation. GC was surrounded by individuals arranged by Fu Yi. Bai Yuan and Wu Ming concealed matters adeptly, indulging in their daily routines while awaiting the day they could freely move about as promised by Jing Mo. They remained oblivious to events occurring outside their bubble. In contrast, Yuan Zheng, connected to Yuan Fong, did not enjoy such tranquility. Initially harassed by members of the Liang family at the hospital, she later endured Yuan Fong's incessant disturbances. Unable to bear it any longer, she, on Song Feng's suggestion, relocated to his residence. With personnel from the National Institute present, no one dared to intrude upon Yuan Zheng any further. Relishing her newfound peace, she found herself disturbed by Liang Enin's actions affecting the Fu family. It was at this juncture that Fu Xiao realized that Liang Enin was the illegitimate daughter he had long sought, but could never find. Meanwhile, the elder Fu, feeling despondent, dismissed Liang Enin's request for a meeting and chose instead to embark on a group tour. In his youth, Fu Xiao had yearned for more children to break the curse of the Fu family's single inheritance. Despite his efforts over the years yielding no results, he had resigned himself to that fate. Now, upon discovering that Liang Enin was indeed his daughter, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Upon encountering Fu Xiao, Liang Enin deliberately presented her most vulnerable side, skillfully attributing the events surrounding the Liang family and the establishment of a company selling counterfeit medical equipment to others, portraying herself as an innocent victim. "Father, if I had the slightest inkling that I am your daughter, they would not treat me this way." She successfully garnered Fu Xiao's sympathy, who assured her that henceforth, she would enjoy the finest comforts within the Fu household, ensuring she would endure no further distress. "Father, you are truly wonderful." Liang Enin gazed at Fu Xiao with tear-filled eyes, expressing a wistful thought. "If only I had known sooner that you were my father." At her words, Fu Xiao felt a surge of indignation, nearly compelled to storm into the police station to confront the Liang family and her mentor. Prior to embarking on a group trip, the elder Fu had declared that he would not acknowledge Liang and Un as his granddaughter. Fu Xiao was incredulous that his father would be so ruthless, doubting his own standing with the butler. Under Liang and An's adoring gaze, he instructed the driver to head toward the ancestral home. Upon successfully arriving, Fu Xiao felt a sense of triumph, certain that his father's words were mere bluster. How could one deny a beloved granddaughter? He then commanded the servants to prepare a room for Miss, and then prepare a room for Miss, and then remember, she is to be regarded as the young lady of the Fu family from now on. However, the butler and the servants, standing at the entrance with a respectful demeanor, remained unmoved, ignoring Fu Xiao's orders. The butler, serious in his tone, reminded Fu Xiao of the elder's words, "Sir." The master's exact words were that if you dare to bring any unsavory individuals into the ancestral home, you shall be expelled as well. Fu Xiao, filled with rage, retorted, "Do you dare? This is my home." The butler, displaying an air of indifference, stated, "The master of the house is currently the old gentleman. Sir, I kindly ask you to take your people and leave, for it would be most troublesome for me otherwise." Fu Xiao was likely the first master to be expelled by the butler in collaboration with the servants. "Damn it!" Fu Xiao exclaimed in frustration. "Do you have no sense of law, Wu? This is my home. I will reside here if I choose, and it is not for you to evict me. Do not presume that I am powerless because of the old gentleman. What do you intend to do about it?" The butler, unbeknownst to Fu Xiao, had connected to the old gentleman's video call. The cold, stern voice emanating from the speaker shattered all of Fu Xiao's bravado. Upon seeing the old gentleman, Fu Xiao faltered. "Father, I am your son, and it is still your—" "No," the old gentleman interjected, his voice laced with anger as he regarded Fu Xiao through the tablet screen. "I have reiterated this countless times. I do not acknowledge you. You treat my words as mere whispers, repeatedly challenging my authority. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to disown you as my son? I am your son." Fu Xiao replied with misplaced confidence, convinced that the old gentleman, having no other son, would not dare cast him aside. The old gentleman sneered, "Indeed. Were you not my son, I would not tolerate the foolishness you have displayed time and again. Fu Xiao, you are no longer a young lad. Have you consumed all these years of meals in vain? Do you genuinely think I cannot do without you as my son?" In the old gentleman's mind, while his son was inept, he cherished the prospect of a competent grandson. This foolish son, despite his shortcomings, still held a certain appeal. However, he could not allow his indulgence to enable this irrelevant person to slowly ruin his grandson. Fu Xiao gazed at the stern countenance of the elder Fu, his heart torn between the desire to defend himself and the apprehension of further inciting the old man's ire. Chapter 74, The Irrelevant Ones. Concerned for the elder's health, Fu Xiao observed the unfolding scene, while Liang Anin, who had witnessed the elder's obstinacy, seethed inwardly with resentment. As a member of the Fu family, she could not fathom why the elder treated Fu Yi with such leniency despite his antics, while she, who believed she had committed no egregious offenses, was met with the elder's disapproval. Yet, regardless of her simmering anger, she knew she must conceal it. No longer possessing the status of a Liang family heiress, she desperately sought the validation that came with being recognized as the Fu family's daughter to establish her place in high society. Suppressing her overwhelming envy, she donned a facade of fragility and appeared on the screen, sweetly calling out, "Grandfather." With a swift motion, the elder abruptly ended the video call, leaving only the sound of a busy signal echoing from the tablet before the screen turned dark. Liang Anin was acutely aware that the elder's disdain for her was palpable even through the screen, yet all she could grasp at this moment was Fu Xiao. Lifting her tear-filled eyes, masking her jealousy, she implored, "Father, let us depart. We shall return when grandfather has calmed." Fu Xiao, seeking an exit from the tense situation, seized upon her suggestion and replied, "Very well, let us leave for now. We shall return once the elder has settled his temper." He truly could not believe the elder would be so resolute. After their departure, the butler initiated a video call to the elder, who answered promptly. "Have they left?" The butler nodded respectfully. "Yes, they have departed." After a prolonged silence, the old gentleman remained deep in thought, with the butler accompanying him in this quietude. Eventually, the old man let out a wistful sigh and instructed the butler to safeguard the ancestral home, expressing his desire to prevent any unrelated individuals from disturbing the tranquility of the Fu family's estate. As for Fu Xiao, he could be left to his own devices, provided he did not interfere with Fu Yi. The butler sighed, pondering the impossibility of such a condition. The old man's words lacked conviction. "Very well, sir," the butler replied, though he hesitated before asking whether he should inform either the young master or the young mistress. It was evident to any discerning observer that Liang Anin harbored ill intentions. Yet Fu Xiao, oblivious, seemed to forget everything upon merely hearing the word father. The butler considered that the young master and mistress had often referred to him as dad as well. The old man furrowed his brow in refusal, reminding the butler to notify the young master while ensuring the young mistress, who was expecting, was not disturbed. Understanding this, the butler recalled that GC was indeed in a delicate condition and should not be agitated. After concluding the call with the old gentleman, the butler attempted to reach Fu Yi, but the call did not connect. He later learned from Qin Yu that Fu Yi was currently on set in a remote mountainous area, making it unlikely for him to receive calls. Thus, the butler decided to keep this matter under wraps for the time being, intending to inform Fu Yi whenever he had the opportunity. Day by day, as GC lay idle, on the verge of growing weary, Jing Imo notified her that she was permitted to move about. GC was displeased. Having only strolled for a mere 5 minutes, she had come down with her phone in hand, and glancing at the time, realized that including their conversation, it had barely been 6 minutes. Jing Imo, with unwavering authority, insisted that she could go out, but tomorrow's time would be forfeited. This was the first time GC felt so strictly managed, leaving her feeling quite aggrieved. In a moment of boredom, GC began to gossip about the relationship between Jing Imo and Wu Ming. Jing Imo, how far have things developed between you and Wu Ming? During the past fortnight of leisurely days, she had successfully played matchmaker for the two. According to Uncle Bai, he had caught them secretly sharing tender moments in the backyard. GC found it difficult to imagine the usually aloof Jing Imo engaging in such intimacy with Wu Ming. Was she shy or merely indifferent? A suspicious blush adorned Jing Mo's fair complexion, though GC, focused on her feet, remained oblivious to it. There is no progression, Jing Imo replied, her voice still devoid of warmth. GC lifted her gaze, intending to chide her for being so cold in matters of romance, but was taken aback by the flush on Jing Mo's face, prompting a knowing chuckle. The sight of GC's foolish laughter shattered Jing Mo's composure, causing her to turn away, unable to bear the gaze. You stay there watching television while I bring you some porridge, she said. Recently, it was Jing Imo who had been preparing GC's meals. GC observed her retreating figure in astonishment, realizing that even Jing Imo could feel bashful. She had assumed otherwise. Just as she pondered this revelation, the ringing of the telephone drew her attention. The call was from an unrecognized number within the city. This was GC's private number, typically known only to acquaintances. Concerned about missing a message from someone familiar, she answered, "Hello, this is GC. I am Liang," came the voice through the receiver. GC furrowed her brow. Yes? What can I do for you? Has Fu Yi mentioned that he has joined a film crew? Liang replied with a question instead of an answer. Upon hearing her tone laced with malice, one felt an aversion to listening further. However, GC's curiosity about her intentions prevailed, prompting him to inquire, Indeed? What is it? I possess a collection of intimate photographs featuring Fu Yi and another woman. Would you care to peruse them? Liang words dripped with spite, and GC, unwilling to indulge her, resolutely declined. Perhaps you should keep them for yourself. As Liang gazed at the disconnected call, a malevolent smile spread across her face. Do you genuinely not care, or are you merely feigning indifference? I eagerly anticipate your response. After terminating the call, GC's unease grew. How did Liang become privy to the fact that Fu Yi had joined the cast? This production had been in preparation for years, with the director tirelessly searching for a suitable actor. The role was pivotal to the narrative, demanding exceptional skill and undeniable allure. Established actors possessed commendable talent and charm, yet the director found them lacking in some regard. In contrast, the newer generation boasts both looks and talent, yet the director remained unconvinced. Stubbornly traditional, he preferred to delay rather than compromise a worthy character. It was only after this investor recommended Fu Yi, coupled with the director's acknowledgment of his acting prowess, that the decision was made to cast him. The production team had signed a confidentiality agreement, forbidding any disclosure to the outside world from the moment they entered the set. Now, with the filming underway for 2 weeks without a whisper of information leaking, how could Liang possibly know? Jisai furrowed her brow as she attempted to call Fu Yi, only to be met with an unreachable signal. Chapter 75. What is it that I cannot see? Jing Imo emerged with a bowl of kanji, and, upon observing Jisai's troubled expression, frowned and cautioned her. Tidy up your emotions. Don't swing from one extreme to another. It would be a pity to waste my efforts on this meal. Jisai recounted Liang recent words in a jesting manner. Just had a woman call me, claiming she had intimate photos of Fu Yi with another woman. She asked if I wanted to see them. Do you think she is out of her mind? Jing Imo nodded in agreement. Anyone who goes out of their way to inform you like that clearly harbors ill intentions. If you were to believe her words and act impulsively, wouldn't you be playing right into her hands? Upon reflection, Jisai found this perspective to be quite valid. Liangnan might indeed have ulterior motives. If something were to happen to her, it would only fulfill her desires. With this realization, Jisai found her kanji suddenly much more palatable. Outside in the courtyard, Bai Yuan was watering the newly sprouted seedlings when a maid rushed over, pulling him to peer inside the house. Not seeing Jisai, she lowered her voice and said to Bai Yuan, "Uncle, there's trouble. The master is in a predicament." Bai Yuan was startled, instinctively glancing toward the room, only to meet Jisai's questioning gaze. The maid, undeterred by his reprimand, pointed to the trending topic on her phone and insisted, "Really, uncle, you should see for yourself." Bai Yuan took the phone, and upon viewing the content and images, realized that not only would Jisai be incensed, but he himself felt a surge of anger as well. The trending topic was accompanied by both text and images. The content primarily revolves around criticisms directed at Fu Yi for allegedly engaging in extramarital affairs during his wife's pregnancy. Supported by compelling evidence, a photo depicting him intimately embracing a slender figure, whose face remains obscured. However, the alluring silhouette suggests she is an exceptionally beautiful woman. Fu Yi's ardent fans responded in the comments, expressing disbelief towards the account's revelations and vociferously defending him. They declared, "I cannot believe my brother would act in such a manner. Fans, let us await his denial." It is often said that an idol attracts fans reflective of their character. Thus, fans argue that Fu Yi, surrounded by such devoted supporters, cannot possibly possess a tarnished reputation. They eagerly anticipate his explanation. Casual onlookers, who have generally held a favorable view of Fu Yi but are not his devoted followers, reacted to the trending topic with astonishment, remarking on the pervasive nature of the entertainment industry. While some expressed their disdain for unfaithful men, particularly those who stray during their wives' pregnancies, they could not help but admire the exquisite contour of the figure captured in the photograph. A female observer noted, "As a woman, I too am captivated by this stunning silhouette." The comments section saw a mix of agreement and vehement opposition, with some condemning the role of a mistress, asserting that beauty does not absolve one of moral failings, emphasizing, even if she is beautiful, she is still a mistress. Her face remains unseen. This divergence of opinions led to a heated debate, aptly described as chaotic. Since the revelation of Fu Yi's childhood companion, a faction of fans has emerged, fervently supporting the couple's pairing. Upon encountering the trending topic, they promptly sought clarification from prominent CP fans. It turns out that this key figure frequently shares snippets of interactions between GC and Fu Yi with fellow CP enthusiasts. Initially, these fans remained skeptical of the prominent account's disclosures, often scouring Fu Yi's Weibo for evidence. Unexpectedly, I came across some delightful moments shared by a devoted fan of the couple, which even Fu Yi himself had yet to reveal to his followers. As instances of this nature increased, the CP fans could not help but concede that this ardent supporter might indeed be someone close to Fu Yi or GC. They believed that such first-hand glimpses of sweetness could only be witnessed by those in his immediate circle. Over the years, the only woman beside him has been Esau. I have personally observed the way Igu treats Esau. Even when his butler strayed, it was inconceivable that he would do the same. In a state of agitation, Bai Yuan, who had been summoned, lamented, "I must have been blind to choose you as my successor." Wu Ming continued to share his analysis with the fans, stating that this affair transpired at a rather opportune moment, clearly indicative of a schemer's design. It is best to neither believe nor spread rumors. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the CP fans, previously wavering, were immediately fortified. As for the unfortunate incident that startled Esau and endangered her pregnancy, fans automatically conjured up a narrative of an obsessive fan unable to accept EG's marriage, resorting to horrifying actions. If one were to imagine having a possessive admirer who would resort to dark deeds to secure their affection, after placing themselves in this scenario, the CP fans felt an even deeper sense of compassion for GC. The fans collectively expressed, "We must safeguard our little sanctuary, refraining from believing or disseminating rumors." Awaiting Igu's clarification. Upon seeing this, Wu Ming breathed a great sigh of relief. The CP fans had calmed down. The next step should be to devise a means to prevent GC from accessing her phone and encountering the gruesome news online. Outside the courtyard, Bai Yuan paced anxiously, contemplating what excuse he could use to cut off GC's internet and phone access, shielding her from the harrowing information circulating online. Until Wu Ming appeared before him. He was compelled to halt, realizing that the prolonged turning of his head had left him somewhat dizzy. Alas, it was indeed a sign of aging. He could no longer endure such exertion. In his youth, he could run dozens of kilometers without a hint of breathlessness. Wu Ming, have you seen the trending topic online? Have you contacted Mr. Name? Or have you reached out to Qin Yu? Quickly, urge him to remove the trending topic before it catches the lady's attention. As the words fell, a figure emerged behind Wu Ming and Bai Yuan, echoing Uncle Bai's inquiry. What trending topic should I not see? Wu Ming and Bai Yuan exchanged a look of utter dismay, stiffly turning around, like quails, lowering their heads to diminish their presence. Madam. GC raised an eyebrow. Her demeanor amiable as she reiterated her question, what trending topic is it that I cannot see? Bai Yuan and Wu Ming feigned ignorance. GC, placing a hand on her belly, threatened, if you don't tell me, and I remain uninformed, it could negatively impact the fetus. In an unusual display of unity, Uncle Bai and Wu Ming concurred, it is not beneficial for you to know either. This only piqued GC's curiosity further. She reached out for Jing Mo's phone, demanding, give me your phone. Jing Mo hesitated. Rather than concealing the matter and allowing her to speculate, it would be more prudent to inform her directly while also addressing the trending topic. With Fui sequestered in the filming crew and unreachable by phone, they were uncertain when he would emerge. Fans, disheartened by the lack of explanation, might depart before he could clarify matters. Handing her the phone, Jing Mo cautioned, no matter what you see, maintain your composure, understand? Chapter 76. A familiar photograph. Jing Si silently received the phone, which required no special effort to unlock. As the trending link regarding Fu Yi's extramarital affair automatically appeared. Upon clicking, the media's sensational commentary was relentless, accusing Fu Yi of infidelity during his wife's pregnancy, a quintessential display of despicable behavior. Accompanying the article was a so-called evidence photo. Upon seeing the image of the couple in an embrace, Jing Si couldn't help but exclaim at first glance. If the photographer had not distorted their proportions, the ratio would indeed be exquisite, a perfect silhouette. Concerned that viewing the photograph might provoke her emotional distress, the numerous gazes directed at her seemed excessive. Moreover, was it truly appropriate to praise her rival in such a manner? Unaware of the oddity in their stares, Jing Si found herself increasingly intrigued by the photograph, feeling an uncanny familiarity as if she had encountered it before. Noticing her frown, Jing Mo assumed she was unwell and promptly inquired with concern, are you feeling all right? Is your stomach hurting or are your legs weak? Wu Ming had already dashed into the living room, swiftly maneuvering a wheelchair to Jing Si's side, ready to assist her should she express any discomfort or weakness. Just as Jing Si was on the verge of recalling where she had seen the photograph, Jing Mo's interruption caused her thoughts to dissipate like a fleeting breeze. With a look of mild distress, she gazed at Jing Mo and said, I was just about to remember where I had seen this photograph. Your interruption has made me forget. Jing Mo. She did not furrow her brow due to the photo's influence, but rather because her train of thought had been disrupted. With a sense of relief, Jing Mo examined GC's pulse. It was steady, her emotional management was intact, and there were no signs of agitation. This was reassuring. GC, with a hint of melancholy, inquired of Jing Mo whether pregnancy truly impaired one's cognitive abilities. She lamented the deterioration of her memory. Jing Mo gazed at her in silence, relieved to find no signs of sadness or distress. As long as her emotions remained unaffected, everything could be addressed. Jing Mo resorted to her medical knowledge to explain things to GC. However, as is often the case when one ventures beyond their field, GC found herself lost in a fog of confusion and chose to disengage from the conversation. Wu Ming, observing GC's lack of anger, felt somewhat reassured. Yet his concern shifted to the matter of Fu Yi. The notion of a pregnant wife engaging in infidelity was unacceptable to both netizens and fans alike. He asked, Madam, how should we handle this situation? GC's attention shifted to Fu Yi's alleged infidelity. It dawned on her belatedly that she ought to feel jealous. With a hint of possessiveness, she retorted, let him deal with it himself. I have no idea what his relationship with that woman entails. How can I explain it? Should I claim they were merely taking artistic photos? Ridiculous. Do they think netizens and fans are blind? The Fu Yi in that photograph exudes an intensity of emotion that we've never witnessed before. If she were to claim it was an artistic shot, it would not be me treating the fans like fools, but them viewing me as one. Suddenly, GC recalled why that photo seemed so familiar. She opened her phone and began sifting through her contacts. At last, she unearthed an ID buried deep within her chat history. The ID is marked with the title of Fashion Bazaar Director, Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun is a close friend of Fu Yi. Before he ascended to the position of Fashion Bazaar Director, he was merely an obscure photographer. His fortune changed when he shot a series of photographs for Fu Yi, who subsequently elevated him to prominence. In gratitude, Mr. Chun invited Fu Yi to assist him with a photo shoot, this time accompanied by her. Together, they captured a series of emotive portraits. Upon viewing the final images, she was profoundly moved by the depth of feeling in his gaze and inquired whether his passion was sincere or merely performative. What did he say back then? She laughed at her own sentimental musings and envied the actresses who had the privilege of sharing emotional scenes with him. After a long period of anticipation, the romantic drama she hoped for never materialized. Instead, there were only a succession of action and crime dramas, with him never associated with any romantic roles. Reflecting on it now, she realizes he was rather aloof, never speaking the truth. GC opened the chat history with Mr. Chun, which had accumulated over a long time. The photos had expired, rendering them inaccessible, but the chat records remained. In those records, Mr. Chun earnestly assured her that Fu Yi's affections for her appeared genuine rather than performative, seeming instead to emanate naturally. Mr. Chun concluded with a string of ellipses, and thereafter, communication ceased. GC sent Mr. Chun a message with "Are you free?" sticker. Mr. Chun, perhaps having a moment to spare, responded with a typing indicator. Soon after, GC received a message. "I want to say I'm not free. I fear you might ask to borrow money." GC thought. She was hardly in a dire financial situation that required her to borrow for sustenance. Shortly thereafter, another message from Mr. Chun arrived. "However, considering your status, it should be I who borrows money from you. So, are you seeking me out regarding the trending topic about Fu Yigong?" As a member of the fashionable elite in the entertainment industry, it is impossible not to stay attuned to the news circulating online. He is aware of the situation concerning Fu Yi and has surmised her intentions. GC. Do you still have that photo negative? I require it. Lao Chun. As my mentor, even if you have fallen from grace and are no longer a prominent star, you shall never be without us. Wait a moment. I will fetch it for you. During the wait, Wu Ming and Uncle Bai gazed at GC, their expressions fraught with unease. "Madam, will you not assist in explaining to the gentleman? It has been half an hour." GC blinked and inquired. "Do you think an explanation without evidence will be believed? Or if we simply withdraw the trending topic, can we pretend as if nothing has transpired?" Bai Yuan and Wu Ming fell silent, fully aware of the truth in her words. For the past half hour, they had attempted to contact Fu Yi or his entourage, but all efforts had been met with silence. If this delay continued, the fans would soon grow restless. GC calmly reassured them not to fret, stating, "I have a solution. There exists one piece of so-called evidence circulating online, alongside two others, one showcasing her full face, and the other her profile. The video is a behind-the-scenes clip, where she maintains a composed expression. This demeanor is due to Fu Yi's comment about using her for a trial performance, which left her in a foul mood. Fu Yi, with a hint of mockery, tested her boundaries, nearly provoking her to slap him. The video is edited, omitting much of the context, until Lao Chun hands her a glass of milk, prompting Fu Yi to naturally remark, "She cannot consume iced milk tea these days." When the camera focuses on her, she realizes she is smiling. GC watched the video, somewhat dazed, pondering whether she had truly smiled at that moment. Chapter 77. This is bullying. She could not recall the details, only that she had persevered until the conclusion of the shoot. Her makeup still intact as she made her way directly to the airport. She explained to Fu Yi that it was a business trip, but in truth, she was merely using the guise of travel to quietly heal her wounds. Jing Mo and Uncle Bai, upon noticing GC lost in thought, were somewhat taken aback. Could it be that she had been so affected that something might have gone awry? Jing Mo approached her and, upon seeing the video that had just concluded playing on her phone, gasped in surprise. "Are the photos online of you and Fu Yi?" Wu Ming and Uncle Bai exchanged excited glances with GC, who nodded in response. "Should I post these photos and videos to help clarify Fu Yi's situation?" The others fell silent. This was indeed the most favorable outcome, considering she was the one directly involved. Yet, this also meant she would be exposed to the scrutiny of fans and netizens, with every action labeled and scrutinized. Would this not pose a challenge for her? GC was neither a celebrity nor an artist. Her presence in the public eye could potentially bring her discomfort. Whether she realized it sooner or later made little difference. GC was unfazed, and thus, everyone else felt at ease as well. She asked Jing Imo to take a current photograph of her, and logged into her Weibo account to share several images alongside the newly captured ones. Reflecting for a moment, she added a caption, 2 years ago and now. I prefer the person I am today. 2 years prior, she had been unrequited in love, plagued by insecurity and sensitivity, often tending to her wounds in solitude, merely appearing as a semblance of a normal person. Now, as she nurtured a child, she was no longer the slender figure she once was. Her face bore a hint of fullness, and though she appeared somewhat haggard, her eyes radiated warmth, embodying a vitality that the former GC could not have possessed. She did not deny her past self, yet she prefers the present GC. Fuyi's fans have been closely monitoring her Weibo since they discovered her account, hoping to glean sweet tidbits from her posts. The CP fans have contributed to this fervor, yet GC seldom updates her status. When she does, it is typically related to her work. The first concern for her followers upon hearing the latest news was not whether Fuyi would be ousted from the entertainment industry, but rather whether she could withstand such revelations. When the devoted fans noticed her recent update, they eagerly clicked to see it. To their astonishment, the first image mirrored the so-called evidence circulating online. The second image showcased her profile, captivating them with her beauty, and as they swiped to the third photo, they were met with a frontal view of GC. With her makeup perfectly accentuating her aloof elegance, she appeared almost unattainably beautiful. Fans collectively marveled at her allure, flooding the comment section with praises. Sister, you are stunning. Do you need a pendant? Can I be your sister? Are you dating? It was not until a fan pointed out that her final photo was entirely makeup-free, yet equally lovely, that attention shifted. In that image, GC stood at the gate, relaxed and unposed, cheerfully flashing a peace sign at the camera, her prominent belly captured in the frame. Initially, her admirers were enamored by her stunning visage, until someone exclaimed, "Should we perhaps clarify for ego?" The fans suddenly recalled their earlier concerns and hastily began to clarify matters. In no time, it became widely known that Fuyi's alleged cheating partner was GC. When Fuyi's fans, following the lead of the CP fans, located GC's Weibo and expressed their gratitude for her clarification, the situation took a new turn. As GC's fanbase surged, she found herself indifferent to the attention. After posting on Weibo, Jing Imo had seized her phone. Strictly ordered to take a nap, GC lay in bed, initially believing sleep would elude her. However, before long, slumber enveloped her. When she next opened her eyes, the warm glow of the lamp illuminated her bedroom, and Fuyi sat at her bedside, one hand clasping hers while the other held her phone, his gaze fixated on the screen. He had remained by her side, scrolling through messages from her fans without disturbing her as she slept. Glancing at his phone, GC was startled to discover it was nearly 6 in the afternoon. "You should have woken me," she complained. "I won't be able to sleep tonight." Fuyi leaned closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he cryptically replied, "Don't worry. I have ways to help you sleep." His playful grin ignited a blush on GC's cheeks, leading her to ponder unspeakable thoughts. Fuyi, noting her flushed face, teased, "With cheeks like that, are you thinking of something inappropriate?" GC pushed his hand away, glaring at him. "You're the one thinking of such things. Your entire family must be." Fuyi's face lit up with mirth as he chimed in. "Indeed, my whole family is thinking it too." GC belatedly realized that she had implicated herself in his jest, which only deepened her frustration. "You take advantage of my poor memory during pregnancy." Overwhelmed by her feelings, tears streamed down her face unexpectedly. Pointing at him without hesitation, she accused, You've bullied me." Fuyi feigned innocence. "How could I bully you? I can barely contain my affection for you. You have just been bullying." Fuyi has put bullying into practice. In the end, looking at GC's swollen lips, he calmly corrected her with a serious gaze from his dark eyes. "This is merely a slight bullying." GC, catching the insinuation in his words, buried her face in his chest, unwilling to emerge. Fuyi tightened his embrace and chuckled. "I am grateful for your assistance, Miss C, for granting me the opportunity to collaborate with the esteemed director. Thank you for helping me clarify the rumors of infidelity." As he recounted each detail, GC felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. She silenced him, declaring that he should not speak further. With wide eyes and puffed cheeks, she believed she appeared formidable. Yet coupled with her shy, evasive gaze, she exuded only a soft, endearing charm, wishing to escape. Fuyi truly became bold. The warmth of his touch was comforting, neither gaunt nor overly plump. Indeed, perhaps it was time to grant Jing Yim a raise. As he released her, his fingers left a rosy imprint on her fair cheek. Fu Yi's eyes darkened. The skin beneath her clothing was tender and fair, easily marked. It turned out that even back then, he had relished leaving his marks upon her. Those imprints took a long time to fade. Now, it had been quite a while since he had left any marks. CC. Upon speaking, he realized his voice was husky, imbued with warmth. GC instantly understood the thoughts reflected in his eyes. With a boldness derived from her round form, she sprawled on the bed, arms and legs outstretched, her face clearly conveying, "Come, I do not refuse." His gaze fell upon her protruding belly as he leaned in closely, bestowing a gentle kiss upon it. Just as he prepared to depart, his lips were abruptly met with a kick. The lively and powerful feet made a playful contact with Fu Yi's lips through the fabric of her abdomen and thin clothing. In Chapter 78, will it explode? The unexpected interaction left Fu Yi momentarily astonished, and even GC appeared taken aback. Typically, there are fetal movements, but none have been this vigorous. It felt as if they were in a frenzy. Fortunately, after a few lively kicks, they settled down again. Otherwise, her abdomen would have endured quite a strain. They moved. For what seemed like an eternity, Fu Yi, filled with delight, remarked, "Could it be that they know I am their father?" GC, somewhat hesitantly, concurred. Perhaps. After a prolonged silence, with all pleasantries exhausted, her belly remained remarkably quiet. Fu Yi turned to GC. In distress he asked, "Have I been too enthusiastic and frightened them?" GC, observing his foolish demeanor, tentatively nodded. Maybe. It was her first experience as a mother. How could she possess extensive parenting knowledge? Fu Yi gazed at her, wishing she had exhibited that assertive spirit earlier with her firm no. GC. I appreciate your effort. Fu Yi, fixated on her belly, felt a wave of concern wash over him. After a brief moment of excitement, his brow furrowed as he pondered. With such a large belly, will it explode? GC shot him an annoyed glare. Can't you think of something more positive? Realizing the inappropriateness of his words, Fu Yi hurriedly imitated the elders, spitting 3 times to dispel the negativity, assuring, "My CC will surely be fine." GC shot him a disdainful look, unwilling to engage further. I appreciate your effort. Embracing her, Fu Yi nibbled at her, but soon his breathing became labored. CC, I feel unwell. GC pushed him away, her demeanor cold and unfeeling. Solve it yourself. Fu Yi's breathing was heavy, his gaze a mix of purity and desire. Looking at her with an innocent yet provocative air. How should I solve it? GC pushed him again, but he didn't budge, forcing her to speak. Solve it the way you did before. But before, I had you. Fu Yi was in distress, beads of sweat forming on his temples. His eyes ablaze as he looked at GC. GC straightened her large belly, her expression even more innocent than Fu Yi's. But I can't help you now. The subsequent events made GC want to smash Fu Yi's head. Satiated, Fu Yi massaged GC's small hands, licking his lips with a flattering smile. CC. Your hands must be tired. Let me massage them for you. GC, still angry, gave him one word. Scram. Scramming was out of the question. Fu Yi used his skills to massage her sore wrists and entire body. Just as GC was comfortably drifting off to sleep, he called out, "Don't sleep. It's time for dinner." Awakened, GC was very annoyed, just as Jing Mo's voice sounded outside the door. "Miss GC, sir, it's time for dinner." GC glared at Fu Yi resentfully and got up swiftly. Fu Yi watched, his heart pounding. CC, slow down. Just as he was about to go over to help her, GC had already put on her shoes and opened the door to leave. CC is angry. How to appease her? Fu Yi quickly thought of something, got up, dressed, and rushed into the dressing room. Shortly after, he came out holding a gift box. It was something he had bought for her during her last hospital stay for pregnancy care, but he had forgotten about it when he went to the film set. He thought she had found the gift by now, but when he checked earlier, it was still unopened. Now, he carried it out to give her a surprise. Descending into the living room, his surprise did not reach GC, as she appeared to be engrossed in delightful conversation with a man. CC. Fu Yi approached with the gift box in hand, asserting his claim by seating himself beside GC and casting a glance at the man across from them, inquiring, "And who might this be?" GC, maintaining a formal demeanor, introduced Lu Fuxing to Fu Yi, saying, "He is my senior, Lu Fuxing. Senior, this is Fu Yi." The two men exchanged a scrutinizing gaze, each assessing the other. After a moment, Fu Yi reiterated, "I am GC's husband, Fu Yi." Lu Fuxing nodded politely, acknowledging. I am aware of you. Fu Yi remarked. You know me, yet I do not know you. How unfair. However, his true thoughts remained concealed beneath a composed exterior. With Lu Fuxing present, Fu Yi refrained from presenting the gift to GC, yet his stillness did not hinder her from noticing it. She pointed to the gift box in Fu Yi's arms and asked, Are you going out? No, Fu Yi replied, smoothly handing the gift box to her. This was originally prepared as a gift for you. GC. In truth, she had already spotted the gift box concealed in the cloakroom and had been pondering which admirer had sent it. For the sake of this gift box, she had been troubled for several days, only alleviating her curiosity when Jing Mo had distracted her with a mobile game. Upon hearing Fu Yi's declaration that it was intended for her, she regretted not having opened it sooner. You should have mentioned it earlier, GC thought, eager to unveil the contents. But Jing Mo was calling them to the dining table. She had no choice but to suppress her curiosity and partake in the meal. After dining, Lu Fuxing took his leave, and Fu Yi, with an arm around GC, strolled in the courtyard, unable to resist inquiring. Are you quite close with your senior? GC mysteriously inquired. Guess? Fu Yi, feeling utterly at a loss, gazed at her with a look of helplessness. Had it not been for the meal they shared, he would not have sensed that Lu Fuxing's gaze towards GC was devoid of romantic affection, allowing him to pose such a nonchalant question. My relationship with my senior brother is quite good, GC remarked, her eyes drifting towards the sky as thoughts of that person flooded her mind. Did she know that her senior brother had been searching for her all these years? Given her capabilities, she ought to have known, right? Throughout these years, she had indeed adhered to her own words, severing ties completely and refraining from any further contact. Yet, how could it be that she had lost connection as well? CC? Fu Yi spoke extensively, only to realize that GC had not engaged. And upon turning to look, he found her lost in thought. He could not help but wonder if she was contemplating Lu Fuxing. Are you thinking of Lu Fuxing? GC turned, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if questioning how he could possibly know. Fu Yi replied, What are you thinking about? You seem so absent-minded. GC regarded him and asked, Have you finished your work? Fu Yi gently tousled her hair, responding, Yes, I have completed it. I asked Sister Wang to assist in postponing my workload for the next few months so that I can focus on being with you at home. Given that GC was carrying twins and had experienced a scare, the upcoming months were critical, and he could not allow her to navigate this period alone. In truth, she did not require constant companionship. Though GC expressed this verbally, the upward curve of her lips and the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her delight. Even the most formidable of women need their husbands by their side during childbirth, and Fu Yi's presence brought her immense happiness. Chapter 79. Come on, let us hurt each other. This phrase aptly describes GC herself. As soon as Fu Yi retrieved his phone, it was snatched from his grasp by her. With an air of unwavering confidence, she declared, If everything has already been arranged, please refrain from troubling others. What would happen if the brand partners took issue with you? Observing GC's forceful attempt at explanation, Fu Yi embraced her and erupted into hearty laughter, leaving GC momentarily perplexed before her irritation surfaced. You are deliberately teasing me. Fu Yi's laughter resonated deeply within him, his eyes betraying an unconscious joy that shattered his star-studded image. GC discreetly activated Fu Yi's phone camera, capturing his exuberant laughter for several seconds. Reflecting on a recent event, she navigated to his Weibo account. Fu Yi had always managed his own Weibo, with only collaborative links being handled by his agent. His posts, imbued with a sense of life, began to emerge only after their relationship blossomed. Initially, when he started sharing glimpses of his daily life, fans speculated that his account had been hacked and feverishly contacted Agent Wang for confirmation. Once it was verified to be him, the fans clamored for more glimpses into his life. True to their wishes, he frequently shared updates, occasionally hinting at her presence. However, lost in the turmoil of his longing for his first love and using her as a shield, she failed to notice these moments. In retrospect, she felt a twinge of foolishness for her previous oblivion. Noticing GC fiddling with his phone, Fu Yi's laughter faded, though the mirth in his eyes remained. What are you up to? He inquired. GC looked up, seeking his permission. I would like to post something from your account. Would you mind? He replied. If I were to express my disapproval, would you refrain from posting? Fu Yi gently encircled her prominent belly with his hands, playfully inquiring. GC scoffed, Of course not. Fu Yi replied, Then go ahead and post it. GC tilted her head to gaze at him, yet all she could see was his chin, causing her neck to ache. It seemed that Fu Yi was attuned to her discomfort. He adopted a horse stance, aligning his gaze with hers. Is this better? With the strain alleviated, GC, in high spirits, rewarded him with a gentle kiss on the cheek. GC held up her phone. Honestly, do you mind if I post anything from your account? Fu Yi lazily nodded, channeled the determination of a domineering CEO, and proceed. Without his reminder, GC had almost forgotten her previous role as a CEO. Oh, but this was not the moment for such thoughts. It was time to post on Weibo. GC logged into Fu Yi's Weibo account and uploaded the video of him laughing uncontrollably, captioning it, "The foolish son of a wealthy family. Laughing so hard his eyes have disappeared." The fans, upon seeing Fu Yi finally post, eagerly clicked to watch. The video resonated with his infectious, unrestrained laughter. After 15 seconds of his mirthful sound, the fans were captivated by his exuberance, oblivious to whether his eyes were visible or not. What to do? Listening to my brother's laughter, I couldn't help but chuckle as well. His laughter was remarkably contagious. Here I was, outside, laughing like a fool, drawing curious stares from passersby. Is the video owner my brother, while the one posting on Weibo is Esau? Is that so? Ha ha ha. The humble existence of a corporate worker. GC gazed intently at the comments from her fans, exclaiming that the remarks were more thrilling than watching handsome men. Fans. CP fans. It seems these two are addicted to mutual harm, isn't it? Yet, they seem to enjoy it. Hee. Iga hasn't applied any beauty filters for Esau. It's all natural, indeed. But oh, look at her. As a fellow expectant mother, I can't help but lament how stunning Esau looks. While I feel as round as a ball, wives are not withered, and husbands do not despise you. Truly. Thank you, dear husband. Moi? The two above are being excessive. Isn't it enough to feast on the dog food from Iga and Esau? Must you also indulge in your own? Are you not allowing the single dog to live? Hello, single dog. You should pay more attention to Iga and Esau. Witnessing their sweet interactions will surely ignite a desire for romance within you. Single dog. No, I am resolute in my decision to remain single. No matter how sweet it may be, I shall not date. Sister, have you suffered from heartbreak? I was just about to open an emotional dog food business. Would you like to invest? For a mere 9 yuan and 9 cents, you could become a shareholder in the studio. Don't miss this opportunity as you pass by. While scrolling through the comments, GC noticed someone mentioning her. Curious. She clicked on it and discovered that Fu Yi had posted a picture of her along with his own Weibo. Witnessing the excited fans and the sudden shift in tone, GC couldn't help but chuckle. She beckoned Fu Yi over with a playful gesture. Without hesitation, Fu Yi approached, and GC playfully kicked his shins, saying, "Did you not see the transactions below? Hurry and leave a comment to inform the fans about the importance of safeguarding their assets." Fu Yi obediently agreed, yet discreetly activated the camera, capturing a candid photograph of the two while GC was momentarily distracted. He subsequently posted on Weibo, "The daughter-in-law of the landlord advises everyone to safeguard their wallets and not to fall victim to deceit." Fans responded, "Today as sweetness has reached an excessive level, they have outdone themselves." As GC scrolled through the comments, a call from a certain director suddenly interrupted. She handed her phone to Fu Yi, who gestured for her to answer, but GC remained unmoved, unwilling to involve herself in his professional matters. Thus, Fu Yi had no choice but to answer the call himself. The caller was the director of Hello, Dog Food, informing him that the show had finally been scheduled for airing. After hanging up, Fu Yi turned to GC, saying, "CC, hello, Dog Food is set to premiere. The director has asked us to share the official link for promotion." While he was on the phone, GC had overheard the conversation and now received a notification from the director. She clicked on it, shared the link, and added the official tagline, "Achieving success." Before she could relish the idea of how fans might react with excitement, her phone was taken away. Jing Mo wore an expression of stern authority, declaring that the moment for frivolity had passed. GC blinked innocently, playfully pleading, "Oh dear sister, could you let me play for just a little while longer?" The fans' comments are simply delightful, and I wish to see more. Jing Mo, maintaining a serious demeanor, corrected her, "I am 2 years your senior. It is time to take a break." Fu Yi stood up, supporting Jing Mo's assertion, "Be good, it's time to rest." GC looked at Fu Yi with a hint of frustration, extending her arms towards him. "I'm tired and can't walk any further. Please carry me." If he could not lift her, she would have a valid excuse to resume her phone activities later. Chapter 80. The temperature of a pregnant woman to her surprise. Fu Yi effortlessly lifted her in his arms. Feeling the stability beneath her, GC became intrigued and inquired, Am I heavy? Fui pondered for a moment before solemnly nodding. You've gained quite a bit of weight. GC. Although his words were truthful, they were rather unpleasant to hear. She glared at him in annoyance. Can you not be a bit more gentle? Fui, perplexed by her sudden anger, nonetheless conceded with a compliant acknowledgment. I shall try my best. As soon as GC reached the bed, she turned her back to him and ordered, You should sleep in the guest room. Fui, what have I done wrong? GC's complaint spilled forth. You just said I was fat. Fui was bewildered. When did I say you were fat? He couldn't recall such a statement at all. Observing his clueless expression, GC felt inexplicably wronged, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You said I was heavy when you picked me up. Fui. So, this was the reason for her upset? It wasn't her weight that was the issue, but rather the two little ones. He gently caressed GC's rounded belly and earnestly reassured her, Don't be angry. You're turning into a little crybaby. Though his words lacked finesse, they brought a measure of comfort to GC's heart. She widened her eyes at Fui and asked a crucial question. Will you find it bothersome that I cry so easily now? She had noticed that ever since her pregnancy, her emotions had become uncontrollable. Fui stroked her head with a gentle demeanor, yet teasingly asked, If I were to say it was bothersome, would you hit me with a brick? Jaisai, initially filled with sorrow, transformed her demeanor into a chilling glare as she uttered, Go ahead, try it. Fui, perceiving the unmistakable threat in her expression, dared not comply. The director had scheduled a viewing, suggesting they watch it together the following evening. Fui cleverly diverted the conversation. Jaisai, responding in kind, yawned and reclined, her thoughts lingering on the recent expulsion of a certain individual, reminding herself to ensure they took the guest room. Observing the back of Jaisai's head, Fui attempted to ingratiate himself, saying, You feel cold at night. It would be warmer if I held you. To which Jaisai retorted, recalling her habit of kicking off the covers. Fui, skeptical, recalled how, prior to her pregnancy, Jaisai's body temperature was notably low. Even in summer, she required a light blanket, while in winter, her hands and feet felt like ice. I don't believe it, he insisted. Go ahead, try it, she replied, prompting Fui to linger in the bedroom under the guise of disbelief. As midnight approached, Fui was roused from sleep by the chill in the air. Rising to investigate, he discovered the air conditioning had been inadvertently activated, while Jaisai, comfortably cradling her burgeoning belly, slept soundly. Concerned for her health, Fui gently covered her with a blanket and turned off the air conditioning. He then nestled into bed, contemplating the warmth of embracing Jaisai, relishing the cozy comfort it brought. After a while, Jaisai awoke, startled by the blanket draped over her. Anger flared within her as she questioned who had covered her. Upon noticing the air conditioning was off, she inquired, Did you turn off the air conditioning? Fui nodded softly, Yes, I did. You might catch a cold if it gets too chilly. Jaisai, pointing to the perspiration beading on her forehead, queried, Do you think I'm cold? Fui, confronted with the evidence of her sweat, fell silent, pondering if she truly felt warm. After enduring his persistent actions, Fui found himself unceremoniously banished to the guest room in the dead of night. As Fui gazed at the closed bedroom door, he retrieved his phone to access the internet. In this digital age, seeking information has become exceedingly convenient. Nonetheless, there exists a plethora of sensationalized warnings. It is always prudent to consult a physician for assurance. With this in mind, Fui approached Jing Imo. He knocked on the door, which was opened by Wu Ming. Upon seeing each other, both men were momentarily taken aback, followed by Wu Ming's sheepish downward glance. It was unclear what he was guilty about. Perhaps he was secretly dating the boss? Sir, he greeted. This was their affair, and Fui had no interest in prying. He simply wished to ascertain what he needed to know. Is it common for pregnant women to have elevated body temperatures? Jing Imo nodded affirmatively. Recalling that GC often rose in the middle of the night to turn on the air conditioning, Jing Imo advised, the temperature should be moderated. Illness in pregnant women can be quite troublesome. Fui utilized a spare key to enter the bedroom, and indeed, GC had once again activated the air conditioning. He cast a disapproving glance at the oblivious GC on the bed, adjusted the temperature, and gently lay down beside her. After a brief moment, as if instinctively drawn, GC nestled into his arms, finding a comfortable position and drifting into a drowsy slumber. Fui embraced her, instantly feeling fulfilled. They slept soundly until they awoke naturally the next morning. Early the following day, GC received a congratulatory phone call from Jin Yen, who exclaimed, Congratulations! The premiere is ready to air. GC accepted her well wishes and inquired, "Where are you now? Is everything all right? My dear sister, is it too late to ask if I'm okay after more than half a month?" Jin Yan's voice was languid, her demeanor seemingly normal, devoid of any signs of distress. GC exhaled in relief. All was well. It's nothing much. Upon mentioning Xingzhou, Jin Yan's tone turned cold, as she suddenly brought up someone previously unmentioned. "Sister, I saw Sun Yan in Country M." "Oh, and so?" GC was perplexed by Jin Yan's reference to Sun Yan at this moment. Sun Yan was an outlier from the Su family, reviled by all. Yet GC sensed there was a secret lurking beneath the surface. How could a boy as upright and passionate as Sun Yan suddenly become so rebellious? It was indeed true that the Su family had been driven to illness over his actions. And it was also true that they had remained indifferent to him over the years. It's nothing. Just a moment of nostalgia. It's hard to believe that the once spirited and sunny youth has transformed into such a ruthless man. "Oh, if you see Sun Yan again, please convey to him that grandfather Su is gravely ill." GC was not particularly invested in Sun Yan's affairs, but considering the elderly grandfather Su's recent poor health, she felt compelled to say so. Jin Yan hesitated, unsure if she would have another chance to meet Sun Yan. After all, their previous encounter had been an unexpected twist of fate. "However, if I do see him again, I will certainly let him know." At that moment, GC was more curious about the situation between Jin Yan and Xingzhou. Just then, Fu Yi entered and, upon hearing Sun Yan's name, approached excitedly. "CC, is there news about Sun Yan?" Jin Yan, overhearing Fu Yi's voice, raised her delicate brows and smiled. "CC, pass the phone to brother Fu Yi." Chapter 81. She cannot be forced. GC complied and handed the phone to Fu Yi. As he answered, his demeanor instantly turned serious. "Have you seen Sun Yan?" Jin Yan softly affirmed with a gentle prompting Fu Yi to inquire immediately, "What is his condition?" What remains unscathed is the absence of missing limbs. Yet the unfortunate reality is that the radiant youth is no longer present. In that moment, Fu Yi found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. Uncertain how to proceed, she trusted Fu Yi possessed the capability to summon Xingzhou away. Fu Yi, taken aback, inquired, "Xingzhou has truly pursued you? You are aware?" Jin Yan discerned the implication in Fu Yi's words. "You know he intends to chase after me?" Under GC's fierce glare, Fu Yi divulged, "During my last hospitalization, he confided in me about his desire to pursue you. I assumed, given his disposition, you would undoubtedly reject him, hence I refrained from mentioning it to you." Jin Yan scoffed repeatedly. "Fu Yi, be honest with me. Did you not already suspect that Xingzhou is duplicitous?" Duplicitous Xingzhou? That expression was novel. However, Jin Yan had indeed misjudged Fu Yi. Xingzhou's romantic life was truly vibrant, yet he was oblivious to many other facets. His emotional affairs were rich, while other aspects remained unclear. "Nian, as your elder brother who has grown alongside you, I must caution you. If Xingzhou is not serious, he can be dismissive. Yet should he become earnest, he may turn obsessive. It would be prudent not to give him any false impressions." Jin Yan maintained a stoic expression, refraining from further dialogue. Recognizing that from the outset, the decision rested with Xingzhou, her refusals would bear no weight. As she observed Xingzhou approaching, she beseeched, "Fu Yi, my refusals hold no value for him. Please find a way to send him away." Fu Yi's demeanor shifted, his concern as a brother for his sister palpable. Before he could pose another question, Jin Yan had already ended the call. When he attempted to dial again, he found the line disconnected. Xingzhou's phone rang. Yet when unanswered, GC, noting Fu Yi's grave countenance, felt an unsettling heaviness in her heart, wondering what had transpired. "Is something amiss with Nian Yan?" Fu Yi reassured her, casually fabricating an excuse. "It's nothing. I'm looking for Xingzhou regarding Sun Yan." Upon hearing this, GC visibly relaxed. "Then go ahead. I'll take a stroll in the courtyard." Although she claimed to be wandering about, her true intention was to catch a glimpse of Jing Mo and Wu Ming, who were intimately engaged outside. Fu Yi cautioned her to walk slowly and watch her step while redialing Xingzhou's number. At last, the call connected, and Xingzhou's nonchalant voice emerged from the receiver. "Is there something you need, brother? Are you with Nian Yan?" Fu Yi cut straight to the point. On the other end, Xingzhou paused, his tone shifting to a more serious note. "Yes, Xingzhou." Fu Yi called his full name with gravity. "Are you serious?" Xingzhou toyed with a scalpel, his demeanor calm, yet the gravity of his seriousness was discernible. "Yes. Has Nian Yan accepted your pursuit?" Fu Yi inquired further. In the past, each of Xingzhou's girlfriends would have answered this question without hesitation. However, this time he hesitated, memories flooding in of Jin Yan's cold, disdainful gaze directed at him, leaving him speechless with heartache. Fu Yi, recognizing his silence, understood Jin Yan's decision all too well. Jin Yan did not desire his affections. As a friend and brother, he hoped for Xingzhou to find love and happiness. Yet, as an elder brother, he respected Jin Yan's choice. Xingzhou, Nian Yan does not want your seriousness. You cannot force her. Fu Yi sighed and asked, is your earnestness towards Jin Yan because you see in her what you possess? Xingzhou remained silent, but his silence spoke volumes of acknowledgment. Fu Yi did not directly advise him to let go. Instead, he gently narrated a story. During high school, there was a suitor for Nian Yan. One day, by chance, Nian Yan encountered a group of delinquents. That boy took a knife for her, losing the ability to lead a normal life. His family held her responsible for this incident. Do you know what Nian Yan did? Xingzhou held his breath, awaiting Fu Yi's next words. Fu Yi, living up to his expectations, continued. She took a fruit knife to the hospital to see that boy and, in front of him and his family, stabbed herself in the abdomen, leaving no room for doubt. Listening to this, Xingzhou felt a sharp pain in his heart. It turned out that was how the scar on her abdomen came to be. She must have been in excruciating pain at that time, right? Seeing her so resolute, that family dared not mention responsibility again. After being discharged, she immediately transferred schools. The purpose of sharing this story is to illustrate that to win the heart of a beloved, one should not resort to that obsessive, thieving mentality. Such behavior will only push a person further away. Xingzhou, perplexed, asked, how can I win her heart? Fu Yi found it both peculiar and somewhat amusing to witness Xingzhou's vulnerability in seeking help. Suppressing a smile, Fu Yi explained, I have mentioned before, Jin Yan does not favor fickle individuals. Your past romantic entanglements have already placed a barrier between you and her. Xingzhou, fully aware of the irony in Fu Yi's words, insisted, don't think I'm unaware of your schadenfreude. The past cannot be changed. So just tell me how to win her over. Xingzhou asked earnestly. He believed that if Fu Yi, despite his shortcomings, could earn GC's forgiveness, surely with some effort, he too could garner Jin Yan's affection. I cannot assist you with this, Fu Yi stated earnestly. I respect Nian Yan's decision. The purpose of my call is merely to inform you that Nian Yan is a person of deep convictions. She would rather see everything fall apart than acquiesce to what she does not wish. Do not press her too hard, or you may find yourself regretting it. Xingzhou gazed at the phone after the call ended, then turned his attention to the distant figure of Jin Yan playing in the sand. His mind a battleground of conflicting thoughts. The dark voice of doubt countered, that is not the case. She has an elder sister and family who would prevent her from taking rash actions. Ultimately, Xingzhou appeared to have made a decision and began to walk towards Jin Yan. As he observed the suddenly overcast sky, Fu Yi felt a heavy foreboding in his heart. Fu Yi, Fu Yi, Fu Yi. GC cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted several times in Fu Yi's ear. Placing her hands on her hips, she inquired, what is wrong with you? I have called you numerous times without any response. Has something happened to Sun Yan? Fu Yi's expression had turned grave moments earlier. Fu Yi shook his head, denying it was concerning Sun Yan. Then who is it? GC suddenly clutched her chest, bending over in discomfort. Fu Yi was startled. CC, are you all right? Chapter 82. The connection between twins. Noticing her distress, Fu Yi swiftly lifted her and placed her on the sofa, shouting for Jing Mo. Hearing the call, Jing Mo rushed towards them, having been driven indoors by the rain. GC forcefully pushed Fu Yi away, snatching her phone from the coffee table, her hands trembling as she attempted to call Jin Yan. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later. GC anxiously repeated her attempts to contact Jin Yan, but none went through. Reflecting on the telepathic bond between twins, Fu Yi felt a heaviness settle in his heart as he dialed Xingzhou's number. The phone rang incessantly, yet there was no response. Cursed at Xingzhou. A suffocating pain spread through his chest, a sensation that GC had only experienced once before. The moment Jin Yan had wounded herself, forfeiting her right to motherhood. Jin Yan must be in trouble. GC, her demeanor icy, pushed away Jing Mo's hand, asserting, I am fine. Jing Mo, with concern etched on his face, remarked, you look quite pale. Despite GC's insistence that she was unharmed, Jing Mo reluctantly stepped aside, choosing not to call Jin Yan again. She rose and ascended the stairs while dialing Lu Fuxing's number. Fu Yi followed closely, offering reassurance, Nian Nian is full of clever ideas. She will be all right. GC shot him a glance, her eyes laden with reproach, which left Fu Yi feeling disheartened. In the fleeting moments of delay, Lu Fuxing answered the call, and GC spoke with gravity. Senior brother, please help me locate a specific phone number. Recognizing the seriousness in her tone, Lu Fuxing refrained from questioning further and promptly began his task upon receiving the number. GC entered the study and powered on the computer. Before she could proceed, a message arrived, a location accompanied by an unexpected name. Grabbing her phone, she rushed outside. Meanwhile, Fu Yi received a call from Xing Zhou, who provided an address. Just as he intended to share this with GC, he noticed her hastily exiting and intercepted her. Don't rush. Let me know what's going on. GC cast him a glance, pointing at the address on her screen, declaring, we are going here. It matched the address given by Fu Yi. All right. I will pick up Nian Nian. You take care of. I am going too. GC's gaze remained icy. Fu Yi had more to say, but GC had already descended the stairs ahead of him, compelling him to follow. Very well, let us go together. But you must promise to remain composed and not become overly agitated, all right? Fu Yi was genuinely concerned that GC might repeat her previous impulsive behavior, endangering both herself and the child. GC reached out to Jing Mo, her heart suddenly racing with palpitations. Please, give me something to stabilize my heartbeat. Jing Mo, hailing from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, possessed a special remedy for calming the heart. He retrieved a porcelain vial from his bag and offered her a pill. This is a nourishing medicine, but you mustn't take too much as you are pregnant. GC seized the pill and promptly placed it in her mouth as she stepped outside. Wu Ming, I've sent you the address. Head to this location. Wu Ming, skilled behind the wheel, had already brought the car around. GC entered the vehicle, with Jing Mo taking the seat beside her. Fu Yi instructed Uncle Bai to have a few people follow closely behind. The latter acknowledged and turned to relay the orders. Once Fu Yi entered the car, they set off, two inconspicuous vehicles trailing behind them. Throughout the journey, GC was tense, her fingers instinctively tightening around her phone. Fu Yi, concerned she might hurt herself, intertwined his fingers with hers, wishing to say something but at a loss for words. Suddenly, GC broke the silence. Is Xing Zhou still with Nian Nian? Faced with GC's somber gaze, Fu Yi slowly nodded. CC Xing Zhou. I do not wish to hear you make excuses for him, GC interrupted. If something were to happen to Nian Nian because of him. She paused, fully aware that such matters did not concern Fu Yi. But her frustration toward Xing Zhou, as he was both a friend and a brother to Fu Yi, compelled her to express her blame. Fu Yi tightly grasped her hand. CC, do not worry. Their destination was a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, somewhat difficult to find. Fortunately, it belonged to Jing Mo's family, and she was quite familiar with it. Standing before the clinic, GC felt her calves tremble slightly. The warmth enveloping her hand was Fu Yi's, holding her firmly, silently accompanying her as he once did. GC took a deep breath and stepped into the clinic. Jing Mo gave a slight nod, addressing her junior. Yes, I am here with someone. Has there been any injury brought in recently? It was only then that the younger disciples noticed GC and Fu Yi following her. The pair appeared cold and stern, their faces frosty, almost resembling a duo come to commit a heist, especially with the burly bodyguards from the late 1800s trailing behind them. Before she could finish her words, a heavily pregnant woman stepped forward, her eyes reddened, asking, where is he? The only person resembling GC must be Jin Yan. Without hesitation, GC charged into the inner courtyard, her steps brisk and determined, exuding the aura of a formidable heroine. Fu Yi hurried after her, silently shielding her with open arms. Fu Yi was not concealed, and the starstruck juniors recognized him immediately. Yet, his cold demeanor made them hesitant to approach. A bold junior girl stepped forward to Jing Mo, inquiring, Sister Jing Mo, is that Fu, the top star? Is your new boss Fu, the top star? A perceptive one asked pointedly, is this related to Senior Xing Zhou? Jing Mo responded with a knowing glance, acknowledging her intelligence, before proceeding into the back courtyard. Inside the back courtyard, GC entered and did not see Jin Yan, but instead found Xing Zhou, covered in blood, sitting on the ground with a defeated expression. His gaze vacant, lost in thought. Where was Jin Yan? GC stepped forward and grasped Xing Zhou's clothing, demanding angrily, what have you done to Nian Yan? Upon seeing the face so close before him, Xing Zhou felt a moment of disorientation. Are you all right? That's wonderful. You're safe. The joy of having her back surged within him, and he opened his arms to embrace her, only to have his wrist seized as Fu Yi's stern expression loomed in front of him. The man's handsome features were marred by suppressed fury. "What have you done to Nian Yan?" "Nian Yan?" Xing Zhou gazed at GC, who had become noticeably more robust than Jin Yan, and realized this was not Jin Yan. Jin Yan lay within, undergoing resuscitation by the master. After hearing Fu Yi's words, he resolved to test Jin Yan's feelings for him, to ascertain whether she truly harbored no affection. If she did not, he would release her. If she did, he would pursue her differently. However, as he leaned in to probe, Jin Yan stealthily retrieved the surgical knife concealed on him. In his terror, her eyes filled with resolve as she unhesitatingly slashed through her own wrist's artery with the knife. Chapter 83. You are a tough sister. She would rather perish than allow him to assist her, refusing to be entangled in the debt of life-saving. Her rejection was stubborn and resolute, leaving him no chance. She preemptively delivered her answer before he could even begin. In that moment, he admitted to feeling fear of her demise, fear of never seeing her again. He spared no effort in wielding power he had never before employed to ensure she reached the master. He implored the master to save her. Now, confronted with Fu Yi and her sister's wrath, he opened his mouth to explain, yet how could he articulate the truth? It was indeed true that Jin Yan was in peril. "I'm sorry." Xing Zhou's straight back suddenly bent low. GC, summoning all her strength, struck him fiercely. Just as she prepared to deliver a second blow, someone seized her hand. GC cast an angry glance at Fu Yi, questioning his intent to assist. Fu Yi furrowed his brow tightly, refraining from defending Xing Zhou, and instead, with concern, inquired, "Does your hand hurt?" GC's fury could no longer be contained. It dissipated as she gasped for breath, her rage gradually subsiding. She withdrew her hand from Fu Yi's grasp and bluntly remarked, "They are all cut from the same cloth." Fu Yi, who was unjustly implicated, could not restrain himself and delivered a punch to Xing Zhou. Fu Yi's fist was considerably heavier than GC's, and it landed without mercy, causing Xing Zhou to flip over, grimacing in pain as he clutched the area where he had been struck. Jing Emo entered and, upon witnessing the scene, hurried over to assist Xing Zhou. Xing Zhou sat down abruptly, his gaze once again fixed on the tightly shut door. Jing Emo checked Xing Zhou's pulse, sensing a blockage in his heart, realizing that emotional turmoil required a remedy of the heart. She was unable to heal him. So she released his wrist and approached GC to examine her pulse. GC regarded Jing Emo with caution, to which the latter explained, "I need to assess the children's condition." Following her instructions, GC extended her hand. After a moment, Jing Emo remarked, "The medicinal cuisine I prepared for you has taken effect. The children are quite healthy. However, you should still manage your emotions." Fu Yi, aware of Jing Mo's background, comforted GC, stating, "She speaks the truth." Fu Yi, feeling guilty for his brother's plight, attempted to clarify, "It is all my fault. Do not blame Fu Yi." He added, "Birds of a feather flock together." GC's words silenced all of Xing Zhou's protests. She recognized her entanglement in this situation, but the thought that they could become friends implied a shared affinity between them. Merely witnessing the blood on Xing Zhou's body conjured the harrowing image of Ji Nian's blood gushing forth, intensifying Ji Cixin's agony. Fu Yi, wary of provoking Ji Ci's emotions, exchanged a glance with Wu Ming. The latter approached, employing a gentle yet firm grip on Xing Zhou. "Mr. Xing, you must be exhausted. Allow me to escort you outside for a moment of respite." Xing Zhou yearned to struggle, desperate to ascertain Ji Nian's safety, but to no avail. He was forcefully led away by Wu Ming, while two bodyguards stationed themselves at the entrance, effectively barring his return. Xing Zhou had lost the inclination to critique Fu Yi for his prioritization of romantic entanglements over friendships. His gaze remained fixed on the courtyard, awaiting the appearance of his master. As the anxious minutes dragged on, the door finally swung open. A young man clad in a green Zhongshan suit stepped forth, offering a polite nod to the gathering, then slightly retreating to make way for a middle-aged man dressed similarly. Jing Shi, upon seeing Jing Emo, called out, "Daughter." Jing Emo, with a reserved tone, replied, "Dad," before shifting her focus to Jin Yan. "How is the patient?" Jing Shi turned to GC and inquired, "Are you the patient's family member?" GC nodded, her anxiety palpable as she pressed, "What has happened to my sister? Is she all right?" Jing Shi clicked his tongue in astonishment. "Your sister is quite formidable, leaving no room for herself." Jing Emo shot a disapproving glance at her father, signaling him to refrain from further provoking her superior. GC's previously taught emotions suddenly unraveled, leaving her dizzy and weak-kneed. Fui swiftly caught her, expressing gratitude to Jingxi. The latter regarded GC with concern, remarking, "Your emotional fluctuations are quite unfriendly to the twins. Should one fail to exercise proper control, premature birth may ensue. However, with the nourishing care provided by my esteemed family's methods, the fetus is now stable. Do not fret." As for GC and Fui, upon hearing Jingxi's words, their emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, soaring and plummeting with each revelation. Jingxi, having become engrossed in monetary matters, grinned and inquired of Jing Mo, "Are you truly willing to part with your savings? Is it that they have offered you a handsome sum?" Jing Mo shot a disapproving glance at his financially obsessed father and, in a discreet corner away from Fu Yi and GC's gaze, extended 5 fingers. Upon noticing this, Jingxi inhaled sharply, presuming he had quietly deduced 50,000 a month. Jing Mo shook his head, prompting Jingxi to raise his bid, 500,000. Jing Mo shot his father another incredulous look and pulled him outside, whispering, "Did I not transfer the funds to you? Have you not received them?" Jingxi furrowed his brow. "When did that happen? I was unaware." Jing Mo remained silent, pulling out his phone to check his messages. Indeed, buried at the bottom of the spam folder was a notification from the bank. "Look, the employer directly paid me a year's salary. I'll transfer to you." Jingxi stared at the string of zeros, overwhelmed with joy and muttering about how to utilize this windfall. Even the eldest disciple, sitting quietly in the courtyard, paid little heed to the commotion. Xing Zhou, feeling the tension lift, smiled slightly and murmured, "It is good. All is well," sensing something amiss with him. Jing Mo attempted to offer support, only to be gently rebuffed. "I will take a rest." Jing Mo frowned, watching as Xing Zhou stumbled away. Wu Ming gently patted Jing Mo's shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I'll go and take a look." Inside the room, Jin Yan lay motionless on the bed, her face as pale as a ghost. Every window and door stood ajar, the metallic scent of blood still lingering in the air. This was the second occasion GC had seen Jin Yan unconscious before her eyes. She approached quietly, her gaze fixated on Jin Yan's chest, noticing the minimal rise and fall of her breathing. With a trembling hand, she reached for Jin Yan's nostrils, feeling the faint, cool breath that failed to bring her peace of mind. She then shifted her fingers toward her neck. Observing the pulse of the carotid artery, she smiled. But the smile quickly morphed into tears of anger. "You reckless child," she lamented. "How could you engage in such distressing antics?" As she wept, she pinched Jin Yan's cheeks in frustration, only ceasing when she had turned Jin Yan's pallor into a flush. "Sister," Jin Yan's weak voice emerged from above. Chapter 84. The Jing family's medicinal cuisine and formulas. GC abruptly lifted her head, meeting Jin Yan's apologetic gaze, which only triggered another cascade of tears. "You fool. Do you have any idea how terrified you made me? Could you not resolve things more calmly? Must you always resort to such extremes? Have you ever considered how Dad and I feel?" Jin Yan raised her hand, attempting to wipe GC's tears away, but GC gently pressed her hand down, saying, "Don't move." It was then Jin Yan remembered her injured hand and gave a weak smile. "I forgot." GC looked at the frail Jin Yan, wanting to scold her, but held back by concern for her injury. She suppressed her anger, turning her face away to avoid looking at her. "Just rest well. If you need anything, call for someone. There will be people to attend to you." With that, GC, her belly prominently round, exited the room. Jin Yan realized that GC was indeed upset, yet she found herself devoid of the strength to rise from her bed and elucidate her thoughts. Merely staring at the ceiling above, she was truly exhausted by Xing Zhou's relentless pursuit. No matter how she rebuffed him, he seemed impervious to her words, ensnaring her in his world. The frustration of dealing with a man who could not grasp the essence of her refusals weighed heavily upon her. Threats and attempts at appeasement proved futile as he remained engrossed in his own reality. Today, she felt compelled to act in a manner that was perhaps extreme. As the blood flowed freely and her spirit began to feel ethereal, regret washed over her. Thoughts of GC emerged, as did memories of her father and the unborn nieces and nephews she would never meet, alongside all those who had shown her kindness. If calamity were to befall her, how devastated they would be. For instance, her father, who had toiled tirelessly to raise her, would be heartbroken if she were to perish. Her twin sister would undoubtedly sense her misfortune. Would she not share in the pain? The image of Aunt Yuanzhang came to mind, radiating warmth akin to a mother's embrace. Were something to happen to her, Aunt Yuan would surely berate her from beyond for her filial ingratitude. Then there was Fui, who existed like an elder brother in her life. whenever she found herself envious of what others had. He would swiftly appear to fulfill that void. From a young age, she sensed the distinct manner in which he treated her in contrast to her sister. To her, he displayed the indulgence of a brother toward his sister, while her sister. In her childhood, she failed to comprehend this dynamic. But as she matured and encountered literature, understanding dawned upon her. Initially, she felt a surge of anger, believing that he was too mischievous to be worthy of her academically accomplished sister. However, upon reflection, she considered that if her sister were to marry, a union with him might not be so bad after all. She witnessed his unraveling, and in truth, she struggled to grasp the fervent and obsessive feelings he harbored for her. The fervent intensity of her emotions instilled fear within her, compounded by the unsettling realization that she saw a reflection of her own obsession in him, rendering her breathless and desperate to flee. Jean Yin fixed her gaze upon the white cloth encircling her wrist, contemplating whether she had indeed escaped. After a prolonged period of tension, upon learning that Jean Yin was unharmed, GC found herself succumbing to drowsiness. The medical facility contained designated rooms, with several vacant spaces relegated to storage. However, it was too late to prepare one for use. Jing Mo escorted her to his former quarters. "You may rest here for a while," he suggested. Fu Yi wished to enter and keep GC company, but was met with her retort, "This is Mo's private chamber. Is it appropriate for you to intrude?" Left with no alternative, Fu Yi turned to Jing Mo, who, receiving the unspoken message, quietly took a step back and assured GC, "It's perfectly fine. I don't mind." Fu Yi, emboldened, asserted to GC, "She has stated that she doesn't mind." GC shot him a glare. "I mind. I mind you're entering another girl's room. Is that unacceptable?" Fu Yi. "All right." He reassured himself that this was merely a display of jealousy, a rather commendable one at that. After ushering Fu Yi out, GC turned her attention to Jing Mo, inquiring, "Are you aware of Xing Zhou's identity?" Jing Mo candidly replied, "I only know that my senior brother is quite capable in Western medicine. He then studied traditional Chinese medicine with my father for a few years. Beyond that, I am not informed." GC scrutinized Jing Mo, asking, "Did your father not mention that you preserved my children using the Jing family secret formula? Was it solely for monetary gain?" Jing Mo nodded earnestly, his gaze sincere, "Yes. It was indeed for money." GC gazed at her, pointing to his own eyes. "Do I appear to be someone easily deceived?" Jing Mo abruptly lowered her gaze, unable to meet GC's penetrating stare. A person does not extend kindness without reason. There is either a request involved or an obligation to fulfill. Which one are you? Under the scrutiny of GC's keen gaze, Jing Mo nearly succumbed to the psychological pressure and divulged her thoughts. Fortunately, she had already devised a perfect justification. Jing Mo lifted her head, meeting GC's sharp gaze, and said unhurriedly, "The funds provided by your esteemed gentleman have alleviated the worries of our traditional Chinese medicine clinic." GC narrowed his eyes slightly, awaiting her next words. Jing Mo continued, "In this modern era of advanced technology, everyone seeks Western medicine. No one comes to consult traditional Chinese medicine anymore. Our clinic is on the verge of closure. My senior brother is aware of this situation and recommended me at that time. The money your gentleman provided has indeed resolved our urgent predicament." GC remained skeptical of her words, stating, "Your position at the hospital is not insignificant, and I happen to know the income of doctors. You cannot possibly be short of funds." Jing Mo exhibited an awkward expression. "While my position is indeed high, it is affiliated with the National Research Institute. My mentors. They use their funds for various research endeavors, often forgetting the complexities of life. I am the least qualified among them, so how could I dare to mention money? The saying goes, different fields are like different mountains." GC, unfamiliar with the internal rules, and even less so with those of the National Institute, found half of Jing Mo's assertions credible given her earnest delivery. Jing Mo, noticing her belief, dared not relax, but continued to weave his tale. "My father often laments that he cannot allow the traditional Chinese medicine clinic to fall into disrepair under his watch. I do not wish to disappoint him, and it was, in fact, the funds provided by you, sir, that salvaged my father's clinic. This is the reason I have treated you with such kindness." GC could not help but acknowledge the strength of the Jing family's clinic. Ever since she had consumed the various medicinal dishes prepared by Jing Mo, she felt a revitalization in her physical well-being. Just moments ago, Jing Shi had mentioned it was a secret recipe of the Jing family. Contemplating Jing Mo's ability to create an array of nourishing dishes, GC suddenly conceived a lucrative idea. Yet, She quickly wondered why the Jing family, possessing such remarkable recipes and methods for crafting medicinal dishes, did not sell them. Jing Mo, somewhat embarrassed, touched the tip of his nose and explained, "Our family abides by ancestral teachings. Unless one possesses the capability to rejuvenate the world of traditional medicine, one should not trade the Jing family's treasures." It turned out that there were those who disregarded these teachings and attempted to sell Jing family's wares, only to find that both buyer and seller met with inexplicable misfortune shortly thereafter. Once this tale spread, no one dared to barter with our family's goods again. Moreover, my father, that stubborn old man, would rather cling to the Jing family's prescriptions and perish than sell them to others. Nowadays, few have faith in traditional Chinese medicine, and our family is growing increasingly impoverished. Chapter 85. The fighter among men. GC smiled and inquired, "What do you think about a partnership?" Jing Mo replied, "Huh?" GC elaborated, "I believe your family's medicinal dishes are quite remarkable. We could collaborate to establish a medicinal dish restaurant. I shall provide the funding, and you shall supply the recipes. Merchants, by nature, perceive only the areas of vested interest. The formula belonging to your esteemed family remains under your name. All I require is to invest, and the profits shall be equally shared. Wouldn't that render you at a loss? Merely investing, while everything else remains under your family's purview, means she gains little." GC chuckled and said, "I do not see it as a loss. As long as it is something she cherishes, she does not feel disadvantaged. Moreover, traditional Chinese medicine is a national treasure that truly ought not to decline. Shall we collaborate?" GC inquired. Jing Mo hesitated. The prospect of collaboration was indeed enticing. For years, her father had longed to elevate the fading practice of traditional Chinese medicine. However, with the advent of the technological era, people are increasingly inclined to trust machines rather than engage with the time-consuming and laborious nature of traditional Chinese medicine. If a medicinal cuisine establishment could be established, it might promote traditional Chinese medicine, garnering the recognition her father so fervently desired. Are the secrets of medicinal cuisine and traditional Chinese medicine solely the province of your family? Jing Mo asked. GC then inquired, "Do you have a pen?" Jing Mo rummaged through the drawer of her vanity, producing a notebook and pen, which she handed to GC. After receiving it, GC swiftly drafted a simple contract. Upon completion, she presented it to Jing Mo, saying, "Take a look and see if anything needs to be added." Jing Mo received the document, clearly outlining the terms, with GC's signature elegantly inscribed in the lower right corner, reflecting her refined and understated character. Trusting GC, Jing Mo promptly affixed her own signature. After signing, she thought of her father. She had yet to discuss this with Jing Shi. Would he be furious if he found out? Ahem. Could we keep this under wraps? I shall first gauge my father's stance. Just moments ago, the signature was executed with remarkable swiftness, yet now there exists a palpable tension. GC smiled faintly, remarking, "Very well. However, you must be mindful of the time. I do not wish to wait excessively long." This was only natural. Jing Mo, clutching his rapidly beating heart, ventured out to engage in conversation with Jing Shi. GC opened the door, and upon hearing the commotion, Fu Yi immediately looked up at her, calling out, "CC." GC walked past him, and Fu Yi, feeling somewhat at a loss, followed closely, asking, "CC, are you still angry?" GC denied it. "No." Fu Yi, feeling wronged, retorted, "Then why do you ignore me?" "Ignore you? Who, pray tell, is speaking to me now?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yi's expression brightened with a sheepish smile. "Oh, I forgot." Suddenly, GC halted, her gaze falling upon Xing Zhou, who stood before her clad in a fresh outfit. Fu Yi, concerned for her emotional state, grasped her hand tightly and frowned at Xing Zhou. This fellow, was it not advised to keep him away from CC lest he provoke her? Xing Zhou approached GC and sincerely apologized. "I am sorry for causing you worry today." GC, with a frosty demeanor, reminded, "You are not the one who ought to apologize to me." Xing Zhou produced a sharp scalpel, stating, "This is the one that Jin Yin used. Should you harbor any anger towards me, feel free to take it out on me. However, please do not direct your ire at Fu Yi. He has remained steadfast in his loyalty throughout this matter, unlike his confusion regarding the incident from the beginning of the year." Jin Yin, eyeing the scalpel in his hand, replied coldly, "Do you wish for me to become a murderer? Such a wicked intention indeed." Xing Zhou defended himself. "I did not mean that, I assure you." This was the only method he could presently conceive to alleviate GC's grievances without directing her ire at Fu Yi. "I will not forgive you," GC declared. Striding past him, Xingzhou cast an apologetic glance at Fu Yi, murmuring, I have implicated you. Fu Yi had encountered various incarnations of Xingzhou, yet he had never witnessed such a lifeless version of him. However, the path one chooses is beyond the judgment of others. He patted Xingzhou's shoulder, offering consolation with his former motto, out with the old, in with the new. You shall find a new girlfriend. Xingzhou could only ponder, uncertain whether to weep or to laugh. Had he known that the game of life he once played would lead to such a regrettable loss of love, he would have refrained from embarking on that journey. Yet, there exists no what-if in life. Perhaps only the heavens know who the one woman capable of piquing his interest truly is. Before departing, Xingzhou, unwilling to concede, inquired, Fu Yi, do you also perceive me as a reckless libertine? As Fu Yi was about to leave, he suddenly directed his gaze towards Xingzhou's legs, remarking with a hint of melancholy, do not tell me that the women you have encountered over the years have failed to remedy your affliction. Only Nian Nian could resolve such a melodramatic predicament. Xingzhou's complexion flushed with a strange hue. Fu Yi's lips twitched in disbelief. Surely, that cannot be true? Upon receiving Fu Yi's gaze, Xingzhou, filled with indignation, retorted, of course not. I am a fighter among men. Have you not heard the praise from those women who have followed me? As soon as he spoke, Xingzhou abruptly realized something was amiss. Did he know? Did he know about his hidden ailment? Fu Yi smirked, mockingly stating, only a man who is inadequate would need to hypnotize women into believing he is invincible. Upon hearing this, Xingzhou, who had been devoid of any emotion, instantly erupted with anger. I can tolerate my uncle and aunt, but not this. How do you know? Fu Yi gazed at the enraged Xingzhou with a penetrating look, remarking, Nian Nian is quite a determined young lady. It seems you are destined to remain a fledgling for life. Xingzhou, realizing his words were inappropriate, Fu Yi swiftly amended his statement, continue to pursue your gaming life. You will surely encounter a woman who piques your interest. I shall verbally cheer you on. However, the tone of his words carried an undeniable hint of schadenfreude. Upon learning that Xingzhou had harmed Nian Nian, he felt a surge of indignation, as his precious cabbage had been trampled by this foolish swine. Now, the knowledge that only his dear Nian Nian, this radiant cabbage, could ignite Xingzhou's interest made him feel a pang of pity, so much so that he found himself unkindly wanting to laugh. Clearing his throat, Fu Yi discreetly covered his mouth and coughed, attempting to suppress the mirth bubbling within him. You carry on. I shall attend to CC. Xingzhou, his mischievous friend, despite his efforts to conceal it, had noticed the smile tugging at the corners of Fu Yi's lips. Meanwhile, GC had just spent some time with Jing Yan when Jing Mo arrived to inform her that she was willing to collaborate. GC promptly dismissed Jing Yan, attending to her own recovery, and turned to discuss the opening of the store with Jing Mo. Jing Yan, feeling a sense of despair, watched GC leave and then turned her gaze back to Fu Yi, who remained stationary, now regaining her composure. Brother Fu Yi, do you have something to say? Fu Yi gently hummed, his voice cool as he spoke. It was probably when you were in trouble that your sister clutched her heart, her face pale with pain. She kept calling your phone. Upon hearing Fu Yi's words, Jin Yin could vividly imagine GC anxiously calling her, her hand pressed to her heart. A wave of emotion surged through her, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Chapter 86. May I enter? Fu Yi offered her a tissue, saying, My intention in telling you this is not without purpose. I merely wish to remind you that in times of difficulty, you might consider your sister or consult us on how to proceed, rather than resorting to such unadvisable and extreme measures to achieve a result. Jin Yan, as your brother, I do not wish for you to encounter misfortune. As your brother-in-law, I am even more reluctant to see you in distress. If something were to happen to you, your sister would be devastated. Jin Yan clutched the white paper, initially lost in the sorrow of how heartbroken her sister would be, when suddenly she was caught off guard by Fu Yi's hidden affection in his words. I misjudged the situation. It won't happen again, she admitted, her voice muffled as she acknowledged her fault. Seeing that she had absorbed his counsel, Fu Yi proceeded to address another matter. There is one more thing. Ahem. Regarding Xingzhou. Noticing Jin Yan was about to interject, Fu Yi quickly interrupted. I am not defending him. I simply want to convey something. Fu Yi felt a touch of embarrassment about the next topic, yet thinking of the pitiful Xingzhou, he resolved to lend a helping hand. Ahem. Xingzhou has certain issues in that regard. Throughout these years, the girlfriends he has had have all been merely platonic. As Jin Yan regarded Xingzhou, who resembled a teddy bear, she couldn't help but smirk repeatedly. Brother-in-law, are you certain he is incapable? Of course, over the years, Fui blurted out a response, but soon realized that there was something amiss in Ji Nian's smile, abruptly halting, given Ji Nian's expression and the implications of her words. Had Xingzhou succeeded? If so, he was no longer worthy of sympathy. I haven't tried. I can't be certain, Fui denied vehemently. Resolutely avoiding any further mention of Xingzhou, he deftly shifted the topic, advising her to think carefully about her sister and father before acting impulsively. Your sister seems to be unaware of her circumstances. I shall go check on her. Goodness, she shows no awareness of her pregnancy at all. Observing Fuyi's hurried departure, Ji Nian rolled her eyes in exasperation. As she continued to glance around, she noticed Xingzhou hesitating at the doorway, contemplating whether to enter. Her expression instantly shifted to one of indifference. Upon seeing her sudden change in demeanor, a sense of bitterness enveloped Xingzhou, casting a shadow of despondency upon his handsome features. May I come in? He inquired cautiously, his gaze lowered. Nevertheless, he yearned to steal a few more glances at her. Even if it were just her silhouette. GC nudged Fu Yi, muttering, two of a kind. Fu Yi feigned innocence, asserting, our past is behind us. It will not happen again. CC, do not include me in this. GC offered a cold smile, choosing not to engage further. And with hands clasped behind her back, she strode into the room, her pregnant belly prominent. A soft cough interrupted Xingzhou's reverie. GC, feeling pleased, remarked, that's splendid. It would be best if you refrained from lingering around my home in front of Nian Nian. Fu Yi gazed at Xingzhou, questioning, are you truly heartbroken? Xingzhou retorted, it's not about feelings. I approach everything with utmost seriousness. Oh, Fu Yi responded faintly, showing little reaction. Xingzhou moved closer, wrapping his arm around Fu Yi's shoulders, as if they were brothers, leading him outside. Sister CC, let me borrow Fu Yi for a moment. Don't worry, I will return him shortly. GC, cold and unyielding, remarked, you two can live together. Just don't go out and cause trouble for others. Fu Yi staunchly defended his dignity as a husband, saying, wife, in this lifetime, you are the only one for me. Without glancing at the indifferent back of GC, Fu Yi turned and shot a fierce glare at Xingzhou, exclaiming, you've dragged me into this. Xingzhou readily admitted his fault, I was wrong. I was wrong. Then, with a serious tone, he added, this time, I truly intend to leave. Fu Yi responded, are you really planning to move on with emotional wounds? Xingzhou replied, can we not always speak of emotional burdens? Turning to gaze at the familiar courtyard, Xingzhou nostalgically began. The money you gave to Jing Mo just happened to save the Jing family medical clinic. Fu Yi remained silent, aware that Xingzhou had more to say. Indeed, Xingzhou continued, it turns out the Jing family clinic was on the verge of collapse. I offered my master money, but he refused. Gradually, Xingzhou recounted the past. When Fu Yi sought his assistance for GC's health, he wasn't genuinely unable to leave. Rather, he was contemplating a way to aid the Jing family. He recommended Jing Mo to Fu Yi, and the funds he received saved the precarious Jing family clinic. The Jing family, especially Jing Shi and her father, were individuals who valued gratitude above all. Fu Yi's contribution saved the Jing family, making him their benefactor. As the esteemed disciple of Jing Shi, he expressed his gratitude towards Fu Yi. Thank you. What does this have to do with your impending departure? Fu Yi redirected the conversation to its origins. Xingzhou replied, initially, I harbored concerns for my master, but now I feel reassured. Not long ago, he overheard his master and Jing Mo's plans. And with GC involved, the Jing family would fare well. Fu Yi scoffed, disdainfully remarking, isn't this merely a cowardly retreat? If you could boldly admit it, I would respect you as a true man. However, your pathetic excuses only serve to diminish my regard for you. Xingzhou lowered his shoulders, resignedly admitting, fine, I concede. I cannot bear to remain here, fearing I might succumb to the urge to offer my scalpel when I witness her happiness with another man. I am incapable of wishing her well, let alone witnessing her joy. A furrow formed on Xingzhou's brow, pain flickering in his eyes, ultimately transforming into a resolve. Thus, I choose to depart. As long as I cannot see, I can feign ignorance. Truly wretched. Fu Yi succinctly summarized this sentiment in 2 words. Xingzhou retorted with a cold laugh. You are hardly in a better position than I am. Before departing, Xingzhou articulated his perspective to Fu Yi. Fu Yi, your situation with GC appears to have passed, and you are moving forward earnestly. Yet, there is a saying, misunderstandings that have transpired are akin to thorns embedded in each other's hearts. Initially, they pierce deeply, and one cannot easily extricate them. Gradually, one becomes accustomed to these thorns, unaware of their presence until they are tugged at. Such is the case with my matter concerning Jin Yan. GC holds me culpable. Knowing full well that he should not, he nonetheless succumbed to the temptation of sin. Do you understand why? That thorn merely appeared to vanish. Yet it remains lodged within both of their hearts. Back in school, you never clarified the rumors surrounding you and Chu Sui. It led us all to believe that your first love was indeed Chu Sui. This is a pit, a gaping chasm you have dug for yourself. Fui. You must amend your notorious habit of silence, lest you suffer the consequences in the future. Listening to Xing Zhou's words, Fui felt his heart tighten. Had he not suffered greatly in this matter, nearly losing GC? Chapter 87. You must accompany me today, thank you for the reminder. However, let me make it clear beforehand. I shall not assist you. Fui patted Xing Zhou on the shoulder, shattering his little schemes. Xing Zhou, gritting his teeth, could not resist raising his fist to strike Fuyi's shoulder. While other brothers would fight fiercely for one another, you have indeed thrust the knife, albeit not in a vital spot. This brotherhood is irreparably damaged. Time is of the essence. I must depart. Suddenly, recalling something, Xing Zhou halted his raised foot and handed his notebook to Fui. A final task for you, my good brother. Deliver this to Jin Yan. Xing Zhou scoffed, declaring himself a rogue, not a hero. After watching Xing Zhou's seemingly carefree yet profoundly desolate figure fade away, Fui proceeded to meet Jin Yan with the notebook in hand. Jin Yan had no intention of accepting it. Fui relayed Xing Zhou's words verbatim. Jin Yan promptly took it, treating Xing Zhou as if he were a plague. Fui mourned for Xing Zhou for a fleeting second, then spent the remaining 59 seconds mocking her. As the mocking laughter began to rise, he caught sight of GC sitting beside him, and his smile instantly faded. What right did he have to deride others when he himself had nearly lost GC? GC had immersed herself in collaboration with the Jing family. Meanwhile, Jin Yan, still recovering from her injuries, remained at the Jing family's medical clinic. After several days there, Jin Yan's wounds had nearly healed, and she prepared to depart. Seeing her recovery, she permitted her to leave. Before Jin Yan departed, She spoke favorably of Xing Zhou. Jin Yan paid little heed to She's words, letting them drift in one ear and out the other as she boarded the vehicle. Yinzong. Xizong has just partnered with a traditional Chinese medicine family to establish a medicinal cuisine house. As soon as Jin Yan entered the car, her assistant began to report on the backlog of work. After detailing the usual matters regarding GC, Jin Yan, with a frosty gaze, remarked, "Instruct them that whatever my sister wishes to pursue, the finance department should simply provide the necessary funds without reservation." The assistant nodded enviously but completed his report, noting that Xizong was transferring funds from his own account rather than from the G family's finances. There is a distinct difference between drawing funds from GC's personal account and that of the G family's financial department. The latter represents investment in the name of the G family, whereas the former signifies personal investment by GC. That was of no concern. GC's endeavors had always received her unwavering support. After a period of busyness with Jing Mo, Fui finally managed to corner her. "My dear, you have been so engrossed in your career lately that you have neglected your husband. You must spend time with me today." GC pointed towards Jing Mo, who was preparing to leave, but Fui interrupted her, suggesting that Wu Ming accompany her instead. GC responded, "Huh? Wasn't Wu Ming always with us?" Fui fell silent. It was indeed true that he had been accompanying them, yet with such a glaring presence as yours, they could hardly pursue their intentions. Now that the matter had finally come to a close, could they not be allowed to venture out on their own? GC was persuaded by his words. "All right." She turned to Jing Mo and said, "I suddenly feel a twinge in my lower back. Jing Mo, you should accompany Wu Ming." Upon hearing this, Jing Mo was about to assist her with the ping and acupoint. GC pointed to Fui beside her. "Perhaps it's just fatigue from recent travels. I'll have Fui massage me later." After several confirmations that she truly felt fine, Jing Mo took Wu Ming and left. Once they departed, Fui turned to GC and remarked, "See, I was right, wasn't I?" The moment it was revealed that only the two of them were going out, Wu Ming's expression was quite delightful. Wu Ming typically wore a stern face, resembling a cantankerous old man, yet just now, the corners of his mouth had lifted in a way that even Fui, a seasoned observer, found somewhat bittersweet. GC replied, "Aren't you the same? Let us not speak ill of one another, shall we?" Fui, embracing GC with a playful demeanor, showed no semblance of the aloofness typical of a top-tier celebrity. GC averted her gaze. Release me. I do not wish to see you. Fu Yi held her close, and as they engaged in playful banter, GC's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from an unrecognized number within the city. Fu Yi picked up her phone and handed it to her. GC, disinterested in answering calls from unidentified numbers, said, I have no idea who it is. Let us just hang up. Fu Yi agreed with her reasoning but opted not to disconnect the call directly. Instead, he silenced it and set the phone down, continuing to embrace GC as they resumed their light-hearted chatter. The phone rang persistently despite the lack of an answer. GC, suspecting it might be a familiar voice, hesitated, concerned about missing something important, and finally picked up. Hello? Initially bewildered, she soon recognized the voice on the other end. Sun Yin, the indolent scion of her next-door neighbors. It's me, came Sun Yin's cheerful tone, infused with delight at the realization that his sister still remembered him. GC forced a smile, replying, Of course. You are my neighbor's younger brother. How could I forget? A moment of silence ensued on the line, and GC inexplicably sensed a hint of irritation from him. Yet, she remained oblivious to the cause of his displeasure and, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Is there something you need to discuss? Sun Yin's demeanor shifted, and he brightened his tone. I was hoping to ask my sister to pick me up from the airport. GC was left in a cloud of confusion. Are we really that close? Their interactions had merely consisted of neighborly greetings, hardly enough to warrant such a request. Sun Yin's exuberance waned, akin to being doused with cold water, as he realized his sister no longer recognized him. Unaware of Sun Yin's existential crisis, GC redirected the conversation, thinking of Fu Yi, who was nearby. Are you looking for Fu Yi? Yes, right next to me. Let me have him take the call. Upon hearing Sun Yin's name, Fu Yi became visibly animated. As he took the phone, he barely had time to voice a question before Sun Yin's incredulous tone, tinged with an unacknowledged jealousy, reached his ears. You're with Fu Yi? Brother Fu Yi. The excitement within Sun Yin's chest vanished without a trace, leaving only a dry shout. Chapter 88. She never had a home. Once the call ended, Sun Yin realized she had been led by the nose by Fu Yi. Sun Yin, having successfully returned, he found himself unable to feel joy. Lost in thought, Sun Yin dialed Chushui's number, inquiring about a gathering at the filming site. Chushui received Sun Yin's call and stood up, filled with excitement. Sun Yin responded coldly and left a message. I'll be waiting for you at our usual spot. Before hanging up, as she held her phone, now darkened, Chushui's smile gradually faded. How could she forget that Sun Yin only sought her for one matter? Sister Chushui, the director is calling for you, an assistant's voice echoed from outside. Chushui snapped back to reality, donning an appropriate smile to mask the disappointment beneath her facade, and stepped outside. Meanwhile, Fu Yi sat alone in a daze after ending the call with Sun Yin. GC attempted to rouse him several times but was met with indifference. Hey, what are you thinking about? GC prodded Fu Yi's cheek, the touch oddly delightful. Fu Yi turned, smiling at GC. I was thinking of you. GC scoffed. You smile deceitfully when you lie. Fu Yi. A false smile. Impossible. He was genuinely smiling. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. Don't hold back. GC immediately sensed that something was troubling him. Ironically, the last person he should have approached was GC, yet he reached out to her first, even asking her to pick someone up. Strangely enough, GC was utterly perplexed. She truly had no idea. Upon listening closely, it became evident that Sun Yin spoke to her with a tone of familiarity, as though they shared a deep acquaintance, yet she realized she had hardly conversed with him. GC did not appear to be lying. Fu Yi furrowed his brows, pondering where the discrepancy lay. Typically, GC would not dwell on matters that perplexed him. He pinched his handsome face, admonishing himself not to overthink. Perhaps Sun Yin sought her out, but lacked her contact number. Fu Yi smirked. This rationale was even less tenable. However, observing GC's indifference to the issue, Fu Yi decided to suppress his own unease and devoted his attention to her. The old place was the residence of Chu Shua, also the apartment that Sun Yin had rented for her. Over the years, despite earning a decent income, she had refrained from relocating, patiently waiting for Sun Yin. As she opened the door, a pungent cloud of smoke enveloped her, rather than deterring her. She found that the scent of smoke lent her rented space an unexpected sense of security. Through the haze and illuminated by the light streaming in from outside, she discerned a shadow seated on the sofa. With a flick, the light was turned on, unaccustomed to the sudden brightness. Sun Yin instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, squinting slightly. The room was thick with smoke, causing her to wrinkle her brow as she moved to open a window. Why on earth are you smoking so much? She muttered, turning around to finally see Sun Yan's face. Years had passed since they last met. The once flamboyant youth had vanished, replaced by a figure of composure. Yet he bore an imperceptible air of gloom. At that moment, he seemed troubled by something particularly perplexing, his brow furrowed tightly. Without wasting a moment, Sun Yan spoke candidly. Your performance in your tasks has been quite lackluster. Upon learning of GC's relationship with Fu Yi and the news of her pregnancy 6 months prior, which led them to marry due to the child, he nearly felt as though he would not reach the age of 25. In her early years, she cast her gaze downward, concealing the loneliness that dwelled within her. She felt a pang of regret, yet she did not lament her choices. The contract had reached its conclusion, and she was given until the morrow to vacate the premises. Sun Yan rose, her voice devoid of inflection, signaling the end of their collaboration. Chu Sui clenched her fists tightly, confronting Sun Yan. Is this all you sought from me? Sun Yan's lips curled coldly. Keep your little thoughts to yourself. Otherwise, the heights you've attained can swiftly become your downfall. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, severing all ties between them. Years prior, Sun Yan had rescued her from a fetid alley, aiding her in settling debts that devoured souls without remorse, providing her with this sanctuary from life's storms. Naturally, such kindness came at a price. Sun Yan's stipulation was that upon his departure, she should seek out a man named Fu Yi, informing him that she, Chu Sui, was Sun Yan's girlfriend, and imploring him to look after her. This designation of girlfriend was her own selfish desire, and he complied. Following a fleeting moment of joy, rumors began to circulate at school regarding her and Fu Yi. Upon discovering this, she was filled with indignation. She was Sun Yan's, after all. What if Sun Yan misinterpreted the situation? At that moment, she received a call from Sun Yan, instructing her not to clarify the matter. It was then she realized a truth. Sun Yan harbored feelings for GC and wished to prevent her from being claimed by another man upon his departure. Chu Sui pondered whether Sun Yan was aware of Fu Yi's interest in GC. Though she found Sun Yan's reasoning absurd, her resolve to clarify the situation dissipated. Sun Yan had advised her to seek opportunities to draw closer to Fu Yi, yet she instinctively resisted adhering to his wishes. Discovered by a talent scout, she did not hesitate to follow him abroad for training. Perhaps this would mean that Sun Yan would no longer harbor feelings for GC. Yet, everything seemed to diverge from her expectations. The door she slammed shut effectively severed the emotional ties of her youth. After all, someone like her was hardly deserving of him. To evade the dismal fate of being cast out come morning, she began to gather her belongings. Gazing at her modest suitcase, she was taken aback. This place, which she had deemed a warm haven, contained so few of her possessions. As she walked along the street, clutching her small suitcase, the sky fittingly unleashed a downpour. In the blink of an eye, she was drenched, resembling a soggy chicken. With her now heavier suitcase soaked by the rain and the relentless deluge pouring above her, a look of confusion clouded her eyes. It seemed as though she had never truly had a home. Hey, do you think that girl resembles that celebrity? A drunken passerby shouted to his companion, pointing at the rain-soaked figure of Chu Sui. His companion was skeptical, dismissing the notion. Come on, do you really think such a glamorous star is just someone you can encounter? Let us go. Didn't you say we were going to find some girls to accompany us tonight? If we don't hurry, all the good ones will be taken. The inebriated man shrugged off his companion's grip and staggered toward Chu Sui. Seriously, she really looks like my goddess, he exclaimed with a chuckle. Chapter 89. An unexpected rescue for Chu Sui. As Chu Sui noticed several drunken men stumbling toward her, a wave of panic surged within her, prompting her to retreat. She stepped on a loose stone and fell to the ground, her hair disheveled against her face, revealing a pair of terrified eyes. The inebriated man, upon catching sight of Chujui's face, was invigorated and pulled his companion closer, exclaiming, "Behold, truly my goddess." Chu Sui, casting aside her pretense, covered her face and repeatedly denied, "No, you are mistaken." Staggering to her feet, she attempted to depart. The intoxicated man, however, was unwilling to let her go. With fervor, he reached out to seize her. At the moment his rough hand grasped her wrist, she instinctively flailed her arm and screamed, "Get away! Leave me alone!" Her piercing cry startled several drunken men, jolting them from their stupor. Observing the seemingly traumatized Chu Sui, a flicker of trepidation crossed their faces. Yet, as their gazes fell upon her alluring figure, draped in damp attire, a shadow of desire crept into their eyes. They exchanged glances, then surveyed their surroundings. Passers-by were preoccupied with seeking refuge from the rain, oblivious to the unfolding scene. With newfound resolve, the men approached Chu Sui, who was lost in her own world, shouting and flailing, and began to escort her toward a dark alley. At that moment, she stood under an eave, waiting for Fu Yi to return with an umbrella. As she inadvertently glanced up, she noticed several men, with unnatural expressions, dragging a flailing girl into the shadows. The troubling sight stirred an instinctive urge in Ji-si to pursue them, but the rain poured down, dousing her fervor. She reminded herself that she was not alone. Her gaze darted around, desperately seeking assistance, but found no one nearby. Fu Yi had yet to emerge, and the bodyguards who had previously accompanied her had been dismissed and were nowhere in sight. After a moment's hesitation, Ji-si took a deep breath, cradling her belly as she murmured, "Children, fasten your seatbelts. Mother is taking you to see the world." With that, her feet splashed into the rainwater, propelling her towards the opposite side. As she dashed into the dimly lit alley, Ji-si was met with a scene that ignited her fury. Several men were leering and groping a disheveled girl. "Stop it," she shouted, her voice rising above the din, straining her throat. Fortunately, the men in the alley heard her and halted their actions. The drunken men, upon seeing a pregnant woman charging towards them, were momentarily taken aback before breaking into wide grins. "We haven't had the pleasure of playing with a pregnant woman yet. Haha, brothers. We're in for a treat. Not only do we have a woman who resembles a star, but also a beautiful pregnant lady." In the blink of an eye, their brashness turned to agony. They collapsed to the ground, clutching their groins, unable to utter a sound of pain. Ji-si rushed to help Chu Sui, who was trembling and lost in her own world, gently brushing aside her disheveled hair. Upon seeing her face, Ji-si was momentarily stunned. "Chu Sui, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed, calling her name repeatedly, her focus entirely on her friend. She remained unaware of the drunken man rising behind her, brandishing a brick and inching closer. "Mommy, mommy." Chu Sui clung tightly to Ji-si's protruding waist, murmuring the word mommy in a daze. Ji-si, experiencing the bewildering emotions of being a mother for the first time, felt a tumult of feelings within her. Although she was puzzled about how Chu Sui ended up in this alley, her immediate concern was to awaken her. After all, she, a heavily pregnant woman, was unable to carry her. Upon hearing the word home, Chu Sui finally responded. Indeed, she is now capable of earning money. She must take her mother away, as far as possible. As Chu Sui opened her eyes for the first time, she beheld a drunken man brandishing a brick. And it was as if she were witnessing the moment when an intoxicated relative raised a knife against her. Her pupils dilated in shock at that instant. An inexplicable surge of strength coursed through her, and she lunged forward, positioning her own body to shield Ji-si from the impending blow. The drunken man's fury was unleashed, and the brick struck down, rendering her shoulder numb with pain. With the last vestiges of his strength, he attempted to harm her, but instead, he faltered, exhausted. Ji-si, with a sense of dread, swiftly incapacitated the drunken man once more and caught the collapsing Chu Sui. "Are you all right? Can you endure?" Chu Sui, her body racked with pain, gazed at Ji-si's face in astonishment. As she caught a whiff of Ji-si's scent, her pallid visage suddenly flushed crimson. She had mistakenly identified the person earlier. Ji-si observed the peculiar transformation of her complexion from pale to an odd shade of red and, concerned for any internal injury she might have sustained, steadied her as she struggled to rise. "We will be safe once we exit this alley." At that moment, Fu Yi was searching for her, unaware of her whereabouts. Chijui's shoes had been lost, and with Ji-si's support, she trudged barefoot through the rain-soaked path, leaving behind a trail of imprints. An inexplicable urge to weep overcame her, likely due to the pain in her shoulder and the sharp stones beneath her feet. You should leave on your own. She was pregnant and had been drenched in rainwater, which could lead to a cold. Chu Sui yearned to inquire about Ji-si's sudden appearance, but the weight of pain in her back rendered her incapable of voicing her thoughts, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Ji-si, flustered, struggled to support her, striving to maintain her own balance while ensuring that Chu Sui did not fall, a daunting task indeed. Outside the street, Fu Yi emerged with an umbrella, only to find that Ji-si was not waiting at the spot. Anxiously, he called out, searching for her. Suddenly, a passerby pointed across the street and inquired, "Is that the person you are looking for?" Following the direction of the gesture, Fu Yi beheld Ji-si standing helplessly in the rain. He dashed towards her, and in an instant, all his anger and worry dissipated upon witnessing the joy on Ji-si's face as she recognized him. "Fu Yi, Chu Sui has fainted, GC shouted breathlessly. It was then that Fui noticed she was supporting an unconscious individual. The hair was disheveled and clung to her face. Had GC not mentioned her name, he would hardly have recognized her as Chu Sui. Chu Sui, how did she end up here? Fui found himself equally perplexed. GC, panting and glaring at him, retorted, is this really the time for questions? You should be helping. At that moment, Wu Ming arrived with others in tow. Fui gestured towards Chu Sui and instructed, take her to the hospital. Having observed Fui and GC's romantic entanglement over time, Wu Ming, who was already committed, hesitated, calling out to his subordinate trailing behind. You go and carry her to the car, take her to the hospital. The subordinate, bewildered, nonetheless stepped forward to assist the person GC was supporting. As soon as the individual was taken away, GC collapsed into Fui's embrace. She glared at him. You weren't worried when it was a matter of life and death, but now you seem quite eager when it's unrelated to you. What are you hiding? Fui's lips twitched. Don't misjudge me. I merely wish to hold you. GC scoffed, dismissing his words without reply. GC not only braved the rain, but also resorted to violence. Fui, concerned for her health and well-being, took her to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. In the past, GC would have confidently asserted that she was aware of her own body. However, now that she carries two little ones within her and has previously experienced trauma, she no longer dares to take chances. On the way home, GC inquired of Fui whether he had dealt with the men in the alley. Was there someone inciting them to act in such a manner? She asked. Wu Ming relayed the police's findings to GC, indicating that their motives were purely driven by lust. After absorbing this information, GC further questioned. This incident did not attract media attention, did it? It seemed to GC that she detected a glimmer of morbid curiosity in Wu Ming's eyes. She immediately adopted a serious tone, stating, I prefer to perform good deeds anonymously. I trust you will keep tonight's events confidential. Wu Ming responded with a hint of regret. Understood. GC continued, you need not display your intrigue so overtly. Fui, noticing her attention drifting, adjusted her posture to face him. His gaze icy as if he might devour her. Do you realize how perilous the situation was? Upon hearing Wu Ming's report about the alley incident, his mind had gone blank. It took a moment for him to recover, feelings of anger, worry, and frustration swirling within him. GC rarely witnessed Fui's ire directed at her, but she was acutely aware that he was indeed very angry, realizing her own guilt too late. She attempted to explain, I wanted to seek help, but I couldn't find anyone. The situation was urgent, and in a moment of impulsiveness, I acted. Gingerly gripping Fui's arm, she shook it gently and coaxingly urged, please don't be angry. I'm perfectly fine. Her voice gradually diminished, as GC recalled the moment when Chu Sui had shielded her. Had it not been for Chu Sui's timely intervention, the drunken man's blow would have struck her squarely on the back of her head. Merely contemplating this made GC's heart ache with suffocating dread. She had erred. Suddenly, Fui wrenched his arm away, his eyes ablaze with fury as he raised his voice, demanding, is it only when trouble arises that you feel remorse? Why do you and your sister always gamble everything? Do you never consider those of us who are close to you? GC opened her mouth to retort. Had she not intervened, that girl would have faced dire consequences. Yet, she had not anticipated that it would be Chu Sui in peril, an unforeseen twist of fate. However, witnessing Fui's wrath, GC swallowed her explanation, rendered silent. Fui was seething with anger, a tempest of anxiety brewing within him. Observing GC's silence only deepened his sense of injustice. Were they not in the midst of an argument? Was her silence a sign of disdain for engaging in conflict with him? He turned her face towards him, striving to make her witness the flames of his ire. I am furious, he declared. GC nodded earnestly. I see that. There was no need for him to articulate it. His expression and gestures spoke volumes of his anger. Seeing her indifference transformed Fui's fury into a feeling of grievance as he reiterated, I am angry. I am truly angry. With a wounded glare, Fui insisted, no. You don't understand. If you truly comprehended, you would engage in an argument with me. GC, is this person lacking in common sense? What could possibly lead to such peculiar thoughts? So what if it was an argument? As if she wouldn't know how to handle it. GC forcefully pushed aside Fui's hand, mustering all her energy to glare at him. What is wrong with saving someone? If I hadn't intervened, she would have been bullied by those men. If that had happened, it would have been a nightmare for her for the rest of her life. Even if I had the chance to do it all over again, I would still rush in to save her. Her circumstances are of no concern to me. All I desire is your safety. Fu Yi stared furiously at GC, and as he continued to glare, his eyes began to redden, the wrath he had summoned dissipating into thin air. GC was taken aback by his sudden display of emotion. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she opened her arms and embraced Fu Yi, her demeanor softening. "I'm sorry for worrying you." Fu Yi tightened his hold on her, sniffing to clear the moisture from his nose. "I'm not crying. I just caught a cold from being caught in the rain." GC, yes. You're not crying. You simply have a weak immune system and a runny nose. Your resistance is even worse than that of a pregnant woman. But what can I do? He is my man, and I will take care of him. CC, please try not to be so impulsive in the future. Fu Yi seized the opportunity to make a request. At this moment, she would acquiesce to whatever he said. "All right, I want to do it again." Fu Yi noticed her dismissive tone but chose to remain silent, holding her tightly. GC initially had no intention of saying anything, but as he squeezed her breath away, she finally couldn't help but speak up. "Could you please let me go? I can hardly breathe." Fu Yi loosened his grip on her slightly, yet did not entirely release her. GC remarked to herself, "This person." Upon returning home, GC was compelled to consume several large cups of ginger tea. The following day, the pregnant GC felt perfectly well, while Fu Yi, the soon-to-be father, had caught a cold. Observing him hiding in the guest room, with a tissue stuffed up his nose, GC felt a mix of sympathy and mischievous amusement as she teased, "Your resistance as a soon-to-be father is rather inadequate. It is even worse than mine as a soon-to-be mother." Fu Yi, disregarding his image, blew his nose and ordered her, "Stay away, don't catch a cold too." "Ugh, you won't have any issues. I've taken on your share." GC stared at the superstitious Fu Yi in disbelief and handed him her phone, saying, "Help me take a photo of the tissue you used to blow your nose, that one on the floor." Fu Yi eyed her warily. "What do you need that for?" GC glared at him. "Are you going to take it or not?" Faced with GC's insistence, Fu Yi obediently took the picture and even sanitized it with alcohol before handing it to her. GC logged on to Weibo and uploaded the photo of Fu Yi's used tissue, captioning it, "The soon-to-be father's resistance is worse than mine as a soon-to-be mother. Should I drag him out for a morning jog?" Upon learning of their marriage and the news of their twins, GC's stunning looks attracted a legion of admirers. Coupled with the support from fans of the couple, which heightened their popularity, many fans fervently clamored for sweet snippets of their relationship. To alleviate her boredom, GC occasionally penned short, sweet tales that incited enthusiastic responses from her followers. Some have speculated that she is leveraging Fu Yi's momentum to make her debut. Yet these murmurs have been disregarded by GC, who only intervenes to correct certain remarks when deemed necessary. During a photo session, Fu Yi, anticipating GC's imminent Weibo post, found himself with two tissues protruding from his nostrils as he opened the app, only to discover GC's latest update. The first comment read, "I do not belong to the realm of instant comprehension, yet I seem to grasp it immediately." The fifth comment stated, "The car door welded shut by my brother. No one is permitted to exit." The 17th comment exclaimed, "Is the one above me a friend born from filth? If your friend wishes to join, do share with me. Let us all partake together. Are your attentions not skewed? It is high time for Yi's sister-in-law to make an appearance." While perusing fan comments, GC noticed someone had tagged her. Upon clicking, she saw Fu Yi's accompanying words and exclaimed, "Goodness, Fu, you are driving that car rather smoothly." From across the door, Fu Yi provocatively flashed a grin at GC. Challenging her, "Dare to engage?" GC retorted with a cold smirk, "I have heard of overworked oxen, yet never of a land exhausted by plowing." Fu Yi, gritting his teeth, countered, "You just wait and see. Wipe your nose. It's running," GC remarked as she turned, her waist noticeably thickened, departing the scene. Fu Yi, left in a daze, instinctively pulled out a tissue to wipe his nose, realizing he had been outwitted by GC. Having not been ill for quite some time, Fu Yi found this cold particularly severe. He desired for Jing Imo to prescribe him some medication, confident it would eradicate his ailment. However, Jing Imo declined, candidly stating that his type of cold was beneath her attention. Ever since collaborating with GC, Jing Imo no longer lacked financial resources, rendering monetary threats ineffective. Left with no alternative, Fu Yi dutifully sought medical attention at the hospital. GC accompanied him, enveloping him protectively as if to shield him from excessive exposure to illness. While Fu Yi consulted the doctor and obtained his prescription, GC departed to visit Chu Sui. Fu Yi mused, was his presence truly a concern? Or was this medical visit merely a pretext? Was Chu Sui the real object of her attention? Having obtained Chu Sui's room number from Wu Ming, GC proceeded directly there, encountering Sun Yin as he emerged from Chu Sui's room. Upon their meeting, Sun Yin's eyes betrayed a flicker of nervousness, unease, and apprehension. As if fearing misinterpretation, GC inexplicably recalled the tone he had adopted when addressing her as sister. However, these thoughts dissipated upon remembering his status as Chu Sui's boyfriend. Breaking the awkward silence, GC inquired, "Visiting Chu Sui?" Sun Yin nodded gently. Sister C, are you here to see her as well?" According to the information available, Chu Sui's relationship with GC was not particularly close. Where had things gone awry? Having deemed Chu Sui an expendable pawn, he had instructed his men the previous night to cease gathering information about her. Consequently, Sun Yin remained unaware that GC had saved Chu Sui's life the previous night, and that Chu Sui had, in turn, shielded her from a brick. GC nodded lightly. "Yes, I am. How is she?" GC intended to enter Chu Sui's room, but Sun Yin stood obstructively in the doorway, refusing to yield. She halted, her gaze fixed upon him. Sun Yin's eyes fell upon her conspicuously protruding abdomen, the darkness within them barely concealed. "Sister C," Sun Yin remarked abruptly before departing, "it is best not to wander about in your delicate condition. Should anything untoward occur, it would be most unfortunate." Perhaps it was merely a figment of Wu Ming's imagination, but Sun Yin's words seemed laden with veiled meaning. As soon as Sun Yin departed, GC entered the ward to visit Chu Sui, who was gazing wanly out the window. Her young assistant stood by the bedside, peeling an apple while prattling on about matters circulating online. Apparently, the incident of Chu Sui being dragged into an alley by a drunken man the previous night had been disseminated. GC turned to Wu Ming, who had remained steadfastly by her side. "Didn't you assure me that this wouldn't be leaked?" Wu Ming was bewildered. "Indeed, I had taken care of it." Confronted with GC's ire, Wu Ming promptly responded, "I will investigate this immediately." He had certainly made the arrangements, but it was possible that Chu Sui's rivals were attempting to undermine her. Chu Sui turned her head and said to GC, "This has nothing to do with him." GC, sensing that Chu Sui knew who was targeting her, pressed, "Do you know who is plotting against you? Thank you for coming to see me. Farewell, GC." Chu Sui said, her heart filled with tranquility. While in the emergency room, her thoughts had gravitated most often to GC's warmth, which evoked a maternal presence, an odd yet comforting sensation. GC expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for taking that brick for me. Had it not been for you, my head would have been split open." This time, Chu Sui's smile was genuine. "I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I fear I might have." Chu Sui's condition at the time had been precarious, and the men were clearly lascivious. They both knew what might have transpired. Gazing at GC's abdomen, Chu Sui earnestly advised, "Please refrain from acting impulsively in the future. Your condition is not conducive to acts of valor." GC was left speechless, having been reproached by both Fu Yi and Chu Sui. "Why do you, like Fu Yi, have such a penchant for nagging? I am indeed aware of my faults. Yet, even if given the chance to start anew, I would still charge in recklessly." Chu Sui, upon witnessing GC's obstinate behavior, seemed to comprehend Fu Yi's anxiousness. GC had scarcely exchanged a few words with Chu Sui when Fu Yi arrived. After a few polite words, he took her by the hand and departed. This time, Fu Yi's cold lingered for 10 days before it finally subsided. Consequently, he had been unable to embrace GC for the same duration. When Jing Mo announced that he had recovered, he immediately took GC into his arms, rarely leaving her side, which left GC utterly speechless. On this particular day, GC fell victim to another surprise attack, her lips swollen, yet Fu Yi still did not relent. Eventually, unable to contain her irritation, she pushed him away and exclaimed without thinking, "Are you out of your mind?" Fu Yi, pushed away, skillfully rose and dashed into the bedroom. GC instantly realized he had gone to splash cold water on himself, and her pent-up frustration dissipated. It was quite baffling indeed. Jing Mo then appeared, handing GC a small jar of ointment that could reduce swelling and fade marks. He reminded her, "This evening, the old lady will be bringing guests for a gathering." Chapter 92. I will retrieve it. GC recalled that morning when Yuan Zheng had called to inform them that she would be bringing a guest to their home that evening. Given Fu Yi's recent penchant for leaving marks on her neck and the current state of her swollen lips, it was imperative that the elderly lady not see her in such a condition. With a flustered expression, she accepted the ointment and made her way to the bedroom. GC stood before the dressing mirror, applying the ointment, while Fu Yi emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a towel around his waist. Droplets of water cascaded down her tresses. The scenery was exquisite, yet GC could only gaze, unable to move, which left her with a tinge of regret. Turning around, she playfully traced sparks across his chest with her fingertips, upon seeing the dark depths of his eyes clouded with shadows. A mischievous smile graced her lips as she leaned closer to his ear, her voice dripping with allure. I prefer the sight of you running at night or in the morning. That damned sensuality captivates me. Fu-ee. His Adam's apple bobbed as he reached out to grasp the back of GC's head, leaning down. Fu-ee had initially intended to tease GC, only to find himself ensnared by her playful antics. Emerging from the bathroom, he promptly retreated back inside, leaving her with a scoff and the sound of the door shutting. GC, frustrated, poked at the series of strawberries she had just left behind. Who exactly was provoking whom? Fearing that GC might ignite further ire, Fu-ee, after finishing his shower, secluded himself in the study, preoccupied with some unknown task. GC, relishing her leisure, engaged Jing Mo in calculating the profits since their establishment. As they tallied, Jing Mo suddenly mentioned, on the third day after opening, a father and daughter caused quite a scene. I refrained from informing you at the time, fearing it would distress you. What prompted the commotion? Was it a deliberate disruption, or did our offerings fall short? GC inquired without lifting her gaze. Finally raising her head, she pressed. Who? Jing Mo revealed a name, Liang, Fu-ee's half-sister. Fu Xiao had previously brought Liang into the community to create a disturbance. Fu-ee had promptly dismissed her, stating, if you wish to acknowledge me as your son, and GC as your daughter-in-law, along with our child, refrain from bringing her here to taint my home. Without the acquiescence of Fu-ee and the old master, Fu Xiao's position holds no persuasive power, leaving Liang aspirations to join the Fu group unfulfilled. Subsequently, there was no further news. To her astonishment, it was revealed that there had been disturbances at her store during her absence. Was it a matter of her insufficient reputation? Was the evidence irrefutable? Indeed, the gentleman had her incarcerated, but his father extricated her. Jing Mo honestly recounted the events. However, it remained unclear what Liang experienced during her confinement. As she emerged seemingly deranged, GC found herself perplexed. How could Fu Xiao harbor feelings for Liang? He disregarded even Fu-ee, his own legitimate son. In his determination to protect her, GC, is Liang perhaps the mistress of the gentleman's father? Jing Mo hesitated to voice. GC, recognizing her misunderstanding, then enlightened her about Liang's true identity. Upon hearing this revelation, Jing Mo's comprehension dawned. It all made sense. Yet, how could a mere illegitimate daughter, stripped of the Fu family status, still act so brazenly in front of the legitimate son? What manner of reasoning governed the gentleman's father? Having spent considerable time with GC, Jing Mo had become bolder and more spirited. At this moment, she pointed to her own head and quietly inquired of GC, do you think there's something amiss in the gentleman's father's mind? With a son like him, it would be illogical to acknowledge an ulterior-motivated, illegitimate daughter. Anyone who glimpsed Liang could not overlook the ambition gleaming in her eyes. After all, she had once held the position of vice president. How could she lack discernment? GC nodded in agreement, finding her assertions plausible. What are you two whispering about? Fu-ee had approached unnoticed, leaning in to ask in a hushed tone. The sudden sound startled both individuals, causing them to part ways in an instant. GC boldly accused, you frightened me and the children. Behind their backs, they spoke ill of her father, leaving Jing Mo feeling so awkward that she wished to disappear into a crevice of the earth. She hastily concocted an excuse to deflect. The vast living room housed only Fu-ee and GC, who exchanged glances. Why do you seem guilty upon seeing me? What'll have you spoken of me? Fu-ee knew her well. Only when she felt guilty did she resort to bluster as a means of self-justification. GC's bravado faltered. And unable to meet Fu-yee's gaze, she deflected, oh, it's nothing much, just discussing the store's earnings with Jing Mo. Upon mentioning the store, Fu-ee realized she must be aware of that matter, which inevitably led to the complications surrounding Fu Xiao and Liang. Reflecting on their awkward expressions, he comprehended the reason behind their unease. They were likely discussing his father. Fu-ee raised an eyebrow. Are you discussing my father? GC smiled. You're quite perceptive. Fu-ee settled beside her, pulling her into his embrace and tousling her hair until it was a delightful mess. Only when he was satisfied did he release her. What is there to hide from me? After all, he is your father. It was already quite inappropriate for them to gossip behind his back. And to have him over here, it was even worse. Had Jing Imo not been unable to escape, she surely would have fled. Fu Yi chose not to linger on that topic and shifted the conversation. Mom mentioned something mysterious about introducing us to a guest. What sort of guest do you think it could be? GC was not easily swayed from a topic, but upon observing Fu Yi's reluctance to speak, she chose not to press further, contemplating the possibility of having her senior brother investigate later. Another half? Fu Yi speculated. GC pondered for a moment, considering that his conjecture might indeed hold some truth. She gazed at Fu Yi and earnestly inquired, if mother truly intends to embark on a new chapter in her life, would you support her? Fu Yi pinched GC's chubby cheek and asked playfully, what do you think? GC pushed his hand away, replying, I believe you would support her. Fu Yi fell silent. He had not truly contemplated this matter, but ever since Yuan Zheng moved out to live with Song Feng, he had gleaned some understanding. Fu Yi's silence led GC to assume he was disheartened, so she grasped his hand in comfort, saying, you still have me and the child. Chapter 93. Yuan Zheng has a boyfriend. Seizing the moment, Fu Yi earnestly questioned her, you will never leave me, right? This query instantly roused GC from her thoughts. She looked at him with clarity in her eyes and replied solemnly, as long as you do not cross my boundaries, I shall not leave you. However, should you test my limits, I will not remain by your side. Fu Yi tightened his grip on her hand, a smirk playing on his lips as he provocatively remarked, can you not forgive me for the sake of the child? GC swiftly withdrew her hand, coldly retorting, if the child leaves me with but one choice, I. Fu Yi leaned in, silencing her impending words with a kiss, releasing her only when she was breathless and on the verge of gasping for air, then fiercely admonished, do not speak recklessly. GC lay against him, tilting her head in accusation, you were the one who brought it up first. Fu Yi was at a loss for words, I was just teasing you. GC punched him, insisting, I'm not joking, I mean it. If the day comes when she must compromise for the child, she would rather lose her husband than allow him to become an ex-husband. Fu Yi held GC tightly and chuckled, all right, you are serious. Should I perhaps purchase some accident insurance? Just in case something happens, you can act discreetly. GC was taken aback, wondering how he could articulate her innermost thoughts. I want to grant you that opportunity. Fu Yi beamed with delight. The two shared a tender moment until the sound of a car approaching their doorstep broke the evening tranquility. They straightened their clothes and stepped outside to greet the arrival. A military green vehicle stopped in front of their home, and the door swung open. Yuan Zheng hopped out and dashed toward GC, exclaiming, CC, I've missed you so much. Do you miss me? Before she could reach her, Fu Yi stepped in front of her, effectively hindering their meeting. Yuan Zheng glared at Fu Yi in displeasure, insisting, don't interrupt my heartfelt conversation with CC. Fu Yi glanced at Song Feng, who had also exited the vehicle, then turned back to Yuan Zheng with an enigmatic smile. Mother, is this the guest you mentioned? Song Feng approached, his demeanor gracefully composed, patiently reintroducing himself, I am Mr. Song Feng, Yuan Zheng's boyfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yuan Zheng recalled the reason for her visit, regaining her composure as she discreetly observed Fu Yi. She hadn't mentioned her new relationship to the children. Would they be displeased by this sudden introduction? As Fu Yi and Song Feng's gazes met in the air, Yuan Zheng instinctively grasped Fu Yi's hand, saying, son, if you're unhappy, seek your mother, not your Uncle Song. Fu Yi turned to his mother, his eyes heavy as he asked in front of Song Feng, are you serious? Feeling guilty for not informing her son about her new relationship, Yuan Zheng lowered her stance, saying, if you're upset, I won't pursue it any longer. Upon hearing her words, Song Feng looked at her with a pained expression. Are you going to abandon me? Yuan Zheng, unable to meet Song Feng's gaze, forced a smile towards Fu Yi. Please don't make things difficult for Song Feng. After all, he is still a guest of your mother. Outside, GC cast a glance at the somber Fu Yi, then at the anxious Yuan Zheng and the heartbroken Song Feng, sighing in exasperation. She tugged at Fu Yi, saying, all right, stop showcasing your acting skills. You're scaring both your mother and uncle. Mom, Fu Yi is doing it on purpose. He hasn't acted in a long time and is craving the thrill. GC chimed in with a smile towards Yuan Zheng from behind Fu Yi. Fu Yi could no longer maintain his serious demeanor. With a reluctant tousle of her hair, he playfully scolded, it's been ages since I performed. Can't you let me indulge a little? Realizing her son was merely teasing, she raised her hand to swat him, saying, you scared me to death. I thought the remainder of her words faltered in her excitement. She genuinely believed her son disapproved of her dating. Fu Yi embraced Yuan Zheng, sensing her slight tremors. He patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Mom, all I want is for you to be happy for the rest of your life. Whatever you wish to do, I will always support you." Although she felt a tinge of envy that Yuan Zheng had entered a relationship without confiding in him, Song Feng's happiness superseded all else. Song Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon perceiving that Fu Yi harbored no objections. GC interjected, "Mother, let us retire indoors. It is unseemly to linger at the threshold." GC sensed, perhaps erroneously, that Yuan Zheng had become more reserved. Seizing the opportunity while Fu Yi excused himself to confer with Song Feng in the study, GC engaged Yuan Zheng in conversation. "Mother, how did your relationship with Uncle Song Feng commence?" Mention of her romance suffused Yuan Zheng's countenance with a blush, betraying a maidenly coyness. "It simply transpired," she stammered. GC arched an eyebrow, her smile playful. "Simply transpired? Mother, how am I to know if you do not elaborate?" GC inquired. "Why would I object? I am advanced in years." Yuan Zheng confessed with some embarrassment, "I am old, and my son is married and soon to be a grandfather." This question had plagued Yuan Zheng since Song Feng's declaration of love. Yet, she could not resist the allure of her heart's desire. "CC," she confided, "after your father's passing, I believed I would never love again, that my life would remain unchanged. I had resigned myself to it. I would spend my time socializing with friends and occasionally caring for your children. That would be my existence. However, upon reconnecting with your Uncle Song, I realized that I was still capable of love. I vacillated and felt helpless, fearing Fu Yi's disapproval, but ultimately, I could not suppress the yearnings of my heart." When Song Feng's name was mentioned, Yuan Zheng's face radiated a dewy freshness, as if quenched by a long-awaited rain. Holding Yuan Zheng's hand, GC smiled. "Mom has always known how to love. She has always loved us. Yuan Zheng has not lost the capacity for love. She has always known how to love her children and elders, only excluding Fu Xiao. Now that she has encountered someone she can love again, I am genuinely happy for her. Mom, I share the same sentiment as Fu Yi. Your happiness is paramount. Yuan Zheng deserves nothing less than the best." Though those were her words, GC was acutely aware that two mature individuals, with their combined ages exceeding a century, would have made such a decision with considerable deliberation, ensuring they would not harbor regrets. Receiving her daughter-in-law's blessing, Yuan Zheng felt a sense of reassurance. During dinner, Yuan Zheng instructed Uncle Bai to retrieve her treasured wine. Song Feng harbored suspicions that Fu Yi was acting intentionally, yet he lacked concrete evidence. GC, growing concerned by his prolonged absence, knocked on the door. His muffled voice responded from within, indicating he was fine. He emerged with his head lowered, droplets of water cascading from his hair, leaving a trail in his wake. GC, observing the droplets he left behind, fell into contemplation. Chapter 94. I'll be waiting for you. Fu Yi was demonstrably preoccupied. In the past, he would have been mindful of not tracking water into the bedroom, concerned about her slipping. Now, however, he seemed oblivious. "Fu Yi, you're bringing water in," she kindly reminded him. Fu Yi spun around abruptly. "I'll mop it up. Don't come over here yet." Disregarding his words, GC swiftly approached him, noticing his reddened eyes. "Have you been crying?" she inquired, feigning ignorance. Fu Yi tilted his head back, attempting to evade GC and conceal his sudden vulnerability. GC stood on tiptoe, encircling his neck with her hands, compelling him to face her. Fu Yi, concerned that her stance might tire her, slightly bent down to draw closer. Yet the fragility within his eyes blossomed in GC's embrace. While he could feign weakness effortlessly, the genuine vulnerability was something he preferred she remained unaware of. This raw honesty felt quite uncomfortable under her gaze. "Why are you sad?" GC inquired. Her intention was not to pry into his vulnerabilities, but rather a concern that this man might grapple with certain thoughts, retreating into solitude to weep. Such a sight would break her heart. Fu Yi remained silent. GC, with her round belly, lifted her head, exhausted, and Fu Yi, still quiet, heard her murmur, "Fu Yi, looking up at you makes me feel so tired." Fu Yi's expression tightened as he scooped her up and placed her on the bed. Sitting down relieved his fatigue. GC perched on the edge of the bed while Fu Yi crouched before her, achieving eye level. She cupped his face in her hands, asking, "Is it because of your mother that you're feeling down?" Suddenly, Fu Yi embraced GC tightly and uttered, "CC, we must nurture our marriage." After this brief moment of warmth, GC returned to her previous inquiry. "So, are you troubled because of your mother's dating situation? It can't be, right?" Fu Yi remained non-committal. GC, with a playful smile, arched her brows. "Do you think I believe you?" Fui tilted his head slightly, attempting to charm his way out, thinking, with CC's beauty, surely she would believe. GC tugged at his ear, demonstrating with her actions the extent of her belief. Ultimately, after their playful banter, GC grew weary and sleepy, while Fui withheld his innermost thoughts from her. Before sleep, GC clutched Fui's hand and murmured drowsily, "You have me. Don't cry." Fui stubbornly denied it. He was not crying. It was merely shampoo that had stung his eyes during a shower, leaving them reddened. Throughout the night, GC and Yuan Zheng on the first floor slumbered peacefully until dawn, while Fui struggled to sleep until the early hours, wide awake with Song Feng from the neighboring building. The following day, upon waking, GC beheld a honey-hued chest and, upon touching it, marveled at its pleasing texture. A large hand seized her mischievous one, and Fuyi's deep, languorous voice resonated above her, "Stop messing around." GC, emboldened by her pregnancy, continued her playful antics, her hands roving over him, relishing his helplessness. She then leaped from the bed to splash herself with cold water, her laughter ringing with unabashed delight. "GC, just you wait," Fui growled, his voice laced with annoyance, echoing from the bathroom. GC, more provocative than ever, retorted, "All right, I'm waiting for you." Fui thought to himself, if it weren't for her pregnancy, who would endure such provocations so submissively? As they descended the stairs, the familiar aroma wafted through the air, prompting GC to exclaim excitedly, "Today's breakfast was made by Mom, right?" Uncle Bo nodded with a smile, confirming, "Yes, it was prepared by Mrs. Yuan." Yuan Zheng emerged from the kitchen with breakfast in hand, followed closely by Song Feng. "Mom, Uncle Song, good morning." GC greeted with a beaming smile, eagerly making her way to the dining table. Fui followed closely, arms outstretched beside her, while Yuan Zheng watched with a mix of concern and exasperation, admonishing her, "Slow down. Be careful with your belly." GC gently patted her abdomen and reassured, "It's all right, Mom. I will be cautious." Despite knowing she would take care, seeing her briskly moving with her prominent belly still filled her with trepidation. Left with no alternative, Yuan Zheng could only turn and earnestly instruct Fui to keep a watchful eye on his wife. Fui nodded in agreement. Following a brief breakfast, GC and Fui escorted Yuan Zheng and Song Feng as they departed. With only the two hosts remaining, the residence was immediately enveloped in a profound silence. Surveying the dwelling, GC remarked with a sense of relief, "Fortunately, we don't reside next door. Otherwise, the emptiness would be even more pronounced." Fui, taken aback, simply trailed off. Such sentiments were a stark contrast to her earlier pronouncements. Scarcely had tranquility been restored when Fu Xiao, having somehow gleaned the information about Yuan Zheng's budding relationship, arrived unannounced. Frustrated by his inability to approach Yuan Zheng due to the presence of State Department personnel surrounding Song Feng, he resorted to creating a disturbance at their doorstep. "Such a momentous occasion as your mother embarking on a new relationship, and I was kept entirely in the dark. Are you truly my son?" "But she is your mother." Fu Xiao abruptly shifted his tone, replacing the word wife with your mother. "Precisely because she is my mother, I shall not interfere with her decisions." Fui stated with unwavering conviction, "Father, should you find yourself in the throes of loneliness, I would not object to your seeking companionship anew. Just as I support mother in her pursuit of a relationship. Embarking on a relationship at her age is utterly shameless. With a son and daughter-in-law already married and grandchildren soon to grace our lives, who knows if the suitor is merely after her wealth?" Fu Xiao exclaimed, his composure unraveling as he succumbed to rash pronouncements. Deep-seated within Fu Xiao's being lay a patriarchal mindset. Despite his divorce from Yuan Zheng, he still regarded her as his possession. Upon learning of her relationship, his reason was consumed by a raging jealousy. Unable to confront Yuan Zheng directly, he turned to his son in frustration. "Father, I reiterate my stance. I wholeheartedly support my mother in her pursuit of happiness. Naturally, I shall not hinder your own endeavors in seeking companionship." "Nonsense." As Fu Xiao's words trailed off, Fuyi's curiosity was piqued. "What?" Fu Xiao, feeling somewhat guilty, dismissed it with a casual, "It's nothing." When Fuyi's approach proved ineffective, Fu Xiao turned to GC, inquiring, "CC, do you also support your mother in finding companionship?" GC, with an innocent and reserved smile, replied, "She supports Fuyi's decision." Fu Xiao felt a pang of regret for his daughter-in-law. GC understood that Fu Xiao was reluctant to accept the situation. Particularly since Yuan Zheng had been his wife for decades, it was difficult for him to adjust to her now being someone else's girlfriend. Dad, Fui and I believe in supporting Mom, and we also wish for you to find your own happiness, as long as you both feel content. Fui and I will be happy too. Ultimately, the conversation revolved around endorsing Yuan Zheng's pursuit of happiness. Fu Xiao's heart sank as he gazed at his son and daughter-in-law, revealing a rare vulnerability. She was once my wife. How has it come to this? Deep down, Fu Xiao understood that he and Yuan Zheng were divorced, and he had no authority over her life anymore. Their relationship had been reduced to that of Fu Yi's parents. Yet, upon hearing that she had found a boyfriend, it felt as though a piece of his heart had been torn away, leaving him in agony. Nearly unsteady on his feet. How did it come to this? Fu Yi and GC believed Fu Xiao comprehended the reality. But his overconfidence had made it difficult for him to accept the outcome when Yuan Zheng truly ventured out to find happiness anew. Chapter 95. Not of the Fu family's blood. Realizing that both his son and daughter-in-law supported Yuan Zheng in her romantic endeavors, Fu Xiao could no longer remain there. Before departing, he looked at Fu Yi and cautiously said, "Last time, and it was tormented terribly when she entered. After much effort, she finally recovered with medication. Could you arrange a position for her?" Fu Yi's gaze turned cold as he looked at Fu Xiao, his voice icy. "If you wish to preserve the remnants of my familial affection towards you, refrain from mentioning her in my presence." Some might argue that the crux of the matter does not rest solely on Liang Anan. Rather, the greatest fault lies with Fu Xiao himself. Indeed, Fu Yi concedes that the gravest error belongs to Fu Xiao. However, Fu Yi's rejection of Liang Anan is not predicated on her status as an illegitimate child, but on her incessant attempts to ensnare GC's attention. "And father, do you genuinely believe she is your illegitimate daughter?" Fu Yi's sudden inquiry left Fu Xiao momentarily stunned. Even GC was taken aback. GC grasped Fu Yi's wrist, her eyes alight with curiosity. "Do you know something?" Fu Yi fixed his piercing gaze on the dazed Fu Xiao. "Have you not conducted any investigations? Have you not pursued a paternity test?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yi chuckled. "Father, it is true that grandfather is profoundly disappointed in you, but he would never utter the words of disownment unless that individual is not of the Fu lineage." The old man had, the moment he was discharged from the hospital, dispatched individuals to investigate the veracity of Liang Anan's claims. The outcome was unexpected. Yet, he would not acknowledge Liang Anan, even going so far as to declare that she was forbidden from entering the ancestral home, a clear indication that she did not belong to the Fu family. The old man's statement was merely a test to discern whether Fu Xiao and Yuan Zheng still held any potential. Alas, he was met with disappointment. "Father, grandfather's actions are never aimed at any individual, unless that person is exceedingly foolish." Fu Yi bluntly accused Fu Xiao of his folly, suggesting he was being led around like a puppet without even realizing it. Fu Xiao, however, remained consumed by his own deception at the hands of Liang Anan, oblivious to the fact that his son had called him foolish. Fu Xiao hurriedly sought out Liang Anan for clarification, hastily fabricating an excuse. "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. CC, take good care of yourself. Should you need anything, reach out to Fu Yi." "All right, father, travel safely." GC stood to accompany Fu Xiao but was gently restrained by him. "Your belly is quite large. Remain seated. I shall manage on my own." Uncle Bai escorted Fu Xiao to the door, while GC turned to Fu Yi, playfully clinging to his arm. "Please divulge the juicy gossip you know." Fu Yi tousled her silky hair, captivated by its smooth texture. "Want to know? Isn't that a given?" GC shot him a glare. "Speak, or I shall seek out Wu Ming for answers." Having lived together, GC learned that Fu's company was under the watch of Qin Yu, with many covert matters primarily handled by Wu Ming. Fu Yi merely needed to issue commands. He held her back, saying, "With such a large belly, you shouldn't be moving about." "Then tell me about Liang Anan," she insisted. "To know oneself and one's enemy is to win every battle." Liang Anan replaced someone else. Fu Yi couldn't articulate the term, opting for someone else instead. GC awaited his next words, but he fell silent. And then? What of that someone else?" Fu Yi blinked and smiled. "Kiss me, and I shall reveal it to you." GC leaned forward and planted a quick kiss on his handsome face. Unexpectedly, Fu Yi turned and captured her lips with his own, savoring the sweetness. With a playful smack of her lips, she laughed, quite sweet. GC playfully punched his chest, urging, "Spill it." For the sake of a single secret, she truly sacrificed much, yet there was little left to say. Fu Yi was reluctant to elaborate. But given GC's familiarity with their family's unsavory history, there was little point in concealing the truth. His father did indeed have an illegitimate daughter, like Liang Anan. She was abandoned at the hospital by her birth mother, unclaimed, and subsequently sent to an orphanage. However, she succumbed to acute dysentery within days. As fate would have it, the elderly director of the orphanage conflated her identity with that of another child. Consequently, she mistakenly believed herself to be a member of the Fu family and, without conducting a thorough investigation, confessed to the elder Mr. Fu, leading him to facilitate her entry into the entertainment industry. Upon his discharge from the hospital, Mr. Fu investigated the matter and, fearing that Fu might repeat his father's folly, promptly addressed the issue with him, urging him to cherish his marriage and avoid the pitfalls that had led to his father's marital dissolution. To ensure absolute certainty, Fu commissioned a personal investigation, which corroborated his grandfather's findings but delved into greater detail. Liang Inan was not of the Fu lineage but was indeed the illegitimate daughter of Yuan Fang's husband, his uncle by marriage. GC was astonished, stating that reality often surpasses the most outlandish dramatic narratives. She questioned why he didn't directly address the matter with his father, fearing that Fu Xiao might once again be deceived by Liang Inan. Events proved GC's fears to be well-founded. Fu Xiao, indeed swayed by Liang Inan's narrative, telephoned Fu Yi, castigating him for allegedly discrediting Liang Inan and attempting to undermine his paternal bond with her. Fu Yi, clutching the phone, and GC, who overheard the conversation, were left in utter bewilderment. Were they being accused of deliberately tarnishing Liang Inan's reputation solely to prevent him from acknowledging her as his daughter? Fu Yi no longer wished to endure Fu Xiao's incessant tirades. With a scowl, he terminated the call. When Fu Xiao attempted to reach him again, he silenced the phone, choosing to ignore it. GC cast a sympathetic glance at Fu Yi, remarking, "I told you to present the evidence to Dad. Do you truly believe he would accept it?" Fu Yi retorted. GC paused, contemplating, before responding. "We have not ceased to call him Dad, have we?" Fu Yi furrowed his brow, gazing at GC with profound bewilderment and confusion. "Have we not addressed him as Dad enough? Why is it that others can call him Dad and he becomes utterly enamored? He even scolds his own son." GC, after careful reflection, replied, "You have called him Dad since childhood. Though I referred to him as uncle until 6 months ago, I now call him Dad as well. Together, we have not been remiss in our salutations." Noting the pained expression on Fu Yi's face as he grappled with his thoughts, GC gently massaged his furrowed brow. "Do not dwell on it." Chapter 96. Stricken by prenatal anxiety, Fu Yi slightly relaxed his furrowed brow, yet he confessed, "I simply cannot comprehend it." GC raised an eyebrow, her gaze teasing. "If you were to understand it, would you not become just like him?" Fu Yi chuckled at her words, conceding, "You are correct." Observing his smile, GC planted a kiss on his cheek. "All right, do not ponder over the incomprehensible. As long as they refrain from disrupting our lives, all will be well." Yet Fu Yi's brow remained knitted in worry. Such words were merely platitudes. One cannot simply declare a lack of disturbance and expect it to hold true. Sensing his lingering discontent, GC grasped his hand and placed it upon her abdomen, encouraging, "Cheer up. Look, the little ones are concerned for you. They are quite lively," kicking me to the point of discomfort. Upon hearing this, Fu Yi's expression tightened. "Did they kick you painfully? Allow me to feel." The large hand rested upon the round, protruding belly, and before long, it detected a rhythmic movement beneath the palm, as if the unborn child was offering solace to its father's troubled heart. Feeling the strong pulses beneath his hand, Fu Yi's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and he spoke gently to GC's belly, saying, "Don't kick too hard. It hurts your mother." It seemed the little one had tired from the recent flurry of activity, for after his words, the belly's dance gradually subsided. GC recorded this moment and teased, "The children can hear what you say. If you tell them to stop, they will indeed cease." Fu Yi beamed with pride, a smile that refused to fade from his lips. "They are concerned for their mother, are they not? My little treasures," he added, addressing the children within, regardless of whether they understood, planting kisses upon the belly. Upon hearing him refer to the children as little treasures, GC suddenly felt playful and feigned jealousy, saying, "You've never called me little treasure. Do you not love me?" Fu Yi, recognizing her playful act, readily engaged in the banter, declaring, "They are my little treasures. And you are my big treasure." GC, emboldened, pressed further, "Then call me big treasure and let me hear it." The casual exchange felt effortless. Yet if he were to say it earnestly, Fu Yi felt an inexplicable embarrassment. GC gazed at him intently, awaiting his declaration. However, just as she anticipated his earnest words, Jing Mo arrived, calling out her name. GC replied, surprised, for Jing Mo rarely used her full name. His excited tone suggested that he had encountered some delightful news. As anticipated, Jing Mo disregarded Fu Yi and, with palpable excitement, grasped GC's hand, exclaiming, "My father's traditional Chinese medicine clinic has found a way forward." Upon hearing this, GC felt genuinely happy for her, responding, "Really? Congratulations." "Thank you," Jing Mo replied. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, and she solemnly bowed to both GC and Fu Yi, expressing her gratitude. "I am truly thankful. If it weren't for your financial support, one ensuring the clinic's survival and the other investing in my store, traditional Chinese medicine would not have re-emerged before everyone so swiftly. This achievement is entirely yours. I am not involved," GC humbly retorted. Jing Mo earnestly corrected her, saying, "It is indeed related. Many patients came, half skeptical, primarily because of you, GC." Jing Mo spoke the truth. Initially, this was the case. However, later on, it was indeed your father's medical expertise that cured them. Your skills were exceptional enough to heal the patients, leading to subsequent free publicity. Before Jing Mo could articulate further, Fu Yi interjected unexpectedly. "You mentioned that the individual holds significant status. If you and Mr. Jing lack confidence, it would be prudent not to take on such a responsibility, lest you invite unnecessary trouble." Jing Mo understood, responding, "Thank you, Mr. Fu. My father and I will take heed." Concerned about the absence of supervision at the store after her departure, she contemplated involving her junior colleagues from the clinic. GC had no objections, stating, "This is your matter. There is no need to inform me." She advised, "I suggest you find someone trustworthy to manage it." Just before Jing Mo left, GC made this suggestion. Jing Mo nodded in understanding, but unexpectedly called Fu Yi outside. The two exchanged words privately, occasionally glancing at GC, leaving her bewildered. With a playful pat on her posterior, Fu Yi jested, observing that her robust constitution had fostered accelerated fetal development, potentially precipitating an early arrival. Given the inherent prematurity risks associated with twin pregnancies, Jing Mo's therapeutic interventions had stabilized the infants, resulting in superior growth compared to other twins. Upon hearing this, GC was immediately seized by anxiety. Initially apprehensive about her pregnancy, she found solace in Fu Yi's support in alleviating morning sickness and his constant presence, which made the experience more bearable. It was only during Yuan Zheng's incident, when she was on the verge of a miscarriage due to agitation, that she truly understood the gravity of the situation and remained vigilant, reassured by the well-being of her children. She even engaged in discussions with Jing Mo regarding the feasibility of vaginal delivery. Jing Mo advised her to opt for a cesarean section, given the inherent safety it provided for twin pregnancies. Torn between the options of vaginal delivery and cesarean section, she was suddenly overcome with trepidation upon hearing Fu Yi's prediction of an early delivery. Fu Yi inwardly berated himself for his imprudent remark, gently stroking her head, urging her not to fret, and assuring her that he would ensure the hospital's readiness, guaranteeing her well-being. GC retorted, questioning the efficacy of mere assurances in such matters. Later that evening, while Fu Yi was occupied with his ablutions, GC succumbed to the temptation of researching vaginal and cesarean delivery videos. She began with vaginal delivery, where she encountered a cacophony of conflicting opinions from online observers. Some warned of the potential for tearing, episiotomies, and the excruciating pain of unanesthetized suturing. Others cautioned against vaginal delivery, citing the risk of urinary incontinence and compromised intimate relations in the future. GC was taken aback. Subsequently, she turned her attention to cesarean sections. Like peeling an onion, layer by layer, after extracting the child, each layer is sewn back together, leaving a scar on the belly. The series of terrifying comments left GC, a soon-to-be mother, clutching her stomach in dread, trembling with fear. After Fu Yi finished his shower, he found GC standing in front of the dressing mirror, her face etched with distress as she held her belly. He approached her from behind, embracing her and asking, "What troubles you so?" GC recounted her recent impulsive actions and finally inquired, "Would you be ashamed of my altered figure? I had no idea you loved me so much." Fu Yi bent down to affectionately nuzzle her cheek. Chapter 97. Sun Yan requests an audience. GC glared at him seriously. "Stop with the playful demeanor. I am being earnest." Fu Yi gently pecked her lips, countering, "If one day I were to grow unattractive, would you still care for me?" GC glanced at his handsome face, thinking that even in old age, he would still be a charming elder. She replied, "I love you as a person, not for your looks. I would never become indifferent due to your appearance. Wait, can we really equate these two matters? GC realized belatedly. In response to GC's unconventional declaration of love, Fu Yi felt a sense of fulfillment. He adjusted her stance to face him, cradling her face in his hands, his eyes filled with seriousness and sincerity. You have stated that you love me as a person, independent of my appearance. My affection for you will remain unchanged as I age. Silly girl, I feel the same way. Suddenly being called a silly girl made GC's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Wishing to evade his gaze, she found herself redirected. For the love we nurture together, I embrace all your transformations, whether they be virtuous or flawed. Thus, I have confiscated your phone. You shall not indulge in it until after the birth. To continue playing might lead to prenatal depression, which would be unfortunate. Indeed, there is also the specter of postnatal depression. He must be vigilant. It must be said that Fu Yi's words instilled considerable confidence in GC. In this moment, she would not allow herself to be distressed by events that have yet to transpire. That evening, like before, she playfully coaxed Fu Yi into a cold shower before drifting into a serene slumber. With Jing Mo's earlier words in mind, GC was particularly attentive. Moreover, with her phone confiscated, her only companions were the two little ones nestled within her womb. On this day, while Fu Yi toiled away in his study, GC wandered alone in the courtyard. The community security called to inform her that a gentleman named Sun Yin was seeking her. Confounded, GC inquired, "Is he inquiring specifically for me or for my husband, Mr. Fu?" The mere mention of my Mr. Fu brought an inexplicable sweetness to her heart. "He is indeed looking for Ms. GC," the guard confirmed. "Is he someone you know?" As the guard questioned her, he cast a wary glance at Sun Yin, standing at the entrance of the community. Considering his polished demeanor and upright presence, he mused that this gentleman could not possibly be of ill intent. "He is acquainted with my husband. He may be seeking Mr. Fu. Please allow him entry." GC concluded that Sun Yin had come to see Fu Yi, albeit with an inexplicable nomination. The guard, having received GC's assurance, requested Sun Yin to provide his identification number and name. Only after the registration was complete was he granted access. After hanging up, GC ascended the stairs to call for Fu Yi. At that moment, Fu Yi was in the midst of a remote meeting. Upon hearing a knock at the door, he announced, "Pause the meeting." He then rose to answer the door. Greeting GC with a gentle smile, "Are you feeling unwell?" GC glanced at his illuminated computer screen, realizing he was still occupied, and replied, "No, I'm fine. Am I disturbing you?" "Not at all," Fu Yi assured her, guiding her inside to sit on the vacant sofa. "Just sit for a while. This meeting is almost over." The company executives were puzzled. "The meeting just started. It's nowhere near over." "President Fu, you can't just pacify your wife like that." GC, thinking he was nearly done, decided to wait until he finished before mentioning anything about Sun Yin's visit. She picked up a financial book from the side and began reading with interest. Fu Yi returned to his computer, casting a glance at GC engrossed in her book, and unusually put on headphones. Turning back to face the executives on the screen, his gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by sharp and cold precision. He softly commanded, "Continue." The executives sighed inwardly. So tender with his wife, yet so stern with us. The disparity is glaring. As Fu Yi's magnetic voice continued the meeting, GC gradually lost interest in her book, her gaze lingering on his lips. Watching them move, she couldn't help but recall the marks those lips had left on her body. Eventually, GC drifted off to sleep. Noticing her curled uncomfortably on the sofa, Fu Yi signaled to the executives to pause the meeting, removed his headphones, and walked over to GC. With a gentle press on the corner of the sofa, it transformed into a bed. He retrieved a blanket and draped it over GC, placing a tender kiss upon her forehead. Once his tasks were completed, he noticed that GC had yet to awaken, so Fu Yi chose not to disturb her and stepped outside to fetch some water. Encountering Uncle Bai on his way up, he was informed, "Sir, Mr. Sun Yin has been waiting below for quite some time." Fu Yi's expression instantly tensed. He pondered the purpose of this visit. Reminded of Jing Mo's words before his departure, his gaze darkened significantly. After a considerable wait, Sun Yin finally heard the sounds of movement from the upper floor. His eyes brightened immediately. Looking up, he saw Fu Yi, followed closely by Uncle Bai. Yet the person he longed to see was absent, leaving Sun Yin profoundly disappointed. Nevertheless, he quickly adopted a sunny smile, greeting, "Brother Fu Yi." His grin revealed a row of pearly white teeth. "Thank you, brother. How have you been all these years?" "Quite well indeed. I married the woman I adore, and we are expecting a child soon." Fu Yi spoke sincerely, his smile genuine, yet Sun Yin found it painfully glaring. Congratulations, brother Fu Yi, on fulfilling your wishes. He replied with a stiff smile. Fu Yi seemed oblivious to his discomfort, smiling even more brightly. You have no idea, these past few years, because of your girlfriend, I almost missed my chance with CC. Thankfully, we are both doing well. Now that you have returned safely, Chu Sui has been waiting for you all these years. When will you decide on a date for the wedding? He spoke as if an elder, reflecting, you see, finding someone you truly cherish is not easy. One must not wait until it's too late to realize what has been lost. Each word and phrase pierced Sun Yan's heart, not quite to the point of being riddled with holes, but leaving him nonetheless scarred. Sun Yan's years as an undercover agent had honed his acting skills. But at this moment, he was utterly incapable of feigning the countenance of a normal man. He scrutinized Fu Yi, wondering if he had discerned his inner thoughts. Fu Yi, with an air of sagacity, allowed himself to be examined, fretting over his brother's marriage like an elder sibling, his words revolving around Sun Yin and Chu Sui. Sun Yin had intended to meet GC, but Fu Yi's incessant talk of Chu Sui and him left him restless, and he all but fled in disarray, unable to even catch a glimpse of GC. Chapter 98. My agony watching Sun Yin's hasty retreat, Fu Yi scoffed imperceptibly. Coward. He actually thought he could contend with him for GC. Uncle Bai glanced at Fu Yi, then at the door where Sun Yin's figure had vanished, utterly perplexed. What had transpired? He sensed an unusual tension between the master and Mr. Sun Yin. Uncle Bai, should Sun Yin visit again in my absence? Ensure he does not find himself alone with the madam. Uncle Bai shuddered, finally realizing what was amiss. Logically, Mr. Sun Yin's acquaintance lay with the master, so it was the master he should seek. Yet, from the moment he entered, he sought not the master, but the madam. Surely, this indicated that Mr. Sun Yin harbored intentions of stealing away the madam. Understood, sir. I shall heed your instructions diligently. Subsequently, Sun Yin visited several times, invariably during Fu Yi's professional engagements. With Fu Yi absent, GC naturally assumed the role of hostess, accompanying the guest. However, GC and Sun Yin were not particularly familiar with each other. Despite Sun Yin's attempts to engage in conversation, the atmosphere remained rather awkward. When the moment felt right, Uncle Bai stepped in to alleviate the tension, saying, Madam, your rest time has arrived. Recognizing that the host needed to take a break, Sun Yin felt it inappropriate to linger any longer. Reluctantly, he rose to bid farewell. Once he departed, GC stared vacantly into space. Sun Yin had been visiting during Fu Yi's absence. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, but as visits became more frequent, she began to sense an underlying current. Moreover, despite Sun Yin's belief that he concealed his feelings well, she could still discern the affection in his eyes. It struck her as somewhat absurd. How could that be possible? Although their families were neighbors, the age difference and lack of interaction seemed to preclude any connection. Madam, is there something troubling you? Uncle Bai noticed GC's furrowed brow and her contemplative demeanor. Concerned that she was harboring thoughts detrimental to her health, he inquired gently. GC felt flustered. How could she possibly confess to Uncle Bai that she suspected Sun Yin held feelings for her? Just as the thought crossed her mind, the sound of Fu Yi's vehicle echoed outside. GC, supporting her belly, rose with some difficulty after sitting for a while. Uncle Bai offered his assistance, urging, Madam, please be careful. Before GC could take more than a few steps, Fu Yi's figure appeared at the door. Upon catching sight of GC, he rushed forward and embraced her, questioning, Have you missed me? Uncle Bai, perceptive as ever, discreetly withdrew, granting the young couple their privacy. GC, wrapping her arms around his neck, playfully replied, It has only been a brief separation. How could you possibly be missed so quickly? Fu Yi lowered his head and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her lips, softly expressing his longing. I miss you. GC glared at him with a hint of petulance. Hesitating for a moment before revealing her doubts, Fu Yi, I need to tell you something. Fu Yi replied with an attentive hum, encouraging her to continue. GC voiced her concerns. I suspect that Sun Yin has feelings for me. Fu Yi exhibited no trace of surprise. You found out. His reaction puzzled GC. Did you know all along? Fu Yi shook his head, clarifying, Not for long. I only recently became aware. GC furrowed her brows. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Fu Yi's gaze darkened. What would telling you change? Would you abandon me for him? GC fell silent. How could that even be possible? He was right. What difference would it make to share this with her? Fu Yi, I am in such distress. Sun Yin believes he has concealed his feelings well, Yet the way he looks at me fills me with resistance. Fu-yi gently ran his fingers through her hair, assuring her, leave this matter to me. Your break is over. Go upstairs and rest. GC trusted Fu-yi to handle it, yet she felt some hesitation. Fu-yi, with a furrowed brow, asked what's wrong. Are you worried about him? GC shook her head repeatedly, no? After a moment of contemplation, GC resolved. Perhaps we should act as if nothing has occurred. After all, he hasn't said anything. Sunyan hadn't confessed or hinted at affection. It would be quite strange to suddenly tell him not to like her. Fu-yi neither rejected nor agreed, simply stating, all right. It's time for you to go take your afternoon rest. At this moment, GC was genuinely fatigued. Once she succumbed to drowsiness, no amount of calling would rouse her. As she yawned and took a few steps, Fu-yi approached to support her. She intended to assert her resilience. Yet gazing at her swollen belly, which obscured her feet, she couldn't help but recall the comments from expectant mothers online who were carrying twins. The challenges of a twin pregnancy seemed to complicate recovery more than that of a single child. Abruptly, she fell silent. What's wrong? Fu-yi's voice broke through her thoughts. Despair flickered in her eyes as she met his gaze. Fu-yi, I've come to realize that my thoughts have become inexplicably pessimistic. Fu-yi gently tapped her nose, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, pessimistic about what? Speak your mind. The online mothers say that the belly after a twin pregnancy tends to sag significantly. The prospect of postpartum realities sent a wave of anxiety through GC. Fu-yi remained silent for a moment, then pulled her closer and kissed her. This had become his newfound approach. Whenever GC struggled to articulate her feelings, he would embrace her and kiss her until she lost herself in the moment, allowing the tension to dissipate. Fu-yi, I'm still afraid, GC uttered, her first words spilling forth in her vulnerability. Fu-yi, with a serious demeanor, suggested, perhaps during the cesarean, you could ask the doctor to assist in removing the excess skin? Hearing his impractical suggestion left GC momentarily speechless. In comparison to the prospect of a sagging belly, it seemed that Fu-yi himself was the more daunting thought. Pushing him away, she covered her tingling lips and firmly instructed, you should leave. I need to rest. Yet Fu-yi, undeterred, stepped closer with unwavering confidence. Based on my past experiences, without me by your side, you certainly won't be able to sleep. Lying in bed, her eyes heavy with fatigue, her body clamoring for rest, yet her mind remained astir with thoughts. Despite her earnest endeavors, slumber eluded her grasp. She cast a sidelong glance. Her eyes narrowed, at Fu-yi, who stood sentinel by the bedside, and glared at him repeatedly. Were it not for him, she would not be wrestling with insomnia at this late hour. Fu-yi, ever perceptive, sought to furnish GC with a pretext. My dearest wife, I have been filming since the early hours. I, too, am overcome with drowsiness. Might I beseech thee for a moiety of the bed? GC shifted to one side, and Fu-yi promptly ensconced himself beside her, embracing her and bestowing upon her a pair of fervent kisses. My gratitude, my love. I knew you possessed the most compassionate of hearts. GC, with a touch of disdain, pushed him away, protesting, must you incessantly bestow kisses upon me? I am left with a countenance awash in saliva. Fu-yi tousled the strands of GC's hair, retorting with a smile, I merely bestow affection upon my wife. No law is transgressed. Reclining in the crook of Fu-yi's arm, inhaling his distinctive aroma, she succumbed to the embrace of Morpheus, emitting a yawn, seeking a more felicitous position and surrendering to slumber. As for the matter of being kissed, she mused, bah, let it be as if I were nuzzled by a swine. Fu-yi had initially intended to lull GC to sleep and then attend to his own affairs, but as he lay there, beholding her serene countenance, he, too, unwittingly drifted into slumber. Chapter 99. Your esteemed daughter rebukes me upon awakening once more. The hour was already late in the afternoon. They exchanged mutual glances, pondering whether they would be capable of slumbering once more that night. As the two completed their ablutions, Uncle Bai announced the arrival of the patriarch. GC and Fu-yi were elated. The venerable gentleman was seated in the drawing room, his gaze frequently directed towards the upper story. Grandfather, GC's voice preceded her person. The patriarch, beholding GC descending the stairs with her burgeoning abdomen, his countenance alight with joy, promptly arose, exclaiming, pray, proceed with caution, and take heed. Fu-yi, attend to CC. Fu-yi, ever vigilant beside GC, cast a glance at his outstretched hands, a gesture of helplessness. Wasn't he always paying attention? Finally, they descended the stairs safely, and the old man heaved a sigh of relief, chiding, "Grandpa isn't going anywhere. Why are you in such a hurry? The stairs are steep. Take it easy." GC, holding the old man's arm, smiled and asked, "Grandpa, how was your trip? Did you take any photos?" "What photos? I'm not young anymore," the old man replied, yet he honestly handed his smartphone to GC. "My travel companions taught me how to take these. What do you think of the scenery I captured?" Although the old man claimed not to take personal photos, there were plenty of selfies and group photos with his companions. As GC flipped through each photo, the old man introduced who was in it, where it was taken, and what had happened at that moment. Watching the old man's joyful expression, GC smiled sincerely, listening attentively, feeling genuinely happy for him. The old man talked until his mouth was dry, and Fu-Yi thoughtfully offered a cup of warm tea. The old man accepted it, giving Fu-Yi an appreciative glance. "You've learned to read the room. Not bad." Fu-Yi. After discussing the amusing incidents from the trip, the old man inquired about GC and the children. Learning that both the children and GC were well, the old man felt more at ease. "You're due soon. Take good care of yourself, and if anything feels off, call Fu-Yi," he advised. Then, as if remembering something, the old man finally turned to Fu-Yi. "Do you know about your mother's situation?" Fu-Yi nodded slightly, and GC suddenly grew tense, wondering if the old man would disapprove of Yuanzhang making new friends. Observing their anxious countenances, the patriarch discerned their innermost thoughts. He cast a stern glance upon them and inquired, "Do you fear that I, your elder, would disapprove?" With a forced, mirthless smile, GC offered insincere flattery, "Certainly not. Grandfather, you are a magnanimous and benevolent man." Fu-Yi, with a raised eyebrow, stated plainly, "My mother's decision is beyond your power to overturn, grandfather." The patriarch was rendered speechless. Could they not afford him a modicum of respect? It was truly excessive. Disinclined to converse further with his grandson, the patriarch turned to GC. "CC, have the children's names been chosen? Would you desire me to summon an experienced matron from the ancestral estate?" Prior to his entrance, the patriarch had observed that the courtyard was solely occupied by men. He deemed that men lacked the delicate touch of women. "What need is there for a postpartum center? Is my cooking inadequate?" Yuanzhang's voice resonated from the doorway. The trio turned to behold Yuanzhang, adorned in a cheongsam and carrying a handbag, entering the courtyard. In her wake followed Song Feng, walking with deference. "Mother, Uncle Song," GC greeted them, rising to her feet. "By the way, father, this is my companion, Song Feng." "Song Feng, this is Fu-Yi's grandfather." Before committing to a relationship with Song Feng, Yuanzhang had elucidated her circumstances to him and his kin. Although her divorce from Fu Xiao was inconsequential, it was a matter between Fu Xiao and herself, and unrelated to the patriarch. Over the years, the patriarch had treated her as a daughter, and she, in turn, regarded him as a father. She would not alter her appellation due to the divorce. If they accepted this, they would proceed with the relationship. If not, they would not. Song Feng, having harbored affections for Yuanzhang for so many years, was loath to relinquish this opportunity. As for Song Feng's family, their opinion was of little consequence. Their notion was straightforward. As long as he was no longer alone, he would accept any male companion. Facing the old man's scrutiny, Song Feng remained composed and unafraid. "Elder Fu, I am Song Feng. Yuanzhang, Fu-Yi GC." The old man all but mentioned Fu Xiao by name. "When will the wedding be?" The old man inquired of Yuanzhang, his gaze fixed on Song Feng. Knowing the question was directed at him, Song Feng was about to respond when Yuanzhang interjected. "Dad, we've decided to have a destination wedding, no ceremony." The old man turned to Song Feng. "Is your family amenable to this?" The old man was aware of Song Feng's background, a lifetime of dedicated service to the nation, during which he remained unmarried. The state, concerned about the loss of his valuable genes, had nearly forced him into marriage. However, all attempts had failed over the years. Now, suddenly, he had a partner, and they weren't planning a wedding. Would the state approve? Song Feng was taken aback. "This is my affair. The institute has no jurisdiction. Not even his parents could control him, let alone his superiors." The old man nodded. "Very well, if that is your preference. Have you registered your marriage?" Song Feng gave a slight nod. "Yes, we did. We went the day after meeting the children." "Elder, my apologies for not informing you." The old man was indeed displeased. Yuanzhang was like a daughter to him, and to marry in secret without informing him was compounded by the fact that the groom had also kept it from him. Just as he was about to erupt, Yuanzhang produced a small item from her bag. "Dad, please don't be angry. This is a peace offering. As juniors." GC and Fu Yi remained silent during the elders' conversation, their attention now focused on the small box in Yuan Zheng's hand. With an inquisitive spirit, GC queried, "Mother, what is it?" Yuan Zheng playfully glared at her, retorting, "It's a gift for your grandfather. Why are you so curious?" GC grinned impishly and turned to the old man. "Grandfather, your youngest daughter is teasing me." The old man cast a disapproving glance at Yuan Zheng and said, "If the child is curious, just show her." He then took the box, and with a few deft movements, revealed the gift within, an exquisitely carved Pichio pendant. Yuan Zheng explained, "Father, it's an amulet for you. Wearing it around your neck will protect you." The old man, having seen countless precious objects, cherished such heartfelt gifts the most. Though he feigned protest, questioning the expense, he eagerly had Fu Yi fasten it around his neck. The old man fondled the pendant, his affection evident. Even Song Feng seemed more agreeable in his eyes. While Uncle Bai prepared dinner, Yuan Zheng decided to showcase her culinary skills. The old man engaged Song Feng in a game of chess, with Fu Yi and GC observing the match. The old man had assumed that someone from a research institute like Song Feng would possess a sharp mind, but he was sorely disappointed. Song Feng was utterly inept at chess, even with Fu Yi's guidance. Disheartened, the old man dismissed Song Feng, saying, "You go sit aside. Let Fu Yi play with me." Chapter 100. A craving for milk tea. Unperturbed by his dismissal, Song Feng rose and said, "I'll go help Aging." The old man, peering through his spectacles, suddenly raised his gaze to watch Song Feng's retreating figure. Turning to Fu Yi and GC, he belatedly asked, "Have I been deceived? He simply didn't want your mother to toil alone, did he?" GC and Fu Yi exchanged glances, with Fu Yi correcting Song Feng, "Grandfather, from my observation, Uncle Song truly cannot." GC concurred, "Indeed, Uncle Song genuinely cannot." The old man expressed his disdain. "What good is a brain if one cannot navigate life? Fortunately, he encountered your mother." Fu Yi and GC silently accompanied the old man in a game of chess. With Fu Yi's presence, the old man finally indulged his chess obsession before Yuan Zheng had finished preparing dinner. After the meal, Yuan Zheng intended to stay, and Song Feng looked at her with evident difficulty, almost inquiring where she would be staying. After all, she possessed a driver's license. It would be inappropriate for Fu Yi to send her off to sleep in the next room. Leading the old man to his room for rest, he chose to turn a blind eye to Song Feng, who was hiding in Yuan Zheng's room. GC had initially thought that having Yuan Zheng around would afford her greater freedom, but she was mistaken. She found herself more constrained than when Jing Mo was present. "Mom, I crave milk tea," GC lamented. Since her pregnancy, she had refrained from indulging in certain items, such as milk tea and fried foods. Today, while scrolling through Weibo, she had seen a fan post about milk tea, and her appetite was piqued. With Fu Yi absent, she turned to Yuan Zheng, who was engrossed in a television drama. Yuan Zheng, without looking up, firmly declined. "No, you cannot. The doctor said yesterday that your blood sugar is a bit high. You must avoid sweets. You need to control it." GC gazed at Yuan Zheng with a sense of grievance. "Mom, I remember you can make it. Make it yourself. Without sugar." Yuan Zheng raised an eyebrow. "But we have no ingredients. I cannot prepare it for you. However, we can find something else." "Here," she said, producing a banana for Jaisai. Lately, she had been suffering from constipation, making each trip to the restroom a trial. Everyone had been trying to find something to relieve it, but with little success. Jaisai was unimpressed. "I'm sick of bananas," she protested, shaking her head vehemently. "I can't even stand the sight of them anymore." Yuan Zheng then produced a lollipop. "How about this, then?" Jaisai accepted it, retorting, "While lollipops are nice, what I truly crave is milk tea." Yuan Zheng relented, rising to her feet. "I'll make some for you then. Just wait." Jaisai immediately followed suit. "I'll keep you company." Yuan Zheng, eyeing her daughter's conspicuously large belly, fetched a wheelchair. "Sit down. I'll push you." Jaisai eyed the wheelchair with reluctance. "Mom, I think I can still stand." "Oh," Yuan Zheng responded mildly. "Then you can simply wait here." Jaisai, eager to observe the process, had no choice but to concede. Yuan Zheng prepared a homemade version of milk tea with reduced sugar. As she did, Jaisai surreptitiously recorded videos and took photos. With her craving satisfied, Jaisai's spirits lifted. She suddenly recalled Yuan Dan's variety show, which had yet to air. She wondered about its progress. Yuan Zheng ruffled Jaisai's hair, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. "It's still being filmed, you know." "Huh, still being filmed?" Jaisai looked around, puzzled, finding no sign of any recording equipment. Yuanjing pinched Jisai's plump cheeks. Yes, being filmed. Just indoors now, not outdoors. During the previous incident, her attempt to show off backfired, resulting in injuries and causing distress to GC. The child was almost lost, which terrified both her and Fu Yi. Initially, Fu Yi was reluctant to participate, but Yuan Dan assured him that only indoor scenes would be recorded. Consequently, the crew departed, but concealed cameras remained. Upon hearing this, GC nervously swallowed, realizing that she and Fu Yi were scantily clad in the bedroom, engaging in intimate scenes. She wondered if all of it had been recorded. Noticing her change in expression, Yuan Zheng smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, your footage wasn't connected to the main console. And your godmother Yuan Dan agreed to let Fu Yi edit it himself before submitting it to her. Your privacy won't be compromised. Relieved, GC patted her chest, expressing her relief. Otherwise, she would be mortified if her intimate moments with Fu Yi were viewed by others. Yuan Zheng reassured her, you can trust Fu Yi's discretion. However, I can't guarantee he won't keep the unedited footage for his private collection. GC responded, it's highly probable that Fu Yi would do something like that. Every time Fu Yi held her close to kiss her, she would call a halt, initially bewildering him. Upon inquiring, he learned that she was concerned about being recorded. Are you suggesting that I suppress my instincts because of the filming? Fu Yi asked, looking at GC with a pitiable expression, making her feel like a culprit. GC leaned closer and asked, tell me where the cameras are. Fu Yi pointed to his handsome face, smiling ingratiatingly. Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you. GC rolled her eyes at him. You use the same old tricks every day. Aren't you tired of it? With unwavering conviction, Fu Yi retorted. What does the method matter, as long as it succeeds? Without a word from Fu Yi, GC embarked on her own search, yet she found nothing after looking around. A surge of frustration led her to lightly strike the object beside her, only to be met with a resounding crash. Her gaze shifted to the source of the noise, revealing an overturned vase that had once held a daily assortment of flowers, which she had always paused to admire. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a small, toppled camera. GC was speechless. Fu Yi approached her, showering her with kisses as he chuckled. My clever CC, you found it. GC, still speechless, thought to herself, please, spare the praise. The more you compliment me, the more I feel like an imbecile. Fu Yi steadied the camera, then embraced GC, ready to engage in some affection. GC, however, pushed him away with disdain. Are you planning to put on a close-up show for the audience? Fu Yi raised an eyebrow. If the audience desires, I would be delighted to oblige. Present-day television dramas far surpass mere kisses in intensity. The weight of her pregnancy made standing a taxing endeavor. Fu Yi considerately knelt to massage her feet, which had been severely swollen recently, causing her to experience excruciating cramps in the middle of the night. In GC's presence, Fu Yi maintained a jovial facade, but when she turned away, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. After lulling GC to sleep, Fu Yi retreated to the study. After a long time sitting in the study, Fu Yi called Jing Mo. As GC's due date approached, Fu Yi remained concerned about potential complications. Despite having already secured an obstetrician, several calls went unanswered. Just then, Xing Zhou's call came through. Chapter 101. Is there something you require? Upon answering, Fu Yi inquired. Xing Zhou paused momentarily. Have I offended you in some way? He was abroad. After all, surely he hadn't provoked him from such a distance? Fu Yi initially felt inclined to terminate the call abruptly, yet recalling his need for assistance, he restrained the impulse to reprimand him, stating, My CC's due date is rapidly approaching. Xing Zhou's tone shifted, imbued with concern. Where is she? Is assistance required? Xing Zhou feigned levity, responding with a hearty laugh. Being in a foreign land, with matters of national import, it's not an issue you can simply assist with. Fu Yi resignedly stated, Contact me if anything arises. Moreover, take care of yourself. Xing Zhou remained silent for a prolonged moment before inquiring, How is Jean Yin? Did she accept it? Initially, she declined. However, after conveying your message, she accepted it. Despite the harsh reality, Fu Yi chose not to conceal the truth. Xing Zhou paused again for a long time, continuing to feign ease. Well, that's not bad. All right, a patient requires my attention. I must hang up. Fu Yi gazed at the disconnected call, lost in contemplation, and dispatched a message to Xing Zhou. Just as he exited the chat interface, Jing Mo's call came through. Upon receiving the news, Fu Yi felt somewhat relieved. He placed greater trust in acquaintances than other physicians. Knock, knock. A knock echoed on the study door. Fu Yi presumed it was GC who had awakened. Upon opening the door, he discovered it was Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai, is there something you require? Sir, Mr. Sun Yin has arrived again, Uncle Bai disclosed, covertly observing Fu Yi. Fu Yi's countenance darkened instantly. Did he mention the purpose of his visit? Uncle Bai shook his head. He merely stated that he wished to speak with you. Downstairs. Sun Yin sat in the living room, his gaze fixed upon the void, laden with contemplation. Hearing footsteps from upstairs, he glanced up, but the person he longed to see did not appear. Fu Yi, Sun Yin said as he stood up, addressing him with newfound cordiality. Fu Yi cast a surprised glance at Sun Yin. Over the years, his greetings had been far from amicable. Had his tone changed upon their reunion? Uncle Bai mentioned you wished to speak with me. What is it you require? Fu Yi inquired, settling into the armchair opposite Sun Yin. Having discerned Sun Yin's sentiments towards GC, Fu Yi's demeanor towards him had soured. Sun Yin keenly perceived this shift in Fu Yi's disposition, inwardly displeased. Yet, he was powerless to alter it. After all, their relationship was now legitimate, while GC had forgotten everything related to him, rendering him inconsequential. My family, the Su family, has encountered difficulties. I was hoping you might extend your assistance, Sun Yin requested. In recent years, the Su family had gradually declined, no longer enjoying its former glory. Certain individuals had overreached, taking action against the Su family. Fu Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Instead of acquiescing, he questioned, if you are unable to resolve it, what makes you think I can? Sun Yin asserted with conviction, you can. Do they possess evidence? Fu Yi inquired, his brow furrowed. Sun Yin's gaze turned somber. They fabricated false evidence from an unknown source, and those in authority have placed their trust in it, preventing me from going anywhere. In that case, you should remain where you are, Fu Yi advised. Falsehoods cannot become truths, nor can truths be falsified. Sun Yin regarded Fu Yi with disbelief. Fu Yi, I have been your close confidant for years. Is this how you treat me? Fu Yi frowned. The authorities would never allow a hero to be unjustly accused. If you are innocent, remain at home and await the nation to vindicate you. However, Sun Yin suddenly fell silent. Fu Yi's expression turned stern. What is it? Have you truly committed a wrongdoing? Sun Yin hurriedly denied. No, absolutely not. Brother Fu Yi, there are matters I find difficult to explain to you. I implore you, considering that I once saved your life, to accompany me to discuss this with the authorities. With a pleading gaze directed at Fu Yi, Sun Yin realized that only Fu Yi could assist the Su family at this moment. After parting ways with Sun Yin, Fu Yi instructed Wu Ming to thoroughly investigate the affairs of the Su family. Fu Yi sensed that Sun Yin was concealing certain truths. Whether one deemed him unfeeling or merely preoccupied, he insisted on clarity before offering assistance. With connections at his disposal, Wu Ming swiftly uncovered the secrets Sun Yin had desperately hidden. It turned out that the descendants of that individual had emerged, leading to the collection of evidence submitted to the state, which prompted the investigation into the Su family. When Sun Yin called again to request Fu Yi's intervention, Fu Yi inquired, is your family truly innocent? After a prolonged silence, Sun Yin, with a hint of fervor, retorted, Fu Yi, do you truly wish to withhold your assistance? Do not forget that I saved your life. Do you want your fans to perceive you as ungrateful? Fu Yi pressed his lips together, his gaze turning icy in an instant. I will intervene. After ending the call, Fu Yi turned to Wu Ming. I may require your assistance. Wu Ming frowned and cautioned. This matter indeed originates from the Su family's faults. Although the higher-ups will investigate, they will not disregard the contributions of the Su family over the years. At most, it will be a case of balancing merit against fault. The Su family will likely be unscathed. If you involve yourself, it could lead to unnecessary complications. The Fu family has now ascended to the pinnacle of wealth in the business world. Should he involve himself in a substantial financial transaction, it is certain that those in power would reap considerable benefits, rendering his actions ultimately futile. Wu Ming. The bronze-colored visage of the man flushed with a sudden hue of crimson. The evidence regarding that individual's descendants was irrefutable, and the matters concerning the Su family were swiftly resolved. Even with Fu Yi's intervention, little had changed. When Sun Yin stormed in, filled with rage, Fu Yi was leisurely strolling in the courtyard with GC. Sir, I apologize for not preventing this. Uncle Bai expressed regret. Upon noticing GC beside Fu Yi, Sun Yin's fury somewhat subsided. Fu Yi patted GC on the shoulder and said, CC, please go inside with Uncle Bai. I have matters to attend to. GC glanced between him and Sun Yin before nodding. All right. Sun Yin, feeling reluctant to let her go, watched her enter the house. Once GC's figure had vanished, Sun Yin swung his fist towards Fu Yi, shouting in anger. Do you even consider me a brother? Is this how you assist a brother? Fu Yi deftly dodged his punch, and the two engaged in a reckless exchange of blows. Chapter 102. You have mistaken the person over the years. Sun Yin had worked undercover, his hands stained with blood, striking swiftly and decisively with lethal precision. Fu Yi had trained specifically with Wu Ming, whose unique status endowed him with skills surpassing those of Sun Yin. Seizing upon the openings that Sun Yin's distraction revealed, Fu Yi gained the upper hand and swiftly subdued him. With Sun Yin pinned down, Fu Yi coldly declared, "Do not come to my home and wreak havoc." Sun Yin retaliated in fury, but was firmly held in check by Fu Yi, unable to break free. Sun Yin glared at Fu Yi, challenging him to let go so they could continue their duel. Fu Yi found his behavior incredibly childish, stating he had no time for such frivolities. Frustrated, Sun Yin shouted, "I saved your life, yet you refuse to lend a hand to my family." Fu Yi coldly interrupted, "Should I return my life to you now?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yin's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. If something were to happen to Fu Yi, wouldn't GC then be solely his? Disappointed by the spark he saw in Sun Yin's gaze, Fu Yi distanced himself. This Sun Yin was no longer the passionate and bright youth he once knew. He had developed a darker side. Slowly rising, Sun Yin wiped the blood from his split lip and smirked. "Brother Fu Yi, I once truly regarded you as a significant elder brother." Due to his status, the children in the courtyard only viewed him with respect and flattery. Only Fu Yi would tell him when he was wrong, guiding him during moments of confusion. However, everything shattered before he could go undercover. The sister who once saved him was the very girl Fu Yi adored. Meanwhile, she had completely forgotten him and was solely infatuated with Fu Yi. It was unbearable. She had promised herself to him, yet she turned her back so easily. And what was the outcome? His sister ended up marrying Fu Yi and having children. How could he accept such a reality after preparing for everything? But how could you be with my sister? She is mine. She was the one who helped me escape from the kidnappers, promising that if I followed the doctor's advice, she would come back to play with me. Yet, she never returned. I searched for her for a considerable time, yet she has forgotten me, her gaze solely fixed upon you. Brother Fu Yi, we undeniably shared a bond that transcended life and death. Were it not for you, she would not have forgotten me. You have mistaken the identity of the person involved." GC appeared behind them, her pregnant form commanding attention, her cold eyes fixed upon Sun Yin as she clarified, "I have been kidnapped before, but I saved an older boy, not a young lad." Fu Yi, having maintained his handsome visage from childhood to adulthood with little alteration, approached her, one hand resting on her waist while the other supported her belly, expressing his displeasure. "Why are you out here causing a ruckus instead of staying indoors?" GC shot him a discreet glare, acknowledging that their matters could be addressed later. A pressing issue demanded their attention. Turning her gaze towards Sun Yin, her eyes were clear and devoid of warmth, laced with a hint of sympathy. "You are encountering my sister, Jin Yin. She was also kidnapped in her youth and recounted to me that during her escape, she inadvertently took along a crybaby. Jin Yin even complained about how she had to sweet-talk that crybaby into letting go." Jin Yin remarked, "No, she did not pay much heed to it at the time, never anticipating that the little boy from those years would remember her for so long, thus resulting in this case of mistaken identity." Sun Yin was incredulous, insisting that it was impossible. He could not mistake someone. GC found his words amusing and genuinely laughed. Sun Yin was perplexed by her laughter, but Fu Yi understood. He regarded Sun Yin with a cold gaze, devoid of the warmth that once existed, as CC and her sister were identical twins, sharing an uncanny resemblance. Sun Yin could scarcely believe that he had indeed mistaken the person. Fu Yi, knowing the truth, looked at Sun Yin with great sympathy. "You didn't even investigate all these years and just assumed CC was the one you were looking for," he remarked. "Sun Yin," GC whispered to Fu Yi, "is there really someone so foolish?" Fu Yi didn't even want to glance at Sun Yin, whispering back to GC, "Isn't there one squatting right in front of us?" Then, both looked at Sun Yin with disdain. Deeply struck, Sun Yin fled in disarray. "Wait," GC suddenly called out. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at the bruise on Fu Yi's handsome face, she angrily asked, "Mr. Su, aren't you going to pay for the medical expenses for hitting my man at my house?" Hearing GC's phrase "my man," Fu Yi's lips curled up in a smile. "Sun Yin, Sun Yin wanted to say that Fu Yi didn't lack the money for medical expenses, and that Fu Yi had hit him much harder. His injuries were more severe. But since he was the one who came to fight, he asked, how much? GC named a figure, and Sun Yin transferred the money to Fu Yi. After completing the transaction, he asked, may I leave now? GC nodded, watching Sun Yin limp away. Then, she raised her hand and pinched the soft flesh at Fu Yi's waist hard. Fu Yi gasped in pain. CC, let go, it hurts. GC sneered, hurts? As soon as Fu Yi nodded, GC released the flesh at his waist. Before he could even sigh in relief, he saw GC reaching for his handsome face. There was a particularly severe bruise there, and she pressed it hard. Fu Yi winced and stepped back 2 paces, clutching the wound and looking at her pitifully. GC let out a cold hum, turning to enter the house, and instructed Uncle Bai. He will not have his meal today. You are also forbidden from treating his wounds. If I find out that any of you has treated his wounds, GC's gaze fell upon Wu Ming, accompanied by a chilling smile. I might take certain measures, such as whispering to Jing Mo. Wu Ming, who had already fetched the first aid kit, quickly concealed it behind him. His intention was for GC to assist Fu Yi with his injuries, so he could capture this tender moment for the eager fans. However, upon receiving GC's threatening glare, he felt compelled to sacrifice the expectations of the ravenous fans to preserve his own romance. After a prolonged delay, the call was finally answered. GC observed Jin Yin on the other end of the screen, stifling a large yawn, and inquired, is there something you need? Noticing her fatigued appearance and the project proposal on her desk, he mused, still busy? How can I afford to support you, my little enchantress? If you aren't making any money? Jin Yin's playful banter slipped out. GC, adopting a teasing tone, replied, thank you, my benefactor. Jin Yin gently rubbed her tired eyes. Regaining her composure, speak, what do you want? GC was the kind of person who only reached out when necessary, so her sudden call indicated that something was amiss. Chapter 103. Jin Yin's misguided affections. Jin Yin gazed in confusion at GC on the screen. What blubbering fool. GC suddenly felt a wave of sympathy for Sun Yin. You know, that little brother you picked up on the road when we were kidnapped back in the day. Seeing that Jin Yin still did not recall, GC reiterated the words Jin Yin had once shared, but she remained bewildered. So what? What exactly do you wish to convey? GC murmured. He mistook me for you, which led to a confrontation with Fu Yi due to me. She recounted to Jin Yin the events concerning Sun Yin and Fu Yi, ultimately casting a reproachful glance at Jin Yin, saying, your troublesome romantic entanglements have not only shifted onto me, but also caused me trouble. As the primary instigator, you must compensate. On the other end of the video call, Jin Yin took a moment to decipher GC's words. She found it amusing and erupted into laughter. Haraha. The term obsession inevitably brought to mind Xingzhou for both GC and Jin Yin. His obsession led him to secretly harbor Jin Yin. Concerned, GC admonished, if anything arises, tell me. We will figure it out together. Do not act foolishly, understand? Having experienced a foolish act once, Jin Yin was resolute that she would not repeat it. Rest assured, such incidents will not recur. Stifling a yawn, Jin Yin was reluctant to disturb her, and GC urged her to rest before ending the video call. Before Fu Yi could speak, GC preemptively reported, Mom, he argues like a primary school student. I've punished him by denying him food today, so please ignore him. Yuan Zheng, upon hearing this, did not spare Fu Yi a glance and instead excitedly recounted to GC her recent finds of fresh fruits and vegetables that GC adored. GC, clinging to Yuan Zheng's arm, playfully said, thank you, Mom. Yuan Zheng affectionately ruffled her hair, the silky strands captivating her. Why the fuss? Sit tight. I'll wash the fruits for you. Have some to stave off hunger while I prepare dinner. Left on the sidelines, Fu Yi interjected with dissatisfaction. Mom, what about mine? It's all the food GC loves. He hasn't received any. Fu Yi. GC cast a sympathetic glance at him, feeling quite sorry for him. Fu Yi looked at her with a pitiful expression. CC, I now require your affectionate kiss to mend the heart that has been wounded by our mother. Despite Fu Yi's ruggedly handsome features, his display of such a pitiful demeanor made him appear endearing. GC scrutinized him several times, and under his bewildered and anxious gaze, she broke into a brilliant smile. Fu Yi, I happen to have a script. Would you be interested in taking it? Fu Yi, well aware of her nature, understood that such a smile often indicated a trap. Sister Wang, who had been sidelined for taking time off, could only watch. GC earnestly pitched. This script is truly excellent. You should seriously consider it. Little did she know that the more she pressed, the more Fu Yi withdrew, reluctant to agree. If you want me to consider it, then you must kiss me. Seeing his shameless attempt to take advantage, GC felt a wave of disdain. If he refused, so be it. She would simply seek another young actor. In matters of investment, as long as one has the funds, aren't other young talents equally delightful? Fu Yi's expression darkened. You wish to replace me with another young actor? GC recognized his misinterpretation of her words, but had no intention of clarifying. Under his fiery gaze, she slightly nodded. You're not performing, so why shouldn't I spend money to hire a young actor? Fu Yi scoffed coldly. There's no need for provocations. I want to fall for it. As long as she wasn't contemplating a change in partners, any actor she desired was fair game. It matters not who one chooses to portray the role, as long as it brings her financial gain. Any other notions are strictly forbidden. GC regarded him with a facade of cheerful banter, yet her voice was laced with an eerie chill, as if to say, how dare you bully a heavily pregnant woman? Fu Yi, with a cheerful demeanor, patted his own belly and, lifting his garment, suddenly puffed out his stomach, exclaiming, what a coincidence, I too am a father-to-be. GC stared at his protruding belly, utterly astonished. How did you transform your abs into a beer belly? To be candid with the readers, Fu Yi's abdominal muscles were not as exaggerated as the 16-pack depicted in novels, but he did possess a respectable six-pack. Whenever he was near, GC found herself irresistibly drawn to touch them. However, she had always believed that abs were a fixed entity. Now, she was informed that they could indeed morph into a beer belly. As she reached out to feel, the roundness was distinct from her own pregnant belly, yet the tactile sensation was equally delightful. In an instant, Fu Yi retracted his belly, revealing his abs once more. Abs are cultivated, not permanently affixed to one's waist. It's akin to how women hold in their stomachs when going out and relax when at home. GC was taken aback. Is there truly such a thing? Her focus remained on the delightful sensation of his belly, and with gleaming eyes, she commanded, unveil your belly. I wish to touch it. Fu Yi found himself at a loss for words. While other women might swoon over abs, GC seemed to prefer a round and soft belly. Though she found it endearing, he was not genuinely sporting a beer belly. It took considerable effort to achieve that, and it was quite exhausting. Before long, Fu Yi found himself protesting. "CC, shall we cease this? I am quite exhausted." Yuan Zheng emerged from the kitchen with freshly washed fruit, and upon seeing Fu Yi exposing his belly for GC to touch, she misunderstood his lack of consideration for a pregnant woman. In a fit of indignation, she seized a pillow and hurled it at him, exclaiming, "Must you torment a pregnant woman? Are you aware of how fatigued she is?" GC, bewildered, looked up to see Fu Yi's despondent expression. Realizing Yuan Zheng's misunderstanding, she hastily interjected, "Mom, you are mistaken. It was I who encouraged him to display his belly for me. You see, Fu Yi's belly is quite extraordinary. It can transform from abs to a beer belly." Yuan Zheng observed Fu Yi's pallor and then glanced at GC's animated face, her expression becoming quite complex. As Song Feng had rightly pointed out, there existed a generational gap between them and the child. They simply could not comprehend certain behaviors, making cohabitation rather unsuitable. At that moment, she truly could not fathom GC's preference for the roundness of a beer belly over the perfectly sculpted six-pack abs. Setting aside the fruit, she declared, "You two enjoy yourselves. I shall prepare dinner." Exchanging a knowing glance, Fu Yi and GC shared a moment of mirth. GC quietly inquired, "Do you think Mom might be upset?" Chapter 104. My water has broken. GC, in a fit of indignation, struck him playfully, declaring, "You are the one who is insane, and your entire family as well." Fu Yi grasped her small hand in his, a smile dancing in his eyes as he agreed. "Indeed, you are quite right. My family does indeed include you." Realizing her inadvertent inclusion in the insult, GC pushed him away, feigning annoyance. "No more of this. My mother forbids me from associating with lunatics." As Yuan Zhen strolled out to search for something, she nodded in agreement upon hearing the remark. "Your mother is quite right. One should truly avoid associating with lunatics, for their madness can be contagious." GC, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter to the point of tears, exclaiming, "You heard it with your own ears. It was my mother who said that. Ha." However, GC suddenly grimaced in pain, clutching her abdomen. Fu Yi, noticing her distress, anxiously inquired, "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" At that moment, Yuan Zhen, who was in the kitchen, along with Uncle Bai, who had just entered, sensed that something was amiss and hurried over. Yuan Zhen grasped GC's hand and asked, "Is it stomach pain?" Does it feel like a stomachache? Before GC could respond, Yuanjin turned to Uncle Bai, instructing, Uncle Bai, please go upstairs and fetch the maternity bag. Wu Ming, scanning the surroundings, was already positioned at the doorway, stating, the car is ready outside. It turned out that while everyone was surrounding GC, he had swiftly dashed out to start the vehicle and bring it to the entrance. Fu Yi lifted GC, ready to depart, when, at that moment, GC finally interjected, wait, you all are misunderstanding. I am not in labor. The group halted in their tracks, staring at GC in stunned silence. Feeling embarrassed, GC buried her face in Fu Yi's chest, her muffled voice explaining, the baby just kicked a bit too hard all of a sudden. And it caught me off guard, but it's fine now. Everyone collectively exhaled in relief. What a false alarm. Thankfully, all is well. You nearly gave your mother a heart attack. Yuanjin scolded Fu Yi playfully. Fu Yi retorted, it's not as if he is the one who upset her. Why take it out on him? GC, feeling quite sheepish, offered her apologies, I'm sorry, in a whimsical turn of events. Since the situation was not as dire as initially feared, Yuanzhang felt a sense of relief, assuring them both to proceed with their own affairs. The preceding statement was directed towards GC, while the latter addressed by Yuan and Wu Ming. Afterward, she busied herself in the kitchen once more. Fu Yi held GC tightly, yet she could sense the slight tremor in his arms behind her. He was frightened. When GC glanced up, she noticed Fu Yi's pallor. He embraced her more closely but, recalling her condition as a pregnant woman, eased his grip slightly to avoid discomfort. GC patted his shoulder, offering words of comfort. It's all right. Don't be anxious. Just relax. Fu Yi muttered solemnly. GC, you must not come to harm. Initially, GC harbored little concern, but his words cast a shadow over her spirits. Fu Yi, what if there is no what if? It seemed he anticipated her thoughts and swiftly interrupted her, asserting that there were no possibilities or hypotheticals to consider. Observing his palpable anxiety and care, GC felt a measure of solace and chuckled softly. You are correct. With today's medical advancements, all we seek is tranquility. That evening, GC exhibited an extraordinary appetite, consuming 3 hefty bowls of rice along with 2 bowls of soup, effusively praising Yuan Zheng's culinary skills. Although Yuan Zheng was delighted by her enjoyment, the significant increase in her meal portions raised concerns for both her and Fu Yi. After dinner, the duo anxiously accompanied GC on a stroll, and witnessing her uplifted spirits eased their worries somewhat. Since her pregnancy, her sleep patterns had become remarkably regular, never exceeding 9 o'clock. However, upon returning to their shared bed,